or going to Southern California, wherever I may go, I always pass by Coyote Creek, and I'd look to the right, and I'm like, damn, that just looks so green.
Exactly.
I want to play there. Never played there before, and then Ralph took care of us yesterday.
Just
it was
the best.
awesome.
And my favorite part of yesterday, I took a video. You know, I had to. I think we were on the 16th hole, and it's a long hole, and TJ's looking at me. You got to hear this sound. Sam Lubman finally connected with a shot, and I think we have the sound right here.
He actually hit the shit out of that ball.
And that's my brother saying, actually, he hit the you-know-what out of that. Give it to me one more time. Sam Lubman on the 16th hole as he's just had a frustrating day. He's got the sun hat on with the cargo pants that are plaid. I mean, just the total I've never golf starter set on. And this happens.
He actually hit the shit out of that ball.
The thing with Lubman, too, is when he got really confident, when we started getting to like the 8th or 9th hole and he just downed his second tall boy of 805 or Cellar or whatever we had, he started backpedaling like he's Steph Curry hitting a three from the left wing. He'd hit a drive and, you know, it'd go really far right, but he would hit it well. It would be a banana, but he'd hit it well, and he'd backpedal his way off the tee as his golf club is still in like his backswing.
It was incredible.
Yeah.
How about him dropping to, we're going to get to football because I've got so many football takes from yesterday's practice. Believe me, all these people, practice doesn't matter. We're going to get into all that. I've got opinions on everybody. One last thing. When Lubman misses a putt, he drops to his knees like a great aunt just passed away unexpectedly. It's just the most incredible thing I've ever seen. I've never seen a guy who's never played expect to hit more shots.
He would drop the club and walk it off.
It was hilarious.
You didn't think that it would go in.
He actually stuffed a couple, which I was surprising. For a guy who's only been playing for about 28 days, not bad. Not bad. Now, let's get into the guy who's only been playing for a year in the NFL.
Okay. Now, actually, before we get to that, here's what stuck out to me. So we walked over to Levi's Stadium.
Yeah.
It was you, me, and Guru. We walked over there, and, you know, we actually left Steiny behind.
Oh, I didn't even know.
Yeah, we were all supposed to go out as one big group, and then we were just like, all right, let's go. And then Steiny was nowhere to be found, and Steiny texted producer Evan Giddings and was like, thanks for leaving me. So it was all good.
At Disneyland,
it was all good.
This is what happens when you're in a group setting. You got to just go.
100%. Well, we were going to be in the same place anyway.
We'll reconvene.
So we would.
Exactly.
Which we did.
Did he want me to hold his hand? Which
was awesome, right? But when we got there, the thing that stuck out to me, before we get to the specific players, what Trey Lance looked like, wide receivers, offensive line, defense, all that stuff, just the vast amount of people that you could see, like, all involved on this practice field. It really makes you think it's not just down to, you know, the 53 players. It's not just down to the coaching staff who we know. It's not just down to...
It's not just Chris Kassir.
No, it's...
How many minions, and I don't mean that in a negative way. How many people underneath him? Okay, that's the right way I should say it. There was like 17 guys to every single position group.
Yes, and you don't even know who any of these guys are, but they're running around. They're all helping
busting their humps.
And it really makes you think, man, like, damn, this is really the work that's put in.
Incredible,
and it's not even just these people, too. It's the front office, it's the organization, just the amount that are involved in trying to create a team that's trying to win a Super Bowl, trying to win a championship every year. I mean, that was just that was my first takeaway when I got there. I was like, damn, there are so many people here on this field helping them win, all the way down from the guy who just collecting the footballs, who looked like one of those like really athletic kids, you know, like the leadoff hitter on the team, the running back and all that stuff. Like, from that guy all the way to Kyle Shanahan.
So let me give you some. We're going to get into the deets, if you will, on all the players, because there are guys that stuck out to me big time. And I get it. It's just practice. No sport is obsessed with practice more than the NFL. The fact that you have so many people on the field and you have to coordinate every single play on both sides of the ball, this sport is made for practice. You think Tom Brady and Peyton Manning became those types of players without putting in the work? You have to be dedicated to practice. And so that's why practice matters. It's not the end-all be-all. Okay, they don't even have pads on. I get that. And believe me, I understand that. Some guys can look like workout warriors, and then the game comes on and it's totally different. But you can see certain things that are transferable to the game. That's the way I would put it. And, it's not a good look when you're a bad practice player, right? No. First thing, I'm walking around, I'm doing a lap, and I see Kyle Shanahan throwing to his 2 sons in the end zone as they're kind of like working in individual groups. The guy is so calm, cool, and collective. Lubman, I know you saw him over there throwing the football around. Kyle's got an aura about him in the middle of the field where he's just in full control. Year 6, he just seems so comfortable with where he's at, with the quarterback situation, with the roster that they've put together. I saw John Lynch walking around. The guy got his head up so high. I mean, he's just a football dude. He looks like he's ready to lay somebody out. Yeah. And then by the end of practice, I saw Jed York. And Jed York had the white shirt on with the slacks, and then he had the Niner hat on, and he was just kind of looking over the field. And I could sense this confidence and almost a sense of relief, because I really do think this might be one of their best rosters. You got to go out and win, but it might be just top to bottom one of the best rosters they've put together during Jed's tenure as one of the front office people. And I don't say that lightly. 2012 was a roster that was to be reckoned with. Yeah. This roster has got some stars. Man. We walked around. Let's get to Debo. All right, let's start there. Debo is on the side, and I'm standing right next to Debo. Yeah. And he's walking by. And he's only an inch or 2 bigger than me in terms of height. But my God, physically, he looks like a Greek god right now. And I watched him the last couple of training camps. Not that he looked out of shape. He just was thicker around the midsection. He looked so svelte and so ready for contact. Sam Lubman, you were standing right next to me, and you saw him. Debo looks incredible in terms of what kind of shape he's in right now.
Oh, yeah, he looks so cut. Just doing warm-ups. Like, I'm looking at this dude like, this guy means like a human freight train almost.
Absolutely, and he was itching to get out on the field. He was. You could tell. This guy had the Niner hat on backwards. He had the full white outfit on. He was running, doing sprints with one of the guys in the black shirts, one of the trainers, if you will. Yeah. And he was dying to get out on that field.
Yeah. He was doing sprints along the sideline or whatever. And I remember actually there were multiple people as we were just on the side watching the wide receivers, watching the offense work, and we could see Debo just doing little sprints, little jogging here and there along the sideline. People were saying, could you imagine standing in front of him?
No.
Like, could you imagine having to be the guy to try and tackle him? And that's just us saying it, but he's proven that NFL players have a tough time tackling.
Absolutely.
Like, that is really how thick he is. Like, he is, the way that he looked, it was just, he needs to get out on that field, especially when offense-defense came out. That's when he started going up to the wide receivers, started cheering them on a little bit. Yeah, you could tell he wanted to be out there.
Well, and not only that, I feel like this wide receiver group was having a tough time getting separation in these different drills. So the way they have practice, for those that haven't been there, you should go check it out. I don't know why, if you've got the resources and you're able to get down here, you got to check out practice. They break them down into individual kind of like position groups, and they're doing drills, and then they'll do some team stuff, and then they go back to the position groups, and then sometimes you'll see quarterbacks and running backs get together and work on handoffs. Quarterbacks and wide receivers get together, work on throws, things like that. But then they also did some 11-on-11s, and we saw things like that. And when they were in 11-on-11s, there was something specific that I noticed. It was that outside of Brandon Ayuk, they had a tough time separating against this defense. Yeah. And it forced all the quarterbacks, whether it's Trey Lance, whether it's Sudfeld, whether it's Brock Purdy, and I'll get to him in a second, they just struggled to get separation down the field. Now, defense is always going to be a little ahead of the offense in terms of synergy in these practices. Yeah. But I didn't see a lot of separation, and that kind of worried me. But when you're missing Debo and he's not out on the field, I guess that's to be expected.
Yeah, and the defense last year, we got to remember, like, within 15 yards, when the pass is thrown from the line of scrimmage to 15 yards, they were one of the best defenses in the league. Or if not the best defense in the league. Within 15 yards. Like, that's how good they were whenever the quarterback was actually passing the football as opposed to a running play. They weren't really throwing that many deep passes yesterday. A lot of them were within 15 yards, within a lot of checkdowns here and there, a little bit of screens, but a lot of screens. But I think that's what they want Trey Lance to work on.
Yeah, we know he can rip it down.
We know that he could do that.
Can he make the smart check down? That was part of the kryptonite for Colin Kaepernick.
Yeah, man, and that's what they want to get right. And it's just day one of practice. You're not expecting them to throw deep every single time and do the quarterback bootleg and just like chuck it downfield.
Back across your body, 40 yards down the field.
That wasn't going to happen, but the defense yesterday did look really good against that offense.
So I had an opportunity as I was standing in the corner of the end zone by myself. Lubman came over, and I was in full conversation with Tim Ryan. He's the voice of the 49ers in terms of doing the radio broadcast.
Analyst, yeah.
And he's just, I mean, you want to talk about a football lifer. He got the dip in. He's got the hair back because he's got it in the ponytail. He dropped down to the ground in a three-point stance while talking to me 3 different times. All right? Like I wanted to go play with this guy right now. I wanted to go play football right now with this dude. He's got this infectious soul. And what he said to me was, Charvarius Ward getting acquired by this team is going to allow DeMeco Ryans to do things with the defense that he just couldn't do last year. They had to lay off guys, wide receivers that is, 5, 10, 15 yards because they were so afraid of getting beat over the top.
Yeah.
And what this guy, Ward, is going to allow them to do is to be able to mix up some of the coverages and allow him to do things with the safeties, Hufanga or Jimmy Ward, allow him to do things with the linebackers that they weren't able to do last year because they just didn't have the personnel that they trusted who could stay in front of somebody off ball.
Right. Well, it's also up to the safeties too. The safeties are going to have to improve on that because last year, if you talk about passes that were over 15 yards, that's when they were 31st or almost dead last in the league.
That's what they were.
Whichever way
See,
you
I
want to
didn't even know that, but my eyes would have told me they were.
Yeah. Well,
Devontae Adams is still wide open.
Some stats can back up whatever your eyes are seeing.
Yeah.
There's some of those out there. What stood out to me too was just. Like, to be honest, the first players I saw, because you guys were telling me, like, oh, man, just wait till you see how big these dudes are. The first player that I saw was actually not the first player. The first players, Tabor Pepper, Mitch Wishnowsky, and Robbie Gold, who walked right by me. And even those guys, I'm like, sheesh, those guys.
Yeah,
like,
Wishnowsky's thick.
Yeah. That's just a punter.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Robbie Gold's skinny.
Yeah, he is a little bit.
Very skinny.
Yeah. But they went to do their work off to the side, and then the running backs started doing the work. And it was not just the running backs, but it was more so the punt return team. So not Elijah Mitchell. Elijah Mitchell wasn't involved.
Ray McLeod and those guys.
Yeah. Guys who are just trying to make the roster.
Absolutely.
But also Trey Sermon and JaMychal Hasty and those guys. And I was in a direct line with where they were running.
Yeah.
So the drill was, they didn't actually have Wishnowsky doing the punting. They had a coach doing it. Or actually, no, they had a jugs machine doing it. So they didn't have an actual kicker. But they had the jugs machine. Ball would go up, and, as you do when you're going on kick return or punt return, you're running back, toward whoever's receiving the ball. Mm-hmm. And then as soon as they catch the ball, that's when you run forward and go and make your block. Well, when the player would receive the ball, I'm in direct line with where they're running, and they have to go and hit a bag, and I'm just watching them, and it's as if they're coming right at me, and I'm like, dude, that's terrifying. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't even matter if it's Hasty or Sermon. Like, those guys were going straight at that dummy bag.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, man, how are you even supposed to?
I know.
How are you even supposed to get past those guys? It just really gives you like a full appreciation for what these guys do.
It's incredible. Okay, now you know that I've got like kind of a man crush when it comes to one guy, and it's because when you get up close to him and you watch him and you see him, you're like, oh my God, he's just different. Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
What did you think when you first walked up and saw Nick Bosa?
Nick Bosa was just he like the aura that he gives is that he knows he is
one of the baddest dudes ever.
Yes, like he understands who he is and that he's the best defender on the field, at least one of the best defenders on the field, and he is the guy on the defensive line. And then when it got to 11-on-11s, I mean, I know Colton McKivitz is not going to be your starting left tackle. Trent Williams didn't practice yesterday, but he just got right by Colton McKivitz with a little swim move. Like, it was just boom, boom.
The thighs are explosive.
It's unreal.
And then he wears the pants up over the thighs, and you just see how large his legs are. His ability to stay low with that leverage and never lose balance is one of the most incredible things I've ever seen. And then you look at the rest of that defensive line around him. Eric Armstead is a massive human being.
Yes.
Just an absolutely massive. Ibukam might be one of the biggest people you've ever seen. And then he stands next to all those other defensive linemen,
Yeah.
and you're like, he's not even that big.
Right.
It's remarkable how jacked their D-line is. And then Kinlaw comes in. Kinlaw was moving so much better this year than last year.
Yeah.
Last year, you could tell his conditioning was off. I mean, he would like practice a little, then he'd come out of a drill, and he'd in and out. This year, he just looks so much more fluid. He was moving around. I think we're poised. Again, he's got to stay healthy. But boy, you get him on that line with Armstead. And then the other guy who really I just like, he's smaller, way smaller. He's a different body type. I like Givens. Givens is nice. He's got that quick little explosion. He's a shorter player. I think he gives them a little something different in terms of body type on that D-line. And then trying to find that guy opposite. Drake Jackson, I thought, flashed a little here and there. Ibukam was the guy starting when they were doing, like, quote-unquote starting units.
I think that's going to be an interesting battle going forward, is who's on the other side of Nick Bosa on the edge.
Right? I do, too. And they've got so many different options that they can go with. I mean, they don't have to go traditional. Traditional edge rusher. They may kick Eric Armstead out on the outside or right next to Bosa. I don't know. They could do a lot of different things. Maybe move Bosa on the inside to get him an advantageous matchup. So I just look at this defensive line and I go, that's the strength of this team.
Yes.
By far.
And then Chris Kasarik is out there just yelling at him at every single play. He is so he is a spectacle, man.
Wouldn't you agree? The O-line and D-line coaches are the stars of the show.
Always, because they're the ones yelling constantly. What are you pulling?
Just a little hair.
Oh, a little hair on my shoulder? That's all right.
I've been pulling hair out of all my clothes in my shower ever since I got married, so I'm accustomed to it.
Yeah, it happens. Thank you for that.
That's all good.
But no, man, the trenches, the trench coaches, man,
are the best.
Yeah, they're insane.
Now,
they're insane.
We're going to get to Trey Lance. Believe me, I've got so many Trey Lance takes. I cannot start this first segment without bringing up one thing that is so obvious to the naked eye. Mm-hmm. Dear God, the 49ers center position is the smallest guy on the field.
Yeah.
I mean, it is like, it's alarming how little. Sam Lubman had a line to me. Sam, I need you to recreate the line that you said to me regarding the 49ers center position.
Yeah, Sam.
Well, there's a couple lines I said about the 49ers.
Okay, to give me a couple of them.
Well, one was just, I mean, you imagine him going against Aaron Donald. He will literally just pick him up.
Jake Brendel, you're talking about.
Yeah, Jake Brendel. Pick him up and just kind of set him to the side. I'm making arm motions as if people can see me. But he'll just, pick him up, just kind of set him to the side.
Like you're moving a trash can.
Yeah, but like I remember when I was in high school, I was on the offensive and defensive line, and he, compared to the rest of the offensive line, looks like I did compared to the guys who I played with in high school. Like, that's not a good thing.
Well, to be fair, though,
he looks so small.
I know, but he's still 6'4".
Oh, he's still
299 pounds.
I'm not talking about height. I'm talking about width-wise, especially when you contrast that with how thick and chesty and barrel-looking that Alex Mack was last year. Like, there's a look. Rodney Hudson's a great example.
Yeah.
There's a look that a center has. And I'm not saying you can't be a great center. What I'm saying is, just looking at it, he looks out of place.
Kind of like a Jason Kelsey type.
He looks out of place. And I'm not saying that he can't be a good player. I'm just worried about that position. I'm very worried about that position. Alongside of him, I noticed right away. I turned to Lubman and I said, I'm telling you right now, Spencer Burford, I think that's how you pronounce his name. This kid's going to be a player. I think he's going to play guard. I said it right away. I think he's going to play guard. He looks big. To me, he's the Laken Tomlinson replacement. Maybe not right away. I'm more impressed with what I saw from him early on than Aaron Banks. Aaron Banks, I'm really worried about this. Look, I hope I'm wrong. I really am. I don't see it. Look, they don't have pads on. I don't want to lose my mind. I'm thinking down the line as we're thinking about, the Warriors contract's 2 years from now. No, I'm talking 7 weeks down the line.
Yeah.
If the Niners have interior offensive line problems, we're going to look back at the Trey Sermon draft pick in the 4th round. We're going to look back at the Davis pick, the running back in the 3rd round. And we're going to look back at the Aaron Banks pick in the 2nd round the year prior. And we're going to say, God, you sure you needed 2 running backs and that guard who can't help you? Why didn't you take a center? Why didn't you take a guard? Like, to me, and they did take the guard in Aaron Banks. Maybe he's just the wrong pick. I hope it materializes. I'm worried about the interior offensive line. Very worried.
Aaron Banks and Spencer Burford's a 4th rounder. And
he's a big dude.
And it doesn't. Yeah, he's 6'5", 300 pounds.
He's a big dude.
He's massive.
But he plays it too.
Yeah,
he's got great feet.
And you know what though? If you're, I don't care if you're a third rounder, fourth rounder, fifth rounder. Sometimes if you're an offensive line, it doesn't matter. You don't need to be a first round pick to be a stud offensive lineman. So if you're drafted in the fourth round, I mean, if he wins that starting job, it's right up for the taking. And I saw him actually. He was one of the guys I wrote down.
Okay.
I wrote down.
What'd you put?
I wrote down 74, taking reps with the ones. Copious notes yesterday
Look
on
at
11
you.
on 11s, right? And I didn't even know who that was. I didn't know who that. And then I looked him up. And I was like, oh, Spencer Burford. He was a big dude, man, in 11 on 11s. Yeah.
My very first thing was for him, Burford, big guard.
Yeah.
Big as in big. And I identified him right away. Because I'm looking, I'm saying, man, is he going to tackle? Then I saw him get down in the stance. I go, no, that boy is a guard. And he's a big dude. I like him a lot. And maybe that offsets the Aaron Banks thing. I'm monitoring it. Let's just put it that way. I'm not alarmed. It's not the end of the world. Pads aren't on. But if you're a Niner fan, you got to be a little worried. And I got to think, I'm just holding out, here. D Ford gets released yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to end up happening with the Jimmy Garoppolo money. I don't know who's going to be available. But let's say somebody gets cut in camp from another team. Let's say there is a aging veteran that can come and solidify or at least compete for a spot. I think the Niners have to do their due diligence. If I was looking at the one area that to me sticks out on that field, after not seeing the game, and things can change during the game, I'm holding out my optimism to see what happens. But that would be the position I'd be most monitoring.
Yeah, no, you know what, though? There's still some free agents out there right now, and you could solidify that position group. But you know what we need to talk about? You know what position group we need to talk about? The quarterbacks.
Oh,
and that's what's coming up on the game. Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. 888-957-9570. That's the Comcast Business X line and the phone number. We know that you were going crazy at Trey Lance throwing videos yesterday. What did you think? We would love for you, the listener, to weigh in.
How many beat writers did you see with their phone out during those trails?
Tons. I mean, I was one of them, though.
Oh, you were?
I was one of them. I'll show you a couple of videos I got at the break.
Like Tiger Woods teeing off at the Masters?
Live.
Or actually, I guess you're not allowed to use your phone at the Masters, but any other normal tournament where everyone's got their phone out?
Live on YouTube, live on Twitch. You can catch us at 95.7 The Game. We are live at the Santa Clara Hilton Hotel.
Niner fans, call in, ask me about a guy, ask me about a position group. Like, bring it. I know you got questions. I know you want to see this team. Who's fired up? I am so pumped for this season.
Stephen Langford in for Bonte Hill. It is Joe Shasky. It's the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Mr. Crick with BetQL. Betting Major League Baseball can be tough, especially in the dog days of summer. But you can find a way to get around that by targeting really bad pitchers like Patrick Corbin of the Washington Nationals. In his last start, the Dodgers were 2.5-run favorites against him. Corbin went out and gave up 6 runs in the first inning alone. So watch for Patrick Corbin, and when he's on the bump, fade him and the Nationals hard for the rest of the season. I'm Trista Crick, helping you be the best.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward and master 5th grade math.
I can't do this. It's impossible.
Not you, Dad, your daughter. Staples will help her move forward.
Right.
Right now, Staples comp books and number 2 pencils are just 50 cents each. Plus, 2 pocket paper folders are only 25 cents each. Everything on your list at amazing prices. Staples, we're not going back. We're going forward to school. Ends 8/27 in store only, limit 30.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured.
Roast. Vontae Hill is on vacation for the next couple of weeks. Stephen Langford in, Joe Shasky. We are live from the Hilton in Santa Clara for day 2 of 49ers training camp. And you know what? Before we get to the 49ers, Steph Curry coming back on the rejoin there. You see him throw out the first pitch at the A's game yesterday?
I saw the still image. I didn't see the throw.
Yeah, no, the throw was, the throw had some velocity on it, but just a bit outside.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's a great pop.
Aisha was on the mound with him? Aisha was on the mound with him?
Yes, he was. Yeah, they both threw it out.
Spadoni, we didn't hear you at all.
Yeah, what'd you say?
Actually, I have sound explaining why Stephen Curry, he was in the booth with Bip Roberts and Glenn Kuiper and explained why it was so bad.
Give it to me.
So all of my friends that were giving me, were teasing me a little bit about how bad my pitch was going to be and all that. I wanted to throw some heat. When I got up there, I felt the presence on my right side, and I didn't really know how I could, really do the release and whatnot. So that's why I went a little to the right. I'm glad he picked it up out the dirt and didn't make me look bad. But
plus you're throwing. Yeah, I mean you're throwing off the side of the mound. That's not easy to do.
I know.
We're trying to help you out a little.
I guess like trying to do everything difficult.
Just overthinking. That's what it sounds like, Shasky.
Highlight of the A's year?
It might have been. 16.5 back for the wild card, as Evan Gimmicks kept telling me.
Look, the reality is they're, 6-2 or whatever since the break, and the Giants are 0-7?
Yeah.
So
there you go.
And that concludes my baseball conversation for today.
You're not going to be talking baseball today. Don't want to talk baseball
Let's get
today.
into something happy.
But the 49ers, day 2 of training camp. And you know what, Shasky, I was thinking about this. After practice, we missed. We missed. We did not make a similar video like you and Bonte made last year.
Didn't need to.
No, I think we did. You know why? Because Brock Purdy needs to be the backup quarterback for this team in 2022.
So you saw what I saw.
Oh, Brock Purdy.
He looked great in drills.
He did. He did.
Throwing to the outside, Brock Purdy, not a strength. He looked a little overwhelmed in 11 on 11s. It's the guy's first day. Yeah. No, but he did really look good. Like, on the real, Brock Purdy did not look bad. He looked very polished. I liked what I saw.
Made a couple of throws on the run that I saw, which I liked.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's get to Trey Lance.
Trey Lance. So,
you know how Dibs and Willard do Song of the Day?
Yes.
I don't want them listening because I know Willard's probably listening somewhere as he's walking some steps right now. I've got a song of the day that I've now created, and we're going to hold it till the changeover that I'm going to play for them in regards to Trey Lance.
I mean, are you going to reveal that song of the day? Or are you
Should
keep
I?
That
what do you think?
Well, I mean, they probably are driving down as we speak right now.
Well, Spadoni, you are on that show every single day. I want you to tell me, should I reveal it now or later?
You used to work with Chris Townsend. It's called the Tease, babe. Okay.
Tease, the chicken pie pot shop.
So Willard is not on today. I believe it is Larry Krueger who is filling in for him.
Well, then you know what? Let's play it today.
All right.
Give it to me.
Do we have the song?
Yeah, I think we have the song. This is Akon.
Oh, yeah, I know.
This is me singing to Trey Lance yesterday as I walked up in slow motion and watched drills. I'm telling you right now, Niner fans.
You know what I'm saying, Tim?
My love ballad to Trey. Song of the day. Give it to me.
Nobody wanna see us together, but it don't matter, no.
Cause I got you, babe.
All right, Niner fans, you could pod down the music, Spadoni. I'm going to tell you this right now.
3 people walked out of the Hilton as we started singing that. Sorry.
Trey Lance looks phenomenal.
He does.
All right, now there's a lot of little tiny things he needs to clean up, and we'll get all of that, no doubt about it. The fact that Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't there, I heard people for months talk about Jimmy be here, Jimmy there. You watched it. You were on that field. Trey wasn't going to wither. I'm not saying he's going to wither. It just made things so clear for everyone else on that field. That guy was in control. He looked a cut above physically than anything Brock Purdy or Sudfeld was doing out there. And then I looked at forget the arm. We'll get to the arm in a second. The footwork. He has been working on his footwork, and his feet look so dialed in terms of how he was dropping back, his step forward, and, the hitch, depending on the different things that he was working on. Trey Lance looked absolutely polished, like he has been working in the lab with the specialist, whether it's a quarterback coach, whether it's someone from the Niners, whoever. He looks so good. Yeah. He looks like the guy that I traded 3 picks to go up and get. 6'4", chiseled out of granite, confident, calm, working on touch passes. I loved everything I saw from Trey Lance yesterday.
Being what you expect a quarterback to be, even in drills that weren't involved with the team. Like when he was just working with the offense, and it was something as simple as, we're just going to, you know what we're going to do? We're just going to throw outlet passes here. Boom, 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 boom. Like something as simple as that. He is yelling at everybody. He's got he's raising his voice. He's going to high five everyone. Like he is the leader. And I do think you make a good point at the beginning. Like we talked so much about, if Jimmy Garoppolo were still on this team, would he compete for starting the starting quarterback job? Yeah. Would there be a quarterback competition? Well, no. But the reason that I didn't want Jimmy there, forget the competition. It would just be a different vibe. I feel like
totally
if Garoppolo were on the field.
Totally
like
agree.
I don't know. I'm sure Lance would have still been doing the same things that he was doing yesterday.
It just would have been odd.
But it was just it felt like it was Trey's team.
Absolutely.
And there were no question marks about it.
Look, I was talking with a lot of different people yesterday, walking around that field. Yeah. Somebody from the 49ers said to me, I know a lot of people wanted to see the kid play last year. It's kind of like the perfect situation. I mean, the Niners really threaded the needle here. They squeezed the lemon for every drop on Jimmy G. All right? Now, he's still on the roster right now. They'll figure it out. He's not going to get on the field. Trey Lance got a year to hold a clipboard and develop and work on all these things. He didn't get his ego bruised. He didn't get physically beaten up. All right? He gets an opportunity to step in to a roster that's feeling really good about themselves, that's run-based, that is defense-heavy, And he just has to go out there and be himself and have fun. And I think that he's still, if he were in this draft class, there's only one quarterback taken who would be younger than him right now in this last draft class.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. And again, when I watched that guy, the leadership, I walked onto that field. The first thing I saw when they went to 11 on 11s, his cadence. We talk so much, Alex Smith and Colin Kaepernick, they weren't the loudest guys. And so they get to the line and being boisterous at the line in terms of your cadence. I mean, we make fun of Omaha, you know, with Peyton Manning. That is a big part of playing quarterback.
That's a huge part of it. He would fool defenses just based on the words that he was saying at the line.
The way that he was conducting the hut hikes, okay, if you will, the people that are, you know, hiking the ball, it seems like something that's very, very simplistic. There's an art to it. Aaron Rodgers gets guys to jump off every game. How many free throws has that guy had in his career?
A lot.
Doesn't it feel like he does it 50 times a season?
He specializes in that.
And so something as simple as the cadence, I came away going, God, he's got full command.
Yeah.
Full command. He was calling audibles at the line. Now, some of them were checked into runs that got stuffed, okay? He can work on that. It just, to me, he felt like he was in complete control, and I never looked at him like, deer in the headlights.
Yeah. I know we don't want to focus on the arm too much, but I'm going to
get to it.
But I'm going to right now, Shaz, because we do have to get to break. Here, well, real quick, dude. I was sitting on the sideline with Guru, and they're running drills where kind of like the same way. I was in a direct path with the return team, and you know them practicing their blocking or whatever. I was in a direct path with the quarterbacks and where they were thrown to the wide receivers, and the zip on that ball that Trey Lance has compared to anyone else there.
Effortless.
I understand it's Nate Sudfeld and it's Brock Purdy, so it's not like you're going up against
players.
It's not like you're going up against superstars, but the difference there, it's to the naked eye, you could just tell. Boom! It's just right there, and it's like, damn! Like Lance is just the zip on that ball is really what I took.
He looks like the number 1 overall pick that they went up to go grab, right? Doesn't he? I mean, that's what he looks like. Look, there's more on Trey Lance. I got a couple of things I think I want to see him clean up that may not get cleaned up this year. But again, this guy's 21. He's 21 years old. Also, I'm identifying his number 1 target right now.
That is crazy that he's 21 too.
It's insane.
That's nuts.
It's insane.
He's only
and the moxie alone on that field, when on a field of giants, the kid stood tall, didn't he?
That posture.
Oh my
that
God.
posture, like he knows.
I tried to tell Guru.
I'm the guy.
I tried to tell Guru. I go, Guru, this is a field of gladiators who are massive. And the kid stands there and you just know, like right away, like, oh yeah, it's different. No. It's the layup line in basketball.
Right.
You go to a high school game, and I said this to Steiny Guru last year. You go and you see the layup line, you go, oh my God, that guy looks different.
Yeah.
That's when I'm looking to Trey, and it's the layup line equivalent in terms of these drills. You're like, oh yeah, that looks totally different.
Yeah. Actually, now that I think about it, there's one guy who really stood out. That was back when he was playing in high school in Castro Valley. But JTA, Juan Toscano Anderson, when he was Juan Anderson at the time, he wasn't Juan Toscano Anderson, but even in the layup line, like that dude, like he was the guy, and you could tell. And it's the same kind of thing with Trey Lance, except now we're talking about the NFL instead of high school basketball. Look, we got John in San Jose who was cool enough to call in, so we'll get to him on the other side. That's what's coming up on the game. It's Stephen Langford and Joe Shasky. We are live from the Hilton in Santa Clara for day 2 of 49ers training camp. Again, 888-957-9570. It's 95.7 The Game.
DQ presents Picture This. Picture yourself at DQ on Thursday, July 28th for Miracle Treat Day.
field of Adonises. One of the most gifted people physically I've ever seen. I sound insane.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
All right, everybody get a telly. Let's go tell nobody. All right, it's Mac Mall. It's actually Stephen Langford and Joe Shasky at the Hotel Mac Mall. We're at the Hilton Santa Clara.
Yes, and shout out to Margie Johnston, the GM here, Michelle Knipe, the Director of Sales and Marketing, for getting us all set up here.
Absolutely.
Right in the lobby. Come down to the Hilton in Santa Clara. Say hi, as we are here for day 2 of 49ers training camp. Now, later on in the show, because right now we're going to be talking Trey Lance. We actually got John in San Jose, who's been waiting patiently on hold, so we do want to get to him. But we are going to have some Warriors discussion, because the NBA offseason there's no offseason within the NBA. The news never stops, and we will talk about Draymond Green, all the reports that surfaced yesterday. We'll get into all of that. But real quick, let's get to John in San Jose, who has a question, I believe, about special teams, asking what they look like in training camp. What's going on, John?
What up, John?
Not much, but the defense was okay last year. The offense was acceptable last year, but the glaring difference between them and a lot of other teams is the special teams.
Agreed.
Didn't seem to really hit.
Yeah, 100%. So are you asking about what the special teams looked like yesterday?
How'd they look?
Well, it's tough to tell, because they're doing these drills where all they're doing is punting it down or kicking it down, and a guy comes up and catches it. They dropped a lot of balls in those drills. I don't know if you were paying attention. I was watching it. They don't have a clearly defined returner. I don't know. Maybe it's Ray McLeod.
Yeah. But punt return was one of the worst facets of that team last year.
Well, and yesterday on the field, it just looked very unsolidified, if I was going to put that way. You got a lot of guys that are trying to make the team, right? And then you got a lot of guys that don't know if they're on the team or if they are on the team. And so it's a mismatch unit right now. And I think it's the one area that it's almost impossible to predict, because they're going to experiment with stuff during during the exhibition season. And some of these guys are going to be running down the field for the very first time as an 11-man unit when Game 1 kicks off against Chicago. So I don't know if I'm prepared to even make an assessment at this point.
Now, if you want to be like John in San Jose and you want to call in, 888-957-9570 is the number to do so. That's also the Comcast Business Text line. We are live on YouTube.
Yeah.
We are live on Twitch. And as always, Shasky, you could download the Odyssey app, favorite 95.7 The Game. Go to the Odyssey app. If you're on your way to the Hilton in Santa Clara and maybe you don't have a means of a radio to listen to, well, you can go to the Odyssey app. There's millions of podcasts. There's other stations that you can listen to. If you don't want to listen to us, they're all free on the Odyssey app. AUDACY, music, news, podcasts, all available, completely free. And of course, when we're in Warrior season, you can catch every Warrior game live on the Odyssey app. So a lot of opportunities there if you download.
There's no doubt. And I want to get back into Trey Lance. Special teams is look, for people that are out there worried about the special teams, TBD.
Right.
I'm worried too. Trust me. I still don't see a legit. If I was running a team, and I'm different. There's only 47 guys suiting up on game day. I would have a clearly defined returner in punt and kick return. I would be investing in that every single year with one of my draft picks. It's easy to say, it's hard to do, but to me, it's the one element of this team that they've been lacking since Ted Ginn Jr. left this team in 2011 when he couldn't suit up in the NFC Championship game. It has cost them time and time and time again. And to not have a guy that you can put back there consistently, it's very glaring. And then there's the wrapping up part in terms of having more safeties and less wide receivers on that punt return unit, having some guys that can actually tackle and can run in space. With all the injuries they had last year, it was a nightmare.
You know, what's funny is field position is everything, but I also think Kyle Shanahan kind of likes it when his team is pinned back to the 10 or the 12, and that way he can run like an 8.
But it almost costs them like 5 plays.
It definitely can, and I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to say that. I think they should rather be pinned back at the 10 every single time. No, field position is everything. Wouldn't you want to make scoring a touchdown easier and getting points easier?
Yes.
Of course, but I do feel like Kyle Shanahan in the back of his mind is like, all right, I got a chance to drop an 18-play drive that's going to last the entire quarter.
That's one element, and then the other element is they score a big touchdown, and then they have 3 different times last year. A late touchdown, and then, let's give up a 43-yard return on the back end and give them unbelievable field position.
No, they're like punt returning. Of course, you need a good punt return team, and it gives you all the benefits in the world.
And the irony of the whole thing was they were horrific last year. Yeah. And then in the Green Bay game, it ended up actually winning them the game with the block from God, a.k.a. Jordan Willis, and then Hufanga scoops it up and scores.
Now, Trey Lance, you heard my thoughts on it. Just this.
Give it to me one more time. I love him. By the way, forget how he's playing, because it's tough to tell with the safeties. He looks like a player, doesn't he? Like with the hair flowing through the helmet. There's just a look.
Yeah, and maybe that's like the Troy Polamalu effect, of him going out at safety and seeing all that. But Hufanga's always involved in every play. Yeah. Even going back to last year.
He's a chirper, too.
Anytime he's on the field, he's always running around. It feels like you can see the number 29 Hufanga jersey every single play. But Trey Lance.
Yes.
So I saw that yesterday. I was in direct line when they were just, doing quick quarterback to wide receiver drills, and the zip on the ball is what stood out to me right away. I know it's Nate Sudfeld. I understand it's Brock Purdy, but still, it was definite that he was the better quarterback, the starting quarterback of this team. That was my main takeaway, at least from just those little drills. But what was your overall takeaway from Trey?
He just looks so much more comfortable and polished than he did last year. His cadence in terms of his sound, the sound that he was making out on the field for hiking the ball was incredible. Loved his command at the line. He felt like he understood where everyone needed to go. He was pointing at guys, telling them where to go. Now let's get to the actual throwing. I've told you, the footwork looks flawless. Yeah. And that, to me, is the big takeaway. You listen to Bill Walsh. I don't even need to see anything. I'm just looking at your feet. That'll tell me if you're going to complete a pass.
You guys were in a much better position to see the footwork.
Angles.
Yeah. Like I
told Sam, did I not, Sam? I'm big on the angle.
I was down on the opposite end. I think I was on the opposing 40. I might have been there when they were doing 11-on-11s from your side, and I look over to the corner, and I see you standing right over there, and I see Lubman in the squat.
Yeah.
Looking like he's about ready to be a catcher or something like that.
But that's what you do. You have to have the right angle.
Yeah.
And I'm also a moving target because the drills are moving so quick, and guys are going from one corner of the field because there's two fields side by side.
Right.
And so they could be on one quadrant, they could run to the opposite quadrant.
You got fans on each side.
Absolutely.
Too.
So I'm always moving, right? Here's the big thing for me for Trey Lance. The ball coming out of his hands, I not once, and Lubman, you were standing next to me, not once did it even cross my mind, the delivery looks elongated. Did it at one time did you even think about it? Because I thought the ball was coming out quick.
Well, the delivery thing, I think that's
much
just
ado about nothing.
I think that's just overblown. That's just trying to nitpick.
But did you even think about it yesterday?
No, because of how quick the ball was coming out in the release.
Exactly. And so my number one takeaway from Trey Lance, throwing to his right, he is freaking automatic. Okay? And if you're at home or you're in your car right now, think about it. You get the hike under center, okay? You turn to the right. The face mask's already kind of turning to the right. You're a right-handed thrower. Everything on the right-hand side of the field, man, it's not just being accurate, because it's one thing that a guy catches a pass. I'm talking ball placement to where a guy catches it between the numbers on the outside, turns upfield, and he can go. On the inside route, and can turn upfield and go. His ball placement to the right was so much better yesterday than I'd seen it last year. Yeah. And that, my number one takeaway is he's clearly been working. I'm not just going to be accurate. I have to be pinpoint ball placement accurate, and his synergy with Brandon Ayuk was next level. Watching Brandon Ayuk come out of a break and boom, ball right on the back shoulder. Right. Ball, boom, right on the inside. Him and Ayuk, look, I know the videos have been circulating everywhere. It's real, in the words of Jerry Seinfeld and Terry Hatcher, I believe, was the one who said it. Their synergy, their chemistry, their rapport, I'm already seeing it in real time. If you want to lock in two guys in fantasy, I'm telling you right now, I know Debo's going to be a big part of it. Ayuk and Trey Lance are on the same page. And I didn't believe it because the videos are one thing. To see it on that field, I mean, Lubman, how many breaks did Ayuk turn and the ball was right where it needed to be?
I mean, it was almost automatic every time, like right at him.
It was unreal, right?
He was straight up automatic every time.
I saw Ayuk made a huge catch in the middle of the field.
He jumped up in the air.
Where he jumped up in the air and caught it. I think it was in like double coverage. And, it was just a sea of hands everywhere. But Brandon Ayuk was the one that caught it. And, out of the wide receivers, like Brandon Ayuk stood out.
Absolutely. How good did he look?
Everything that he was doing. He does.
He looks bigger.
He does. And he looks like,
confident.
Kind of like the Trey Lance thing. Where it's like he knows that I know Debo's probably the number one receiver right now, but hey, I'm a really close number 2, and I could be a number 1 on a lot of teams. Like, he looks like he took last year
a quantum leap,
where he's just thinking, you know what? Kyle Shanahan is tough on his wide receivers, being a former wide receiver himself. So when Shanahan tells me last year, like, hey, you're not working hard enough, or whatever it was. Maybe you're not doing enough at camp. You're not doing what I want from you as a wide receiver. I think he took that and just ran with it into this year, and has just leaps and bounds. Has gone to it thinking, you know what? From day one of practice, that's when I'm going to prove to Kyle Shanahan, like, hey, I'm the guy. I'm not going to wait until, week 5 or week 6 to when they can really start giving me targets. It started giving me 8, 9 targets a game, as opposed to, I think the most he had through the first 5 weeks was like 6 targets or something like that. 4 catches.
But you look up and he had 800 yards last year,
right?
Which is like, wow, really?
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, but a lot of those happened after week 6.
Yes, you're right.
Sure.
He finished strong.
But he took it upon himself to say, you know what? We're not going to have a repetition of last year, which is just, hey, I'm in the doghouse. You don't want to be in the doghouse.
No, you absolutely don't.
The doghouse is the worst place to be.
Are you going to do a bit on me here?
I might do it. I might. I don't know. That's more for the pregame show, though, from 5 to 6, Monday through Friday. Check it out.
I love it. The other thing that when I watching Brandon Ayuk, it just seems to me like he understands that for him to be the best version of himself, he needs to be on the same page as Trey Lance. And clearly they've put in the work and the time. We heard from Matt Stafford last year that him and Cooper Kupp would get there early and they'd throw whatever it was, 100 passes a day to each other.
Yeah.
Right? And it ended up being, somebody did the math, 5,000 passes that 2 of them have thrown to each other.
Yeah, over the course of a year's time,
But look, when you get to the NFC Championship game and it's the final drive of the game and Cooper Kupp continues to get open and you're like, what the hell? And Stafford's hitting him in stride. You don't think that happens off schedule? No, they worked at it every single day. And so to see Trey Lance put in the work, and then for Ayuk to put in the work with him, and then to see it come to fruition on the field at practice, it's a validation of all the hard work. And to me, it's going to pay dividends, not in practice. It's going to pay dividends when they're trying to beat the Arizona Cardinals on the road, when they're trying to beat the LA Rams in the playoffs.
Didn't we see that against the Rams in the playoffs in the NFC Championship? You saw that one play on that final drive after Jaquiski Tartt had dropped that ball. Then Matthew Stafford made an unreal throw to Cooper Kupp. That only comes through practice.
Exactly.
Everyone, you know what's funny,
and people downplay practice. And I'm telling you, this sport, more than any sport, is addicted to practice. You look at Debo. You think he got that body by not practicing?
Yeah.
Oh, so just the games. No, this is the only sport you practice 7 times to the amount of games that you actually played.
I was one of those guys, Shasky.
What?
I was one of those guys who downplayed what practice was like.
We really are talking about practice.
I was kind of doing that,
But it's different from basketball. It's different from baseball.
Right, well, I mean, I know it's an Allen Iverson drop, but I'm just talking about practice in general. I downplayed it. I did. I just thought, you know what, it's day 1, whatever. They're just going to go out there and, it's just going to be a regular practice.
After seeing it, they're
after
full
seeing
bore.
it, it's like these guys can't go anything but 100%.
It's real.
It is real. When they were doing 11 on 11s, and I see Fred Warner and Brandon Ayuk get tangled up, there's,
So how far away were you from that?
I was 4 feet away.
Okay, explain that
I was 4 feet away.
So what'd you see? You saw him get tangled up?
Brandon Ayuk catches one of those outlet passes, and Ayuk gets caught in a crowd of linebackers, and all of them are there, but Fred Warner's the one on the outside, and it looked like Fred Warner was trying to punch the ball out.
Okay.
Even though the play had been completed, he'd already had 2
steps. Dude, these guys are ego competitive maniacs. maniacs.
Yes.
In a good way.
And then I see, exactly.
Testosterone flying
and
everywhere.
And then I see Ayuk kind of like ruffling his arm around as if he's trying to, break out of a scrum. And then I just see him kind of push Fred Warner a little bit. Then Fred Warner looks at him, he's like, whoa, I love it. I love it. Let's go.
Fred Warner's so much fun to watch.
And I was like, it is just, okay, I know it's day one of practice, but you wouldn't think it's just day one of practice.
I love it.
If you're exactly, it was like Stephen A. I love it. Like
that team yesterday that stepped on that field, we're pissed as hell that we lost in the NFC Championship game, and we are going to pour our soul out onto this field every single day to get back to that position. Don't you think?
Yes. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. We are live here from the Hilton in Santa Clara for day 2 of training camp. And speaking of Fred Warner, guys that kind of surprise you with their size.
He's a huge human being.
You wouldn't think so.
Cut like a V.
You wouldn't think that he's one of the bigger players on the field
he's massive.
Just by watching it on TV. Like, he makes his presence felt.
And he's down in the crouch kind of.
But I'm watching him, I'm like, damn, he's
massive.
He's taller than everybody on this team. Yeah.
He flies.
Yeah. And
I
it's
know.
just like, that guy's a beast. He
was
was itching to get on the field in 11-on-11. When the backups came
he's
in,
great, isn't
the
he?
twos were coming
it's
in.
So good.
I just see him on the sideline just like
roaming.
Just pacing back and forth.
Addicted to practice.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
You think you just get better playing? Like I know fans, it's just practice. Like, yes, there are levels to it. There are guys that are practice players. I freely admit that, okay? Jeff Garcia is a notorious, horrible practice player. I said to Lubman, Garoppolo is not a guy who's going to wow you in shorts and no pads. No. He doesn't have a strong arm. Some guys are gamers. I concede that. But there are levels to this stuff, and practice is part of proving you can do it in the game. It's not the only thing, but it's definitely a check mark. And when you see that field and you see all those studs, it's real. It is absolutely real. You bring up Fred Warner and his size. The guy who pops to me, and he didn't practice a lot because he was kind of working on the side, and they really tried to keep him out of a lot of these 11-on-11 drills because he's such a Porsche for this team. Mm-hmm. George Kittle is cut from granite. How big is George Kittle? He walks by you. He looks like he's in the WWE.
That was when we met up.
His chest is humongous.
We didn't really see each other through the practice. I was on one side. You and Lubman.
I'm sorry, I took off.
Dude, you're good, man.
Okay.
I was running around. I was shaking hands, introducing myself. I'm like, hey, I'm that guy filling in for Butler. that was the way I built myself. But when we met up, finally, toward the end of the practice, George Kittle was kind of doing his thing. Yeah. Probably for the crowd. Because the crowd was right there. Yeah. He was doing some of the work.
He's a showman.
He is. But when he walked by, I looked at him. I'm like, this dude really does look like a WWE star. I know it's a cliche.
How big are his arms?
Huge veins popping out of his arms.
He doesn't look that big on the field.
No.
But then you stand next to him, and then you see him amongst all the other guys. You're like, God.
And maybe it's the pads that have an effect on that. Maybe not. But I'm looking at his arms. I'm thinking, I don't think his arms are that big.
I mean, come on.
It looks like The Rock.
Langford, what I told you, when you get on that field and you see how fast and how big and how strong these guys are, and that's the one thing that I think John Lynch, he gets. And Chip Kelly didn't get this. And Chip Kelly, I want a bunch of small guys who can run. Okay, yeah, that's an element of the game. You got to be fast and speedy. There's no doubt about it. I want big dudes that lay people out. I want a big, physical, bruising team that I can take on the road in a snow game and go, we're going to beat you for 4 straight quarters and punch you in the mouth. And I look at that team that they put on that field yesterday, that's the kind of team that they've built. And that is a bully, is it not?
It is.
It's a bully.
It's one that is going to get to you by the time the fourth quarter comes around. Unfortunately, the Rams had their number at the end of that game.
It was a couple of plays. I mean, that's really what it was.
You know what? If Tart would have caught that ball, then yeah, we all know that the outcome would have been.
And heck,
the Niners
maybe, you know what? Maybe they go 3 and out and they give them the ball back and they go down. Like, who knows? But we all agree. They're a possession away from being right there.
Yes.
And that team, I look at them yesterday and I could feel it. They are dedicated to getting back there.
Yeah. I was standing next to Guru, right? And he's just looking at me. He's like, they're so professional.
I know.
And he's like, this ain't high school, and we're watching. And it's just like, man, everyone understands their role. And again, I'm going to repeat what I said at the top of the hour, at the top of the show when we got into the training camp talk. But what what caught my eye right away when we got to that field is just the amount of people that are involved into making this one practice work.
If you were to add in all the players,
yes,
250 people involved.
Insane,
right?
Insane.
Maybe I'm overestimating.
You think 53-man roster, okay, but it's not just the 53
It's a community.
players. It's not just the coaches. It is everybody. It's their assistants. It's the guy who's running around. It's the guy. There's one guy. I was like, man, there's a lot of pressure on this dude, but he's the one just throwing passes to the wide receivers.
Ayuk.
Yeah, no, it's just the wide receivers were in a line. It was just a drill where they're catching passes as they're running straight toward the guy who's throwing the ball. And I'm like, man, that guy's got a lot of pressure, man. I wouldn't want to inaccurately throw a ball. Like I was like, damn, I'd be nervous. But guys like that, from top to bottom, it's just such a. I'm looking at it thinking, man, it's the amount of people that it takes in order to win a Super Bowl, and they're not doing it just today. They're doing it up until the season starts. Everybody on the sideline.
They've been doing it behind the scenes
Yeah.
before they even get out on the field.
It's much more than just seeing them on the field, on the sideline when they're actually playing games. And, a lot of people are just kind of standing around doing their thing. But at practice, like everybody's working, everybody's moving, having a very specific role. It really opened my eyes when I got there. So if you can get down to training camp, I highly recommend you do so.
Yeah, absolutely. Back to Lance just ever so slightly here. So many things that I thought that I loved that I saw from him. There's so many drills that they're working on, and you're going to try to throw it as hard as you can. A lot of guys, right? Yeah. Like that's what they're trying to do, show off the arm and things like that. He clearly has a rocket, and even when he comes back and rears it, I didn't see the high ball that I saw last year. Last year, when he went to throw, he was doing these like shortstop plays where he's booting and running to his left, throwing across his body. I mean, he was boom, 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 throwing absolute seeds. And you look at it when you contrast it with Sudfeld and with Brock Purdy trying to do that exact same drill. I mean, their arm is not even close to as strong nor as accurate. I mean, they're all coming up short or fluttering balls out in the front. But he was working on the touch passes, Trey Lance was, which I think a lot of people have concerns on. Hey, is the kid dedicated to throwing the touch pass? He was working on the touch pass, and his touch pass looks a lot better this year.
That was the knock on him last year, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's just hey, Jimmy is much better at those throws, and that's what the system is predicated on. But they have put an emphasis on working on
absolutely,
that with
and the
Trey.
checkdowns,
and we know what Trey can do downfield. We saw it last season. That pass to Debo that he had, where he's rolling out to his right, then just throws across his body. Even at the opening preseason game to Trent Sherfield, like we know that he could do that, but it's those short, intermediate throws, like you mentioned, the touch passes. I'm excited to see what this guy can do this year.
There's one area specifically I want to see him clean up. I want to get to that on the other side. Right. One specific area. This is really nuanced, but I think you need to hear it, 49er fans. And then we got to get into the Draymond sound.
Of course.
Please, can we get
that?
into that?
Is what's coming up on the game. It's brought to you by Chilton Auto Body, 888-957-9570. That is the phone number as well as the Comcast business text line. What do you, the listener, what do you want to see from Trey Lance this year? What's the biggest improvement from last year that you saw with Trey Lance that you want to see move on to this year? 888-957-9570. We will have Shasky's improvement on the other side, but would love to have you on. We are live from the Hilton here in Santa Clara. It is training camp day 2 for the San Francisco 49ers. Stephen Langford in for Bonte Hill, Joe Shasky. It's the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
We in here talking about practice.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15.
This is Andre Iguodala, and you are listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
It is the morning roast. Stephen Langford in for Bonte Hill. Bonte's on vacation for the next couple of weeks. He is over in Europe right now, taking pictures of the Eiffel Tower, having a great time. But we are here live from the Hilton in Santa Clara, along with Joe Shasky.
He changed his handle.
Who did?
Pepe Le Pew, a.k.a. Bonte Hill.
He's just got a simple IG handle. Just Bonte Hill.
Yeah, there are no other Bonte Hills.
That's all you need.
He's very lucky because Hill is a very popular last name.
Yeah. All right, we are live from the Hilton in Santa Clara, day 2 of 49ers training camp. And before we get to what you want to see improve from Trey Shasky after watching him in day 1, there's a $5.6 million reward up for grabs with MLB's Beat the Streak game. Of course, we know Joe DiMaggio's hitting streak of 56 games. Yeah. So what you have to do...
Joltin' Joe DiMaggio.
What you do with Beat
Martinez, California.
Martinez, yeah.
Him and the Van Gundys.
Always driving by that church where him and Marilyn Monroe got married over in San Francisco. Hey, Joe, this is your dad.
Yeah, my dad. There we go. Yeah, look at you.
But you can check out the Beat the Streak Daily podcast to find out which players have the best chance to get a hit today so you can get closer to becoming a millionaire. Call out players from your local MLB team who are hot or due for a hit. Download the Beat the Streak Daily on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And I've tried that Beat the Streak game, Shasky, and the highest I've ever gotten is to 18. So
interesting.
Can't get past 18. Didn't get past that. That was a while ago.
So your Joe DiMaggio knowledge, now that we're here.
I don't have much.
You don't have much?
That's really the extent of my Joe DiMaggio knowledge.
Do you know that him and his other brothers played outfield all simultaneously for the San Francisco Seals at one point?
Really?
And he also played shortstop for the Seals. Dom DiMaggio is actually in the Hall of Fame for the Boston Red Sox. And he wore glasses.
Wow.
Yeah. My DiMaggio knowledge is extensive.
The more you know. That's all I know is that him and Marilyn Monroe got married in that church in San Francisco. Tourist destination.
Yeah. Do you know the name of the church?
No. What's it called?
Oh boy, this kid. We're just look at TJ's giving him the look.
What?
I mean, you're just.
What did I do?
All right, let's get into the Trey Lance stuff. Trey Lance, I love you. Trey Lance yesterday, he was so pinpoint accurate going to the right. If there's one area it's going to take time. I don't expect you to be perfect. Come on. Like, the kid's 21 years old.
Yeah.
All right? Tom Brady has been in the league since, 2000, 99, whatever the draft was, 99, 98. He's still working on things. Him and Aaron Rodgers were talking about redoing their deliveries during the match. Remember the golf match?
Yeah.
He's always trying to fine-tune things. So this is going to be a long, long process for him. Throwing to his left, opening up his body, seeing the player, throwing to his left. He's more inaccurate in that direction. Mm-hmm. All right? It's not that he's not completing passes. It's that the ball placement is nowhere near what it is going to the right. Going to the right, I mean, he's just boom, 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 boom. Going to the left, opening up his body, and going to the left-hand side, especially toward the sidelines. He's either leaving it way out to the left or leaving it a little high and up into the inside of the field, if you will. It's again, if you're going to watch practice, there are little things that you got to pick up. Footwork, spot on. Great. Yeah. Loved it. But to me, going to his left, I think that's going to be a work in progress this year. It doesn't mean he can't complete passes. It's just the area that I'd like to see him, and I'm sure he and his coaches are working on this. Hey, clean it up a little.
Yeah.
That's going to take time.
That's what practice is for.
Exactly.
So you saw that at practice yesterday.
Does that sound like way too nuanced?
I wouldn't say that sounds nuanced. I mean, it's an aspect of his game that he needs to work on. I'd rather have that be part of his game than going to both sides of the field and needing to complete these short and intermediate passes.
What did you think? Because there's been so much made of accuracy, arm, delivery, etc. I mean, did any of those things really come to mind for you?
Well, here's what came to mind to me, and I want to play this Kyle Shanahan clip from after training camp. Okay. Here's what he had to say about Trey and how they're going to run the offense with him.
You try to play all your players' skill sets, but there's certain plays you got to get good at just to succeed in this league and to move the ball. And then what can Trey do differently than we've had? I do believe Trey's a threat to run at any time. So knowing that he's a threat to run at any time, that definitely changes. That gives another element that defenses have to worry about. Does it change your offense? I don't think so. I mean, if you look at outside zone runs and then the bootlegs we do off of them, there's no difference than that in a threat of a quarterback running. I mean, you don't block the D end, and if he chases the back and we're doing a keeper or bootleg, just like a lot of teams do, it's the same element of handing it off right away and a back taken and the quarterback running. So it's just about making 11 on 11, and when you have a threat of a runner, and they're not doing that, sometimes you can get free yardage.
Now, I don't want to talk about quarterback designed runs and all of that they were running in Arizona, which eventually led to him getting hurt. Really, like you could put it on.
Those were like gun runs, like no guy in the backfield.
Right.
Yeah, those were bad.
Yeah. I'm not talking quarterback design runs, but when the play breaks down, because we saw a couple of these yesterday, the arm stood out, the zip on the ball, everything, it stood out. Like
and it's a quick delivery.
It's apparent that this dude is the starting quarterback of a football team. Like that's it, of a football team, not even just the 49ers.
Yeah.
He could be a starting quarterback with a football team, but it was the plays that he could make with his legs when a play breaks down. We saw a couple of those yesterday where he's running to the outside. That's kind of what stood out to me, was just the speed that this dude has. It just opens things up for your offense when he can get you that little extra 3 to 4 yards.
Absolutely.
So I understand that, maybe it's not the most popular thing. It's just like, of course, you can run with his legs. But when I saw that yesterday, I'm thinking, man, they couldn't do that last year with Jimmy. Like, once a play was broken down, it was, all right, we're going to throw this out. Let's throw it out of bounds. Yeah. Let's just try and go on to the next play. But instead, he can bounce to the outside, run out of bounds, get you the extra 3 or 4 yards. That's what makes Patrick Mahomes just so dominant.
Tyreek killing him, a broken play, it could be an 80-yard touchdown.
I have seen Mahomes escape out of pressure in the backfield and somehow manage to scoop by and get a first down when it's a 2nd and 6 or something like that, when it could have just been going on to a 3rd and 6 instead.
That guy.
I do
but
too.
instead, he makes it, a 3rd and 1 play, or he actually runs for a first down. So little things like that, I think it's something that Kyle Shanahan hasn't had much of a chance to work with. So I'm looking forward to that part.
So they ran one read option. I believe it was the 2nd or 3rd play. And it was just wide open. I mean, because everyone came crashing in.
Right.
That is going to be an element. But your point on kind of like taking a step backwards and then running right, running left.
Yes.
And then not just running, looking to throw downfield. It's very evident, right?
Yes.
He is a passer first. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, I do too.
And that's what Kyle Shanahan is saying. He's not like, look, we're not going to change up the entire offense. We're not all of a sudden going to turn into the Baltimore Ravens just because we have Trey Lance back there and he can run the football. No, he can run, but that's just an extra added element to his game. We're still going to run the same style of offense, which is, drop back passes and all that.
Are you more confident after seeing him in terms of just him being a successful player over the long term? Are you more or less confident after seeing him up close?
Well, of course I'm more confident. Way more confident.
It's incredible.
When you see him in person,
it puts away a lot of doubt, doesn't it?
The way that you conduct practice, the way that everybody was, and it's not only it's not just the way that he was doing it, but it was the way that the players were responding to him. The way that his teammates were like, backing him up.
He's their leader.
He's their leader, and they understand that. There's nobody who thought, the one thing that bothered me, and this was from the offseason, is, we had all those reports, right? Sources, whatever. Well, sources are telling me that teammates aren't going to
prefer Jimmy Garoppolo.
Teammates would rather have Jimmy Garoppolo start than Trey Lance. You go watch practice at day one. That is not true.
Thank you.
All you got to do is watch one practice. Like, these dudes are gravitating toward.
Absolutely. And then one other thing that I would bring up with Trey Lance, 'cause I know you want to get into some of this Draymond extension talk.
Yeah, we will.
Tim Ryan. I'm walking in the back of the end zone, and, Tim Ryan and I cross paths, and we start talking. And he says to me, I want you to write this down, because I got the notebook. And I go, write this down? What the hell is he talking about? He goes,
write it down, bro.
Mark my words. I go, okay. He goes, you can put this in print. I go, I don't write. I'm not a guy who does print media, Tim. He goes, all right. Well, you could tell him I said that. I'm like, all right, T.I. He goes, Trey Lance is going to be hell on wheels for the next 15 years in this league. I go, really? You really think he's that? He goes, the guy's got the moxie. He's got the makeup. Yeah. He's got everything you look for. And the dude just makes play after play after play. His exact words, Lance, hell on wheels. And I looked at him, I go, okay, okay. When you hear someone like him, Tim Ryan, he's old school. I mean, you want to go old school? You play for the Bears defensive line. You are old school, all right, in a good way. This guy is an old school butt kicker. And those defensive linemen, they respect pocket quarterbacks. Right. They don't respect the mobile quarterbacks. Right. Let's be honest. Like, if you deliver from the pocket, that's how you get their respect. Taking hits in the middle of that pocket and delivering the ball down the field.
And having a defense play whatever the coverages as perfect as they can, and then all of a sudden you still make a play out of it, and they just think, well, we couldn't have done anything more.
When I heard that from him, and I get it, people are going to say, oh, Joe, he's the 49er play-by-play guy. He's not talking to me on the air. He's talking to me on the side, all right?
Yeah.
And no one puts it out there that strong unless they believe in those things. The other thing he said to me, I go, how's the team look as a whole? What's your guess? He goes,
Shasky, I got to tell you, bro.
He goes, bro, if this whole team looked as good as Nick Bosa looks right now, we're going 17-0. I go, Nick, why Nick Bosa?
Yeah.
He said Nick Bosa is the best defensive lineman he has ever seen in his life. Not that Myles Garrett ain't great. Not that all these other guys, Strahan, I mean, he's talking about all the greats. He goes, this dude's ability to kick you-know-what on a daily basis is unreal. I heard a story yesterday about Nick Bosa. First day ever Nick Bosa stepped on the practice field. Joe Staley and him were going at it. Mm-hmm. And Joe Staley was working with him one-on-one. This is Staley, first year for Nick Bosa, first couple of practices, and they're going at it. We all agree. Staley's an awesome player. I mean, if he's not the greatest offensive lineman in 49er history, you got Bob St. Clair, okay, he's 2 or 3, right? You know, Trent Williams, him, they're all in that same mix. And he said, Joe Staley said to him, yeah, when I went one-on-one with Nick Bosa and I realized he's a rookie, I said, my time in this league is about up. That's how good this guy is.
Yeah.
He is going to work me every single day.
He is the new evolution of edge rusher that is entering this league. He's right up there.
He goes, the guy came in as a 21-year-old looking like a 10-year pro.
Yeah.
You know, and then when you see Bosa up close, so the point that I'm getting at with all of this is that Debo looks phenomenal, and I get it. Guys are going to look good in shorts. But like the last couple of years, Debo looked a little heavier. He just didn't look the same because he had the Liz Frank injury. Mm-hmm. He wasn't able to run, and it's just natural. You're not going to look as chiseled. Bosa looks great. He's not coming off an ACL, all right? Armstead looks fantastic. Javon Kinlaw looks healthy. Brandon Ayuk looks the most polished he's ever looked. Trey Lance looks so comfortable. This team is loaded. And the only question that I've got going right now is the interior of this offensive line. I think that that's a fair thing, and we'll see how that progresses over time. But that is a big area of concern for me just this morning. As I wake up, I feel really good about the pillars of this organization. Like 7 guys that my chest is ready to pop out. My heart is ready to pop out for these dudes. And then there's that O-line, and I'm a little worried.
The veterans of people who have been to these practices, been to training camps, you know, when I was meeting them and we were kind of just talking on the sideline. They were asking me, dude, look at Bosa. What do you think of Bosa? And and every single time I'm like, it doesn't make sense.
Now you get it, though. The way I talk about Bosa on air, do you now get it?
Well, I understood it last year, even from being in the stands. I was at that open practice. It was on a Saturday afternoon, and you know they weren't showcasing a lot within their team. They were kind of just, you know, it was just a midday practice. I didn't think they were going for a second time that day, but you could even tell from the stands, like Bosa, he's just standing on the sideline, like doing his individual drills. Even from there, it's like, what the?
I know
how
he looks like a genetic freak.
How?
Wolverine.
Yeah.
He looks like Wolverine. The guy is just incredible. And the way he gets off on his get off, he's never had a bad step. Like you watch him, he gets off perfectly every single time. And that's the one thing that I noticed in 11-on-11 drills. There's no pads, okay? The O-line was getting blown off the ball in the 11-on-11 drills. Yeah. Just absolutely blown off the ball. And so I'm a little worried there. And I know that's the strength of the team. I get it. They're massive human beings on that D-line. But that, if we're looking about the Trey Lance trajectory and him being healthy this year and him having a great year, he's going to be on the run a lot.
Yeah.
On the run a lot.
Yeah. Well, no, I think that's also why they were practicing also the short intermediate passes, is not only because you want to run the same style of offense, but you want to get rid of it as quickly as possible, because if you do hold on to that ball a little too long and you don't have any room to run, then it's not going to be pretty. But we're going to see that, Shasky. Like, no team is ever going to go through a year where they don't get sacked.
No.
It's going to happen every now and then, but the key is to overcome those situations, and also during a drive when you don't get sacked, go down and score. Like you can overcome
an
offensive line like that. Mike McGlinchey was huge by the way. He wasn't on the field too much. He wasn't doing any contact drills. He was all in the non-contact drills, but he looked big, man.
So last year I thought he was skinnier than what he looked like today. I thought he looked great today. Yesterday, excuse me. I thought he looked the best. That was my big takeaway on McGlinchey. I saw some conflicting reports. Grant Cohn disagrees with me on this, and I was talking with him. I said, McGlinchey looks good compared to what he looked like last year. Last year he looked frailer. He looked way skinnier. He just didn't look thick and strong. I thought he looked really good. I'm actually holding out hope that this might be McGlinchey's best year. I could be totally wrong on this. I can see that Grant knows more about practice and what these guys look like on a daily basis than I do. Just my naked eye from last year to this year, I liked where McGlinchey was at.
Well, if he can, and you could solidify that right side. Look, I like Brunskill. I know. I understand.
I just keep thinking about the Aaron Donald matchup, and I'm saying to myself, how is this guy going to stay in front of him?
He stopped him in the first couple of games. It was the NFC Championship. It was the fourth quarter, and they were really starting to take over. And if you look at the numbers at the end, Jimmy Garoppolo, I don't think they recorded a sack on him.
Yeah, but Donald caused that interception.
But they got to him. I remember that. Yeah, I remember they were just absolutely
blew up 2 plays.
He wrecked that drive. He absolutely did. I'm not disputing that. But if you can have that right side with Brunskill and McGlinchey takes a step up, then on that left side you have Trent Williams. I don't know who's going to be on that left side. Maybe it's that fourth rounder Spencer Burford.
Yeah.
Maybe it's going to be him.
I think so.
6'5", 300 pounds.
Yeah.
They do need to find a center.
Yeah.
They need to find that guy. And center is probably I'd say, this is just for my money, I'd say the third toughest position in football.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's probably the most underrated tough position. Maybe that's the way I would put it.
Well, it's just because of the way that you have to call out plays and understand everybody's assignments and all that. Yeah. I'd say it's the third. I think number one is number one is quarterback. Number two, I think cornerback is one of the hardest jobs in the NFL. But then you also got the center right there, so they need to find that position. But, on the right side, I'm feeling all right about it. And then you got Trent Williams on the left, and I want to see him at practice. I want to see Trent Williams.
We all want to see Trent Williams. That's a glaring hole for them. You referenced Jimmy Garoppolo. Jeff Howe from The Athletic has a report. This is what it says. I'm reading on air. And by the way, I want to give a shout out to my boy Robbie here at the Hilton.
Robbie,
showing up. What's up, Robbie? Man? It's good to see you. We're at the Hilton.
Go. We are live in the Hilton Santa Clara. Let's go.
So from Jeff Howe in The Athletic, the Texans, the Seahawks, the Browns, and the Giants would make the most sense if Garoppolo is released or willing to accept a smaller contract in a trade. Though the Texans are comfortable with second-year quarterback Davis Mills, they know a healthy Garoppolo improves their chances of being competitive in an AFC South that is improving. Nick Caserio is obviously familiar with Garoppolo from their time in New England. So that's an interesting one. Do you care where Jimmy Garoppolo goes?
No, but I don't know, man. Davis Mills to me was not that bad.
I actually like Davis Mills.
I thought he was. I watched him. I thought he made plays.
But if you're the Texans, doesn't it kind of make sense to maybe think about it?
Maybe. But I'd see. I'm still gonna think this. I'm waiting till that suspension comes down, if it comes down. But if Deshaun Watson is suspended for 8 games or more, and with the amount of money that the Browns have in their salary cap left, they still have a lot to spend. I think they have like $40 million or something, or over $40 million.
38 million.
38 million, yeah. So they got plenty of money to spend. I think the Browns would be the best destination. Plus, I think that would also help the Niners save a bit of money too, because maybe they'd be willing to take on a little more of that contract, instead of just splitting it half and half or something like that. So I don't know. I see the Browns being the destination for him if he is traded. I don't care where he goes personally.
Seeing what you saw yesterday. Would you be okay with him? This feels very unlikely, but I'm just going to ask you the question. He accepts a smaller contract. He reworks it in some way just to stay here so that he avoids some disastrous situation somewhere else. It's total hypothetical.
Yeah.
Could you see him on the field for this team as a backup in any capacity? Does it even make sense after seeing what you saw yesterday?
Maybe just because I'm watching the practice. I'd say no, because I'm just seeing what I'm seeing on the practice field, and it didn't look like a team where I'm thinking, oh man, if Jimmy Garoppolo were there as a backup, then you know what? I'm taking this team over the top.
Right?
I didn't even think about Jimmy Garoppolo the entire time I was there. Would I want him as a backup? Sure, he would be the best backup in the league, probably. If you had to,
I think so.
If you had to take that into it, but just seeing him on the practice field yesterday, and maybe this doesn't even play into the answer, but it's not like I'm sitting there going, damn. Where's number 10 at?
I know.
You need another guy behind Trey Lance. I wasn't thinking that at all.
No.
What about you?
No, I mean, I understand where everyone's coming at. You want to keep him around, have a good backup, all those things. This is I sound insane, and I know that there's a big leap from practice to the games. I got to see this guy playing some games. I get it. There's a lift up in the air. Brock Purdy reminded me a lot of Jimmy Garoppolo.
Brock Purdy, 6'1".
Would you be honest with me? Brock Purdy looked better than you thought.
Yeah,
and I know we're getting deep here. We're going deep in the weeds.
We are. When I saw
he looked really good in the drills.
When I saw number 14 roll out to his left,
I couldn't believe it.
Hit a player on the run. I was like, all right, well, that's not
bad.
Now
I see what Shanahan sees. If he's going to be a backup, I see what he sees.
I do have to say this too, and this was just a side thought. This doesn't actually even have to do with Brock Purdy, but seeing how he was 6'1" in that frame. It's the first thought is, how does he look over the offensive lineman? But number two, I'm like, how the hell does a guy like Kyler Murray do that?
I have no idea. Well, that's why he's in shotgun.
Yeah.
I mean, he's really far back. Yeah. That's the other thing I noticed yesterday. Trey Lance under center. It's something that we talk about with a lot of these quarterbacks coming out. Like right now, we got this kid from Ohio State's going to come out. He's in shotgun the whole game. You know, him getting under center is going to be a new thing for him. Trey looks so comfortable under center, doesn't he?
Yes.
I remember when Alex Smith was making the transition from Urban Meyer's offense in Utah, where he was in shotgun all day, and he never was under center. And there was a big transition. You know, him and just getting the ball underneath the booty of the center, and it's a thing. Did you even think about it yesterday?
No, but that's also a product of being a North Dakota State quarterback.
100%.
Like Carson Wentz, I got to give him credit. He put North Dakota State on the map.
Absolutely.
Because I remember the draft that was happening. I think Townie was broadcasting that draft. I think you were on that draft.
I was there.
You were on that draft?
He kept messing up McGlinchey, calling him a guard, and he was a tackle.
One of my
he was also eating food on air. I love you, Townie.
One of my favorite drops was Townie going, wait, where am I here? McGlinchey?
Dude,
then you're like, he's a tackle.
All right, let's go back.
But no, real quick. But Carson Wentz, it's like, now we know about North Dakota State. Yes. Now we know about the Bison. But we understand that they run a system that is the most pro-style ready, which is under center. Just simple like that. So anyway,
he took more under center snaps in 1 year than any of the other drafted players combined over a multiple year period.
It's an art, man. The transition from a center to the quarterback, it's an art with that handoff.
Quick aside on Townie that night. It was me, Guru, and Townie doing the draft show after the greatest peacocking session of all time.
Yep.
Damon, Fortenbaugh, Papa, and Bonte all on the stage together trying to squeeze a word out. So we come in as like the bullpen relief in the evenings,
there
right?
You go.
And Townie had went to the station. And this is what, 3 years ago?
A while back, yeah.
He goes, get me a draft guide. And so somebody, he hit some printer. He came, and I kid you not, with a stack of papers that looked like he just bought plain white printer paper. You know when you get a stack of plain white printer paper? And I go, Townie, even if you were going to reference someone in that sheet of all these papers, how would you even be able to find it? And there were papers everywhere, and we were doing this draft show, and guys were getting drafted, and everything was getting mixed up. It was one of the funniest nights of all time.
Yeah.
And Guru and me and him working together was absolutely hilarious. And I do remember one thing. Rick Tittle saying that Colton, is it Miller? Who was the offensive lineman they took that year?
Yeah, Colton Miller.
Oh, he was furious that they didn't take the safety Derwin James.
Yeah, as everyone was. We all were. I was at a Campo de Bocce having dinner for my mom's birthday that night. And we were all, me and my brother, sitting at the dinner table like, what the hell? Colton Miller, UCLA, what's going on here?
And the Niners ended up trading Trent Brown that night. That was what a fun night.
One of the last cuts that I want to play for you here is Kyle Shanahan talking about Trey Lance. Like, this is a reason that I think a lot of people
I'm sorry, I just can't stop thinking about Townie and all the paper. I mean, he literally printed out, I kid you not, 500 pieces of paper, and they were just everywhere.
Yeah. I've got an Alabama stat that not even...
You just kept rifling through names. Yeah. Keep going, my bad.
Kyle Shanahan, he spoke about Trey Lance and the type of person that he is because, man, I think we're all really rooting for this kid to do well as a 21-year-old. So here's Kyle Shanahan after practice yesterday, or prior to practice yesterday, talking about Trey Lance and who he is.
I think when you have a kind of a veteran team who is expecting to have success this year, and you got a rookie who's coming in playing almost as a rookie quarterback, is his first time starting, it really helps that he's a likable guy. I mean, if he wasn't, that makes things a lot tougher, just like it does in every aspect of life. And Trey's a very genuine, good person who works hard. He treats people with a lot of respect, and I think the team really does appreciate that about him, which gives them a good start. But we get out to that practice, and it's about how you play. It's how you hold people accountable. It's how you hold yourself accountable, and people are going to follow the guys that they believe in, who think gives them a chance to win. But his personality really helps him with the team.
I mean, isn't that what you want to hear?
Yes.
Like I know, I love hearing that genuine good person.
Absolutely.
Like you don't hear. Like I understand. I'm probably going to get a lot of texts, a lot of calls at 888-957-9570 saying, "Steven, this is what coaches have to say. What do you expect him to say? That he's an a-hole? Like all that kind of stuff." But you don't hear. You could tell. You could have a coach say, "Oh, yeah, he's a good dude. He works well with the team and all this stuff." But he says, "No, he's a genuine good person. He's a likable guy." That's what you need on the team in order to thrive. And I think that's why people should be rooting for this guy. It's kind of the same thing with Jimmy Garoppolo. Everyone's kind of almost rooting for them to fail in a way.
It's weird.
I mean, not rooting for them to fail, but hoping for them to play into whatever they think about the quarterback.
Validation. They want to validate their original opinions on someone.
Yes.
I told you he was going to throw a pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, hate watching is what I call it. Yeah.
But it's like, how can you with this dude? Like, at the very least, at the very core, a genuinely good guy, and he seems like a good guy, and I think that's why we're all rooting for him.
You know, I just kept coming back to thinking about Kyler Murray yesterday, and you talked about he's so small.
Yeah.
He's a great player. He's a dynamic player. We all agree, right? But there are some things that you're like, wow, that's a big red flag. If you were red flagging, and we talked about the study and the time, just from watching, is there any red flags for you with Trey Lance?
I
mean, you're just watching something that sticks out, like Brock Purdy, for example, right? Like a big red flag right off the. Man, he's not that big, right? How's he going to hold up? Another one. Hey, he can't really throw strongly to the outside past the numbers. You know, like those are not red flags, but those are things that I'm monitoring. It's like you got to overcome that.
Right.
It feels like he's, and again, I'm not trying to hype him up. He could totally not be able to read defenses in games. That we will find out. But like he was going through the progressions, hitting checkdowns. He was hitting all my checklists.
There was no red flag to where I'm sitting there going, you know what? The Niners made a mistake. They shouldn't have traded up for this guy. This guy cannot be the starting quarterback for this team in the future. There was nothing.
Or something that goes, you know.
A little question.
This could really hold him back this year.
Yeah. And, we're getting quite a few on YouTube. Of course, we're live on YouTube. We are live on Twitch, 95.7 The Game. We're live here from the Hilton in Santa Clara. Stephen Langford in for Bonte Hill.
Trey Lance jerseys watching us. Let's go, Robbie.
We got Trey Lance. By the way, from the Hilton in Santa Clara, we would like to thank GM Margie Johnston and Director of Sales and Marketing Michelle Knipe for letting us do the show from the beautiful lobby here in the Hilton in Santa Clara.
And while we're thanking people, as we do a little thank tour, we got to thank Ralph at Coyote Creek. I mean, treating us like luxury. If you have not golfed at Coyote Creek in San Jose, what are you doing? They got two courses, the Valley and the Championship. We got a chance to play the Championship. Just the food is top notch. The people are top notch. The course is top notch. The weather was amazing. Just a banner day yesterday after going to training camp.
Everything, really. Shout out.
And thank you, Ralph.
He actually hit the shit out of that ball.
For the people that are tuning in right now, Sam Lubman had never played 18 holes in his life.
Never.
Ever. He played 9 once. His first 18 holes in. By the 16th hole, he finally flushed a drive.
He actually hit the shit out of that ball.
That's my brother commentating.
I think he was halfway through his third tall can there.
Yes,
I think
something like that.
I think he was halfway. So really, he started to get that confidence and didn't overthink his shot.
It's like
he just went out there. Yeah.
You get to like the second or third beer of that pitcher, and you start feeling lubed up.
Yeah. And you overthink it, and when you're golfing. And he was doing that at the beginning. You were Lubman. But by the time you got to 16, you were good.
Oh, yeah, no, that happens every time, but yeah, it was a fun time.
Listen to the sound that the driver makes, and this is one of the best drives of the day for him.
He actually hit the shit out of that ball.
No, you could tell by the sound. I mean, that was the best shot of the day. That was the peak.
Yeah.
Oh, it was great.
Are you glad you're now on the soundboard?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Something else other than the shut up and listen or the hang up and listen thing. Sorry, shut up and listen is from The Princess.
While we're here, talking about his San Francisco Giants yesterday, Lubman, 7 in a row.
I think that just about sums it up right there. Oof, 7 in a row.
Is anybody outraged, or is this we're just numb to it?
I'm kind of numb to it.
Yeah, me too.
I'm numb to it right now. Like I'm not gonna lie, I'm looking forward to the trade deadline and seeing what they do. I'm really curious to see if they're buyers or sellers. But watching these Giants game after game,
I'm not even mad at them. But the parade of Kapler's got to go. Come on, man. Does he get any equity from last year?
No.
I mean, this is an organizational philosophy. So even if they bring someone else in, given their current roster, the next guy's going to do the exact same stuff that Kapler's doing. So I don't know. I feel like he's getting unwarranted criticism right now, and to me, it's more of a personnel issue and a players not executing issue than a Gabe Kapler issue.
Well, that's the thing. Now we can relate that to the 49ers because I'm watching that team yesterday, and it's so rare to have a guy of Trey Lance, who was the 3rd overall pick, come into a team that has a guy who could be on the Pro Bowl at every level.
It's crazy,
on
right?
Defense, as a wide receiver, as a tight end, you got Trent Williams, who's going to be the Pro Bowl guy at left tackle.
You could go to any position group on that quadrant of those 4 fields, and you could find a stud.
Right. So I can understand this year, if you're going into it, possibly criticizing Kyle Shanahan every now and then. I'm willing to hear that because, man, if you don't coach this team the right way, like this team has all the pieces to be successful this year. So I'd be willing to hear those over, criticism of Gabe Kapler, because in the end, like, what's he supposed to do? The roster, I think we just need to come to terms with it. It's just not that great this year.
Well, I think,
we have come to terms with that.
You, me, B, Lubman, we talk about this all the time. Like, what are the expectations for the Niners? What are the expectations for the Giants? And what are the expectations for the Warriors and things like that? And we talk about the Warriors championship core a lot. We talk about it a lot, okay? And they've got guys that have won it. So they get, I called earned equity, right? They have built up equity with the fan base where they deserve to be in these conversations for championships. Look, the Niners have not won the championship with this core. But to me, they've gotten as close as you can get, and they've built up equity. I believe that when I look at that roster and I look at that field, that should be a playoff team. Now, I'm not saying you got to win the division, because you got a team in the LA Rams that is the Super Bowl champs for a reason. They've got a fantastic roster. They've got a great coach, whether you think he's the 2nd, 3rd, 4th best coach in the league. I'm here for that. McVay's amazing. You got to tip your cap to him.
He's a coach that players revolve around.
Absolutely. Shanahan's right there with him, and this team is right there with him. And I'm telling you this now, unless there are major injuries, and that could really change my opinion, this team's got to make the playoffs.
I agree.
At minimum, after seeing them at practice, they've got that championship feel about them. They feel like they're about their business, and I think that they're going to have the toughest trimming of the roster down to the official 53 that they've ever had during the Lynch and Shanahan era.
And when you add one game onto the season like they have, it's different. Like, you can't just say, oh, yeah, it's going to be a 9-win team, and they could just scoot into the playoffs as a 9-8 team. I think that'd be a disappointment for this season.
I want double digits.
You need double digits.
Yeah,
You're going to be one of these playoff teams who's going to be going deep into that realm. Like, you need double-digit wins, especially in a time when you have an extra game.
And the thing that can bring everything to its knees is injuries, right? When you saw Alshire go down yesterday,
that was, we haven't even talked about that. I'd never
silence.
You're following along on training camp. You're following along on Twitter.
And there's a lot of people talking, and everybody's going.
Everyone's reporting, and then if I wasn't at training camp, for example, I'd look on Twitter. I'm thinking Alshire's down. Oh boy! But I've never seen that happen live, where he's just on the ground.
It's kind of scary, isn't it?
It is. Everybody.
You're like, that
silent.
could be his season.
It's just
And I guess he got hit in the ribs or in the groin.
Yeah. He just got the wind knocked out of him.
But it looked bad.
It did.
I'm like, is that the knee?
Yeah.
What is that? The ankle? Is that the Achilles?
Yeah.
Non-contact? Those are the worst. Because you don't know what's going on.
Yeah. It all happened so quick.
I know. And you're looking somewhere else, and you see a guy on the ground. Afterwards, the trainers come out.
Right.
But that's my point, is that, look, injuries can happen. It's the most violent game of all the games out there. Things can happen throughout a year. But if they can maintain some semblance of health, because you're going to have injuries, you're going to have guys go on IR, this should be a playoff team. And that's the part where I'm most encouraged, is because of the depth. When I look at in years past, when Chip Kelly and Tom Sula, when they were cutting guys, those guys weren't even NFL players. They weren't even going to make practice squads. They were bringing guys in that got cut from other teams that were in a championship mode. This is a championship mode roster, and when they cut a guy, someone else is going to swoop him up, and that guy might play for that team.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I think they have very difficult decisions ahead of themselves, and that's a good thing.
It's hard. It is really hard to look at that, the 90 guys on the field or whatever it is, and you have to trim that down to 53.
I mean, 30 of those guys got to go, right? You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that without meaning. I feel bad.
Well, no, I mean, it's a fact.
I know.
All those guys have to go, and you have to trim down the roster.
Do you see why they have that many bodies out there, though?
Yeah.
Because they're running so many different drills.
And also, you're watching that practice, too, and it's run like a professional practice. Like, some of these times,
it's business.
Like, I've heard, when, I have fans who are Raider fan friends who are out there watching training camp and stuff back in Napa. Like, they'd be watching the practice thinking, man, this is disorganized. Like, some things just seem off. Yeah, at the time.
Okay.
At the time when the team was trash.
Gotcha.
When the team was straight garbage. Straight garbage.
Okay,
like even
thank you,
before,
Stephen A.
even before Derek Carr got there in 2014. I'm talking like in the early 2010s. All that time after Jamarcus
Art
Russell.
Shell Part D.
Yeah, just like terrible. Like they were just sitting. It didn't look like a professional practice. But yesterday, everybody was in sync. You had Kyle Shanahan.
Was there a wasted minute?
What do you mean? What?
There's not a wasted minute on the field.
Yeah.
They've got a clock and they got a horn and guys are running. It's incredible, isn't it?
Yes, and everybody is on the same page. They know what to do. You have Kyle Shanahan on the other side of the field. I think it was strategic. It felt like every coach was wearing red or some
black
version of that. But then Kyle Shanahan's the one walking around in the white long sleeve, like he's Conor McGregor, just walking up and down the sideline. But it was really cool seeing 11-on-11s and seeing him behind the offense.
He stands behind,
like
he's God.
Yes.
And I mean that in a good way. I love Shanahan.
He's got the walkie-talkie. I wonder if players look back and wonder, oh man, what's he saying in that walkie-talkie? You think he's talking crap about me?
He's got an aura though, doesn't he?
I missed that block. Do you think he saw me miss that block? I don't know. Is he talking in that walkie-talkie? Is he telling the offensive line coach right now what to do? I wonder if players are all talking about that through the helmet.
He has the aura though, doesn't he?
Yes.
Like he's the mastermind.
Yes.
He really has that aura, and he does feel like a perfectionist out there. And what I love about him is the confidence. And he like arrogantly confident.
Right.
And I mean that in a good way. I want that in my coach. I'm a Shanahan lover. I freely admit I think he's one of the best coaches the Niners have ever had, and I'm so glad that he's our coach. That doesn't mean he's perfect.
Right.
It doesn't mean he's going to win Super Bowls. I'm hoping that he does, and I think he can validate what I believe in him. But my goodness, God, I love watching him at practice.
Yeah, no, I was always thinking like, anytime someone would bring up that oh man, I don't know if Kyle Shanahan's the right coach for this team. I want him gone.
Yeah.
That was a conversation
Who are you gonna get?
prior to 2019. But I'm also thinking, okay, but who else would you want to get? Who else would you rather have as your head coach right now? Really, do you want to go out and get, I don't know, Mike McCarthy, who was on the block before then? Like, do you really want that? What do you want?
Well,
I think Kyle Shanahan's a good coach, and he's got this team dialed in.
Well, one of the things that I think about when it comes to Belichick and people criticizing Belichick, you look at his staff. They're really old, and they've been around the block.
Except for his son, who's got the sick mullet. You see his son's mullet, Steve Belichick?
Yeah, and Steve will be coaching somewhere. But my point being is, like, you look at that staff, and it's like a lot of retreads, and I've been there before, done that, as we see two little Niner cheerleaders over there looking awesome. Another Trey Area jersey. I see a Ronnie Lott jersey here in the Hilton in Santa Clara. But, like, I look at the Niner staff, how energetic are they? How young is that staff, just in general? It does feel like they connect to these players.
If you can make it out to training camp, and if you can make it out to practice at all, you got to watch Chris Kasarik, the defensive line coach.
Did you catch Anthony Lynn on the field?
No, I didn't.
I did.
Really?
Boy, he looks like something.
Yeah, he's a big dude,
I really like him. Like, he's got this respect, and the way that he stands there. He looks, you know what he looks like to me? He looks like he could be the general of an army. You know, I'm dead serious. In the middle of a war. Like, he's just standing there on the battlefield. I mean, he looks like he's going to run through somebody.
Right. Yeah.
I love that dude.
Yeah. Sometimes during when he was with the Chargers, he was the
great pickup.
He was the fourth quarter decision maker or whatever, but he's not going to have that big of a role on this team this year. It's going to be different.
I think it's a good acquisition for them. Somebody who was outside the organization, even though he's got some Shanahan ties. I'm really looking for. God, I can't wait for football season.
And it is going to be tough to replace Mike McDaniel, but you do have a lot of veterans who are a part of that run game right now who understand how to get the most out of their players. And with the Chargers, I mean, when you had Austin Eckler and all those running backs that they'd had with Anthony Lynn in his time there, they had some success. All right, it is time for the injury report, sponsored by Boxer & Gerson Law Firm.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, here we go. The New York Yankees announced yesterday that Giancarlo Stanton would have to go on the 10-day IL due to tendonitis in his left Achilles. The move is retroactive to this past Sunday. Stanton has been struggling the last couple of months, hitting 167 since June 1st, but he has hit 13 home runs in that span. The Yankees have not released a timeline for when they expect Stanton to be back in the lineup. That is the injury report. It was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank. full-service banking, no compromises. Shasky, we've been talking about 49ers for the first couple of hours on this show, and we do have Antonio Oakland on the line, and we'll get to him on the other side. But do want to get into the Warriors, too, because there was some news with Draymond Green, the contract that he's expecting, and the team doesn't want to give him that extension. Steph Curry wouldn't be too thrilled if Draymond was gone from the team. There's a lot to unpack here with everything happening in the NBA offseason for the Golden State Warriors.
Won the championship.
But we are live from the Hilton in Santa Clara for day 2 of 49ers training camp. Stephen Langford and for Bonte Hill. It's Joe Shasky, the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
You can watch Willard and Dibs on Twitch.tv and on YouTube. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
It is the morning roast here as we are live for day 2 of 49ers training camp from the Hilton in Santa Clara. Just chilling right in the lobby. Right in the lobby if you want to come say hi. We got Robbie, who's in the lobby. So we got Robbie in the lobby with the Trey Lance jersey.
If you want to come to my hotel. No, I should probably not sing that because I think we're canceling him.
Oh, yeah.
What was the other guy? It was R. Kelly and who?
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
If you want to come to my hotel, all you got to do is holla at me. That song was sick.
Oh, boy.
He was wearing like the Phantom of the Opera mask. Like Mark Kelly sucks though. So
I think we're gonna move.
As a human being.
Don't talk about that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I think we're gonna move on here. Look, we are live on YouTube, live on Twitch. Check us out, 95.7 The Game. Of course, the phone lines, the text line, the Comcast business text line, always open.
It's off the top of my head, no Google. I think it's Cassidy.
All right. Check that, Loveman. 888. Oh, we're good.
Yeah, it was. I knew it.
888-957-9570. Of course, if you want to weigh. We are talking training camp, but do want to get to some of this news with the Golden State Warriors. But let's get.
Do we have to?
We do.
We just won the championship, and who's stirring the pot now?
Nobody's stirring the pot. There's just been reporting that's going on, Shasky. Easy.
17 years.
Easy.
From now.
Antonio in Oakland.
One of these guys, his contracts will expire.
Look, Antonio in Oakland has high hopes for the 49ers this year. Antonio in Oakland, what's going on, man?
The Niners, we got to win a Super Bowl this year, you know. And if we lose, it's not going to say, oh, but Trey Lance was in his second year. Oh, but Trey Lance, he's young. It's going to say the Niners lost. So we cannot use the excuse that he's young because, like you guys said, we got talent everywhere. So I'm going to expect big freaking things, man, because he has a lot of talent, and people have been hyping him up like he's a 5-time Pro Bowler already. So I'm going to expect him to play like that, and I believe in him. He's going to do that. So just like, next year, I'm going to expect Jonathan Kuminga in his second year to freaking emerge. There's not going to be any, but he's young. No. So, like I said, we're going to win the Super Bowl next year, and Trey Lance is going to be that dude. And I'll be at training camp on Saturday, y'all.
Nice. Look, Patrick Mahomes didn't win the Super Bowl in his first year. He lost to New England Patriots and Tom Brady in overtime.
Right.
At home.
Yeah.
And we all walked away going, damn, they got themselves a quarterback for the next 15 years.
Yeah.
I think he was the MVP of the league that year also.
Yeah.
But, I got to see how it plays out. Like, what if he did what Josh Allen just did? Because Willard brought this up, and it's such a great point, right? Mark goes, well, what if they lose the way Josh Allen lost, where it's not on Josh Allen at all?
Yeah, I mean,
nobody is like, oh my God, Josh Allen lost him that Super Bowl.
Well, no, you could almost make the case that the NFL lost him that Super Bowl because they hadn't had that rule change with overtime. It didn't give Josh Allen the ball after Patrick Mahomes went down and scored because of the overtime rules, which they ended up changing.
Yeah, I could see it both ways on the overtime rules. I know. But the point being is that there's context to it. We got to see how it plays out.
Right.
Look, I have high hopes too. They got to make the playoffs first. There's little steps to getting to the bigger goal. The bigger goal, we all want to win the Super Bowl. Everybody does. All right. And let me tell you, if the kid wins the Super Bowl, whether he's a passenger or a driver, when it comes to the journey to one, he will be a golden god around these parts.
Oh, my God.
It will buy him equity that no one else will be able to have. You think Steph Curry's floating? You, the quarterback of the Niners that got him over the hump and won a Super Bowl? I mean, just line up the Toyota commercials.
He would be just catapulted right up there among those Bay Area athletes that we always talk about within the Bay. Steph and everyone on the Warriors is essentially what we talk about.
22.
But Trey Lance would be that guy.
22 with a Super Bowl.
That'd be insane.
On a rookie deal? Come on.
That would be insane. Let's go to Brendan in Newark who wants to weigh in about
Gotta
Deebo
win
Samuel.
games in the regular season.
Again, we are live from the Hilton in Santa Clara, day 2 of 49ers training camp. But we got Brendan in Newark who wants to weigh in. What's going on, Brendan?
What's going on, guys? So, in listening to the press conference that Shanahan did the other day, I really had good feelings about Deebo coming back in. They said that they've talked and they've really kind of reevaluated his role. And I think the biggest part of that is going to be Danny Gray. Not because he's going to be this outrageous receiver, which he is. He's very, very good. But his speed is something that the other teams are going to have to account for. Ayuk can catch the ball better than Danny Gray, but but Danny Gray can beat him in an all-out race. So you're going to have to dedicate help over to Danny Gray. That's going to open Debo up, get him the catches, not the touches that he wants at running back, and that'll make him happy and spurn him up.
I'm gonna jump in here. Yeah, I'm gonna stay on the line. I'm gonna jump in here. Let's not put the cart before the horse on Danny Gray. I got to see a little more from him. He was pretty invisible yesterday in my terms. They didn't get to be able to block enough to actually allow him to get downfield. There wasn't a lot of separation on the outside. Brandon Ayuk is extremely more polished right now than wherever Danny Gray's at. Brandon Ayuk looked like a first-round pick for a reason. He looks great.
Right.
He looks great. Now, Danny Gray might end up being a great player. T.O. was a Hall of Famer. He was a third-round pick, all right? Things can happen. I didn't see a whole lot from him yesterday. That doesn't mean he can't be a great player. We got another day today. We've got games ahead of ourselves. We'll see. Ray McLeod feels like he's higher on the depth chart right now than where Danny Gray is at. We'll see in 3 weeks. We'll see in 4 weeks. I got to see more from Danny Gray. The Debo thing, everybody out there, if you're worried about Debo, don't be.
Yeah.
Debo is going to be a part of this team for the foreseeable future. Everybody I talked to yesterday sounds like the deal is going to be done any day now. It's just waiting to finalize the last couple of I's that need to be dotted and T's that need to be crossed. Debo will be a Niner. And I'm not sure. I don't know what he's going to do. They have a stable of running backs. I think they will utilize that a little bit. But I think Debo wants to play right now for the 49ers.
Anything else, Brendan?
I agree 100%. I agree 100%. And Danny Gray didn't look perfect, but he also had his first training camp practice.
For sure.
And I think his speed is something that if he's able to catch the ball half the time in his rookie year, that's success because it's going to pull that secondary help off Debo and give him those open touches that he's looking for.
Look, in an ideal world, down the line, I totally agree with you. That's what they're looking for. That's why he was drafted. I mean, they have to see something in him. I think that if you're looking for a draft pick that was there to kind of supplement how they use Debo Samuel or to alter how, it would be the running back that they took out of LSU. It's so hard with running backs because they're not getting tackled.
Right.
And so, but like looking at Burst.
You got to wait till Pat's on to truly evaluate what a running back would be.
Even George Kittle, right? Wouldn't you agree? George Kittle didn't really pop on the field yesterday because it's just not high intensity for him, and they're going to limit how they're utilizing him and the toughness and the yak and all the things that we love about him.
You want to talk about building up equity? George Kittle has built up enough equity where he doesn't have to go the full 100
That's what
at
I'm saying.
Day one of training camp.
And so I look at running backs and I say to myself, I just don't know. We'll find out. JaMychal Hasty looks great in these practices. He's jump cutting and moving around and everything. Yeah. We'll see what he looks like.
Trey Sermon looked big on that field yesterday. He looked huge.
He did. I do like Davis, though, the kid from LSU.
Davis Price,
yeah. I do like him. I think there's something there. He's rangy looking. He's big. I like him.
Speaking to Brendan's point, although you didn't really like too much of what you saw from Danny Gray, or you didn't see enough to truly make a judgment. Well, there was one thing. It was right at the start of practice, and I got this little note here written under 86 Gray. Talker, because they were just practicing route. They were just practicing their route running, and really it was a full on sprint. That's really what it was. You make a little cut and then you sprint. Danny Gray was going up against Brandon Ayuk, and they were parallel to each other. And Danny Gray beat him off the line. Oh. And I see him. This is the first rep of practice. It was kind of the first introduction to okay, now it's go time.
Yeah.
But he just screams right now. You after he beat him off the line.
Not a talker.
No, not too much.
No,
not too much. I was like, damn, Danny Gray, 3rd round pick coming in and talking to a guy who can be the number 1 receiver for this team. Damn, all right. So I put talker on there. I don't know if that's who he truly is, but I saw him scream right at the beginning of practice.
Am I putting too much on Ayuk? I feel like he's poised for a breakout.
No, because he stood out in practice yesterday. Yeah, the catch.
And him and Lance?
Yeah.
The rapport?
Yeah. I mean, who was that had the big catch down the left sideline? It was Malik Turner. Malik Turner had a big catch there too. But Brandon Ayuk was being really consistent with it. So I think, I agree with Bonte when Bonte has this take, and I think he's spot on with this. But anytime Bonte talks about Ayuk versus Debo and saying that Ayuk, although he may not be the better quote-unquote player, he thinks he's more of a pure route runner as a wide receiver, and I do agree with what he has to say there,
the comp that I keep coming back to, and I say this is rookie year, he's got this, like, not Reggie Wayne, because Reggie Wayne was kind of like that, where he just didn't physically pop like that, but he's just always wide open. Torrey Holt. Torrey Holt is what I keep coming back to. Fluid, his ability to get in and out of his breaks, but the most important thing for me was the synchronicity between Lance and Ayuk. By the time Ayuk breaks, ball, perfect placement, right in his hands so he can turn upfield and avoid the hit. Boom, he cuts to the outside, ball right at the numbers so he can turn upfield. Those two have been clearly putting in the work and the energy and the effort, and you can see it on the field. That to me was like, I was like, okay, these two have been working together. I can see it. And now I'm like, is Debo going to fall behind? Like in terms of like getting rapport. I was a little worried.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden you see Debo on the sideline. It's like, nah, he'll be just fine.
Debo physically
he'll be okay.
Debo looks like he's in the best shape of his life.
Yeah.
I'm easily going to say that. He looks phenomenal.
Yeah, he just looks different. That's the best way I could put it.
Phenomenal.
I know, yeah, just different.
Phenomenal.
Coach in Los Altos wants to weigh in on the offensive line. Coach in Los Altos, what's going on, man?
Gentlemen, I'm enjoying the show, and I'm not only calling it, I'm seeing you guys on Twitch. You look good.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, Coach.
Hey, I'm a season ticket holder, and I'm going to be there all the time.
Nice.
And I was there in L.A. last year, down in L.A. when they lost that game.
I know.
And we're sitting down near the field, right behind where the O-line would come in and sit, and they just look gassed. And I know we're talking about a lot of the sexy positions, Trey and the receivers and all that. And I like Davis Price, and Sermon is yoked. But the thing that I'm worried about is the line. And I haven't heard a lot of talk. I like this kid, Spencer Buford, and maybe this kid at center, Jonathan West. But I just want to get your take on the line because, Shasky, when you said something, what triggered it was when you said, they didn't block long enough to let Gray down the field. And that's kind of what I worry about is it all starts with hogs in the trough.
Coach, it's right now the biggest question mark on this roster, position group, individual players, guard, center, guard. It's all up in the air. I got no clue. Now, some of these guys, like when you see Brendel out there, he looks so small compared to some of these guys. And I'm not saying he can't get it done. I'm just saying when you watch it, when you look at it and you see it up close and personal, like we don't talk about the center. Alex Mack retiring is a blow.
Right.
They're taking a step back at some level. He might one day be up to his standard or whatever Alex was at last year. But my goodness, I'm very worried. I think Burford's going to take a guard spot. I really do. I have a hard time saying a rookie's going to start. He looks so natural at that guard spot. And then we got to see Trent Williams out there. Like I need to see what Trent Williams looks like.
Yes, agreed, with Spencer Burford. And a lot of people are, talking about the center, talking about J.C. Tretter, possibly signing him. But you know what? They ask, why haven't they signed him yet? Why haven't they done this? Well, it kind of sounded like Nahigi in there, didn't it?
Why are we not hitting our breaks?
Why is there not a center on this team? J.C. Tretter. He has two initials in his first name, J.C. That's perfect for a center. I don't even know. But anyway, everyone's wondering about J.C. Tretter, right? They needed a couple of days of practice to see what they truly have to make that judgment of like, all right, now we need to sign this guy. But I don't think that the interior line, the guys at the center position, Jake Brendel, I don't think they've done enough to say, you know what, we don't need to go sign J.C. Tretter. We're good enough here. They probably do need to sign J.C. He's from the Browns, by the way, in case you're wondering. He's 31 years old. He is normally the president of the Players Association for players. He's kind of like the Chris Paul of the NFL, really. And he was a part of that Browns offensive line, which is fantastic. They run the same style, the outside zone, the same style as Kyle Shanahan runs. So I wouldn't be shocked if they signed J.C. Tretter. He's a free agent right now.
They were just getting blown off the ball in 11-on-11s.
Yeah.
And again, it's not the end-all, be-all. It's just something that sticks out in my head. I can't stop thinking about it.
Running backs can fool you at these practices because they're going to run.
Guys are going to touch them and not tackle them all the way to the ground, so you can't tell them
there are multiple times where I'm watching on those 11-on-11s thinking, he would have been tackled in the backfield.
Yeah, a loss for one, a loss for two, a loss for three.
That wouldn't have gone
and it's specifically in the interior, and I'm saying to myself, damn, if Givens is doing that, imagine what Aaron Donald's going to do. Now, you don't play Aaron Donald every week, but again, it's still something to worry about. I look at it as this way, and you talked about the running backs, and I'll keep going back to this. If they're going to struggle in the middle of the offensive line, best believe people are going to pivot and say you took a running back in the 4th round last year, you took a guard in the 2nd round last year, neither of them has really produced, you took a running back in the 3rd round this year, and they're going to say, why didn't you invest more into the right players at the right spots at guard and center? That's going to be a criticism. Now, if they can play well and they can offset it, I think Lance is going to be on the move. They're going to have to roll Lance out a lot just to kind of mitigate some of that clutter inside the pocket. But that might limit who he can throw to. And that might limit it because his ability, what makes him brilliant is if he stays in the pocket, then he can break out. If you're rotating him to the right-hand side or the left-hand side, you're cutting the field in half before the plays even started.
Yeah. And I think, when you're watching a Super Bowl like you'd seen with the Chiefs and the Buccaneers where Patrick Mahomes is just running around like a madman and couldn't complete a pass, I think that I think that's the type of thing where it's like, all right, we need to shore up this offensive line here because, it does really start in the trenches. I don't know about you, but when I'm watching a football game,
of course,
I'll watch various positions throughout the game.
I like being right down the line.
But I like watching the trenches right away and just seeing right there. Yeah.
Well, and then the other thing is if you just look at the offense as a whole, now I don't know how much it's going to evolve. That time will tell. But we know that the cross slant is like the bread and butter of Deebo Samuel and Kyle Shanahan. Boom, you're going to take a quick slant. I'm going to hit you right over the middle.
Old 2 route.
And I'm going to bang it right down, okay? And what ends up happening, if you can't complete that pass, that takes away one of the most deadly plays for Deebo, one of the most deadly plays for the quarterback, one of the best yak plays that they have in their playbook. Again, there's things that you can do. I'm just a little worried about it. I hope I'm not overblowing it.
Just to give you a quick update here within the NFC, of course, the Buccaneers are going to be contenders within the NFC. And now that we're talking about centers, this came down about 50 minutes ago. But this is from Jenna Lane, who is ESPN's Bucs reporter. Bucs center Ryan Jensen just went down. A golf cart came out to get him, and all teammates huddled around him. He's heading to the training room. So Bucs center Ryan Jensen. Wow. I mean, if you have watched football at all, you'd know Ryan Jensen because he has the ponytail. Yes. He's a beast. He's always getting.
He was a Pro Bowler.
Yes, he's always getting into fights. He's always egging people on. So let's hope he can be okay for the season.
No.
But Ryan Jensen just went down in a golf cart game to pick him out. All right, let's get to Robin in San Francisco. And Robin wants us to slow our roll on Lance Shasky. Robin, what do you got?
So, I don't know, Shasky, you told somebody not to get ahead of themselves, but that's exactly what you guys are doing with Trey Lance. I get that you watch him. Okay, I get that you watch him in practice and all of that, you know what I'm saying? But, I mean, the kid is an unknown. The kid, you don't know what he's going to be. Based off what I saw last year, he looked like a rookie. And Kyle Shanahan, so I wish him success. Kyle Shanahan, I don't trust Kyle Shanahan. He got talent, but he always fails with the talent. You know why? Based on the results, because he hasn't won. And whether he can develop a quarterback or not also remains to be seen, okay? So, I just find it annoying. Same way with people hype Wiseman. We don't know what that boy is. And Antonio, if you listen out there talking about what you expect from Kuminga next year, Kuminga can't even read defense when he's on the floor. So, we sometimes expect too much. If we make the playoffs, I'll be pissed at. If we don't make the playoffs, I'll be pissed at Kyle Shanahan because of his lack, his inability to kind of to make talent all come together and work and always blow it, okay? And so he lacks that. Kerr, he can do that, and his staff, but Kyle Shanahan has yet to prove that. And I don't care what you guys say, he has yet to prove it because the results of that don't lie. Bye, you guys.
All right. Well, looks like we're not allowed to be excited about Trey Lance anymore, Shasky.
Well, I mean, look, let's call it what it is.
Yeah,
we're talking about a third-round wide receiver.
Looks like we're not allowed.
Who didn't really do much yesterday. And then there's the starting quarterback who looked great. Okay, now I'm just telling you what I see. you want to say that what I saw is fool's gold? That's fair. All right, that's fine. I'll listen to that. When he balls out this year and you want to go get your grandson and your kids and yourself a nice Trey Lance jersey, Don't say that I didn't tell you. Don't say that I didn't warn you.
Yeah, and
there's a reason the kid was drafted number 3 overall. All right, you can think of Kyle Shanahan stinks. He built a roster full of superstars.
Robin mentioned something there, though, and she said you don't know what he's going to be, which is right. We don't know if he's going to be a Pro Bowl quarterback or whatever he is.
Yeah,
but you know,
Sam Bradford, just keep getting hurt.
What we do know, and I know it's just day one of training camp and all that, what you do know is that he's the leader of this team, and they're expecting him to be their franchise guy, at least for the foreseeable future, for the next couple of years, and it's not anybody else's team. It is his team, so we at least know that much about him, which is something that can't be said for a lot of people that are fans of whichever football team they're a fan of.
When you saw Bosa, you look at him, you're like, that's a number 1 overall pick, right? It just sticks out, right, in terms of the body and what he does on the field. When you see Trey Lance, especially when you contrast it to the other quarterbacks that are out there, and this is the same thing you see last year, it just sticks out. All right? Now, you could say, oh, no, Joe, it's practice. It's practice. And he did the same thing in the Arizona game where he's running around past Chandler Jones, one of the sack masters in the NFL over the last 4 years. And Brian Baldiger's telling you, guys just can't make plays like this with their feet.
Right.
And then he's making throws in the Texan game that Brian Baldinger, who studies it, not Joe Shasky, Brian Baldinger, who's paid by the NFL Network to break down film, who played in the NFL, is saying, there's like 3 guys in the league that can make a throw like this. All right? I see as a prospect why this guy was so highly coveted. I can see it. It's the size, it's the strength, it's the moxie, it's the command, it's the emotional intelligence, the maturation. I see the arm talent. Doesn't mean he's going to be perfect, but I can see as a prospect, he looked like the number 3 overall pick that you trade draft picks for. As a prospect, standing on the field in shorts. All right? Time will tell what he becomes. Time will tell. I know. I believe that they made the right selection. It makes sense when you see it on the field.
No, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. All right. We are live from the Hilton in Santa Clara, and I want to set this up here, Shasky, to transition a little bit to talk some Golden State Warriors, because we got the news yesterday as it was reported by Marcus Thompson and our very own 95.7 Warriors insider Anthony Slater. They reported that Draymond Green is seeking a maximum contract extension with the Warriors, which the team does not plan on offering him. And the report continues and says perhaps a bigger concern is how how the NBA Finals MVP would feel about Green not getting an extension. Multiple sources said Curry would not be happy if the Warriors lost Green because the team did not want to pay him. Curry, under contract for 4 more years, has a desire for Green and Thompson to be with him for the length of his stay. A 3-year extension would align Green's contract with Curry's. And right now, Draymond Green's contract, we have an option going into next season, but right now he's getting paid $25 million for this year. He has a player option for next year for $27 million. And I don't know if you'd accept that player option if the extension is not promised at all. And it doesn't look like the Warriors want to give that to him. Shasky, I mean, what do you make of this whole situation with Draymond Green? Because this news actually came down as soon as we were off the air. Like, we were on our way to training camp going to watch the 49ers when all this news broke down.
I mean, there's so many ways that we could take this. Yeah. Number 1, they just won the championship. And I get it. Everybody wants to count all the eggs before they hatch, and they want to worry about 2 years and 3 years and 4 years down the line. Can we just live in the moment? Can we just enjoy this team right now, and we'll see what ends up happening in the future? If Draymond doesn't get the extension that he wants, is he going to be able to show up focused and ready to go? I don't know. I really don't. I'll just tell you right now, I don't want to pay Draymond Green $35 million a year, which is what a 4-year, $140 million contract would be, which would be less than what a lot of the max contracts are right now. I don't know what the TV revenue deal is going to do in terms of the salary cap inflating. I don't know. I can't foresee those things. But I don't love paying a guy in his late 30s who already shown signs of wearing down and has a back injury. I don't love it. I don't love paying him. I don't think that you need to get that far down the road right this moment. But the question is, how upset is he going to be? Is he going to be able to play ball? I don't know. You don't want to alienate Steph. That's obvious.
Right.
But, like, this is a guy who had a couple of really nice games in the finals and played horrible as well at times. And he played great in some of the series before that. So it's not all bad and it's not all good. There's some great, there's some good, there's some bad sprinkled in there. Moving forward, $35 million for Draymond Green at, what, age 36, I believe he'd be at that time?
Let's
35?
see. Well, he's 32 right now.
Okay. So it'd be 34, 35, 36. I don't love it.
Yeah.
I don't love it.
I wouldn't like the extension either, but you know what, man? Like, if we saw the time of these podcasts being released, Joe Lacob, I think it was on the TK show, the Tim Kawakami podcast. I don't know. Joe Lacob was actually making the media rounds after the team won the championship.
As he should.
But he was talking about, the contracts and the salary cap and all that. It wasn't the Point Forward podcast where he got fined $500K. But he was saying, we're going to have to make some decisions that just aren't right with people. That just, you're not going to make everybody happy. And then you coincide that with Draymond releasing a podcast on the Draymond Green Show, brought to you by Draymond Green and the Volume Sports by Draymond Green. It's absolutely incredible. But Draymond goes on to say that, hey, I want more money, basically. He's talking about his contract and stuff like that. And it's just, you listen to those two podcasts simultaneously, and you think the writing is on the wall here, and it feels like they kind of knew that this was going to be a talking point. It was just a matter of when.
Yeah, I'm not going to get riled up over this when there's so much time between now and then. I get why this is a conversation.
Yeah.
To me, it's like we're putting ourselves way out into the future unnecessarily, and maybe Draymond's the one pushing it. I don't even know.
Yeah.
I understand from Draymond's camp like why he would want to be paid a certain level and why he wants to get a raise and things like that, and why he feels he's deserving. Of course, I get it. I see everyone's side to this. Tough decisions are going to have to be made.
Yes.
Not everyone can be a Warrior lifer.
Right.
Rick Barry wasn't.
Yeah.
Nate Thurman wasn't. Will Chamberlain
damn
wasn't.
near impossible to find
Chris
a team
Mullin
lifer.
wasn't. Do we hold Chris Mullin? Like, for example, Chris Mullin got traded. He was trying to chase a ring, right? But does anybody hold that against Chris Mullin years later?
No.
Right? There's like a couple of guys, Dirk and Kobe and Duncan, and a handful. Not everyone can stay a lifer on that team. So to me, like Draymond Green, I think he's a little out of pocket with this one. Why now,
and,
dude?
well, they're also talking.
I'm not outraged. It's just, why are we doing? You just won the championship.
They're also talking about the rest of Steph Curry's contract and him playing that out.
But we also got sources say Steph this, Steph that. Who knows what Steph wants?
But we also got to think about Joe Lacob and his time with the Warriors. His time is not going to just extend to Curry's contract, and then all of a sudden Joe Lacob's going to be done with the team. But we got to get to break,
because I want to keep
What's
going
coming up on the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We will continue to talk about this. We are live from the Hilton here in Santa Clara for day 2 of 49ers training camp. Stephen Langford in for Bonte Hill. It's Joe Shasky. It's the Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited.
Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. You better not be roasting me if I'm giving you a roast.
Lose yourself to Lance.
Oh, I like that. Steven, I don't know if you see this, but
lose yourself to Lance.
Robert just came through right now, and
come on.
Sabina Tor 10, SABINATOR 10 on Instagram. He made us some delicious treats that we're going to cut in half and we're going to eat at the end when changeover. I was just talking with Larry Kruger right there.
Roasted marshmallow?
Yeah, he'll be into that. Can't wait to talk football with him and Dibs. Dibs has glasses on right now. It looks like he's an extra in Casino, right? I'm thinking he's going to put some money. And I got a burrito. Can you smell that? Would you like half of that burrito?
You just shoved that burrito right in my face, so yes, I can smell it.
Yeah, it looks delicious.
Yeah.
You asked me.
Hunter as a Dibley.
Yeah, he looks great. And I'm ready for changeover in about 20.
I don't know. Try that off.
Draymond Green wanting this extension where he's at.
Yes.
It's just...
Is it too soon to talk about this?
It is to me. Like, if you talk to the Warriors, I mean, even Steph Curry waited till he had 1 year left on his contract. Steph Curry! The greatest.
Right.
All right, the greatest. If it ain't Wilt for you, if it ain't Rick Barry, if it ain't Chris Mullin, it's Steph Curry, okay, in terms of your greatest player of all time in a Warrior uniform. Steph Curry waited till he had 1 year left on his contract. I get where Draymond's coming from. It's just like, come on, man. And I don't know. I don't even know if he put this out. The fact that the report got out there, who knows? Marcus Thompson, I saw Marcus yesterday. I was dapping it up with him for a minute, and I know Anthony quite well, Slater. And they put together the piece. I'm sure they're well tapped in, well informed. I'm sure they got all the information from all the right people. But maybe Draymond didn't even want it out. I don't know. But the point being is the fact that we're even here and we're discussing this is kind of like, come on, man.
You know, and here's the thing. Here's Shasky, and this was.
Am I wrong to say that?
This is where listeners get fooled, though, for us.
Yeah.
Because these reports come out, and these are legitimate reports.
Yeah.
Anthony Slater, Marcus Thompson.
They don't make it up.
Reputable guys. They're not just going to write it to write it. So clearly,
if I were to say the two guys most tapped in on the Warrior beat, Marcus and Anthony.
Yes.
Without a question.
And we're getting some...
No slight to anyone else.
I saw this comment on YouTube as we were live on YouTube on 95.7 The Game. Of course, on Twitch. We are live from the Hilton in Santa Clara if you want to check it out. Of course, 888-957-9570 is the Comcast business text line and the phone number. But when we see reports like this, we are obligated to answer kind of, what do you think? Would you want to give them back?
Well, the job is talking.
Well, so I'm also getting these notes on YouTube here that are saying, these guys are trying to run Draymond out of town.
No one's trying.
That's not true. Because when these extension talks come into play, it's not just, oh yeah, you got to run Draymond out of town. Because if you sign Draymond to that contract, that means that you want to run other guys out of town because you can't pay everybody. It's just something that we just have to answer. So nobody's trying to run Draymond out of town. He's still going to be on this team under contract for next year. No one is saying, oh, you know what, you need to trade him right away. Trade him right away, and so you can get an extension elsewhere. Nothing like that. It's not going to be, oh, yeah, you need to get him in a sign and trade. No, it's nothing. We're not trying to run him out of town. So just to clarify that as we were talking about this here.
There's this current narrative on social media. Everybody's got to get the bag. Get the bag. Get him the bag. If I was running these teams, I'm just being honest. Like, if I was running these teams, I'd be reluctant to give everyone the bag because I understand that there are so much risks that go involved in it. Now, you got to play ball with certain people. Right now, we're talking about Deebo Samuel. Deebo's earned it. He deserves it. Now, but it's a risk, right? He can get hurt tomorrow, and that money could be all flushed down the drain. Like, there is calculated risk with this. But you have to reward those guys in that locker room, right? I understand that. I look at the NBA, and I say, look, these players have the most power of any sport in terms of their influence. Draymond's not the best player on the team. So for him to do something that would be unprecedented for the Warriors, giving out an extension 2 years before it even comes in, that feels like a stretch for me. Not saying that it can't happen, but it feels like a stretch. And then the second part of this is he just missed 2 months with a back injury. Can we let this thing play itself out that he can prove that he doesn't have to miss another 2 months next year? Why do I have to pay him 2 years ahead of time? I'm not saying I'm not going to pay him, but let it play out a little and let me see what happens with the rest of my roster. Maybe JP takes a step back. You know, maybe Jordan Poole did. Maybe Wiggins takes a step back. Maybe Clay takes a step back. Maybe one of these guys takes a quantum leap forward. Maybe the way I'm looking at this team and the dynamics and the pecking order is different 8 months from now. Right. Maybe it is. Right. I don't know. So that's why I don't prematurely jump the gun and give him the bag.
And speaking of that back injury that you talked about, remember when Draymond's mom, Mary Babers Green, joined the show, and she said, look, he had that injury, and not a lot has come out about it, and maybe it will, and she's like, she's not willing to speak about it, but it could have been a lot worse than it was. Like 2 months he was out, it could have been worse than that.
And if you guys, and if you're looking at it from a team building aspect, if you believe that Kuminga and Wiseman are part of the future, not just like the next year, I'm talking about 2 and 3 years down the line, then you have to allow for room for those guys to play. Does Draymond accept a lesser role on this team as those guys' roles increase? You know, that's an assessment you need to make. That's an actual basketball assessment. How good is Wiseman and Kuminga, and how many minutes are they going to soak up, and how many of Dre's minutes are going to go into those guys' minutes? I don't know. That's a question. How many small ball minutes at the 5 is he going to play? How many 4 minutes is he going to play? Where's Kuminga going to play? So I'm going to give you more money and take a backseat. Are you willing to be more of a coach on the back end?
Yeah.
So these are all the questions that I'm asking myself, and I'm saying we just want a championship.
Yes.
Can we go the offseason without talking about breaking everybody off?
No.
And 3 years down the line?
No, Shasky, we cannot. This is the NBA, damn it.
But this is partly why the NBA does get, I think, a lot of people the eye roll, is that everybody got to get the bag 7 years from now, and we worry about where this guy's going to go 3.5 years from now. And I just think the average consumer's like, dude, you guys just want a championship.
Yeah.
Can we enjoy it for one off season?
Right, yeah.
That's all. I mean, I'm not even mad. It's just like, come on.
When you were asking about the social media trends, the go get that bag thing.
It's the most annoying.
I thought you were talking about that social media trend where parents are going up to their little
it's so
kids.
good. We got to go fight.
We got to go
so
fight.
Good.
We got to go
so
fight.
good.
Because there are some that are like, just go get the shoes on. All right.
Oh, wait.
All right, bet.
He
There was
coming
one
at you?
kid, he was like 4 years old. He goes, bet. And he gets his shoes on and
How
get
about
ready
the
to
little
go.
girl that started crying?
I
don't want to fight somebody, Mama. It's such a good trend.
I thought that was the trend that you were going with.
888-957-9570.
We got Gene in Oakland who walks away.
Draymond Green, where are we at with this?
What's going on? Wait, we're talking about Dre. What's going on, Gene?
Always. It's always Draymond. Hey, Gene.
Hey, fellas. Hey, Joe. So, looks like we're finally on the same page regarding Draymond.
Where do you stand?
I've been his biggest defender over the years from day one, right? Even when people wanted to trade, him for Simmons and such. I said, don't do that. Keep him on the team.
And you were right.
But no, don't pay him the money because, look, I think what he's doing now is he's looking for this is his last chance to get a big payday.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. He's not, where else is he going to go? Who's going to pay him even $25 million to play? He's 32, he's breaking down, and his value of this team doesn't translate to other teams so easily, if at all right?
Yep. It's a great point.
This is his last shot. Fine, I understand it. They're not going to pay him. It's going to go away, and they'll get on to business, all right? I mean, he's got 2 more years. So does Clay. I would not be surprised if the 2 of them are gone after these 2 years. I think the organization is looking at trying to get this next, get another championship this next year when they still got, sort of the core, what I call the core 5 together. And then, hope they can find a way to keep Wiggins and Poole the following year, but probably not, and then just move on from that point.
Well,
but Dre, I love you, but let's get back to business. You're not getting your max dollars anymore. You've had a great career. Just play it out the last couple of years here, and that's it.
Well, Gene, you hit the nail on the head. Like, I think about San Antonio.
Thanks, Gene.
The Warriors get compared to San Antonio a lot, and it's different. These guys are just different, right? I get it. Ginobili and Parker, they're different guys. Once they realized the writing was on the wall, in terms of, we're not going to be around a lot, Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker all started taking lesser deals. They didn't get more. Now, look, Steph Curry took a max deal. We all agree. He got underpaid on that first one, the 4-year, $44 million deal.
Oh yeah, remember that conversation with it was like, well, which team is getting the most out of their player for lesser value? Is it the Giants with Madison Bumgarner and his 4-year, $11 million a year deal, or is it Steph Curry?
Exactly. And so
what a time.
It was a much simpler time in many ways. But and here's a great point by Gene. Klay Thompson, who knows where Klay's going to be at? I'll tell you this. I'm not paying Clay a max. As much as everybody thinks I rail on Draymond, moving forward, I'm not paying Klay Thompson a max. I'm sorry. I love Klay Thompson. If anyone should be giving hometown disc, and it's easy for me to sit here and say, take less. Like, it's so easy for media guy X to say, take less, when all media people want to take more. Believe me, we do. These guys have already had the generational wealth. They've already been paid handsomely, over the top, and if they want to stay on this team, again, it's about compromise. You go house shopping, you can't have everything unless you're a zillionaire. Right. So do you want the backyard and the driveway? Do you want the backyard, the driveway, and the 4 homes? Well, then you're going to have to move 2 hours away. Right. You know what I mean? And that's that's where we're at. So if Draymond wants the money, then you're probably not going to be playing for a contender. And his side of it's probably saying, well, I see what Rudy Gobert's getting paid. You ain't Rudy Gobert, number one, and that's a bad contract.
Can I just say something? As far as analogies go and the categories of like analogies that you make, when you talk about housing and you make analogies towards sports, I think that's the best category of analogies that you have.
You like those ones?
Yeah, I like those ones that you make.
I'm Mr. Real Estate.
Sometimes you'll go with the car categories and everything, which
I'm not
is
a
fine.
car guy.
But when you talk about houses, I was like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I just got to give you props for that.
Well, I appreciate that. It's an argument that I told my wife, I go, babe, look, we ain't finding no 4-bedroom houses in our price range in San Francisco. Right. Wake up. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, if it is, then we're literally right next door to the project.
I just had to give you your props there. But you know what?
There's nothing wrong with that.
The Klay Thompson.
I want a backyard.
The Klay Thompson contract extension. That talk is not going to come at least until the next offseason. Draymond Green. Gene did say he has 2 years left on his deal, but again, that's second year. He has a player option there, so who knows what's going to happen? Maybe he's just trying to get these talks ongoing. I don't know. But that news, we have a couple of weeks to discuss that, but we are here. We're live from the Hilton in Santa Clara. And you know what, Shasky, before we get to the positives here, because I do want to close out this show on the 49ers. I'm sorry, I'm going to bring down your mood a little bit. I am. It's just going to happen. I'm sorry, I don't mean to. Well, actually, I do. It's kind of my plan. But the Yankees yesterday.
Oh, the Yanks.
The Yankees, they traded for Andrew Benintendi and just got word from Buster Olney of ESPN.
Give it to me.
He says the latest from this Thursday morning, that executives around the league believe that the Padres are the top contender to land Juan Soto. So there's a chance that you could be seeing him within the National League West. The Yankees were one of those teams, and them trading for Benintendi probably takes Juan Soto off of the Yankees table. So
what does that do for Joey Gallo?
Good question.
I don't want him. I just don't.
Oh, man.
I don't want him.
Andrew Benintendi apparently has to get vaccinated now that he's with the Yankees. So how about that?
I love how these trips to Toronto are exposing who's vaccinated and who's not. It's interesting to me.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, have the Cardinals gone to Toronto yet?
Well, I mean, I believe Arenado and Goldschmidt are supposed to have missed both those games.
Yes. That'd be fascinating if there's a Cardinals versus Blue Jays World Series. But
you better get your monkeypox shot now.
But that's going to be the conclusion of our baseball talk today. I want to transition here, and I want to get some sound from Louis Riddick. We know Louis Riddick.
Okay.
Of course, he was an analyst on Monday Night Football. He's been an NFL analyst.
I think I've called him Theo Riddick on 15 different occasions.
Theo Riddick, yeah.
I do it all the time.
Yeah, sorry. I did not mean to mistake you with the running back who exclusively catches passes out of the backfield. Detroit Lions legend.
No, or
Theo
Chronicles
Riddick.
of the Riddick.
Oh, man, nice.
You like that?
I do like Chronicles of Riddick.
Yeah, not bad.
Shout out to Vin Diesel.
Look, Vin's taking that Fast and Furious thing real serious. He's got nothing left in the tank.
Oh, happy day.
Oh, dude, he's nuts.
Oh, man. Louis Riddick on First Take this morning talking about Trey Lance.
The degree to which he was a leader up there at North Dakota State, the degree to which he threw the football beautifully up there at North Dakota State, I think we will all see this is why Kyle wanted this guy. This is why he believed he could take this football team to a whole new level. And ultimately, as much as I love Jimmy G, he will be a distant, distant memory. And San Francisco will be hoisting Super Bowl trophies again. I went so far as to say this. We love to pick dark horses, right? We love to pick long shots. I picked Trey Lance as my long shot to win the MVP this year in a manner in which, the same way I said it about Patrick Mahomes when he first burst onto the scene in 2018, that he could take this league by storm and surprise a bunch of people. It may start slow, but this kid is a unique individual in the way he is wired and the athletic ability that he possesses. Do not bet against him. I think he's going to surprise some people.
Save that forever, number one, because he called the Mahomes thing, and now he's calling a shot.
From going for that baseball news.
And then number two, I love you, Robin and SF. I know you're somewhere out there, and I can hear you, but I'm telling you right now, did you hear that? That wasn't me. That was Louis Riddick.
Louis Riddick, not Theo Riddick.
He knows his stuff. I mean, come on. Does anyone watch Louis Riddick on TV and say, that guy's not tapped in?
No, man.
Like, he's one of the few ESPN talking heads that we all agree on. We can all agree he knows his stuff.
Yes, and he breaks down the game. He breaks down the game like, I mean, you know,
I want
a lot
him to
of
be
these
the
other guys
GM.
are fantastic. Yeah, I thought he was going to be a GM. I thought he had the job lined up. I thought it was with Detroit.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it was with Detroit where he had the GM job lined up, but he didn't get it.
He was going to be a package deal with Shanahan.
Yeah.
And then he ended up pivoting to John Lynch.
Yeah, but when he talks about Trey Lance like that, I mean, that should make you. Now, I know it's just, you know, we're reacting to that and it's building into our narrative that Trey Lance is supposed to be this great player. But to me, like when he says something like that, you want to talk about dark horse candidate for MVP with the talent around Trey Lance right now at the skill positions, with Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel on both sides. I don't know who the slot receiver is going to be. Maybe Jawan Jennings is going to be that guy. With that offensive line, I know it needs a lot of work. Running backs, you obviously have Elijah Mitchell, Jeff Wilson getting back into the fold, and everything you have on defense. I think he is built for success.
Jawan Jennings.
Yes.
We're here because we haven't brought his name up today. Brian Baldinger says, Jimmy told me he's not the fastest, he's not the strongest, but he just gets open and he makes plays. After seeing Jawan Jennings at practice, is that a spot-on assessment?
Yes.
He's not fast.
No.
He is big, though. He's not like the strongest dude in the world. He does just make plays. Like contested catches near the sideline, contested catches over the middle. I like Jennings.
Hell of a head of hair, though.
Oh, no doubt.
Can I be honest with you? That was like the first thing that stuck out to me was his hair. He had this red hair with it, the red jersey. I thought it looked sick.
Yeah, no, I just he does give them a different body type of all the other receivers that they have.
He's not gonna be just that typical slot receiver, small guy who's purely just a possession guy. Like you're gonna look at him in those passing situations where it's not necessarily 3rd and long, but it's third and 6, maybe 3rd and 7, where you can't run the football. You got to pass it, and he's that guy. He was so good for them on 3rd down last year. Yeah,
red zone guy. You know, I call those the chain mover dudes. You know, he's a chain mover dude. In the way that Wes Welker was a chain mover guy up the middle, I think Jawan can be a guy all over the field. Just in terms of a possession receiver who can box out, he gives you a little more. Like you can underthrow a ball to the sidelines, and he's going to box a dude out and keep him from getting it.
Right.
So yeah, I like where the Niner roster's at, man. I mean, Steven, I'm so excited. I can't wait to go again today.
So we are live from the Hilton in Santa Clara, and I want to get your opinion on that. But we do want to thank the general manager here, Margie Johnston, and the director of sales and marketing, Michelle Knight, for getting us set up here in the beautiful lobby of the Santa Clara Hilton, right across from Levi Stadium. We are getting ready for day 2 of training camp. So what are you going to be looking out for? We talked about that yesterday.
This burrito that's staring me in the face.
Well, other than the breakfast burrito. Damn it, Chasky. Talking about sports.
Look, consistency. Being a good player one day and not being a good player the next day, that no one likes that. You want to be consistent, and in terms of your energy, your effort, you're never going to be the same exact player on a day-to-day basis. But I want to see some consistency out there today. I want to see the offensive line get pushed around a little today in their own team drills and then take it to the D-line. I felt like they got their what handed to them yesterday. Even in the small amount of snaps that we ended up seeing. That middle of that offensive line scares me. I need to see something today from them.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to be paying attention to the trenches. I got to go watch that because I'm not going to lie. I got in. I was just so... I was overwhelmed. I'm looking around.
It's easy to get overwhelmed.
I'm just like, where do I go? All right, you know what? I'm going to stand right here. There are passes being caught, so I'm going to stand right there. You know what? I'm going to say hi to this guy, this guy, this guy.
You got to take nibbles of each little position group and keep it moving.
Yes.
I like to work the entire field.
Like a tapas restaurant.
Absolutely. Or like a sushi boat place. You're in a sushi boat place. I'll take one of those.
Yes.
I won't take one of those.
Yes.
The other thing I want to see today, I want to see Javon Kinlaw extended today. I want to put my eyes on him today and see where he's at. Givens is a nice little player. I don't know. Him and Armstead might fit a little better next to each other.
Yeah.
Kinlaw's got to have a role for this team.
Right. I'm going to be zoned in on Brock Purdy.
Oh, really?
Zoned in. Brock Purdy.
Admit he's better than you thought, though. Because when they drafted him, I laughed.
I didn't know what to think of Brock Purdy.
He looked better than I thought.
Yeah, he looked good out there.
Can't throw outside the numbers, but that's okay.
But also, again, Trey Lance, how he's handling the team, second day of training camp. I mean, it's really everything there with Trey Lance, what he's going to do.
If they put those things on YouTube, if the 49ers said, we're going to broadcast all the practices on YouTube, how many views does that get?
Oh, boy, quite a bit.
close to 1 million.
Quite a bit
a day.
Yeah, quite a few.
I think so too.
Quite a few. You know, that might. I mean, we're live on YouTube right now. We got quite a few people watching.
One of the beat
I think a
writers
lot
was
will
like
go
to me
Lance.
when I said that, they're like, "Do not do that, please. I will have no job." And I didn't even think about it that way.
In all caps, Trey Lance with a rocket arm, and then it's just like a practice throw.
That's everybody.
Yeah. All right. It is time right now, as we've had a great couple of shows here live from the Santa Clara Hilton. We're going to be back in the studio tomorrow, and we will recap the first 2 days of training camp that we saw. But right now, it is time for the flex moment of the show, brought to you by Xfinity.
Kyle's got an aura about him in the middle of the field where he's just in full control. Year 6, he just seems so comfortable with where he's at, with the quarterback situation, with the roster that they've put together. I saw John Lynch walking around. The guy got his head up so high. I mean, he's just a football dude. He looks like he's ready to lay somebody out.
Yeah.
And then by the end of practice, I saw Jed York. And Jed York had the white shirt on with the slacks, and then he had the Niner hat on, and he was just kind of looking over the field. And I could sense this confidence and almost a sense of relief, because I really do think this might be one of their best rosters. You got to go out and win, but it might be just top to bottom one of their best rosters they've put together during Jed's tenure as one of the front office people. And I don't say that lightly.
Right.
2012 was a roster that was to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
This roster has got some stars.
The flex of the show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
You like that contribution right there? Mm-hmm.
I do like it. I do like it.
Right.
I actually don't like it as much as I like Dan's glasses. I cannot get over the glasses.
It is time for the changeover. The changeover is brought to you by Oakland PD Recruitment.
I set
Be the
you up.
change
That's my fault.
that you want to see. We got Larry Kruger in, who is in for Mark Willard. Of course, we got Mr. Dibley, Hunter S. Dibley, I think is what I'm calling him. I immediately thought Hunter S. Thompson as soon as you walked in here, because he has the Zennies on, the Zennies that he was rocking at the Warriors Parade, as we are live from the Santa Clara Hilton here, right across from Levi Stadium. Good morning, fellas. Hey. We good?
No, we're not there yet.
There we go.
All right.
Hey.
Yeah, hey. What's going on?
I think he looks a little bit like Marvin Hagler.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That was more Krusty the Clown.
Yeah, well, Krusty.
It's a right guard commercial over here.
Oh, yeah. Well, you got to have the Zennies on, day 2 of the remote. And, we burned the candle a little late last night. So,
nice. I saw a limp this morning. Are you okay?
That's fresh off yesterday's run. Went for a quick 11-miler out here.
11.
In the beautiful, beautiful confines here in the South
You must have been
Bay,
dripping because it was hot yesterday.
Not too bad. Legs got a little sore late, so you had to shut it down. I was hoping to go 12, made it through 11, and thought,
hey, 11's a lot.
And I had to walk to the car.
Look at the flex.
I know.
11-mile run.
Redo the Xfinity Flex, please.
Yeah, just an well, I'm doing like 12-minute mile pace, so it's really like old man
Prefontaine
just
Dibley.
shuffle-uffigus. No, I wish. I mean, back in the day, I could actually run.
I mean, are you like Bo Cruz? Are you going to the top of the hill in a minute 45?
Wow, totally.
Yeah. Or are you? I mean, you got a treadmill in the Dibley compound.
Willard's following him in a car.
Exactly. Poking me with a stick.
You can do it.
So much positivity from my partner.
Well, Lucas dresses like Adam Sandler on a daily basis, so I could see him in the car pushing you along.
Yeah, that would be actually a lot easier than what I had to go through. But, it's the excitement of being down here. I figured, check out a new trail. And it's kind of ran along the, it's not the bay.
Not the 49-mile trail.
No. That's too paved. And by the way, going south from here, apparently, some encampments. So we went north instead, headed up past Shoreline and
encampments.
Almost made it up to Palo Alto.
It's a California special.
Yeah, nice.
It is. Yeah, they're very popular.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a growing deal. It's funny. Roger Craig ran that hill that Jerry Rice gets credit for running.
Unreal.
Isn't that funny?
It is.
Jerry had this workout. It was Roger's workout.
I know.
Yeah.
And
now,
Jerry
that's
just
not down
took it.
here, though. That's
Edgewood. That's like up in Redwood City on the back. You come back down Edgewood, $1 zillion
the
homes.
280 side.
Yes,
of
exactly.
Redwood City.
And then you lose a lot of golf balls back there.
Well, and also Jerry would do the hill Mount Diablo, where he would run up to the peak of Mount Diablo from the trailhead, which is back there, I think, in Walnut Creek.
He wore Lululemon type gear before anyone did, right? You know, the tighty spandexy things.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes when I'm with the wife on the bike trails in the East Bay with the kids, we'll run into JD on the trail.
Oh, really?
JD.
Oh, yeah,
JD's out there
around.
on the trail, so be careful for JD on the trail.
He took off about 50 pounds over the past 4 or 5 years.
He looks great.
Yeah.
He really does.
He was a little bit,
Yeah, my day was made yesterday when Grant Cohn came up to me and said, "You look like you've lost a lot of weight." I was like, "Oh my God, I'm ready to go home right now. Let's go." Perfect. I'm ready to take him out to dinner.
You guys ready to get over there again today?
Of course we are.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Larry saw you out there. How'd you enjoy it yesterday, day 1 of training camp?
Well, you know what? I'm 52, so the goal is don't get rolled up on. You know? But then the other deal is stand as close as you can to the sideline so nobody stands in front of you.
Yes.
And then as they're rolling towards you, don't look afraid of being rolled up on. You know, because there's nothing worse. You don't want to be rolled up on, but the last thing you want to do is flinch about being rolled up on when it's not close.
It's incredible. I was telling him because he hadn't been there. Like when you get up to these guys and you see Bosa and the legs and you see
quads,
and you're just like, these guys are superhuman. Everyone out there is superhuman. But I want to ask you, I know you've been to a zillion of these training camps. We were talking about just the roster as a whole. Stars everywhere. It feels like.
I was listening to you guys driving in.
2012. I don't know. You go way back farther. So 2012 for me, I'm looking at the roster. That's like as good of a roster during the Jet era that I can think of. Where do you put this roster? Just looking at it on the field, paper, expectations, where are you at on them?
First of all, I think Lynch needs more credit because Lynch has a stacked roster more years than not. But the only thin areas that I'm seeing is safety. Like I love Hufanga. I think he's going to take it to that next level.
You like him?
I really do.
Okay, good.
And I like Jimmy Ward. But the guys behind those
Tarvarius
guys.
Moore?
Not a believer in Tarvarius.
I'm with you.
Right.
I'm not a believer in George Odom as from scrimmage guy.
And he's a special teams dude.
Yeah, so I mean that's the one area like you can't there's a lot of talk. There's some speculation around NFL circles that the Niners may bid for Jesse Bates.
I would love that
in Bengals camp, right?
He's a playmaker.
Yeah, so I mean they're a little thin at safety.
Yes.
That, other than safety, stacked at running back, stacked at wide receiver. The real only problem spots I see, Kittle, Trent Williams, and Trey, if those three guys ever went down, the guys behind those guys are several steps beneath. They're not like, they're one step. They're like 2 or 3. We don't know about Purdy. We don't know about Sudfeld. Who is the third tackle? Right. You know what I'm saying? Who is the second tight end?
Colton McKivitz?
McKivitz got beat right off the line from
I thought Colton McKivitz fought valiantly,
of course,
in his start. But man, if you got to go 7 games without Trent
against
or without
Chandler
Kittle,
Jones.
Yeah, it could be that. What's going to derail the Niners is if they lose a Kittle, a Trey, or a Trent. But overall, I think they're one of the deeper. Look at their roster. Bust out the rest of the league rosters around the league. They're one of the stacked rosters in this league.
So I'm looking at center, right, and I'm like, God. Brendle's so small. Like I'm just thinking like out loud because they got a huge D line, and you see them go up, and I'm going, oh man, I'm really worried about center. I don't know. Losing Alex Mack this late in the process feels like a. I think they're going to have some trouble at center. Am I overreacting to just looking at his size?
It's early, but I think you can look at the situation, and it's going to be a step down no matter what.
Right?
But 300 pounds as a center, that's not necessarily too small. I know in this day and age, everyone's north of 325, it seems. But
and Kinlaw's humongous.
And I think with this offense, it's more about being able to get out and be able to zone block, snap and block. And I think it's an interesting camp battle between the two. And that's one. Is it going to be Brunskill or Brendel, and how many offensive line do they end up keeping?
Yeah, they got. They're deeper on the O line. Yeah. What was interesting yesterday is the kid from Texas San Antonio was running with the one right guard, Spencer Burford.
Him.
And he's an NFL body. I mean, long arms.
Looks like Laken Tomlinson.
Yeah, and he's intriguing. So he looked good in the mini camp. They played him at right guard. Are they going to let Brunskill and Brendel battle it out for the center spot?
I don't know.
That might be the smarter play than saying Brendel, you're the starter at center, Brunskill, you're the starter at right guard. So we'll see.
Trey Lance is the story. Everyone's going to go to Trey Lance. He just looks so much more polished with footwork. Throwing to his left, opening up, throwing to the left side, a little more inaccurate. But him to the right to Ayuk, I mean, just the synchronicity between the two of them. They look like they've been practicing a lot together. I was so impressed with Ayuk.
Yeah, I was impressed by Trey and the ball placement. I mean, he's seriously, and I heard you describing it, Joe, as far as the difference between put it to the side you're going to turn up field on as opposed to back here is the difference between that's where you get your run after the catch.
Right.
Is if you can hit a guy in stride.
Yeah.
The two good things that stuck out to me yesterday were Purdy hitting guys in stride.
How good did he look?
Yeah, I mean,
I couldn't believe it.
Throwing strikes. I mean, everything's like perfectly placed.
Yeah.
But then Trey last year was a little here, little high, little low. I thought his ball placement was like really on yesterday. So I don't know. Mike Silver says he's inaccurate. So I don't know. I didn't see Mike Silver there yesterday, but from where I was sitting, Mike, I know you're up in Davis, but from where I was sitting in Santa Clara, he looked pretty accurate.
And I hope he looks pretty accurate when you're throwing against no defense and no pressure. And but it's good. And the things you're describing about the way he's able to open up and make the throws, and like you said, throwing it on the correct side of the body, those are all the things you have to work on in practice when no one's defending you, so that when you get to the game, you're actually executing it the right way.
Well, and that's the thing with Jimmy, and people lose their minds on Jimmy, but at practice, in shorts, he's not going to wow you. That's not who he is, right? He's a gamer, if you will. Garcia was similar. But there's some plays that they run specifically with Trey where he's rolling to his left, coming across and throwing like a shortstop to first base. And you're just some guys can do this throw and some guys can't.
Right.
Purdy's throwing behind, Sudfeld's throwing a little wobbler, and this guy's throwing BBs. I mean, the physical gifts, he looks like a number 3 overall pick.
And this is one thing we're going to get into as the show goes on, is how does Kyle Shanahan change his offense? How much?
That's a good question.
Not only do they expand the offense, but plays like that. That's not a play that you would have Jimmy make, where you fake it to the right and he's going to roll against his own grain and try to make that throw because he's just not as physically gifted. So how many of those reverse boot actions going to his left do you have? Because Trey Lance can just, flick it with that strength he has.
Let me push back hard, too, on camp stats. I don't know how you guys...
What do you mean? No, it's actually one of my pet peeves. I'm glad you're bringing this up.
I can't hang with camp stats.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
I mean, I'll use them. I'll tweet them.
It's like pro day stats.
Somebody says, Lance was 9 of 11 and Sudfeld was... I'll throw it in there.
Yeah.
It's notable.
It's a point.
It's to be noted, but, I mean, don't hang on camp stats, because I've actually seen meetings where the offensive coach will say to the quarterback, you know what? I can't stand this corner. He never has his thing buckled. He doesn't have his chin strap buckled. Go at him 5 times in a row at the beginning of practice, and then all of a sudden, and they're laughing, and then they go at him 5 times in a row, and then if you're camp statting,
you're 3 of 5.
He was 3 of 5, and he was forcing the ball.
Yeah,
there's a million variables that don't matter.
He was 13 of 16 yesterday, though, Larry, with 214 yards. He also had a long of 14. So,
Sudfeld. This is a great example.
Are you making that up?
Sudfeld yesterday. They're doing.
No, it's plausible though the way this works.
So Sudfeld,
everybody's radio commercial stats.
Totally.
Joe during the commercial was just he went to his left so
I'm
much
Joey
during the
Gallo
commercial.
Of those, to be honest. I strike out a lot.
He fumbled through 3 words. I had him at a 98.3.
Yeah,
exactly.
So Sudfeld, I see 11 of 11. Well, they're doing 7-on-7 drills, and he's checking down, and then he's running an off-script play. And I'm like, wait a minute here, how it's 7-on-7. There's no pressure, and then you're scrambling around. I'm taking it with a grain of salt, right? That's all. And I think you can look at certain things like footwork. For me, I'm looking at Trey's footwork. I'm like, God, he looks like he's been really working on those things. I'm encouraged. The cadence at the line, things like that. It's all the little things. I know he's going to do the big stuff. I asked him, and I'll ask you guys, if Jimmy was out on that field, it would have just been a little weird, right?
Definitely.
Am I tripping on that?
No. I mean, it would have been first of all, it would have been it would have sucked the oxygen off the field.
That's
it would have
the
been
way to put it.
Just been everybody would have been, into the. We would have been.
Jimmy wasn't dapping up his teammates.
And did you see the way the Kittle looked at him? The way, and then Kyle came over. He took his hat off. Damn it! And he, all these things that mean
so
nothing.
True.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, they claim he was there. He did his throwing. We'll see. We'll see. I expect to be traded probably within a few days. That would be my guess.
And the New York Giants now, the team that everyone wants to talk about, and how that might work. Is it Tyrod Taylor who would come back, or Daniel Jones? Neither. What would be the compensation? Would the Giants really this late in the process want to make that sort of a move.
They didn't pick up Jones's fifth-year option.
So you know they're done with Jones at some point, maybe at the end of this year. So if you're done with Jones and Jones knows you're done with him, maybe you do make some sort of move.
But
now.
is Tyrod Taylor more the guy? Because Tyrod's got the relationship with Anthony Lynn, and if you believed yesterday, Lynn was hanging off Shanahan's shoulder, and he's become his kind of Robert Saleh sounding board during practice. Oh yeah, Anthony.
Doesn't he have like a presence about him?
I loved him in Hard Knocks. Did you see him in Hard Knocks?
He was great.
He was so natural. He's barbecuing on his Traeger.
He was the star of that season.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Jalen Ramsey house hunting was pretty good too. But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, no, I actually had one of those don't flinch on the sideline moments yesterday because it was Ayuk who caught the pass, and him and the linebackers got into a little scrum. Then I saw him and Fred Warner pushing each other a little bit, pushing and shoving. It was just all competitive, but it was like 4 feet away from me, and I tried my hardest to not like take a step back.
Seriously, I'd live for that.
Yeah.
Guys talking trash.
Yeah, no, it was great because Fred Warner's out of it. He's like, I love that, Brandon. I love that.
And Ayuk was yapping, and it's like it's athletic confidence. It's like, hey, it's just like guys saying to each other, I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here.
And I had Guru next to me going, I want to get in there.
Dude, Guru. We walk in, Guru.
So great.
Look at Nick Bosa's legs. I said, that's what I've been saying. When people haven't been up close to Bosa and they see him, it's like you're almost taken back by how big he is.
Yeah.
He is such a monster.
And like his shoulders and his back, his trunk. Yeah. Even like the little guys out there, whether it's a safety or wide receiver, they're still, just giant. Perfectly cut. Well,
he's a beast.
Yeah, he'll light you up.
He will.
On punt return. How good is it, especially for you guys, the super diehard 49er faithful, to have this linebacking core, though? Because historically, the linebacking position with the Niners has always been special.
Yes.
And now to have this trio of Al Shire and Greenlaw and Fred Warner, it's got to make the fan experience even greater to see that core.
I haven't looked at every linebacking core, but I put it up against any in the league.
Tampa's the only one that I could throw out.
Devin White.
Yeah. Maybe Pittsburgh because you're making TJ Watt a linebacker. He's at the end, I guess. I don't know.
I'll say this.
But they're right there.
I think Azeez Al-Shaair is the best of the three.
When he went down, I was like, no.
Yesterday.
Oh, my God. But it ended up, I guess he got kneed or whatever.
Yeah, he just lost his win. He just lost his win. But Warner secured the bag, so a lot of people are like, Warner's the guy.
Yeah.
But, man, Azeez is the guy.
He flies.
And Greenlaw with the iconic tackle, one of the great tackles in 49er history.
Both great. The thing about the NFL and the Niners are on the cutting edge of this, it used to be Matt Millen's played in this league.
Yeah.
4-9 guys played in this league. Now, then it was 4-7 guys. Now, if you don't run 4-5, you need not apply for the job. And the Niners have 3 backers who all run in the 4-5s.
And can cover.
And they play that they essentially play that 5-2 with the 5-man surface and the 2-man stacked. And the 2-man linebackers.
Here we go.
Layers.
I've been waiting my whole career.
No, I love this.
He and I have known each other 20-something years. We've never done radio together.
What?
That's right.
We'll get into it 9 to noon, but you were saying about the 5-2 and the stack.
Well, I just meant
I didn't mean to cut you off.
The
I've been
Niners,
waiting all day for
I'm getting a boner right now, so I want him to keep going.
Whoa.
Security.
Easy. Dump that, Spadoni.
When you had Bowman and Willis, right? Bowman and Willis with the Harbaugh years, on that second level, they controlled the whole field. And the Niners have the same thing going right now. They got these linebackers who can just run for days. Yep. The kid from Cal who went to Arizona, Evan Weaver.
Oh, I loved him.
Great kid, awesome player in the Pac-12.
Totally agree.
Cannot play in the NFL because he runs
fast enough.
He runs 4-7.
I mean, he's taking on fullbacks in the Pac-12. There are no fullbacks in the NFL. Juszczyk's the only one.
And we'll get into the fullback and the usage and how that changes. With Trey Lance, do you use more of it?
Yeah.
Larry and I were talking about the possibility of going empty now with Trey because you don't need. Jimmy needs that threat to be able to sit back in the pocket. So
it's funny that you bring that up because we were talking about it, and I remember going to a camp. I think it was at Kezar. I could be wrong, but I think it was Alex at Kezar, and they were just working on under center. And I was like, he didn't take a snap under center at Utah.
And his hands were too small, remember?
Was that when Kaepernick wore the pig socks?
No, that was way later. That was way later. But Alex is taking, he's trying to go under center. He's trying to go under center, and I'm thinking to myself, that wasn't even a consideration with Trey. And all these young quarterbacks, the Ohio State kid is going to come come out this year. He doesn't take any snaps under center. And that's the one thing that I look at with Trey that I don't think we talked enough about. Him under center for this offense and what they want to do, there's no learning curve. He's already really accustomed to everything, and it's just something that a lot of these young guys have to. Kyler ain't going under center.
No. And Trey, the best part about Trey last year was for a guy who barely played and played at the FCS level, all the ball fakes and the play action game. He doesn't just, mesh point, slight handoff. He dips the shoulders. He's working on it. This is a guy who's looking at himself on film, watching it. I bet you if you ask Trey, be honest with us, you practice these ball fakes in the mirror.
You have to.
He would tell you, I do.
Yeah, absolutely.
I bet you he does.
Absolutely. Well, when you turn your back to the defense, so few young quarterbacks are now they're looking at everything. You know what I mean? They never turn their back. And he was talking about doing it in college versus doing it in the pros. It's just different. Everything's so much quicker. And what you see pre-snap and then you turn your back and then what you look at is totally different. Think of the growing for some of these other guys, Kyler being one of them. He's never going to take a snap under center. He's going to go shotgun the whole career. So it gives them schematic advantages to have Juszczyk on the field, to Kittle, things like that. I love the kid. I'm in love.
No, absolutely.
I know.
And, day 2 of camp, and it's easy to love a quarterback like this who hasn't really had the body of work to where he makes mistakes. It's harder to love.
No scar tissue.
Yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo, we all have scar tissue, whether it's the underthrow in the Super Bowl or whatever.
He was good for him.
He was great for him.
I know. He was so good for him.
Trey Lance, unfortunately, throughout the course of this year, is going to get some of those moments where, Trey, why'd you make that mistake? Or how could you not see this open guy? So the scar tissue's coming, but for right now, day 2 of camp, just keep on loving him, Joe.
I'm expecting at least 15 minutes of anti-Giants talk because Willard has been supporting the Giants so hard since joining 957. Larry, please carry the mantle for me today. 7 in a row.
I think they're in a good place, Joe.
Oh my God!
They don't need to buy. They don't need to. They don't need to buy. They don't need to sell.
I love it.
Tell you what, Joe.
They don't need to buy. They don't need to sell.
I love you, Mark.
Just keep doing what they're doing. I mean, it's an exciting club. It's an exciting club.
They got the National League West right where they want.
Yeah, but I've seen better Giants teams. I don't know if I've ever seen a Giant team that was quite this exciting.
Oh
my God, it's the most boring team I've ever seen in my life. My God.
The dugout has more fun when they're kicking bats.
The Giants should be off of NBC Sports Bay Area and put on KQED. I mean, it's like
that is so just awful. They were the team. They were the team of baseball, whatever the Fox covers 3 weeks in a row. And if you're the Fox executives, you got to be sitting here like, really? The best we can do is the Giants? They're the most boring team in the league.
Somebody tell AJ Pierzynski it's Leone, not Leone. Just calling him Pierzynski. AJ Pierzynski.
Karos ripping the team. I mean, it's just
how tired is it when you get when you get Karos on a broadcast and he's like, well, and they try to pat the Giants on the head. The Giants have really tried hard, but are they going to sell off and ruin, say goodbye to the season? They probably could. And so you're sitting there as a Giants fan going, will somebody just choke that guy out in a commercial?
It's brutal.
Eric Karros.
I can't stand him.
Seriously. I think in my laundry room I have an Eric Karros A's jersey that I bought
He was an A, huh?
I have a jersey.
I totally forgot about that. He was that run of Rookie of the Years that they had. I hate the guy.
What else you guys got coming up on the show today?
We will touch a little bit on Draymond Green looking for a max. And by the way, I'm also looking for a max extension.
Thank you.
So in terms of things that aren't going to happen, we can put those in the same bucket.
Did you call Stacy directly for that one?
And I said, I'm looking for a max contract. I mean, I think I deserve it.
Iguodala's my agent.
Yeah, you want to keep us all together. You want to keep the core together. So
yeah. And will Steph be mad if you don't get your max?
Exactly. Exactly.
I saw him tweeting, I need Dibs to get the max.
Right.
And that should help.
Just the whole idea of...
They won the title.
Yeah. And Mark has said this before, of the 8 guys they have under contract, all 8 aren't going to be here in 2 years. So then you start to think about who's going to be gone.
Yeah.
How are they going to be gone, and who's going to be gone?
He brought that up when I sat in for you, and Mark's so
I was
always
listening.
He's
that
always
day.
super positive. I'm like, Mark, why are you so negative, man? Why are you being so negative? Why can't we just enjoy the Warriors' success? Why are you going to run somebody out of town?
Because Lacob's not paying $1 billion tax bill.
Right,
which was
right.
the point.
Maybe they could platoon power forward.
Yeah, exactly.
They just meet the best of both worlds.
It's not bad,
platoon.
So
we'll see if we got the right lefty-righty matchup during the NBA season when that comes around.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? All right, coming up next, Larry Krueger in for Mark Willard. It is Dan Dibley. We are live from the Hilton in Santa Clara. Thanks so much for joining us, everybody. It's 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, it's taken so long, more than 20 years, damn near 25 years, but here we are. Dan Dibley and Larry Krueger together on the air. What's up, my brother?
What is up? Man, it has been a long time. We're like ships that pass in the night.
So many times we passed in the night.
You smile and you say it's all right.
You had a gig, and then you lost the gig, and then I got a gig at the same place, and then I was there, and then you were coming back. And then I left. And then
Seriously,
you arrived.
I'm coming back. I'm going to work with Dibs, and Dibs is out of there.
Bounced. It was a quick bounce.
I think what it really tells us is we can't be both afforded under this cap, under the salary cap.
That's basically what it comes down to. And, hopefully the cap ramifications will make it so that we actually can do it. Hilton Santa Clara is where we are. Glad to have you here. Camp is underway. And this is always one of my favorite times of the year as far as the NFL goes because no scar tissue. Joe was mentioning it in the changeover where, Trey Lance hasn't made any mistakes yet and nobody's fumbled and no cornerback has been beaten deep in a game. So we can just think about what might be, what could come with this 49er team. And when a team is this good and this deep as this Niner roster seems to be, you and Joe were breaking it down so beautifully, you can have a lot of optimism even though you're starting a virtual rookie at quarterback.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and it's a weird year because some people would say, well, they got no chance. They got no chance this year. And the rookie quarterbacks never lead anybody to a Super Bowl. Niners have no chance. It doesn't feel like they have no chance. Like I realize this is year one for Trey Lance, technically, because he didn't play hardly at all last year. But like if you told me, yeah, you know what? They have no chance to go to the Super Bowl because Trey's in his first full year as a starter. I would probably sell that instead of buy that. I'd probably push back on that and say, you know what? I think this is the exception, not the rule. I get your rule, but I see Trey as really motivated, really advanced, much more so than a typical quote-unquote first-year starter. I think he's a significant talent. They took him through a great one-year redshirt year, if you will. And I think they're a contender. I really think they're a contender. Now, injuries could derail them like any team. Every NFL team's like the wrong sequence of 3 to 4 injuries away from being, picking in the top 10 in the draft. But if things break right for them, I think the Niners are absolutely a title contender, despite the fact they have a very inexperienced young quarterback.
And outside of the quarterback, Trey Lance, who, right now is backup Nate Sudfeld. Brock Purdy maybe beats out Sudfeld and he's the 2. I doubt that. But whichever direction they go behind Trey Lance, other than him getting injured, what would be the worst injury on the offensive side of the ball? Would it be George Kittle, Trent Williams, as you look at the way this roster is being laid out?
Well, it's one of those two for sure because they're really stacked at running back. I mean, they got 5 or 6 guys who are all NFL backs. They're really loaded at receiver. Trent Williams is got to be the anchor point of the line. Everything, everything in pro football starts on offense with your line. If you don't have a good line, like the Raiders. I like the Raiders. Devontae Adams and some of the weapons they have. Josh Jacobs. They got maybe one of the best tight ends in Waller. Yeah, but then you look at their line. It's Alex Leatherwood and Brandon Parker, and you're like, wow. The Raiders' O-line is really bad. So your line can totally derail you. So I see Trent Williams as the anchor point because left guard, Banks, we don't know. Center, we don't know. Right guard, we don't know. McGlinchey at right tackle. What's his status? We don't know. There's a lot of question marks there. So I would say Trent 1, Kittle a close 2, because there's some other tight ends, nobody close to Kittle. But if you lose Trent Williams, you could have a rough year on the offensive line.
Charlie Warner would be, tight end number 2, and then maybe
guy to look for is Jordan Matthews, Dibs, because Jordan Matthews was a receiver. I think he's Jerry Rice's nephew. And, they tried him as a receiver. He was a kind of a possession receiver, and he, couldn't get separation. Well, they moved him 2 years ago to tight end, but he was 218 pounds. So this year he shows up, he's like 238. It's all in the upper body, and yet he is making huge catches down the field, and I think he's going to give Dwelly a massive run for that movement tight end spot, the flexed out tight end.
Yeah.
Jordan Matthews may make this team and may be an impact guy because he is a fast movement tight end.
Up in 10 minutes, we'll break down some of the line questions and the offensive line depth that we talked about, and you mentioned Banks and Brendel and Brunskill, the killer bees, or, do they play big enough? Can they be effective enough? We'll get into that. But I want to touch on what you mentioned about Ross Dwelly and the tight ends. These tight ends need to be blocking tight ends. They need to be physical tight ends because of the way Shanahan likes to run his offense. How much does he change his approach to the offense because he has a young quarterback and maybe an offensive line that needs some improving as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is, in a nutshell, Dibs, the biggest question for the Niners is what does the offense look like from Kyle's perspective, because he's the play caller, he's the play sequencer. He lost his OC or his passing game coordinator, if you will, to Miami. So how is the offense different this year? I'll say this. I thought the offense was quite a bit different in Trey's 2 starts. It was a different offense against Arizona than it was against the Texans.
But I don't necessarily like what they did when Trey was in there with the amount of times that they were running him. I wonder how much Kyle's going to expose him to that sort of violence as he did last year in those relatively few starts.
And the talk was at the time that the only reason Kyle did that was because maybe Trey didn't know the full scope of the offense. But now it is year 2. He's got a lot. He's digested the whole thing. I mean, the line that I heard from somebody coming out of yesterday's practice, Dibs, was that Lance knows the offense so well that he could teach the offense to the other position players on the across the board.
Well, that's what you have to be as the quarterback. For him to get to that level in year 2 would be awesome.
Yeah, and he's got to be able to. You got to come up to the line of scrimmage and see everybody and go, wait a second, Ayuk's supposed to be on the other side of the coverage.
Yeah, exactly.
And you got to point him and direct him, and you got to get. There's a saying: the guy who wears the green dot on the defense gets your defense lined up correctly. Well, your quarterback wears the green dot on the offense,
right?
And it's his job to get everybody lined up correctly.
And that's one thing that I always tried to give Jimmy Garoppolo credit for is avoiding what I like to call the parking tickets. There's moving violations when you actually make a mistake while the play is going on. The parking tickets is when you're lined up wrong, you get out of the huddle late, there's illegal motion, illegal shifts, all those things. Jimmy Garoppolo was great at saying exactly what you were alluding to about Trey Lance, getting everybody set. And, Ayuk, you need to be over here and being able to set up the motion because there's so much pre-snap activity. The quarterback has to be able to time all that correctly in order to get the snap off when he wants.
Yeah, and that matters, but then also what really matters is when it bogs down and breaks down, you don't point the finger because you're going to be the spokesman of the team,
right?
And the press is all going to be there, and so many quarterbacks would be like, well, I had a guy lined up wrong. No. Own that. You wear that, and that's what makes you the leader that you are. And that's part of the reason I think there was such this affinity for Jimmy is that Jimmy was the consummate pro.
A stand-up guy, exactly.
Stand-up guy who was like, you know what? Jump aboard my back or I'll take the blame. And he wasn't worried about the pettiness of media blame.
Yeah.
And I think Trey saw that. There's a maturity about Trey.
Maturity, exactly.
Somebody compared Trey, a scout that I know a few weeks ago I was talking to, I said, give me your Trey comp. Give me your Trey comp. And he said, you know what? I think the comp is, he to me is a blend of Kaepernick and Alex Smith.
Wow.
And I said, how so? And he's like, well, Kaepernick had these off the scale athleticism, arm strength,
and all that, yeah.
The physical just dominance and all these great skills. But then Alex had the maturity. Alex also was extreme in how he took care of the football. He thinks Trey takes care of the football, going back to the one interception he threw in college. So, and also the mental maturity of being able to say, hey guys, you know what? Yeah, it's Dibley's fault, but I'm going to take the blame for it.
Whoa, I just got here. No, and it's maturity, leadership, and all those things are learned over time and experience. However, you have to do it correctly in the beginning. You have to be that guy to begin with, and not a Johnny Manziel or Baker Mayfield. Coming up, Kruger's camp battles. I want to hear what you think the biggest battles are in camp, and that's all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body, live from the Hilton in Santa Clara. Larry Kruger's in for Mark Willard. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto.
to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Back live at the Hilton Santa Clara, just feet from Levi's Stadium. The 49ers getting set for a second day of practice. Camp is open. Larry Krueger in for Mark Willard. It is Willard and Dibs. There's $5.6 million up for grabs with the MLB Beat the Streak game. Check out the Beat the Streak Daily podcast to find out which players have the best chance to get a hit today so you can get closer to becoming a millionaire. Call out players from your local MLB team who are hot or due for a hit. Download Beat the Streak Daily on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Larry Krueger in, Mark Willard taking a long weekend. He'll be back on Monday. Coming up in 15 minutes, I want to get your thoughts on not the Giants' woes, but Draymond Green's woes. And they might be money woes. He wants the big bag, and he may not get it. So we'll get into that here at about 9:45. But first, Larry, camp battles. We love training camp for so many reasons. You know, hope springs eternal for all 32 teams, but really the battles. What are the biggest battles you're seeing as camp gets underway here in Santa Clara?
You know, if you have a lot of battles, that probably means you don't have a very good football team. The Niners,
very astutely put right there.
Yeah, I mean, the Niners don't have a lot of battles because they are a very good football team. That was one win from the Super Bowl. But, I mean, as far as what are the legitimate battles, I think there's like kind of a widespread battle all across that offensive line. I don't think anybody, you know, there's...
So you got just the one guy, Trent Williams, probably solid at left tackle, you're saying.
You know, I would say you could put Trent Williams down in ink and the rest of the guys in light pencil. Okay. You know what I mean? Light pencil.
No one even in crayon, then.
No crayon.
McGlinchey probably in crayon.
Yeah.
McGlinchey's got his job, right?
McGlinchey's, yeah, if he's healthy.
If he's healthy.
And, you know, so McGlinchey's the right tackle if healthy. They want Aaron Banks to play left guard, which is what he played at Notre Dame. John Lynch made it perfectly clear that, you know, he thinks that Aaron Banks is quite improved. Trent Williams kind of echoed that. So it's time for Aaron Banks to hit the field and play. So he'd be the left guard, but not for sure. And Jake Brendel might be the center, but that's not for sure. And Daniel Brunskill could be the right guard, but that's not for sure. And so there's a lot of uncertainty there. There really is. I would say across the board, that's a huge battle. And then the other one's going to be at nickelback in the secondary. I mean, if you say what's the most important position on a defense in the NFL, it might be the nickel corner.
Right. Because teams come out of the base there is almost no base defense anymore.
Right. And it's a very complex position. You got to be, there's a two-way break. You have to be a film study guy. You got to be a veteran, but you have to have ability to mirror guys up and down the field. And the Niners have a rookie named Samuel Womack that they took out of Toledo, and he's probably the favorite to take that spot that K'Wan Williams manned a year ago. But it's a vital spot. I mean, you have to have a really good nickel corner, and so that's that spot right there. Quantrez Knight from UCLA. There's a couple other guys in this camp that will battle, but I think they're looking for Womack to kind of take the lead at nickel.
And this team plays nickel. How often do they get into the nickel coverage as opposed to other teams? Because they've got linebackers who can cover. So if you've got Al-Shaair, Greenlaw, Warner, you feel like in the base defense, you can still have a guy guarding a slot receiver. Does this team need to go nickel as often as other teams because they're linebacking speed?
Well, that's the thing. In the NFL, the offense dictates to the defense a lot, and the defense has to match up. So, if we're now in an era where teams in the NFL are going 3 and 4 wide, they're putting extra wide receivers on the field. They're doing it on first and second down, which are traditionally running downs, and you're seeing sub-package Dibs around 70% of the plays. So that's why your nickelback's so important, where like your third linebacker. I mean, the Niners have 3 really, really good linebackers, and yet really only 2 will play a good portion of the time because you're in your nickel and you're in your dime.
Live from the Hilton in Santa Clara, it's Willard and Dibs. Larry Krueger in for Mark Willard today. Nick Bosa and his return from the injury last year, a spectacular season coming off an ACL. Is there a way that he can get even better this year, being another year removed and another year healthier?
Yeah, because, I think he's going to maintain Dibs, but it's really about can they come up with, it's like Nick Bosa's like a really fancy security system, but when you don't have a defensive end opposite him, it's like having a really fancy security system and leaving the back door open.
Shout out Bay Alarm.
Exactly.
What have you got to lose?
You've got an airtight Bay Alarm system, but I left the back door open.
Yeah, we actually had a Bay Alarm situation, and if the home phone was disconnected, the alarm wouldn't work because this is back in the day.
What is this home phone that you described?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. The old landline. So if the landline was disconnected, then the alarm wouldn't connect to the center, to the alarm center, and so then it was neutralized.
But yeah, for Bosa, I think it's more about is Drake Jackson or is it Ebukam? I think Ebukam's going to get the first run, but there's also
on the other side is the edge.
Yeah, I mean you got to have somebody on the other side who keeps that quarterback hemmed in, especially if you're going against Russell or Kyler. Now Russell's moved on to the Broncos, but you're still getting 2 games a year against Kyler, and the Niners have not had a lot of success defending mobile quarterbacks. Kinlaw is not going to sack the quarterback. Armstead's success as a sack man will be determined on who's that other defensive end. So, this line works together. Bosa's going to flush guys out,
right?
But do they get hemmed in because Drake Jackson's on the other end flushing? And if that is indeed the case, if somebody steps up opposite Bosa, then Javon Kinlaw and Eric Armstead are going to have great numbers.
I want to ask you about Javon Kinlaw and the interior line depth. But if you have questions for Larry or myself, you want to talk camp, 888-957-9570. We're out here at the Hilton in Santa Clara, day 2 of 49ers training camp, and I see your calls. We'll get to you in just a moment. Javon Kinlaw, you used the name, you mentioned him. How big is it for him to fulfill the promise that the 49ers have had? He was highly drafted. He's had injury concerns. And now the D-line, the interior D-line depth doesn't seem to be as great as in years past.
Yeah, they're leaning on Kinlaw. He's a mountain of a man. He's in great shape. McGlinchey is on record as saying he thinks he's going to have an awesome bust-out year. They have been so deep on the D-line that it's like Kinlaw's had knee problems. Kinlaw has not been able to get out and stay on the field. And it's like, it's not really that big of a deal. We'll get him healthy. Why? Because you had DJ Jones and you had Kentavious Street,
right,
and you had all these other guys. Now you look at that D-line, they need Kinlaw to be that anchor point because they lost DJ. And I really think DJ Jones is one of the most underrated defensive football players in the entire league. I mean, he's 6'1", 320, really quick inside as a pass rusher, but totally dominant as a leverage player against the run. And teams didn't even try. We were talking about this before the show with Kyle. Teams didn't even try to run on the Niners in the A-gaps up the middle in the second half of games because it was like, tried that in the first quarter and DJ stuffed it, so we'll try something else. Now with Kinlaw in there, they're going to keep going at him. It's going to be more of a 4-quarter deal, stopping the run in the middle. And to me, Kinlaw is the biggest question mark. If he steps up, I mean, he's got huge talent. Kind of reminds me of Ted Washington for older Niner fans. He doesn't give you a lot of pass rush, but you cannot move him.
Right.
And he's so strong, you can split a double team and dominate against the run. So I think Kinlaw, if he can just keep that knee healthy, stay on the field. What's Bob Meyer's line? The best ability is availability.
Yeah.
If he can stay on the field and stay healthy, he's got the natural skills to just play with leverage, play the run, and step in for Jones.
888-957-9570. Camp is underway. What camp battles are you looking at? Let's go to the phones. Jose in San Jose. You're on Willard and Dibs. Kruger in for Willard. How you doing, Jose? What are you doing is a better question.
I'm making food.
Nice.
Strong move, Jose.
Yeah, I'm ready for Trey Lance versus Kinlaw.
Yeah, what do you think about Kinlaw?
2 key guys for sure.
I think Kinlaw is good. Like he's pretty good. He's pretty good, man.
Yeah, he needs to be good, Jose. Thank you for the phone call, and best of luck with breakfast. Most important meal of the day, Larry.
Yeah, if you don't eat a good breakfast, you don't have fuel for the day.
I did a whole Twitter Spaces on breakfast a couple weeks ago as we take turns doing the social media. Big, very popular Twitter Spaces. Dibs on breakfast.
Really?
Yeah, I think we had like 12 people on.
Now, are you a big breakfast guy? What's your, see, to me, the ideal breakfast is like, maybe a grapefruit, maybe a little,
exactly.
Maybe a little eggs.
Keep it light. Try to stay away from the starchy hash browns and things of that nature. Stay away from the breads. Just protein, little vegetables.
There you go.
And we're on to Cincinnati. If Javon Kinlaw is unable to get the job done in the interior, who do the Niners turn to? I know Eric Armstead is also playing a lot at the D tackle spot. They'll kick him outside on occasion, but if it's not Kinlaw in the middle as your run stopper, who's the player behind him? What's the depth like in the interior?
Yeah, if you said make a prediction on the Niner D this year, I would predict that they will be much improved in the secondary and maybe a little regression up front because they did lose a lot of talent up front. They lost Arden Key, right? Arden Key was a huge player in their NASCAR package. Defensive end, rushing from the interior, giving them a lot of pass rush. They lost Contavious Street, really tough guy to handle individually as a pass rusher. And then they lost DJ Jones. So they've lost a lot. They're still pretty stacked, but Hassan Ridgeway, I guess, would be the guy. They bring him in from Philly. He's had some, he's a big-bodied guy, 300 pounds. They've thought of him as a guy who could do it all at Texas. Hasn't necessarily shown that in the NFL, but I think he is the interesting guy. There's also other guys, undersized guys like Mo Hurst, Kerry Hyder, Kevin Givens, all really intriguing, like one-gap penetrators. I mean, if you're up 14 points in the second half of a game, maybe you take a guy like Kinlaw off the field and you say, Givens, go wreak havoc inside as a pass rusher.
Anticipating that the opponent probably won't be running it as much, so you go into more of your pass rush package.
Yeah, I mean, I can see, especially in the fourth quarter with a lead, I think the 49ers D-line could look really, really good. Oh, the other guy that I think has to be mentioned is Robert Kemdiche.
Right.
Kemdiche looked like a house on fire yesterday on the field. He's 295 pounds. And yet moves like a man who's about 250, 260. I mean, he's a freak, a serious freak. And they said they had this workout with him. He was a first-round pick, great player at Ole Miss, didn't necessarily fulfill his potential. First-round pick of the Cardinals, kind of blows hot and cold, wound up in Seattle, and put some good film together. Niners had a private workout with him, and they said that he absolutely dominated that workout. And when you watch him moving around on the field, this is one of the guys I'm most eager to see in the preseason because Kemdiche's got first-round talent.
Right.
And now you're putting him with Chris Kocherik, the Niner D-line coach, who, if you never, put it on the bucket list, come watch Niner training camp and go hone in on Chris Kocherik and the D-line. He's the D-line coach.
Right.
And just see the way this guy coaches. I've never seen a guy, college or pro, and this animal, the D-line coach, is kind of known as like a high energy, barking, these guys are all kind of high energy, but this guy is off the charts. I mean, he's losing his voice. He's in a 3-point stance. He's on the ground, spits everywhere. Yeah. He's swearing. He's screaming. He's pounding the ground. He gets it out of him. Now, we'll see if we can get it out of him. Chris Kocherik gets it out of him. And I'm really eager to see it because you got a huge talent in Kemdiche and a coach who's known for getting the most out of his players. That could be an explosive, positive combo for the Niners.
And it's going to be tough, I think, to make this team in the defensive line. You talk about Givens, and you mentioned Ridgeway and Ebukam and so many different players. Is it going to come down to versatility for some of these final spots on the roster? Eric Armstead, a guy who can play inside or play outside. When you're looking at the defensive line and that, you're going to end up probably keeping, 9 of these guys across the board on your final cut down roster. So what are the tiebreakers when it gets down to, whether it's Atkins or Maurice Hurst or some of these guys toward the bottom of the depth chart?
Well, it's a good question. I mean, and that's what the next month is going to be about. I would say, obviously the ones are Bosa, Kinlaw, Armstead, and Ebukam. That's your one. Those are your ones today.
With Drake Jackson maybe pushing Ebukam and
and then you got Drake and you got Kerry Hyder, who's very has been with Kocherik before in a couple different stops. So they brought Hyder back to play. He's a veteran, and then they signed Kamoko Toure away from the Colts, and Toure was great at Rutgers and is a defensive defensive end who's got a lot of ability. And then Charles Omenihu. We forgot about Charles Omenihu.
Right.
Charles Omenihu wore 92 last year, but he's about 270, and he's just, in a lot of ways, he's kind of like the physical prototype. He's had a tremendous offseason. I think he's going to look good. You got Jordan Willis, you got Ridgeway, you got Givens. I would say Kemdiche. I mean, you got
we're running out of spots here on the roster.
Oh, I know.
All these guys.
I would say, Kalia Davis probably starts on the NFI, the non-football injury list. They probably wind up trying to squeeze him through because I think he's got an injury. And then Kemdiche and Givens and Hurst and Hyder and Ridgeway will probably battle for 3 spots. So there'll be a couple guys who lose out there. But, D-line play in the NFL is almost like pitching in baseball.
You can never have too much.
Yeah, it's like you can never have enough. I thought last year in camp they were so incredibly loaded, and they still had to add guys like Willis and Omenihu.
Right.
Because they still were depleted with injuries by the time the playoffs roll around. So, and I think Lynch kind of shares that same philosophy that you can never be deep enough. So, it's a good problem to have because you want a lot of competition, and there's a lot of competition in this camp.
Yeah, and it's tough at the end where you got to cut guys or put a guy on a practice squad. Possibly other teams will certainly look at what you talked about with Kasarik and the great defensive line play that they've had here. And if you're the 9th or 10th guy and you're on the outside looking in, you might find yourself landing with another team pretty easily. So, you're right about you can never have too many defensive linemen, but there's only so many ways to stash these guys, like you said, on the injured list, or hope a guy can clear and go down to the practice squad.
Well, and then, if you're, every pro personnel director in the NFL has a board, and he'll highlight on his board where there's a numbers crunch on another roster. And so maybe you're the Buffalo Bills and you got 9 receivers, or maybe you're a Kansas City Chiefs and you got 7 running backs. And they'll know. So I guarantee you the 49ers depth at a few spots, running back, wide receiver, D-line, to name 3, they're going to be, the pro personnel hawks around the NFL. They'll show up at preseason games. You'll be able to see them sitting in the press box, and they'll be looking at those spots to see who loses those competitions and who they can kind of pluck off the waiver wire. Because, there will be, I would say, 5 guys at least that the 49ers will cut at the final 53 that will wind up on other teams' 53s.
Which is a remarkable turnaround for this organization, this tenure, because think about the roster that Kyle and John inherited in their first year, and you were the team looking to pick up players from other rosters, guys who were cut at the end of camp because your roster was so thin, and now you're in a spot where you've got the 90-man camp roster, and you probably want to keep 70 to 75 of these guys, but you can only keep 53, right? 53-man roster, 45 on game day. Wide receiver is an interesting one. As you mentioned it, and I started to go through, they have many more players than they can keep because you're probably going to end up keeping 5 or 6 wide receivers, and they're running 9 or 10 deep.
Yeah, they're loaded. It's funny. I was watching the Bill Walsh Football Life on the NFL Network, and they had Joe Montana talking about how Walsh in the early days, he took over in 79. It's like 79 and 80. He would have workouts on Saturdays before, the day before the game, just looking for anybody. But instead of being 5 guys, which would be at a typical workout, or maybe 14 or 15 guys, Joe was 200 guys would be out there on the field. And Bill was just looking for anybody.
Like street free agents.
Yeah, he was just I need anybody who can play, and I want to see as many people as possible. So, when you're in that mode early, it's you just want to take a look at everybody. And when you're in the mode they're in now, it's far more competitive. You mentioned wide receiver, so let's talk about it.
Well, you got the locks are
Ayuk,
Debo, Ayuk, and Jawan Jennings?
Yep, those 3 guys. And I would say
those 3 are pretty much locked in.
And probably Ray McLeod, because he was the veteran Ray McLeod is going to be a return guy, punt returner, kick returner, gadget play guy. He did fumble 6 times last year, so that can't happen. I mean, if he fumbles half that many times, people will want to run him out of town.
Right.
So, that's a big one for him. He's got to overcome. Danny Gray was drafted for a particular reason. He runs like sub 4.3. I mean, they timed him at 4.33, but he's probably even faster than that. He's going to be, I think he's one of the things that they promised Debo. It's like, Debo, come back. We'll pay you more, and we'll do things to compliment you. What are they doing to compliment him? Ty Davis-Price and Danny Gray. Gray creates that incredible amount of space by running off the coverage, so the Debos, the Ayuks, the Kittles catch it, they beat their man, and suddenly it's green grass, wide open spaces, and you're not taking as many hits. So Gray was brought here for a reason. So I would have to say Ayuk, Samuel, Jennings, Gray, McLeod. Those 5 guys are going to be there. And then some teams only keep 5. So that might be it. But then there are other guys that are going to be heard from. Keyshawn Johnson, you probably heard of him from the Cardinals and Fresno State. They got a free agent named Marcus Johnson who's flies. He has tremendous speed. And then they got a couple undrafted guys, including a guy I love named Tay Martin, who played at Oak State and was absolutely dominated Notre Dame in the bowl game. He had like 10 catches and 3 touchdowns.
Right.
And so he's in this camp. And then they've got Kenny Pickett's number 1 receiver from Pitt, Taysir Max in this camp. So you're right. I mean, there's a lot of receivers there.
And it comes down to
one spot, maybe.
In special teams. If you're a guy who can play on teams, you have a chance to then be the guy that they keep. Because as you run through that, and you know, we mentioned 4 or 5 guys who are probably going to make the team. You've got another 4 or 5 playing for just one spot. So it comes down to, can you play special teams, and how many of those units can you be on?
Yeah, and one thing you should remember if you're a 49er fan, teams will do inventory on their roster in minicamp. So they'll look at minicamp and decide, hey, this guy can really play. But, man, he's got no shot to make our final 53.
Right.
So there may be a receiver. They may like Tay Martin, for example. And then Kyle never talks about him, and John never talks about him, and they rarely use him in preseason because they're trying to slide him through the 53 waivers, drop him in their 16-man practice squad, and have him to develop.
Right.
And they don't want him to be poached by another team. So sometimes you'll look at your situation and say, you know, instead of hyping your young guys, you may actually downplay your young guys or even try to hide your young guys.
Exactly.
So that they don't register on other teams' radar, and that you can just slide them from waivers through the rest of the league and back onto your practice squad. So they may do that. You may see that this summer.
Yeah, it's slow playing some guys and highlighting other players that you don't necessarily care about if they get poached. It's just an interesting shell game, especially when you've got a roster crunch that the Niners likely will have. 888-957-9570. What's your big camp battle that you're going to be watching, Niner fans, as far as how this is going to go for Niners training camp? Larry is in for Mark. He was laying out the D-line, deep, very deep, the wide receivers, super deep there. We'll get into more camp battles. And I see if you can go head-to-head with Kyle later in the program.
Nice.
We're going to have, Kruger v. Kyle in a roster battle. We'll get into that on the other side. I do want to pick your brain on the Draymond Green situation, get your thoughts on Day-Day, looking for the big bag, and probably not going to get it. 888-957-9570. We're going to go to the phones next. What are you looking at in Niners training camp? What's the battle you've got your eyes on as camp gets underway? Day 2 in Santa Clara. We are live at the Hilton in Santa Clara. It's Willard and Dibs. Kruger in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Now with Xfinity.
ideal weights.
Right.
You don't just weigh whatever. You have your ideal playing weight, and it's like 2022 NFL, you're going to try to get as many of your 53 guys to their ideal playing weight.
Yeah, and that's
actually
where,
matters.
Strength and conditioning is so critical from a coaching standpoint, like you're saying, to not only know where that player needs to be, muscle mass, overall body weight versus speed, and, to be able to maximize where they're going to be. And that's where Nick Bosa just continues to astound me when you look at his body. I got body envy, as Guru famously said. But the way he plays, the weight at which he plays, but his strength and his power, he's so efficient. And I kind of agree with the caller. If you could find another rusher on the other side. It's kind of what you were talking about earlier.
Ahmad Brooks and Alden Smith.
Justin Smith and Alden Smith, to have two threats, Stubblefield and Bryant Young at the same time, to have two real, daunting presences up there. So can Drake Jackson turn into that guy, or is it more of an edge rusher who's going to come in and rush from the outside?
I mean, in a way, it's kind of exciting because they don't have, until proven otherwise, they don't have that number one guy opposite Bosa at the other defensive end spot. But if you look at it from the standpoint of, Coach Eric wants his linemen, he wants to run guys in and out, almost like hockey lines. And it's like you might see 2 or 3 new guys coming in. And he if you looked at the snap count for the 49ers from week 10 on last year, what you would find is, they rotated a bunch of guys through. There were guys, Arden Key was getting 17, 18 snaps. They were getting snap distribution spread throughout. So they got a bunch of guys here. Jordan Willis, Charles Omenihu, Drake Jackson, Kamoko Toure, and Samson Ebukam. There's 5 guys there. I think they're all really intriguing prospects. They're all NFL caliber players. And if you play them in a rotation and you're playing really fast in a simplistic scheme where it's just don't worry about playing the run.
The all gas, no break.
Yeah,
Robert
play the
Saleh.
run on the way to the quarterback. Get up the field and burn the edges. And you can run those guys in a rotation. You can get guys playing with their hair on fire.
Yeah.
And I think that's the goal here.
Don't sleep on Samson Ebukam. If we're talking about that second Ferrari, I forget our caller's name, but he talked about having that second guy off the edge. Ebukam last year had 11 pressures and 1 sack through the first 10 games. And then he got his feet in the Niners defense, and he started to figure it out. Over their last 10 games, he had 8 sacks and 34 pressures. And he had a sack in each postseason game. So if he's taking that step forward, if he's figured it out in this defense, I think he's talented enough to be a 8, 9, 10 sack guy on the opposite side of Nick Bosa.
Well, especially because Nick Bosa is going to be getting a double team, or at least the running back is going to come over and chip almost all the time in passing situations. So if you are Ebukam or whoever is the opposite side pass rusher, you're going to get one-on-one pretty much every time. Yeah. So if you have a guy with the speed and, like you're saying, the ability to get up the field and keep the quarterback in the pocket, that Bosa's going to do his damage on the other side. I think that's really a kind of an underrated key. 888-957-9570. Kyle chiming in. Kyle versus Kruger. Up in 5 minutes as we pick and pop the roster. Who knows more about players 80 through 90? That's coming up. But first, we go to the phones. Rick is in Stockton. You're on 95.7 The Game. Rick, what are you doing?
Hold on, let me get away from this loud stuff.
That's okay, Rick.
Rick's at work. He's doing some things.
Rick is he's on a train right now. I
okay.
Nah. I want to chime in on the offensive line, man. I hear y'all talking about the defensive line. I think we straight. Drake, he looks kind of small right now, but I think, he only 20, so when he get right, it'll be just in time. But everybody else, they should be able to handle the pass rush, man. We got too many people on the D-line, but the O-line, I ain't going to lie. Some of these rookies that I've been watching, their tape is way better than Mike McGlinchey tape. Their tape is way better than Aaron Banks' tape. So I really think Lynch and Shanahan, they had a good offseason picking up these guys, these young guys. And I think we're going to fill in like the Warriors-wise. They're going to show up.
Thank you, Rick. I appreciate it. Stay safe out there in Stockton. I think when you talk about the lines, the D-line looks to be ferocious, especially if Javon Kinlaw can become the player that they expected him to become. The offensive line, not so sure about. We did a thing on Sunday's bets on the BetQL network, and I actually put the Niners offense as one of the more overrated units in football because I'm not totally sold on that O-line. If you look at Banks and Brendel and McKivitz, these guys didn't play last year at all.
Yeah.
And I wonder, not only the cohesion of the zone running scheme that you need to have, I think you can develop that in camp, but just the lack of experience with an inexperienced quarterback, it's got me a little worried, Larry.
Oh, I mean, it's inexperience all up front, and it is concerning. I think, first of all, I think it all starts with your O-line coach. I mean, the key to the Niners for all those years was Bob McKittrick.
Yeah.
The key to the Patriots for all those years was Dante Zarnecchia. The key to the Steelers, when he played, was a guy like Mike Munchak, who was a tremendous O-line player with the Titans and Oilers going way back, and then was a great coach. So you need a great O-line coach. Gibbs in Denver was a tremendous O-line coach. Hudson Hawk with the Dallas Cowboys was a tremendous O-line coach. They have a really respected O-line coach in Chris Forster. So they have a good teacher. That's where it starts, okay? And then you have a great left tackle. It's hard. You can't fake left tackle. You got to have a real guy. And they have a real guy in Trent Williams. But the rest of it's kind of fluid. And, I will say this, two guys to really keep your eye on. Trent Williams, when we were asking him in minicamp about what'd you think? What'd you think of the young O-lineman? He's like, who's this kid Poe? I mean, he was like, he really impressed me. And Jason Poe played at Mercer, and he's a short guy, but he's got good arm length. He's got incredible power, incredible athleticism. I think he's going to be a factor at center. He obviously Williams was impressed enough. He flew him into camp on his private jet. So Williams has good thoughts about Poe. If you watch Poe, you'd say if this guy was 6'3", he would have been a second or third round pick.
6'1" just doesn't get it done.
When you're 6'1" in the NFL, that's
generously 6'1".
Yeah, too. I mean, he probably more like 6 feet flat. I mean, and if you told me he was 5'11" and change, I wouldn't. He's got a little Jerry Ball. It's like Jerry Ball, but Jerry Ball was damn good for a long time.
Right.
And the former Raider.
Normally, you have a guy this size on the defensive line as opposed to the offensive line.
But the levers aren't short. He's got long arms and he's got unbelievable power, and he's athletic. He can hit guys in space. So remember that name, Jason Poe out of Mercer. I mean, and he's stepping up from Mercer into the NFL, and he doesn't fit the physical prototype, but this guy is a player for sure. And then the other guy that really looks great is Spencer Burford, and if yesterday is any indication, it sounds like, at least coming out of the minicamp, that they've elevated Burford into a role where he's going to compete for a starting spot at right guard. And the other guy, we talk a lot about Banks, but Jalen Moore was awesome last year in the preseason. He played a lot of left tackle with Trent Williams out. They moved him to right tackle. Then he was supposed to share with Tom Compton snaps from like week 13 on, and it just didn't materialize. They just went 100% with Compton, the veteran, and I'm a big fan of Jalen Moore. Loved him in college in the MAC, and I think he's a player that's going to be heard from in this camp.
145 snaps last year on offense, so to your point, he didn't quite get as many snaps as you would have liked, late in the year last year. And you look at the other offensive linemen, we're looking at Jake Brendel, 6 snaps last year. Aaron Banks, 5 offensive snaps. So even though they're not going to be truly rookies, these are players who will be making their first starts in the NFL. You're probably going to have 2, if not 3, very inexperienced guys on your offensive line, and combine that with a quarterback who doesn't have much experience. I think we're going to be looking at offensive growing pains early in the year, which puts more of a spotlight on the defense, I think. And you heard Kyle Shanahan earlier in the week talk about how in the past, it was the defense. Jimmy Garoppolo came in and they were fueled by the running game and the defense. Those are the strong points. And I think that's going to be the case again this year. Trey Lance, I think it's going to be a slow build offensively to really letting him do all the things that we all want to see, because the offensive line is is inexperienced. I think they're going to look to play more conservatively so they don't give games away through mistakes.
Yeah, that's a good call. I mean, the quick game, you'll see more quick game, more three-step, more orchestrating the ball out of Trey's hands early, defined reads so he knows where he's going so he doesn't have to survey the entire field. They'll probably take a little pressure off the line early by trying to do some of those things. And there's other guys in this camp to look for, too. I mean, the 49ers gave Donovan West, who played at ASU, there were several draft pre-draft prognostication magazines out there that had Donovan West going to the 49ers with that 61st pick in the second round. And he fell all the way out of the second round, out of the draft altogether. Wasn't drafted. 49ers guaranteed him, I think, $30,000. I think it was the most they gave any undrafted player. So look for Donovan West, who I believe is wearing 61 this year in the preseason.
Sure
Watch for him. And then the other kid, Nick Zakelj, the Fordham guard, is a guy that he's a fighter, man. This guy is a brawler. I mean, this guy really loves to mix it up. And he's an athlete. He's super aggressive and he's smart. And when you have an athletic, smart guy who likes to fight and he's versatile, guess what? Those guys wind up making the roster. So remember Donovan West, remember Nick Zakelj, but I also think you're going to see Kyle Shanahan just try to emphasize the quick game and the three-step game. And they got so many great run after the catch weapons on this offense, and they've added more with Ray McCloud, that I got to think they're going to try to force the ball out of Trey's hands and maybe put him on a little bit of a pitch count, maybe utilize some shovel passes, some high percentage things, and to get the ball out of his hand quickly.
And the jet sweep, getting the ball to Debo immediately, getting the ball out of Trey Lance's hands, and the way they run the ball too, much more outside the tackles than it is inside the tackles, and maybe that helps to mitigate some of the challenges they might have in the interior of the offensive line. 888-957-9570. Your camp questions, your camp battles. What are you looking at today, day 2 in 49ers training camp? But let's get into it. Kyle versus Kruger.
Okay.
Kruger versus Kyle. I will pick a couple of names off the off the roster.
Is there a line here? What's the line? Am I a favorite? Am I an underdog?
Actually, you're a road favorite.
I'm a road favorite.
Yeah, he's definitely the favorite.
Wow.
Although your knowledge is not to be underrated or understated.
Sure.
And I like your ability to get in, pick and pop. Kruger may be going long form. We'll keep it to about 15 or 20 seconds apiece as we go. Kyle versus Kruger. And let's start with a relatively easy one as we go deep into the 49ers roster. We'll start with Kyle. He's wearing number 40. He's a linebacker. Marcelino McCrary-Ball, your thoughts?
Yes, the Indiana linebacker. A little bit undersized. I think he's listed at like 6 foot, 214. I think they might try a Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles thing with him, where he played a little bit of safety in college, but they're going to make him a full-time linebacker in the NFL.
Krug?
I love this player. I really do. It's funny. Damon Bruce was boasting about him because he went to Indiana, but Marcelino McCrary-Ball.
Damon go to Indiana?
I've heard maybe rumors. No, but McCrary-Ball flies around and loves to hit, and he's going to be heard from. Special teamer. Probably this year, but undersized, as Kyle said, 215 pounds, but a coverage guy, a guy who can really run, and another guy who's going to be leaning on guys like Kinlaw to plug the middle, because you don't want to. He's not the guy who's going to take on the run head on. He's not your point of attack player, but in this movement game where your linebackers have to play coverage, he's nice.
I love it. 888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in on Kyle versus Kruger. We'll keep going. This guy's number 43 in your program, but number 1 in all of our hearts. Quantrez Knight, Krug. We start with you, the cornerback.
Love Quantrez Knight. Love Quantrez Knight. He was the true alpha in the Bruins secondary last year. He wore 24. This guy can play a number of spots. He can play inside. He can play outside. The reason he didn't get drafted, he made plays for days. If you watch UCLA, this was the guy you saw in their secondary. I like him as a sleeper at the nickelback spot to battle Womack. Is he a corner? Is he a safety? I don't know. He's a football player who doesn't have
guy.
He's a football guy who doesn't have quite the measurables, but man, I really like Quantrez Knight. And Pac-12 DBs, everything's going against him. So if you can do it in the Pac-12, generally you can do it in the NFL.
Kruger's talk blocking you, Kyle. What's left for you? Is there any meat left on the Quantrez Knight bone?
I don't think he's going to make the roster, but he's definitely one of those guys that I think goes to the practice squad where you hear about him more next year as they make a transition in the defensive backfield.
Strong there from Kyle. Let's keep it rolling. Troy Fumagalli, number 49. Kyle, he's a tight end. What do you think about Fumagalli?
Super productive receiver at Wisconsin, which, like you guys were talking about earlier with Jordan Matthews, I think they need that second receiving tight end. I don't know if he makes this team, but sure, he's a guy.
He has 9 digits, not 10. He's missing a digit.
Told you.
Where's G-Rad with the good knowledge right there? You know, he's got 9 digits. No, but
one for the thumb.
Fumagalli, that's I would say the tight end spot. The only guy in the room that's guaranteed a roster spot is Kittle. So the other spots are open. And Fumagalli was aggressive, and he's got decent hands. I don't think he makes the team.
He got 9 out of 10. I give his hands a 9 out of 10.
He's missing a digit. He is missing a digit.
Nothing from the Hilton. Yeah, appreciate that. No, it's very good. Let's keep it rolling. Couple more here as we pick and pop the roster. It's Kyle versus Kruger. Oren Burks, the linebacker, Krug.
Love this player.
Big Oren Burks guy.
Seriously, Schneider, the new special teams coach, said that when he gave Kyle Shanahan a list of guys that he wanted as special teams aces, that Oren Burks was at the top of the list. And then if you watched him in the minicamp, he was all over the field. He's very athletic. This is a good enough player to play from scrimmage. On this team, he'll play strictly on special teams. This is going to be one of the reasons the Niners special teams is better this year.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I don't know if he's good enough to play. Like, I don't know how good of a linebacker he is, but he's definitely a really good athlete. I loved him at Vanderbilt. I thought he was going to be a really, really good player. He's fallen short of that. But what Larry said, really, really good special teamer, and the Niners needed it.
I love it. Kyle versus Kruger. Roster crunch is on. Segun Olubi. Kyle, your thoughts?
I know he went to San Diego State. That's what I've got for you. Safety linebacker. That's what I've got for you.
You know, in some ways, a cutting-edge player because he is a sub-4.5 linebacker.
Wow.
Now, the Niners, we were talking before, 4.7 linebackers need not apply. Their guys are all 4.5. This guy is 4.45.
Man.
He's 220 pounds. He's crazy fast. He's one of the guys I got to watch this summer. He made some plays. San Diego State, Rocky Long, tremendous defense.
Really good defense.
And this is a athlete. This might be the best. This is a room of athletes.
Yeah.
This might be the best athlete in the room of a room of athletes.
This is an incredible Segun Olubi breakdown that you won't get anywhere else.
Well, and just to spin off that point about linebackers, they had D'Amico Ryans, their defensive coordinator, was a very good linebacker in the NFL, was a linebackers coach. They just get athletes in the room, like Larry said, and they coach them up and they figure it out, which I think is kind of key at that position.
Yeah, and the bar is set so high with the 3 starters
So
that
high.
any linebacker who steps in, and you got to be able to play teams if you're a linebacker, and that's, Flanagan Fowles was so good at that when he was here. One more. Here's to you, Curtis Robinson. Kyle, Curtis Robinson, the linebacker out of Stanford.
Stanford guy had a cup of coffee with the Niners last year as a special teamer. If he's going to make the roster, I think that's going to be the reason why, because they like what he does on special teams.
Yeah, he makes the roster. This is a special teams ace. Mm-hmm. I love this player. I did the Stanford pregame the last few years, and so I've seen the evolution of Curtis Robinson. Really, really smart. Really, really athletic. Going to be in the right place at the right time. really nice special teams player. I think he's going to be maybe a special team Pro Bowl player at some point in his career.
I love it. That was Kyle versus Kruger as we look at, the 90-man roster. Gentlemen, well done. Congrats to both of you.
Segun Alubi to you.
No, exactly. It means no worries, by the way, the 6'2" linebacker. I know, Kyle. It was a bit of a stretch. 888-957-9570. We are live from the Hilton in Santa Clara. Up next, we're going to talk Draymond Green and what happened with what he said, and is it going to happen for him? Draymond Green looking for the big bag. Not looking good, though, for him there. It's Willard and Dibs. Kruger in for Willard on 95.7 The Game. literally in the parking lot at Levi Stadium. You walk out the door, you swing a right, and in about 100 yards, you are at Levi Stadium. And Mark Willard is out. Larry Krueger is in. It is Willard and Dibs up in 10 minutes. We'll take your phone calls, and we'll get into more of the camp machinations that are going on. But Larry, I was just talking to Tim Jordan, engineer, road producer extraordinaire, and he's reminding me of the scene down here for Niner games, the tailgate that goes on here at the Hilton in Santa Clara. You come on down, you enjoy the tailgate. If you happen to kick it up a notch or two, you stay the night here. The hotel is beautiful. The proximity to Levi Stadium is second to none. And this becomes a big-time Niner game day hub down here in Santa Clara at the Hilton.
Well, I'm banking on it, man. I'm going to be doing pregame here this year, I believe.
Whoa, I don't think I signed off on that.
They said get Dibs the heck out of there.
Exactly.
No, but I believe I'm going to be doing some pregame, and I'm fired up. I really am, and something about the pregame for football is just awesome, right? I mean, it's just there's so many people, and you got hope every Sunday, especially you got a good football team like the 49ers, and I mean I can picture what this place would be like on a game day. People wearing their jerseys and fired up to go see the game, and coming into town, staying at a nice hotel like this, and enjoying the weekend with their friends, and it's just a great thing. I always love walking through the lot before the game and seeing all the tailgaters, and it's become like community. That's what it is. Like Niner fans, it's become this huge community, and there's a lot of enthusiasm for the 49ers. They've gotten close, man. They've gotten close to that 6th Lombardi, but they haven't quite gotten there yet. And I think it's been elusive. But the Niner fans, believe that it's just around the corner, and they're probably right.
Yeah, and hopefully it will be sooner rather than later. And Trey Lance was brought in to be the guy to deliver that 6th Lombardi and maybe a 7th as well. Kyle, our producer, had an interesting question I want to throw to you in just a couple of minutes as it pertains to Trey Lance and what it would take for him to get into the stratosphere of Bay Area legends, Steph Curry, Joe Montana, and Buster Posey and the rest. So we'll get into that momentarily. But I do want to hit on this Draymond Green story.
Yeah.
Because we haven't had much of a chance to talk about it. According to sources, Draymond Green wants and believes he deserves a maximum contract extension from the Golden State Warriors. He's eligible to sign a 4-year deal on August 3rd. So that's just next week, 6 days from now. Next Wednesday, Draymond Green could sign a 4-year max. He's going to make $25.8 this year. He's due for $27.5 million next year, but it's a player option. He can decline it and become a free agent. Green could sign next week a deal, 4 years, $138.4 million. What do you make of this story? And I know why Draymond Green is saying it now, because next week he's eligible to sign it. But what are the chances that Draymond Green gets a 4-year max with the Warriors?
Well, okay. I mean, let's think about it. First of all, the Warriors don't have to do anything. He's got 2 more years on his deal.
One in the player option, yeah.
Yeah, they can just say, Draymond, sit. We'll deal with this when we want to deal with this. I love this player. I just think Draymond Green. Maybe I'm too much of a Draymond Green fan. I see the weaknesses and this and that, but I just think he's the essence of the Warriors, and I think he's the heart and soul of the team. I really believe that they would have no titles without him. I mean, that's how integral I think he is to the whole thing. But you got to also remember, he's going to be 37 years old at the end of that desired extension. So this is all coming down because Marcus Thompson of The Athletic did a whole breakdown on this. I want to give it to him. I want to cut somebody else and move, go. I don't want to cut this player because I just think that this is the player that he is the player that they thought they were getting when they traded for Chris Webber in 1993 on that draft night with Penny Hardaway in that deal. This guy is that player. He's the defender. He's a passer. He's your leading point guard. He's basically your point guard. He's a power forward distributor, rim protector, and he got himself in incredible shape. I thought he was borderline genius at times in even the game that where Kerr sat him out until the last 3 minutes, and it was like universally thought coast to coast that he was terrible against the Celtics.
Yeah.
He had a bad offensive stretch, and he clearly lost some confidence in that game. But if you go back and watch that game, sequence for sequence, he made play after play after play on both ends of the floor.
Absolutely.
I mean, he's a totally great player. I think the Warriors go to the finish line with Steph and with Green. I think Clay is the guy that I'm not sure if they go to the finish line with Clay.
Interesting, because I would see it the other way. I think that Clay would be a guy you would go to the finish line with. But you make great points, and they don't win without Draymond Green, but they also didn't win because of Draymond Green. The volatility of Draymond Green and the way he goes about it and the personality. And as you mentioned, he's going to be 37 when this proposed deal eventually is up. And he's a guy who's gone through some stretches where he's been hurt. We know he's got back issues. He goes ice on the knees immediately when he comes off the floor. So you know that this player physically is going to be deteriorating more rapidly than Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, who's been through the injuries. It doesn't seem like he's going to break down like Draymond would. And I think about the other side of it. If they don't get Draymond Green this extension, well, he goes into this year making 25.8, and then, is he going to be disgruntled? How will Draymond Green react to the fact that the team didn't extend him and show him what he thinks he deserves?
Well, I mean, he's going to have to be, put on this big boy pants and be mature about it.
Right.
I mean, that's really at the end of the day, and he will be. He will be. I think
no doubt.
He's a genius. I think he's a very, very bright player. I think this guy could be a GM, a coach. He could be the best announcer in the country. I mean, he could have the best podcast. I mean, this guy can do anything he wants, and he's that good. I've loved him when he led Michigan State. People forget the Michigan State team that he led to the Final Four was not the Flintstones. They were not. Michigan State had like some vintage teams, but the team that he took to the Final Four was not a great all-time team. He was just that good. The other factor, I think, there's one key factor that I think is going to have a huge determining element to this thing, and that is you've got James Wiseman, who is just an unbelievable rim runner at 7'1", he's going to catch the lob. If Draymond Green can we know his 3-point shooting has gone way south. He's never going to touch the 38% that he did years ago. But what if he could just work seamlessly with James Wiseman and feed him those lobs at the rim with timing and precision, where Wiseman becomes this all-time wrecker and gets to that next level? I don't see Clay as making anybody better like Draymond makes other people better. And to me, if I'm going to invest in Draymond at age 36, 37, 38 for buco bucks, he's going to have to prove that he's the key cog that unlocks the James Wiseman riches.
I think the James Wiseman riches, as you so eloquently put it, that's got to come from other areas of the game. I'm not concerned about his ability to rim run and catch a lob. I think you can catch lobs from anybody. I need to see James Wiseman develop his perimeter game, his ball handling, his defensive awareness. All these other things, I think, are outside of Draymond Green's purview. What Draymond does as a point guard is incredible, and I think the most important part of all of this is the Steph Curry part of it, because if Steph wants to ride with Draymond Green to the end, and it seems like that would be the sentiment that he's made. He talks about Clay, and Draymond being a package deal. Well, then you don't want to make the MVP upset by not extending Draymond Green. So I think that is the most compelling argument toward extending Draymond. It's keeping Steph happy. Not that Steph will be disgruntled. I don't think that he would ever go that route. But imagine a time with Steph playing without Draymond Green. Draymond does so much for Steph. He knows where to get Steph the ball. He sets the high screen for Steph on the dribble handoff and all the rest of it. So I think that's probably the most compelling argument in Draymond's camp.
The other one, I think, is that you can feel Draymond Green's will coming through the TV set when you're watching the Warriors in the playoffs. His will is a factor. And that, he is a, there's bad competitors, good competitors, and then there's Draymond Green. I mean, he is a ferocious competitor, and he just is. I just think that his will reminds me of Jordan, reminds me of Bird. I mean, not everybody can kind of inject themselves into the situation and kind of be the alpha. Those guys,
and his will is infectious. To your point,
it's. Don't you feel it? I mean, you could feel his intensity, and I imagine if you're at these games, you absolutely can. And I just think it's so hard. He is a much harder player to replicate than Klay Thompson. I agree. Thompson on the surface you'd think of Steph and Klay, and Draymond would be the kind of the third guy. And do you want to bring him back? But if you really said, okay, you got to replace these guys, man, you're going to have a really, really hard time replacing Draymond Green, where I think you're going to have a hard time replacing Klay, but not as hard. I think you can find two guards who, absolutely shoot 40% from three, and
his skill set is more repeatable than, like you said, about Draymond
He's got a
Green.
Pure shot.
Yeah, and Draymond is a power forward or a center on one end, and he's a point guard on the other end, and his competitiveness and his will to win at times is a negative, but 95% of the time it's one of your key intangible positives, what you're talking about, the will to win. So you extend Draymond, you're going to keep him, fine, he's happy. What about the other pieces that you have coming up? You've got Andrew Wiggins in the last year of his deal, and Jordan Poole coming up here in October. I think it's October 8th is the deadline for you to give him a rookie extension. A, what's the future of Wiggins with his team? And B, does Jordan Poole have to play another year without getting his rookie max extension?
Yeah, I mean, these are really tough questions. I mean,
because if you're keeping Draymond,
right,
I don't think we can keep all these guys.
Oh, I know, and it's a tough call. I would say Wiggins showed in the playoffs that in a lot of ways he's the perfect piece to blend to the Warriors, because he doesn't, he's almost the perfect personality combined with the perfect game. He's a two-way player, two-way Wiggs. He can defend. He can, he can shoot it. He can put it on the deck. But there's some drift in his game, and let's be totally honest. He drifts a little bit. In the regular season, there's times where it's almost like you don't know he's out there. So I love Wiggins, but I'm not going to fall so in love with his the playoff Wiggins that we just saw, because to me his latest run was the clear apex of his career. So do you judge him on his best moment? If you do, you're going to be like, oh, you can't let him get away.
But maybe that is the real him now.
Is that and that's what I'm saying. Is it a breakthrough?
I'm more in your camp, where I think that it was the apex, and you don't really need him to be that for 82 games. He does show up every night. He pretty much has stayed healthy for the majority of his career, and he's out there playing for you 30, 35 minutes a night. There is value in that, but I think that Wiggins is going to be one of the casualties of possibly signing Draymond. 888-957-9570. What do you do with Draymond Green? We'll get to the Jordan Poole question momentarily, because I also think that's interesting.
Yeah, it is.
I think that Wiggins is going to be a guy who, unfortunately, after next year, it's going to be, go out there and see what you can get in free agency, and someone's going to give him $30-35 million a year. And I think at that point, Joe Lacob draws the line in the sand and says, I can't pay everyone. Wiggins, thank you for coming in. You got us a title. Maybe it turns into 2. Who knows? But I think Wiggins will be elsewhere. Let's go to Austin in San Jose, who wants to weigh in. Austin, you're on Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
What's up, Dibs? What's up, Larry? Long time, Larry. Appreciate hearing your voice again, man.
Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate that.
Like from the old days, absolutely. Hey, listen, I think you make some great points, man, with Dre. That's my guy. I'll be up front. I love Draymond Green and what he does on the court and off the court. I think he's separated himself from an average basketball player in many ways, the way he thinks, the way he controls the team, and impact, guys. And look at all these big time contracts these guys are getting extended. I mean, Bradley Beal, and I love Dame, but Neither one of those guys really make anybody better, and they haven't won anything. So when you measure the impact of a Draymond Green on a team, is he worth the money, the extension? You can debate that. I mean, you're worth what somebody's willing to pay you, right? That's what they say. So, but in terms of his impact on the Warriors, there's no question he's worth it. Now, my thing, I told the guys yesterday, I think he could actually get that money, maybe not with the Warriors guys. I think he could actually get that money with another team, believe it or not. Because if you put him on another team, you can't tell me that Damian Lillard, let's just take Damian Lillard, for example. You put him on Portland, you're going to tell me you can't make Dame better? I know he can make that team better. So is he worth the extension of 130, whatever? I don't know, but I think it's certainly worth a discussion, and I wouldn't rule out. Last thing, Dibs, you said that you wouldn't go for Wiggins. Apparently there's conversation already about extending him. I don't know. I'm hearing that they're already talking about extension for Wiggins. The Warriors are, so you guys might want to check that out.
Thank you, Austin. I appreciate the phone call. And, to Mark Willard's point, and Kruger in for Willard today, but Mark has said you can't pay everyone, and I agree with him because you're already deep in the luxury tax. So if you do extend Wiggins, if there's conversation to extend Wiggins, Draymond Green wants a max, so you're going to pay Draymond. Clay's got 2 more years, and then what happens to Jordan Poole? You found Jordan Poole late in the first round, and Poole has turned into not quite a third Splash brother, but he's showing signs that he's a real one, Larry. He can score at this level. Do you let Jordan Poole go because you can't pay everyone?
Yeah, I mean, that is really, really tough. I was looking at this a few months ago, and as the Warrior regular season was winding down, and I was thinking the same thing, they're not going to be able to keep everybody. How are they going to do this? And I was thinking maybe Detroit would wind up with the right lottery pick, and I could see them wanting to have Green come there, and maybe if you could get the pick that wound up. See, I was a big fan of Boncaro, and I still am. And I was thinking maybe Detroit could get a top 5 pick, and maybe they would be so intrigued by the fact they have Cade Cunningham and Sadiq Bey and some young pieces, they might want a Draymond Green for culture reasons and because he's a draw locally, and maybe you could get that lottery pick and steal Boncaro. And then I think Boncaro was the kind of talent that I would have been willing to kind of move off of Green, even though I love Green but it didn't work out. Boncaro wound up going 1 to Houston.
I made a little chicken on that. I was not buying.
You weren't buying it? Yeah, because you're shrewd. You probably knew. I mean, Boncaro was an incredible player.
I thought he was the best player in the draft. And, Chet Holmgren, man, he sure looked good in Summer League, but I didn't think that he was going to go 1 overall. Draymond Green is an interesting one because he doesn't have to be first in the order as far as all of these contracts. Jordan Poole they have till October. Wiggins you can wait until the end of the year. I was surprised to hear the previous caller talk about an extension that could already be in the works, because at some point Wiseman's going to come due, and then Kuminga is going to come due, and Steph Curry's already making north of 40. His contract tops out damn near $60 million. So at some point, Joe Lacob has got to draw a line, I think, and we'll see if it's Draymond Green or not. Drop of the hat, Matt is in San Francisco, and he wants to weigh in. What are you doing?
I'm just chilling, man, getting some gas. But look, with the Draymond thing, I mean, he's valued to the Warriors. I don't think any team, even Portland, anybody would want to give somebody that type of money. Draymond Green, the Warriors got 2 more years, right? They could ride it out and see where that goes. Like you said, you still got the youngsters and these other players that are the future. You give Draymond 35, you got to give Klay Thompson some money. And then you're not thinking about the future. I don't think any team would give Draymond Green $10 million a year if he wasn't with the Warriors. That's what I think. He's a great player on the Warriors. Remember, the Warriors is based on Steph Curry and the system of Steve Kerr. Otherwise, Klay Thompson and Draymond Green, if they was playing on other teams, they wouldn't have made an all-star team. That's just my thing. They're not elite players. They're complementary players to the system and Steph Curry. And that's what makes this team great.
Thank you, Drop of the Hat. I appreciate the call. I don't necessarily think that these players couldn't be all-stars elsewhere. I do think, especially Draymond Green, he fits this system so well, but the system is largely built around what he can do. Because he's so good with the ball, Steph Curry doesn't have to be on the ball as your point guard. You've got Draymond Green as your point guard. And by the way, Draymond only has 1 more year. the second year is a player option. So you don't give Draymond the max. He goes into this year, and I would say that he'll play with a chip on his shoulder. He always plays with a chip on his shoulder. So he plays out this year, and maybe at that point he says, hey, I'm going elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, and it's weird. I heard the last caller, and I just can't. I understand that Draymond doesn't have a complete skill set, but he's not a role player. I mean, it's one of those things where he's a genius, man. He controls what they do offensively, defensively. I understand, he blends perfectly on this team, but let's give him more credit. They've won largely because of him. I mean, this guy's a culture. He's a culture player, and he just means so much. I mean, it's weird. Everybody's got a different perspective. Some people think that he's along for the ride. Other people see him as integral. I see him as absolutely integral, and so I don't see him as a role player. But let's get back to Poole for a second. The one thing about Poole that's tough to not pay him is he's your hardest working guy. How do you not pay the guy who shows up first and leaves last? From what I'm hearing, that's Jordan Poole. That he's just he's like a 2022 version of Chris Mullin. He's Chris Mullin. He shows up early, he finishes late, he's improving constantly. But he is, at the end of the day, a 6'3" combo guard who's either a tad small to be a 2, or a tad, not enough of a distributor to be a pure 1.
Not physical enough yet to really be a defender either. He gets crushed on defense.
Right. So it's like, I think he's the guy that probably gets sacrificed as far as if somebody isn't going to get extended, there's probably, you could make an argument that he's valuable, and if Klay Thompson continues to regress, it's probably Klay Thompson, the guy that you wouldn't want to pay if you're just looking at things very coldly. But then when you think about Klay and what he means to the fan base, what he means to the region, what he means to the, Klay is just, he's the joy. It's a show, and he's a big part of the joy of the whole thing. I know I love Klay Thompson. I love, my kids got a chance to meet Klay Thompson at a Warrior deal one time.
Look at you.
And he was just like, I couldn't tell you how great he was with the kids. I mean, this guy is like an overgrown child, and he has that kind of, he creates, I think he's key to their chemistry because of who he is.
40.6 this year, 43.2 the next.
Yeah, I mean,
if they kept him, he would have to take a pay cut, I think. I mean, Joe Lacob, but you can't keep them all. Again, Larry, let's go to Eric in Millbrae, who wants to weigh in on the topic. Draymond Green, what do you think, Eric? What are you doing out there?
So, fellas, to me, I'm sorry to Draymond. Love him. Not what he's done for the franchise, but he's a declining player. He misses a lot of games, and he's not worth anywhere near max. And let's face it, guys, he doesn't have any leverage because he's worth more to the Warriors than if he went out on the open market, I don't think he'd get $15 million a year because he's not really a superstar, and a lot of teams value scoring and shooting, and he doesn't really provide that. He does a lot of little things, but I don't think teams value that enough to give him anywhere $30+ million a year. And I do honestly think if he went to the open market right now, especially as a declining player, he'd probably struggle to get a 3-year, let's say, $45 million deal. That's how I think little teams are. And he's not a superstar, so he doesn't really bring fans out to come watch him play because he does a lot of the dirty work, which, the casual fan doesn't really value. So I think Lacob will give him a fair offer, give him a short-term deal, maybe to 2 to 3 years at $25 per. But other than that, if he declines that, then I let him walk in because Lacob has been overspending, and at some point, you're not going to continue to do that. And he's been more than fair with anybody. And I think Klay has enough self-awareness to know he's a declining player, and he wants to finish as a Warrior. Draymond, I don't know, man. He's more about the branding, and I think that thing is going to get into his head that he's a max player, and I can see him walking in. By that time, I just think the Warriors will be done with him. They'll be better off.
Yeah.
I think they'll have a long-term vision. Thanks, guys.
It's possible. Yeah, thank you, Eric, for the phone call. He's making $25.8 this upcoming year. Then it's a player option at $27.5. Draymond Green's not going to take a pay cut, and I do think other teams see the value in a guy who's won 4 championships. He's always in the running for DPOY. He can guard 1 through 5. As you mentioned, Larry, he is an absolute basketball genius on the floor. All those things are skills that translate. Let's stay with this because I know there are more roster questions, and I want you to tell me on the other side how we're going to be able to afford, we as the Lacob family, how we can afford to pay all these guys because the amount of money they're already on the hook for, $185 million just next year, and these contracts are all going up. They're not going down. So more on the Warriors straight ahead with Larry. We're going to revisit camp. We got guys on the field running around in shorts about 100 yards away. So we'll get more into day 2 of Niners training camp and then pick your battles coming off a Wednesday bloodbath. That'll come up at the end of the hour as well. It's all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. It's Willard and Dibs. Larry Krueger in for Mark Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident.
and I've been, I'm a fan of his. I love his vibe, man. He makes me laugh.
Yeah, I tell Guru all the time, you're the MVP of the state. Dibs, no. And it's exactly what you're talking about. The way he approaches it, his vibe, his attitude.
It's fun,
it's
man.
So much fun.
This is the thing. You probably get off on this the same way I do. It's really cool when people are like, hey, man, I listen to you when I work. Or someone's like, hey, man, you really helped me get through the day because I'm in and out of my car and I'm listening to the station. That's cool. That's gratifying.
Yeah.
And so at the end of the day, you realize, hey, you know what? It's fun. We're having fun. And Goo just makes me laugh, and I love his, when he acts incredulous about something, or
man, Steiny.
Yeah, and Steiny and him are just a great mix, and that's become one of my favorite listens. And yeah, you and I have known each other for years and years.
20-something years. Going way back.
Willard, I probably met Willard probably the most recently, and of course worked with him across the way.
And Damon, and this is
Damon and I go way back.
This is a long way for me to come up and say you got it wrong on your tweet, saying, "Oh, thank you, Damon, for." I thought
I should have thanked
could
you.
have thanked the Dibber, yeah.
Really?
Okay. I thought that you kind of missed out, and I counted characters. You had some more characters left in your tweet, so
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure that we brought that out. I didn't want to be passive aggressive. I felt slighted, Larry.
Did you?
By the lack of a.
I could put out another addendum, or I could have, I could do something that I've done a few times in my life. I could retweet myself with a comment.
There you go. Well, I mean that cat is out of the bag now. The horse has left the barn. Welcome to 95.7.
I may just throw out a retweet. I do have one rule about Twitter, and it comes from G-Rad. I don't tweet after midnight.
Okay.
I don't tweet after midnight. I don't tweet in anger, and I don't tweet after midnight.
Yeah, I actually tweeted last night.
Last night, I think, after midnight. But
last night I sent out a late one because Kyle and I were going through, and I was giving him the full, unadulterated 11-year history of the station. August 1st will be our 11-year anniversary.
Congratulations.
As a station. And I was here August 1 with the Rise guys, and so I was giving Kyle some of the behind the scenes because I was also telling him how you and I have never worked together. We've worked for the same company at different times over the last 20-something years.
Seriously, when I was at KMBR a long, long time ago, you were at the Bone.
Yeah.
And you were doing what? Some show with
Bob Coburn. Rest in peace.
Okay, Bob
BC.
Coburn.
Buddy BC.
I thought it was a woman with red hair. No,
Gina. She was our news gal, and I was the wacky traffic sidekick. and and I was doing it with Bob, and then I lost that gig. Went in the helicopter for Channel 4 Cron, and then you lost your gig, which cleared the way for me to get hired there. Because
God, I could be of service to you.
Well, because the guy who got shown the door along with you was not a big fan of mine. So as he went out, I came in.
There you go. Regime change is what you needed.
I needed a regime change.
And I was there to help author that regime change.
Good looking out. I appreciate that one.
Well, thank you.
And then after my 5.5 years, this station starts. I leave, you come back. And here we are 11 years
later. We are finally at the Hilton.
At the Hilton Santa Clara.
They said, you know what? If we're going to get these guys together, we can't do it in studio.
No,
Let's make it. We need. People were thinking about like maybe a motel or an hotel, but you know what? They said, you know what? We need a hotel.
Yeah.
And then it was like, we need a 5-star in a Hilton.
And that's where we're here.
So that's where we're
at. Hilton Santa Clara, about 200 yards away from Levi's Stadium. When you come down to Niner games, come here first for the pregame tailgate. Book a room, stay the night. This place is spectacular. Had the food last night and this morning, and I'm told.
Did you stay over here last night?
Oh yeah.
Look at you.
It's the flex moment of the day. Well, because living up in the 925, kind of out by you.
Look at you.
I figured doing a couple of shows, and I can't speak.
Did you wear the terry cloth robe? Were you like Axel Foley from the Beverly Wilshire? Do you have a couple robes in your bag?
Oh, the robe went on without a doubt.
You're not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe?
No, wouldn't want to do that. Book something to the Underhill room on the side, Mrs. Stanwyck. But
from Fletch?
Yeah, exactly. I had to, if I'm going to speak about the wonderful Hilton Santa Clara, I had to get the full experience.
Why did you order lunch here? I knew this was where my mouth would be.
Exactly.
It's all ball bearings these days.
Oh, it's so great. It's Kruger and Dibs. Kruger in for Willard here on 95.7 The Game. let's talk a little bit more about the Warriors, and then I do want to get back to camp. And, I'm following the tweets to see if Trey Lance actually threw an incomplete pass.
Right.
We can all start to panic. But the topic on the table right now is the Draymond Green extension. He wants to get maxed, and I'm not sure if the Warriors want to or if they can do that. Let's get some more input from the callers. Let's go to Angel in San Marco. Angel, you're on Willard and Dibs with Kruger in for Willard. What are you doing? Hey, Angel, what's going on? Let's
Angel going
Mike.
once, Angel going twice.
Yes, gone. Let's try Mike in Orinda. He wants to talk Draymond contract. What's going on, Mike? What are you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm actually slow getting to the office because I also am addicted to your show. But, hey, here's my question. Look, I hate when you guys run through, say, someone's got to go because, gosh, I love all of them. But, Draymond saying he wants the max. What do you guys think his value would be in the open market? Whether or not Lake that. But, that's the question to me. I don't think he's a max player. I mean, I love him too.
He's a situational player. He would be a max player if it's the right roster in the right situation that needed his skill set. And his skill set is, I think, proven winner, unbelievable will, rim protector, distributor, and that's a vast skill set. So I think, but it would also have to be the right cap situation, the right group,
team. It would have to be a veteran team ready to compete for a title. And the first one I thought of
needed exactly him.
I was thinking about the Lakers, which would be a worst case scenario.
Well, because him and LeBron, he's had, obviously, you listen to Draymond's podcast, he's got this unbelievable love affair for LeBron, which is hard,
did actually
hard
say
to hear, hard to listen to.
He would be there in person when LeBron James broke Kareem's record for the most points in the history of the NBA. And no easier way to be there in person than if you're actually on the floor with him on his team. And I think about what Draymond Green would do for Anthony Davis, a player who doesn't have that dog in him. He hasn't shown that same competitive countenance. What would Draymond Green, imagine if it's Draymond and LeBron and Anthony Davis on a Laker team, not this coming season, but the year after. That would be a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah. I think he would really help Anthony Davis if he was like, I don't know, a doctor. Maybe that would help Anthony Davis. But no, I mean, I would wait this one out. I really would. I would not be. I know everybody wants to do things in advance and let's get it all done early and 2 years from now and all the message sending and the lame duck situations. But you know what? You're talking about. I looked this up at the break. Draymond's made $130 million on the floor and just signed a big money deal with TNT. Clay is made $185 million on the floor, and he's got that $100 million of Anta money, right? So, I mean, these guys are both, very well secured. They've secured the bag repeatedly. They also have nothing but rings. It's about what motivates them. How bad do they? It's almost like not incumbent on the Warriors to pitch them. It's almost incumbent on them to pitch the Warriors that they want to go to the finish line. I think both guys are going to the Hall, but I think both would have a better chance of going to the Hall if they played their whole career here. I think they're favorite sons. It's a unique situation. I would like to see the Warriors go to the finish line with both, but I don't know if it's possible. But I wouldn't do it ahead of time. I'd wait. Yeah. I'd drive this thing right to the finish line because, as the caller said before, we don't know about Draymond's body, and we don't know what Clay's going to be. Yeah. If Clay continues to take a little bit of a step back, like we've seen post, traumatic injury, then I think there's some unknowns there. So I want to wait 2 years and then I'll make that decision. And preferably, maybe other things happen in those 2 years that make it for me.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. What do you do with Draymond Green? Do you give him the max extension that he wants? Do you wait, or do you ultimately bid him adieu? Parting is such sweet sorrow. If you did give him the max, I believe the numbers are 5 years and $138.4 million. Actually, tacking that on to the player option, it'd be 5 years and $164 million. So he would double his career earnings over the next 5 years. So he'd play one more year, and then he'd get the 4 years on top of that. But you look at where they are right now invested in next year. Steph's at 48. Clay making 40.6. Joe Lacob gave him an extension fresh off a catastrophic injury. What a good guy, to give him that. Wiggins, 33.6 in his walk year. Draymond's at 25.8 and a player option next year. You got back-to-back team options on Wiseman. Looney, we know, signed a 3-year deal, but that's not huge money. Kuminga, DiVincenzo, Jordan Poole, $3.9 million and a team option for this year. And then he's a restricted free agent. So what do you do with this roster? First and foremost, Draymond Green. Let's go to Tim in Vacaville. He wants to weigh in on Draymond. What are you doing, Tim?
Hey, what's going on? I'm just driving on the freeway. One thing I want to ask, and I don't really keep track of all of the max deals that are out there. I love Draymond, love what he does for the team and all that, but I don't believe that there is anybody who has a max deal that produces so little offensively as Draymond does. And I think that he might want the money, and in his mind, he might think he deserves the money, but he doesn't score enough. He does great other things. He's assists, he's defense. I understand, but he doesn't score. And really, you win the game by scoring points. So, just wanted to throw that out there.
But he is their leading assist man. He's a facilitator, and it's an offense that, at least under Kerr, is predicated on ball movement, body movement.
He makes an interesting point, though. What other max player is a guy who doesn't score? Because Draymond Green, what does he average, about 7 a night?
He's unique.
He's very unique. Yeah,
he's a unique player. Who would you compare him to? If you had to compare him to anybody in any era, does he compare to anybody? Is he Paul Pressey from way back? Don Nelson?
Right, the original point forward.
Point forward? Is he, I don't know what he is. It's
he reminds me a little bit of Jason Kidd in the early Kidd before Jason Kidd decided he was going to start shooting the ball. He's a mix between Rodman on one end and Jason Kidd on the other. Because remember, Jay Kidd was not a guy who looked to score and certainly was not a good outside shooter.
He kind of reminds me, and you're going to laugh at this one, and you might disagree, but he reminds me, not the shooter, but he reminds me a lot of Bird in that, limited foot athlete. Bird wasn't a great athlete. Green's not the spectacular athlete, but man, he makes so many people better, and he's such a savant of the game, and he's like so many steps ahead of you on both ends of the
Steiny
floor.
were here, he'd be rolling over in his grave right now.
Well, because they're different. Because Bird was a shooter, a dagger thrower shooter, and Green's clearly not that. But you know what I'm saying? As far as they both had just tremendous will, tremendous competitors, two-way players, even though they have athletic limitations. I just think he's vital to winning. Go look at what the Celtics won the year before Bird. I think the year Bird came in, he was the Rookie of the Year. Not only that, I think they had the biggest jump in win total in the history of the NBA. And so what's Bird about at his essence? Winning. And what's Green about at his essence? Winning.
Yeah.
So that's where I draw the comparisons. But it's a very difficult situation to kind of break down. I've heard people say, well, they don't need Green. They've got Kuminga. Totally different deal. Totally different player.
Yeah, and for Kuminga to ever get to that level defensively, if Jonathan Kuminga becomes that player just on the defensive side of the ball, that would be an incredible find for Golden State to have another defender at that level, because Draymond Green, the ability to really guard 1 through 5, I don't know if Kuminga will ever get to that point. I can't see him becoming the ball handler that Draymond has become. And Draymond really worked on that aspect of his game. When he came in, he was not highly skilled as a distributor, as a ball handler. His handle wasn't quite there. So I would love to see Kuminga improve to that level. But you mentioned it, Draymond Green, he's a winning player, and he's a winning player with Steph. And that, I think, is the most important part of this. Let's go to Julio in Redwood City. I'm going to go with Julio.
I would probably say Julio. That's probably a better guess.
Oh, we know some Julios. Yeah, what's going on, Julio? What are you doing?
Do you make your own wine?
Hey, guys. Okay, so, my point is,
I've never liked the guy, Rob Parker. You guys know Fox Sports Rob Parker?
Of course.
Yeah, we're aware.
He had a great point yesterday. I mean, he's a Steph hater, so I don't like him for that.
He's the GMO.
Anyways, he had a great take about Draymond Green. He said the only way Draymond Green is going to get a max contract is from Colin Cowherd from Fox Sports. He's delusional. Like, we should not be even entertaining these talks. Like, you're going to pay $40 million to a 33, 34-year-old guy, I mean, I just feel this is like a LeBron sabotage, the Clutch Sports thing. And, after the title, he said Steph couldn't create his own shot in 2016 before KD arrived. And the Warriors could not win without KD. And he's spewing all kind of talking all this crap. And now there's too much drama. I think it's unnecessary. Absolutely not worth the max.
Thank you, Julio. I appreciate the phone call. And, it's interesting the amount of Draymond Green sports hate there is out there for a guy who all he's done with the Golden State Warriors basically is win 4 championships. But you look at the contract, $164.2 million over 5 years. It seems like the Warriors want to wait until he's 1 year out. That's normally the way they go about things. So this might be much ado about nothing. But Draymond Green, if he puts it out there that he wants a max and doesn't get that max, does he play next year with hurt feelings?
It is interesting. The NBA media seems really uncomfortable when the Warriors are on top of the heap. Doesn't it seem that way?
Yeah, why is that, I wonder?
I think that they've been one of the have-nots for so long that to have them as the haves strikes the NBA media as wrong. When KD was here, it was like, they got the cheat code and they bought the titles. I mean, my goodness, the Warriors were not even all off the floor. The celebration hadn't even made its way into the locker room. The champagne hadn't even been uncorked, and Wendy was already calling it a checkbook title. So, I just get this. There's a lot of Warrior hate. Maybe it's because Joe said, hey, we're light years ahead of everybody else, and he's probably right. Maybe it's because we're out here on the West Coast. Maybe it's because the Warriors have been so good that, when they had KD, that it kind of sucked the life out of the entire league and made the finals kind of a foregone conclusion. I'm not really sure, but it doesn't seem like there's this kind of pushback when other teams are on top. Maybe I'm just being overly sensitive as a native San Franciscan and a lifelong Warrior fan.
I know. I think you nailed it with the Lacob angle. The whole idea of
he kind of basks
light years,
in his success.
And Steph Curry is, he seems to have everything going for him, and so there's a natural sense of anti-Steph because he's got it all, and so you want to see him get knocked off the pedestal. But it's also the guy we're talking about, Draymond Green. He is easy to dislike from the outside. I mean, heck, even our own Warriors fans talk about not liking Draymond Green, and he's the guy who delivered 4 championships here. Normally your own players, they get a complete 100% approval rating when they win championships, yet Draymond is such a lightning rod that a lot of times he gets criticized anyway.
I don't blame Draymond for costing the Warriors a title. I really don't. I mean, I know there are people that do.
I do.
Well, I mean, have you ever played pickup basketball?
Yeah, but never for an NBA championship.
Yeah, but if I did to you on a pickup basketball floor what LeBron did to him, and you responded to me the way that Draymond responded to me, that's a reciprocal response to disrespect, and I had no problem with it. I played a lot of pickup ball.
The bigger problem, though, was
the number of
Michael Beasley at the end of the game in the earlier series where he picked up Beasley and basically pile drove him into the court. And that was a flagrant. And then the whole idea about Steven Adams, and Draymond said, I can't help it. It's just part of my natural shooting motion.
Exactly.
When he flail kicked him in the balls.
Crap.
Yeah. And by the way, he doesn't do that anymore. So obviously he was able to, drum that out of his own game.
Right.
The flail kick. So it wasn't just the LeBron response. And yes, if somebody does that to me, steps over in the virtual teabagging, you're going to lash out. But it was the collection of other instances.
But I mean,
that led
the one
to
that
it.
pushed him over was I I didn't have a problem with it. I had more of a problem with the officials' call and injecting themselves into, that moment. You don't see that done in the Super Bowl. You don't see that done in the World Series.
Right.
But you do see that done in the NBA Finals. By the way, the light years thing, my nephew is a huge. My sister moved to Connecticut, so she married a guy in the insurance field. Her kids are all Celtics fans. So my nephew's a big Celtics fan. A huge Celtics fan. He was distraught by the fact that Travion Williams looked great in the Celtics Summer League, and Bob Myers poached him. So if Joe Lightyears wants to say that, sure enough, they're ahead of the rest of the league, they allowed the Celtics to go get Gallinari and these, get some veterans. That cost them to not be able to have a roster spot for Travion Williams. Now they get Travion, who's 260 and looked great in the Summer League. Who knows? If that player becomes an NBA player of substance, maybe the Warriors are light years ahead of the rest of the league.
Yeah, and a place that players certainly want to come to and play. Let's keep it going with Raider Chuck in Alameda. He wants to talk about Draymond. You got about a minute here, Raider Chuck. What are you doing?
Big fan of the show, fellas. So, over the past few years, it's been reported that Damian Lillard.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Raider Chuck. Call back, and we'll get you right to the front of the line.
Raider choke.
That's a little harsh, guys. I think it's a little harsh. Maybe it was.
You got to pay your bill. You got to pay your bill.
Possible dead spot out there.
Oh, well, there's also that
from Raider Chuck. You just never know what's going to happen. Well, coming up, I do want to talk a little bit more about Niners training camp. Apparently, Brandon Ayuk with the catch of the day, according to Jordan Elliott, who's out at practice. And I want to get your thoughts on not only training camp and practice stats, but some of these one-on-one matchups and memories of Jimmy Garoppolo and his 5 interceptions that he threw in Denver. I think it was last year or the year before at practice, and how we all lost our mind over a practice INT. So get your thoughts on some of the camp stuff. And I also want to keep the Draymond talk going because people are interested in this, Larry.
Absolutely. Well, the Warriors are hot, man. The Warriors are it right now.
And Draymond Green looking for a max extension. He's got 2 more years left in his contract, 1 this year, then a player option. So this really feels like more of a next year conversation, but Draymond brought it up. And, he's part of the old media now. So
that's right.
You bring up a topic and you go ahead and you write it as long as you can. So more on Draymond Green, your calls straight ahead. We are live from the Hilton in Santa Clara, just steps from Levi Stadium. We are loving it here at the Hilton. To check on training camp and your Draymond calls straight ahead. It's Willard and Dibs. Larry Krueger in for Mark Willard on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Chelsea Messenger.
beer-battered fish and chips.
Look at this.
We are live at the Hilton in Santa Clara, and man, yeah, you're not kidding, Spadone. Kyle, the amount of food that was just brought up, incredible food here at the Hilton Santa Clara.
Totally outrageous. I feel like Joe Spadone right now.
Oh yeah, with the
I got
huge
meatballs.
meatballs.
I got bread. I can't wait.
I mean, we got choices. We got choices here, guys.
Yep. Everybody's got choices. Yeah, we're gonna get after it here very soon. We've got more camp to talk about, but the topic.
Can I tell you what I used to do?
Draymond Green.
I hate to interrupt you because it's bad radio.
Interrupt away.
Okay, when
Where's
I first
my
was
fork?
doing radio, way back when, like I was working for Ron Barr on the Sports Byline USA Radio Network.
Team Tittle.
We would seriously. I mean, there were times I did this overnight show where I would just, I was tired of doing all the heavy lifting, so I would just I'd go caller against caller and just pit them against each other, and then just like sit back and maybe chomp on something, and every now and then just kind of get in the way. Be like, I agree with Bob, not as much with you, Sam. All right, are you guys done yelling at each other? All right, we'll go to the next two. Caller on caller. It was great, and you just
perfect.
You kind of take yourself out of the equation altogether.
You just lay back and start eating.
Exactly.
Coming up.
Exactly.
Speaking of lay back, I'll give you a chance to lay out quickly here before we go to the phones on Draymond Green. The Giants, Larry. Kyle, pass the fork over here. Thank you.
The Giants. Oh, my God.
I mean, what's the deal with your Giants?
Here's the one thing. I cannot listen to more filibustering about how Rodon shouldn't have kicked the bat that hit Tyro Estrada.
He's out of control.
I mean, enough of let's beat up Rodon. People who step in, they step in crap, and then the person that sits there and like, hey, that guy stepped in crap, instead of having filibustering on a topic where of course he made a mistake, and at least Rodon owned it. It wasn't like he was like, it wasn't I didn't do anything. He owned it. He owned it. What do you want him to do? He kicked the bat in anger. It hit Estrada. He shouldn't have done it. There's only one side of the story. There's not two sides. It's not a debate topic. But enough filibustering on that while you're ignoring the fact that the Giants are boring. They can't score. They have two starters. They have, out of five, they got a very inconsistent pen. They're a horrendous defensive team. And I think the team has totally tuned out Gabe Kapler. And nobody wants to talk about that in Giants land. Nobody wants to talk about how the manager that led them to 107 wins last year is maybe been tuned out by the team. And I don't have any sources or anything. I'm just saying I watch the games and I watch the body language, and the body language around the Giants
right now for sure
is awful.
And especially coming out of a break, and you go into the break with the great Yaz slam, the comeback, you turn everything around, you steam into the break with all the momentum, and you come out and you've been terrible. You mentioned it.
They're 0-7 since the break.
2.7 runs per game is the
they're
number.
Scoring 2.7 a game. And then, I don't know. I mean, since the end of April, the Giants are 34-43. They're woefully under 500. So, I don't know. I'm not sure, what they should do, what they shouldn't do. Are they going to sell on Rodon? The report that Kyle was talking to us about before the show is that they're not going to sell. They're not going to sell at all.
I don't think you can get enough for Rodon, at the deadline. You're only going to get 9 starts out of him, so the return on investment would be great.
But last year, the Cubbies hawked Javi Baez to the Mets at the deadline. They took Pete Crow Armstrong, a young center fielder. Pete Crow Armstrong started the Futures game, I believe, in center for the Cubs. He's probably going to man center field at Wrigley Field for the next decade. Damon's going to be talking endlessly about Pete Crow Armstrong for the next decade. And they got him for Baez, who was a free agent at the end of the year. So sometimes you can pick a team's pocket.
Yeah.
How about this for creativity? The Yankees traded Aroldis Chapman and then got Gleyber Torres, and then re-signed Aroldis Chapman. How about that for creativity? We've been told over and over and over that Farhan's this incredible creative genius. Let me see a little creativity. Trade Rodon, get some team's top prospect. You're going nowhere, even if you go to the playoffs. You're not winning the World Series with this team this year. So trade him, go compete for him in free agency after you secured somebody else's top prospect. Build the thing up.
I don't think you're getting a top prospect, though, for
You don't
Rodon
think so for Rodon?
at the deadline. No, he's only going to be a rental. It's a 2-month rental. He's got the player option.
Baez was a rental. They got a good.
Yeah, but at least he's an everyday player. You're only talking about 9 starts, 10 starts.
You're probably right. You're probably right.
So I would rather see him keep Rodon, try to make the playoffs, and see if you can't then make some noise in the postseason. We're also talking about Draymond Green wanting a max extension. The Warriors have not indicated that it's going to be something they do. Traditionally, they wait until the player has just 1 more year remaining. Draymond's got 2, but the people want to weigh in on Draymond Green. Should they pay the man or let him go when push comes to shove? Let's go to Matt in Oakland. He's going to talk about the LeBron angle in all this. Matt, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's how you doing, fellas. Good morning. That's part of it. Regarding the Warriors' hatred, I do think the LeBron business LeBron jock sniffing is part of it, and then of course the entire ESPN East Coast Celtics jock sniffing angle, where this was the best team in the league and they're the deepest team who played 7 guys in the finals, and Tatum's a superstar when he isn't, and he might be. But getting to the LeBron angle on Draymond, that's just a head scratcher. I don't see any reason why Draymond would do this. He's kind of doing the Warriors a favor, because nobody is going to give a 33-year-old player coming into his 13th or 14th season. They're not going to give him a 4. Nobody's going to do that. So then the Warriors get Draymond on a contract year. If he plays great, well, then great. I don't see how they keep everybody. Lacob isn't going to spend $500 million, and I just don't see it. I don't have a reason for why Draymond would do such a dumb thing. Maybe he's got the LeBron tripping in his ear, but even if he goes to play with them, LeBron will be 39?
Yeah, he'll be up there, and Bronny might be there by then, too. Maybe, Draymond can get his kids to be a part of LeBron's kids as well. Thanks for the call, Matt.
I think if you're saying why is he doing this? Why is he putting this out there now? Because he doesn't have the offensive game to warrant a max deal. The value play for Draymond Green getting a max deal is that your belief that he is synonymous with winning and that you're winning because of him. So you just won the title. This is the perfect time to remind everybody that, hey, you just won, and float out that you like a max deal. But the Warriors, Joe Lacob's a self-made billionaire, and he didn't become that way because he's a fool.
Right.
And he's going to play this the way he should play it. And he's going to tell Draymond to his face that he loves him, and he loves him, and he loves him, and he loves him, and he's going to keep saying it. But he's not signing him to a max deal, and he may never sign him to that max deal.
Right. It won't be this year, I don't think. And August 3rd is the deadline for Draymond to get that max. He'll play out this year. Next year, it's a player option. And I think as we get into the next season, that's where it becomes interesting as to, Draymond saying, hey, I'm going to opt out. I want to try free agency. Or I don't think that he would just pick up his player option. I think at that point he would indicate that he wants to stay. And then at that point, he would probably look for a max deal going forward. 888-957-9570. Coming up next, we're going to talk a little bit more about Niners training camp, and then it's pick your battles. And I understand that you're going to have a pick as well. I think you're undefeated on this program.
I'm kind of a big deal.
I love it.
I've got my furniture smells of rich mahogany and
leather-bound books.
Yeah,
and the whole rest of it. That's perfect.
Kind of a big deal.
This is all sponsored by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com. It's Willard and Dibs. Kruger in for Willard. More Niners camp talk and pick your battles next on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Back live here at the Hilton Santa Clara, and I don't ever want to leave, Larry. We're being treated like royalty.
Why would we ever leave?
Fish and chips, delicious coleslaw, Nana's meatballs, mwah, with some sourdough bread as well. Come on down to the Hilton in Santa Clara. Tell them Dibs sent you. Niners tailgates, when the Niners season officially gets underway, they have tailgate activity out in the parking lot. This is a great place, actually, for a staycation. You come down to a Niner game, you get after it with the pregame tailgate. You go to the game, you get after a little bit in the postgame. You don't have to worry about driving home. You stay the night here at the Hilton Santa Clara. They'll take good care of you, Larry.
Well, I heard they housed a certain Dan Dibley last night.
They did, and the thread count was divine.
Really?
The robes were soft.
How was the Spectravision?
Spectravision got it done.
All right, all right.
We were able to move the chains with the Spectravision. Got to do a little HBO. They had some HBO up there, which
what'd you watch last night?
I cannot remember, to be honest. Yeah, Kyle and I burned the midnight oil a little bit down here.
Do you guys share a room? Do you guys?
No, we had
your own accommodations.
Solo accommodations, and
did you guys FaceTime in room?
No, but we did chat in the lobby with the great Tim Jordan, engineer, who's waist deep in fish and chips over there. Just telling old radio stories. I wish you were there, Larry, because
I love old radio stories.
I was telling Kyle, the history of the station. We're 11 years as a radio station on Monday, and some of the KNBR back and forth when I was there, when you were there, and then Tim Jordan jumped in with some stories from the 70s and 80s, and we had a great time. 60s? Sorry, that was personal. That was unnecessary.
Did they have a gym here? I know you like to exercise.
Yeah, I went for a run yesterday.
Went for a run.
Went for an 11-mile run out. They have some trails out there.
Tasman, Great America Parkway. Where exactly were you running?
There was some Tasman. You take Tasman all the way down toward the water, and then there's a path that goes. Basically, it's the Bay Area. Not the Ridge Trail, but the Bay Area Trail that goes around the whole Bay Area. So I did a little 6 miles out, 6 miles back.
Nice.
Just trying to stretch it out, trying to stay fit.
Yeah.
With the baby coming. September 9th, by the way, is the expected due date.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you. I'll expect you in on the pool. Baby girl coming. So there's got to be action.
You're a man who's had boys.
2 of them, yeah.
So this is your first girl.
Now you have a girl, right?
I have 4 kids. My oldest is a girl, and having boys is one thing. They're fun, but girls are where it's at. Girls are where it's at because whatever kind of guy Dan Dibley is whoever is the kind of person your daughter is going to yearn to.
Oh, that poor
as their role model, and they're going to be looking for the next Dan. She'll be looking for the next Dan Dibley.
That's a lot of pressure.
A lot of pressure.
Hopefully,
you better be on your game.
Be a redhead. Well, and that's partly why I'm still running and trying to stay after it. Because you mentioned earlier, you're 52. I'm 53, and it's you think about having a baby, and it's a lot of effort, a lot of energy.
A lot of people, seriously, I think you need more energy than you need money. A lot of people don't, I want to wait to have kids, I want to wait till I have more money. You actually need more energy. If you don't have energy, you can't run around with the little guys anymore. So that's absolutely key. I'm sure you'll be absolutely an energetic 50-year-old father.
I'm into it, yeah, and that's, half the battle is just showing up, as they say. And,
that's right.
More than half the battle of being a parent is actually showing up and being there, especially as a dad. Traditionally, if the mom is spending more time with the kid, the dad's working more, whatever. If you're not there in the early days, you're not able to really be as effective of a parent as you are, later when, like right now, you got probably a couple teenagers, and your oldest daughter.
My oldest daughter, she just graduated UC Davis this year.
Okay.
And it goes by in a blink of an eye, and then I got a kid who's a sophomore at Cal Poly, and then I got a kid who plays varsity baseball in Walnut Creek, Northgate High School.
Okay.
And then I got a 13-year-old who's probably going to be a sports talk show host someday.
Okay, nice. And he's an 8th grader.
He's a 7th grader, I think. 13, yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
I got so many kids, I lose track of the who's who. Yeah. Name tags at the Kruger household.
Exactly.
Final camp takeaways, things you're looking for. I know you didn't get out there today for practice because you're here with me.
Yeah.
But when you get back out there tomorrow and subsequent days here, early days of training camp, what are a couple of the things that you're really keeping an eye on?
Well, running back, because, the 49ers have so many good running backs. And yesterday, the one guy that was like, the one moment of practice where I'm like, wow, was when Ty Davis Price made the longest run of the day, the rookie at LSU. And LSU, all football scouts know that LSU produces the best talent in America, right there with Georgia and Bama. And if you played at LSU, you're probably a player. Ty Davis Price had some amazing games last year against the Florida Gators and Kentucky and other teams where he just rumbled. And he's about 220, 225 pounds, but he's got breakaway speed. And runs hard, runs low, breaks tackles.
Is Trey Sermon going to rise in the depth chart, or is he in danger of being a miss?
Well, it's weird because Trey Sermon
didn't seem like he really fit the scheme last year.
Yeah, I mean, he's a rhythm back, and they want to run guys in a committee. And when you run as part of a committee, it's hard to get into rhythm.
Right.
And then he's a bigger back who they typically want to use in the fourth quarter with a lead. But then you know how hard it is to run a team out after you've beaten them. You got a 10-point lead, and you get the ball back with 6 minutes left, and you get in a heavy run formation. It's hard to run out of a heavy run formation up, 8 points with 8 minutes left. Everybody knows you're going to run.
Box, yeah.
Yeah, so you're not fooling anybody, and Sermon's going to get a lot of those runs, and I think that's going to be a challenge. But they got 5 really good backs, and I think Ty Davis Price, to me, I mean, this is now granted. Mitchell was great, and he put on a little extra poundage this year. He looks a little stronger. Sermon looks a little quicker. Jeff Wilson looks motivated. They got an undrafted rookie free agent named Trey no, it's not Trey. Jordan Mason, who's really Georgia Tech, very impressive. 220 pounds.
We already did the bit, you two. You don't have to slug that anymore.
Yeah. No, but very impressive player, and he can catch it out of the backfield and is pretty quick, but Ty Davis Price is a little bit faster than their fast backs. He's a little bit more punishing than their bigger backs. He's a little bit more than their other guys. And watching him out there yesterday, I thought, wow, wait until we get to the preseason. Okay. Ty Davis Price,
one to watch.
He might be the fantasy guy. If you're looking at the Niners as fantasy football players, he might be the guy you want this year.
Okay.
The 49ers.
There it is. Larry Krueger with some insight.
I think he at minimum is going to score a bunch of touchdowns. I think he's minimum going to be their goal line.
He's going to be their goal line vulture or whatever.
He might be a lot more than that.
I was going to cut you off, but I need to pick my battles. And that's not a battle that I wanted to pick.
That's a 4. That's really good.
It is
and
time.
you're eating your meatballs.
Oh, I cannot wait. I'm 2 meatballs
The meatballs
down.
are delectable.
2 balls
Unbelievable meatballs.
inside my stomach. So I'm going to run it back on these meatballs. Nana's meatballs. Thank you to the Hilton Santa Clara so much for the hospitality.
They almost need some clapping.
Make some noise, people.
We're just cut. And they're going crazy.
Yeah, they are going crazy. Well done. Yeah, crowd noise. I can't wait to get back here. And I can't wait to crash your pregame shows with a libation.
There'll be security. I think there'll be security.
Kyle, what are the standings in Pick Your Battles here? We're coming off a day where Willard lost, Madsen lost, Spadoni lost, and the Dipper Claws lost.
Where are we at in society?
Seriously,
today?
Joe, where are we?
In the loss column is where we are, Joe. Yeah, Mark took his first loss. He's 3-1. Dibs, you're still in second place at 2-2. You've lost 2 in a row. I've also lost back-to-back. I'm down to 1-3. Bad beat on that one. The White Sox come back against the Rockies. The Rockies 2 in the 9 to knock off the Chi Sox. And then Spadoni caught an L as well. He rode the Giants money line. He is also 1-3. Spadoni picks first because he has lost 3 in a row. Go ahead, Joe.
Spadoni, what do you got
And
here?
the Giants have lost 7 in a row. But you damn it, guys. Gosh darn it. I'm picking them to win tonight. I think they get off the schneid.
What?
Gosh darn it.
You're going Giants money line, right?
Certainly am, Dibley.
Yeah, okay. Giants on the money line.
Fading the Cubs is so smart. They're so checked out.
Minus 143. Spadoni on the Giants to Kyle Madsen, who's currently in third. Are we scrambling?
We're scrambling. I like the Phillies on the run line against Pirates, Dibs.
Gosh darn it.
Phillies.
I actually hate that, but it was the first one I saw. Oh, that's a bad
against the
pick.
Pirates. I don't have any women's soccer.
Can I change?
Nope. too late. The lock's out. Yep.
Oh, brutal.
It's been locked. Detroit's bad. The Blue Jays are good. Give me Toronto on the run line.
Is it my turn?
Yeah. All right. And then we'll announce Willard's on the under 8. Is that right, Spadone?
Yep.
Okay.
Under 8 for what?
Giants.
Cubs.
Okay.
Giants. Cubs.
One of my favorite betting angles in late July, is bet on the team that just added in baseball. Bet on the team that just traded for a new player. Bet against the team that just traded away a key player. So in the Yankees-Royals game tonight, the Yankees are big favorites, as they should be, but the Yankees just traded for Benny Biceps, Andrew Benintendi. The rich get richer. The Royals just said goodbye to a guy who's hitting 300, probably the best hitter on their team. Give me the Bombers -1.5 tonight on the money line against the Royals. Love that angle.
Okay, I love it. The picks are in. The battles have been picked, and we're all set for a little bit of baseball action today. Pretty soon in Pick Your Battles, we'll have the ability to pick preseason football, which I wonder if anyone will have the courage to make such a bold move. Well, time now for the changeover, brought to you by Oakland PD Recruitment. Be the change you want to see. Steiny and Goo back home in the studio. Guys, we miss you down here. We're living large, we're eating good.
And you're looking real fly. Larry, how is it to do a show with a rapper? Because that's what Dibs looks like with those shades. You look good, Dibs.
I appreciate it, Goo.
You know, you asked that question mid-meatball, so...
my bad. We didn't get food. What happened?
What?
Yeah. The good people at Hilton Santa Clara, they just rolled out some fresh plates. We met the sous chef, and he served us Nana's meatballs, Goo.
Love it.
Really
sounds
good.
Balls.
Sounds good. Hey, it was good seeing you guys at practice yesterday, by the way. What did you guys think of practice yesterday?
Oh, crisp. It was very crisp, I thought. And I think it bodes well. I also, I like what I saw from Debo on the side. He looks just absolutely terrific. And, this is going to be a fascinating year. I don't think there's any doubt about it.
We just got word that Trey Lance threw an interception. Jimmy Ward apparently. I was going to say, is it time to panic? Is it time to call Trey Lance out for being overrated?
I'm not liking the tempo that I'm seeing down here at practice. I'm not liking the tempo.
Hey, Larry, last week we did an activity to where Steiny was kind of having some fun with me. He started the activity and thought I was going somewhere, and then I ended up giving Jimmy an A- just for his tenure. Not his physical, personal play, because he's not my cup of tea, but he did win. When I asked you what grade you would give Jimmy on just his whole tenure here, 2 NFC championships, obviously the Super Bowl, how would you answer that?
Man, that is really a tough one because he played so poorly in the biggest moments. Look at the way they finished against the Rams. Look at how horrendous he was in the Super Bowl with that terrible interception off his back foot. To me, that first half interception where he had Chris Jones basically face mask to face mask, and he's falling backwards and he's floating it up to the sidelines. That's a horrendous play in the third preseason game. To have that in the Super Bowl is inexcusable. So I can't give him a really high grade, but yet the record is good. I would say B-, C+.
Well, Steiny took such umbrage at Guru's A- because Guru he was ripping Jimmy G start to finish all career, and then Steiny's like, "What grade?" And Guru gives him an A-, and Steiny lost it.
But Dibs, I'll say this to that. This last season, especially after they got off to the slow start, him playing through the dangled finger and them just getting to the championship game, and with the 10-point lead, Larry, with his warts, I thought to myself, watching that game, are you kidding me? You're going to go from being embarrassed against the Cardinals JV team and the Colts on Sunday night to a Super Bowl trip? I got to respect that.
I respect that.
Well, I'll say this, this is a pretty good debate. It's like,
I agree.
I think Shanahan's a really good coach. But, man, look at the track record of them in, what they've done in the fourth quarter. I mean, Debo was like the best player in the Super Bowl in the first half. He had like 2 touches in the fourth quarter. He didn't touch the ball for like 13 minutes in the Ram loss in the NFC Championship game. I love Shanahan, but in some ways, I feel like Shanahan's got something to prove. I think Garoppolo's still got something to prove. It's hard to say. I think they both have had their issues and have contributed to the 49ers not getting that ring.
I think Shanahan sometimes is too smart for his own good. I think sometimes he outthinks himself in situations and play calls. Like you just said, Debo didn't touch it for the last 13 minutes of the fourth quarter against the Rams, yet he knows that Debo's their best weapon, but sometimes, like the play with Juszczyk on 3rd and 1, he was trying to outsmart them because everybody knows you're going to run power with the fullback leading, but then he's thinking, I know that they think that, so I'm going to outsmart them. And by doing that, he just outsmarted himself.
He lets it all hang out. I mean, I kind of look at, I think of the Warriors and the Spurs. Like, Shanahan reminds me a little bit of the Warriors where they get a little 3 happy, down the stretch when maybe they really needed a high percentage 2, and the Spurs go for that high percentage 2. In the NFL, it's like running the ball in the fourth quarter with the lead is like taking that high percentage 2. Shanahan's always still hoisting that 3. And I just kind of wonder if that's the right recipe. I hope, I'd like to see them run the ball, be a little bit more conservative and finish off some of these games, some of these big wins, Well,
when I think of Garoppolo, I got to put him back to 5 years ago when they acquired him. And the 49ers had nothing going when they acquired Jimmy Garoppolo in that trade. And I just think if you really take a step back, look at the big picture. He comes in, he wins 5 games. Obviously, he got hurt. But when he was healthy, they won. So there's 2 things to me that you got to hold against him just a little bit. One is he didn't win the big one. And 2, he was banged up. But I think other than that, I think the trade was phenomenal.
Yeah.
They got to look at Jimmy Garoppolo. He almost got it done. And apparently they're saying to themselves, Lynch and Shanahan, we got to upgrade at that position to give ourselves a better shot. But you know what? Jimmy has allowed us to assess ourselves honestly, and now we know what we have to do to get to the top.
And they have to get better at the quarterback position, and we'll see if they actually did. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1. San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. Trey Lance has got to be the step up that Kyle Shanahan had envisioned. And I wonder, guys, what you think is acceptable for Trey Lance and the 49ers this year. Is it playoffs or bust? Larry, you and I had talked about it a little bit. How far do they have to go for people to look at this and say, it was a good year for Trey Lance?
Yeah, that is a really good question because that's not like readily apparent, right? I mean, this is a team with Super Bowl aspirations, and you get the feeling, you guys know, you guys take phone calls every day and are very much in tune with the Bay Area fan. The Niner fan is not necessarily going, we got a rookie quarterback, we got no shot to win. Niner fans think they got a great shot to win, and yet no rookie quarterback has ever led their team to a Super Bowl or even into the Super Bowl, right? So in some ways we got a conflict there, and so what is the expectation? I think the expectation is still to compete for Super Bowls despite how young Trey is, and that puts a ton of pressure on his plate, but he's not doing it alone, and that's the good news. He's got some help, and I think Trey's going to surprise people. I think he's going to be much better than people think.
Yeah, Larry, I'm digging that. I told Steiny it's 2 scoreboards because Trey didn't draft himself, and the Niners had a good thing going, and one of the attributes of Kyle was we could still win with subpar play from a quarterback. So he saw something in the store. He said, I want to pull the plug on what I got, and I owe the other 53 guys in that locker room a chance to keep it going. So to me, you must get to the playoffs. You got a great defense. The O-line, it'll be figured out, but you got Trent Williams, you got backers, you got a good run game, you got receivers in the tight end. I think in minimum, the risk falls at his doorstep. He's the coach, the sheriff. You got to get to the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Goo there. Yeah. And the funny thing is a lot of times when you say, okay, what do you think's going to happen? It doesn't happen like any scenario you imagine. And, who's to say the 49ers don't take a step back defensively, and all of a sudden, now they're losing games 31-28. But Trey Lance looks terrific on, offensively. It's very possible. But I do think, you know what, Larry, and he and Dibs, because of the way we looked at Garoppolo, and it was such a polarizing kind of way we looked at him, to me, it's about the playoffs. If the 49ers get to the playoffs and Trey Lance struggles, I don't care. They got to the playoffs. To me, that is the goal. And I don't care how he plays if the team is still good enough to get to the playoffs. And I think Kyle Shanahan has kind of set that expectation that he can get to the playoffs with this guy. I feel like he believes it. Otherwise, they would not have made the change.
Right, and they would still have Jimmy Garoppolo on the roster. Well, I guess he technically is on the roster, but he still would be very much in the fold. He's not going to sacrifice a team as good as this just to show everyone, see, the guy I drafted is now ready to go. If he didn't think Trey Lance was actually ready to lead this team to where they should be, you're right, Steiny. Garoppolo still would be here.
Yeah, and I would have no problem with 49ers going 10-7, maybe make the playoffs as a wild card, and even Trey Lance struggles and loses his first playoff game. That to me is fine. Even acknowledging they went to the NFC Championship game last year, because then you got your young quarterback. He's gotten you to the playoffs. Now he's got the obstacle that all quarterbacks face at some point. Can they win a playoff game? And that's kind of where you want to be, especially if he's showing potential.
It's so funny, guys. We talk about all these angles, and then Matt, you kind of referenced it. Then the games start, and it's like the script gets thrown out, and it's totally different. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if Purdy was, we're talking Purdy at some point this year. The weirder things have happened. I mean, we were talking a lot about, not we were, but they were talking a lot in D.C. about RG3 on draft day and early on. By the end of the thing, they were talking more about Kirk Cousins, who was their mid-round pick. So who knows by the time the whole thing shakes out. But I'd love to see Trey on a pitch count. And I think if he shows progress, it's okay if it's not a seamless deal and it takes him a year to really jump back into the Super Bowl mix. But I think people just want to see Trey and some improvement and kind of see the thing come together.
People may want more out of Trey Lance, but inside the organization, I do think that they're not feeling a lot. Look, Trey Lance has to be pretty good at some point. But I think this year they know that what they really have to do is just kind of establish him, and hopefully they'll win their fair share of games. But they have to end this season with 49er fans saying, hey, we may have something here with Trey Lance.
Yeah, I think it's got to be more than that. I think this is a Kyle Shanahan year, too.
Yep.
Kind of what you guys are talking about where, Larry's saying he should be on a pitch count, quote unquote, which means the playbook is going to slowly expand for Trey Lance. You're not going to have him thrown all over the park right away. But while you're doing all that, you have to win ball games. And your schedule for the 49ers, it's not that tough in the first half of the year. So Trey Lance has got to be able to make the hay, through weeks 1 through 8.
The barometer, sorry to not interrupt, but the barometer to me, guys, is I think whether it's not about win totals or about playoff wins, it's at the end of this season. 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10 49er fans, if you ask them, have to believe that the 49ers are currently in their Super Bowl window. If they believe that, I think it's all thumbs up, positive going into the offseason. But whatever happens, if they come out of the year and there's a high percentage of Niner fans who don't believe they're in the window, that will be a bad indication.
This is kind of, I was going to ask you, this is kind of, all you guys, it's kind of water under the bridge, but I remember the debacle on Thursday night last year in Tennessee where I guess allegedly Jimmy had hurt his finger, but he made some bad throws. It was a bad loss. Do you look at last year and Trey Lance, Larry, and Dibs and Steiny and think, you know what? Had Trey been more advanced or more ready, he would have saw the field, especially after Jimmy hurting his finger, because there were whispers. And I sit back and you talk about the first year, but it's actually his second. Russell Wilson obviously had his first year to play, but he took his team to the Super Bowl in the second year. This is Trey's first, but his second. But is there any of you that think that, you know what, he had a shot to hit the field last year late, but he wasn't ready?
Yeah, I don't think that Kyle Shanahan thought he was ready other than to use his package, as we talked about so many times, guys. Last year we were doing the show together, the three of us, and if he was ready, you're right, Goo, that would have been a time where Jimmy was hurt. You would have played him. You would have put him in there. And I think it's okay that Trey Lance wasn't ready in Kyle's eyes. But here we are a year later, and now he has to be ready. So, to me, all eyes on Kyle Shanahan, because ultimately, if you're the QB whisperer, you've got to be able to develop the guy, and it's time for him to shine.
Last year was going to be about risk and reward, right? So if they put him out there potentially could have been a big reward, but you also could have risked his future because he could have lost confidence, a la Rick Meyer, who got sacked a ton after that first year in the league. And you want to build a kid's confidence. I think they really believe in the macro long-term view of Trey's career, and they just wanted to introduce him at what they view as the correct or the best process. And I think they viewed Kansas City in the way they kind of introduced Mahomes as that process. So I kind of think they were wed to it, and they could have gone with Trey late in the year, but they decided to stay with Jimmy. And I think it probably will be the best move long-term.
Well, I think too, in terms of the big picture, this is and I thought last year was a huge year too. I mean, the 49ers were close to not making the playoffs.
Yeah.
And if they don't make the playoffs, then you start saying, that's 4 out of 5 years now.
Right.
Under Shanahan, they haven't made the playoffs. My point is, okay, they made it to the NFC title game. But if this year they backslide and don't make the playoffs, then you start thinking, that's twice in 6 years we've made the playoffs. And it almost feels like this guy needs everything to fall into place for him to, coach a really good team. And at that point, I think you got to start, you would ask, can Kyle Shanahan kind of get the most out of a team, if you know what I mean? Because, look, 2 out of 6.
Yeah.
If they were not to make it this year, that ain't good.
Yeah, or, can he not only get the most out of a team, but can he take a mediocre team and make them a great team? Because you said it, Steiny, if he's got a lot of talent, you make the playoffs. But what if you have some injuries and you have some spots where, maybe you're not at the best? Can he be a coach to elevate a team to that next level? What else you guys going to get into today, Steiny?
We're going to get into Draymond Green.
Oh, man.
I got,
we had full phone lines on Draymond.
Yeah.
I was eating meatballs during half the show.
I compared him to Bird, and he said, if Steiny was here, he would.
I heard Larry.
That. Well, Larry,
we heard it.
Larry, that's one of my pet peeves when someone says, this guy kind of reminds me a little bit of that. And the automatic thing that everybody always does is, no. Bird says, but I try to always say, let's look at the similarities. And there are similarities. So I got what you were saying.
Yeah, okay.
And Larry.
Look at kinder, gentler Steiny coming out.
For sure.
I love it.
When we do what we do, Larry,
I thought my stuff was getting tossed into the ninth row,
Wow. Not the 8th, the 9th. Larry, I'm learning you. And I heard you give Draymond his flowers. And when we do what we do, I don't hate anybody or any player. So sometimes when I'm driving home or the fans respond, you don't like this person. I respect Dre to the utmost. But I've seen the change. The change in the brand has become bigger than what I think he brings to the game. And you cited an example of when basically he got benched part of the fourth quarter in a finals game, and we, not just you, are giving this man flowers of how he handled it. But I look at why you had to go sit down, and you are not the best defender any longer on the Warriors to me. That's Wiggins. But to pull this, to jump out the weeds and pull the Ferrari in front of the valet and say, pull Wiggins, y'all stay put. Clutch has me up to this because there's no way Larry and Dibs, he's worth 4 for 158, but to go public before you really had to go public, I feel like he wants this smoke and it's not comfortable.
Hard to disagree with any of that. If I'm Joe, though, I'm letting him wait. Of
course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Absolutely.
I mean, here's what I think, and I do not think this is insignificant at all. I really don't. I think this is kind of a big deal. If Draymond Green really believes this and this is what he wants, I absolutely think this could be a big deal. And we talk about, hey, if the Warriors are still in their dynasty window, hey, right, the dynasty's still technically going on, I'm telling you, I think this is the kind of stuff that really messes with it. And I'm dead serious. This is like, and I'm not, it's not even being critical of what he's trying to do. He's trying to maximize what he can get. But these are all the signs of a team that can't keep it together forever, and they're starting to know it.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Maybe this year becomes kind of the last dance feel where Draymond doesn't get the extension, and he lets it be known inside that he's not going to exercise his player option, and so this might be their last go-round. More on that from Steiny Guru coming up in just moments. Back to the meatballs here, Krug.
Dan Dibley can eat 4 meatballs faster than any human being I've ever met.
He's a vegan.
I mean, not anymore. Not anymore.
Veganism's over. Steiny Guru
Wait a second. He was a vegan. I'm going to tweet that out. This man was a vegan, and now he's a meatball specialist.
Exactly. Enjoy the show, boys. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, gents.
Steiny Guru coming up next.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing
Kruger put a bib on.
Look at him. Dibs put the meatball up to the camera.
Oh,
you gotta
man.
love him.
Yeah, good times down in Hilton, Santa Clara, and we'll continue the good times here. All right. Draymond Green, according to sources, wants a contract extension this summer. Starting August 30, wants to talk about it.
That's next week.
I got to tell you, and I do think this is a big deal. I really, really do. And I think it's a big deal because what Draymond's doing is he's putting the spotlight on himself.
Right.
Is what he's really doing, like he always does. But here's the issue. He can talk about a contract extension. He can talk about this, that, and the other thing. But the bottom line is this. He is not NOT getting an extension this summer. He is not getting an extension this summer. So really, as far as I'm concerned, there's only one relevant question that Draymond Green needs to answer. Can you play without a contract extension or not? Please give us an honest answer, because if you can't, we've got to make some decisions here. That is truly what I believe is going on with the Golden State Warriors.
And what
I really
if he doesn't know? It's
Doesn't
like,
know what.
What if it's like, hey, can you play with the fifth foul? Because to me, to go public, Steiny, he could have picked up the phone and called Bob or Joe. Why did he come this way? And to me, that means he's ready for battle, but I just don't trust him trusting himself going through this season. I won't call it lame duck, but knowing they didn't want to give me my chicken.
Too bad. He's not worth what he's asking for. I mean, this is listen, like, I really want to stress this. While I'm going to criticize what Draymond Green wants right now, I understand it's the way the NBA is going.
Right.
Let me tell you what I think's happening. Draymond Green wants to see how much juice he has. LeBron's got juice. Kyrie's got juice. Curry's got juice. Durant's got juice. How much juice does Draymond have? We're about to find out, because I think that's really what he wants. He wants to know how much juice he has. And I got to tell you, I don't think he's got much leverage at all.
But at this point in his career,
I almost think he's got zero leverage if the Warriors really want to look at this from a hardcore point of view. Sorry.
I appreciate the juice analogy, and I'm not saying don't exercise all your options to get your money. But again, this came out of left field, and that's fine. But Steiny, at this point in his career with 4 rings, you want to find out, shouldn't you know how much juice you have at this juncture?
Well, I mean,
you got the contract the Saturday morning years back, came out of nowhere, but now when you say juice, I feel like it's for all the wrong reasons. You trying to keep up with the Joneses. What do you mean by juice? Because you got your podcast, you control what you talk about, you can keep that going.
Right. No,
but this is if it's not a ploy and he's not laughing, his feelings can get hurt.
What?
If it doesn't, my point is, what Draymond do you get after that? Do the Warriors get?
This is where. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Listen.
It's incredible, man.
Listen. He's not getting an extension this offseason. So because he did this, people are going to be looking at him.
Oh.
And let me tell you something. Draymond Green wants to not get a contract extension and then kind of give up like he did a couple years ago. That ain't going to fly. Here's the other thing about Draymond in this situation. With all due respect, he better be careful. He better be real careful, because there's 2 things that he's never done. One is put himself in a position where the Warriors want to trade him or have to trade him.
Okay.
Or 2, he's never tested free agency. You want to opt out? Hey, Draymond, you want to opt out
next year.
2 years from now? Fine, opt out. We'll talk to you at the end of this upcoming year. You'll be an unrestricted free agent. You can test the market. You can see your value out there. And then we'll make a decision if we want to give you more money or not. They're not. Let me tell you something. The Warriors are not going to let Draymond Green now. Look, they didn't give Steph Curry an extension this early. They got Wiggins, who's younger and maybe as much or more of a priority. They got Jordan Poole.
Yeah. I didn't even have his name on the list. Quick question. You've been in the game, Steiny. The way this came out in the article, if you're management, I'm just looking at it from management's perspective, is this the way you want said player to let you know what you're trying to get?
Of course not. But it's Draymond. So you know what? When you are the general manager of a team with Draymond on it, you get used to unforeseen headaches time after time after time. Wow. Question is, when is enough enough?
Wow.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Your dynasty parallel is incredible.
Here's the other thing.
Like, this would be the start.
Here's the other thing. I don't believe for 1 second that Steph Curry would ever go to Joe Lacob and be like, do not get rid of Draymond. If you get rid of Draymond, I'm gonna become a free agent, or no chance. Steph Curry's smart. He sees where the Golden State Warriors are payroll wise. He knows they can't pay Draymond right now. Yeah. He absolutely knows that. They cannot pay Draymond Green right now. It would be a...
Trey should know this and held on to it.
Maybe he does, but
Clutch
it's still...
sports, Steiny. It's a business. Yeah. I'm a businessman.
I don't know what it is,
Jay-Z.
but to me, he's asking for something that's got no chance of happening this year. Hey, if you're looking for all the best 49er content from 95.7 The Game, text 49ers to 20357. That's 49ers to 20357. Make sure to click the link, then hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. Powered by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to? We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum? Yeah, it's a hack, Mom. A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No.
win a championship.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Don't let us win a championship.
Day.
I'm going to go ask for a contract extension. Man. So funny. Steiny, these players nowadays have more pull and control than you know. Draymond is getting the extension. He has control of this, not the owner of the organization. Tell you what, I'll bet anybody on this one. I'll bet anybody on this one that Draymond Green will not get a contract extension this offseason. Anyone would take that bet? I'm saying Draymond Green will not.
I just believe
get
he
a
knows
contract extension this offseason.
This is for the next move, Steiny.
Maybe.
This was a shot call. This was a signal.
Let me also explain what his contract situation is. So he's under contract this upcoming year for 25-ish. He's got a player option next year for about 27.8. Mm-hmm. What he would have to do is opt out of that last year and sign a 4-year extension that would start after this current contract. Okay? So he's not getting an extension. Here's the other thing. You know what, Draymond? He won't opt out unless he knows he's getting an extension.
Go ahead. That's the big part.
Like, with all due respect to Draymond, the only way, with all due respect to Draymond, let's see if he does opt out.
Yeah.
He can do it on August 3rd.
But that's when it gets real.
He's not going to opt out.
I wouldn't opt out if I were him. Unless, like you said, he knows something. But Steiny, this came out of nowhere, man.
And Bob Myers. Let me tell you something. This is where I do think that people maybe underestimate the strength of an owner and the fact that an owner makes the call. Joe Lacob and Bob Myers, I don't believe, would ever, at this point, sign Draymond Green to a contract extension where he is paid more money at 37 years old than he's ever been paid in his entire career. Joe Lacob would say, I can't do that to my team. I can't do that to my fans. Why would I lock into Draymond 36 games this past year, Green, till he's 37? It's preposterous. It would be one of the most irresponsible, foolish moves that an organization could make. And you all know it, too.
It's incredible that he thinks that that's feasible. And we'll see how this plays out, Steiny. But again, I'm just, for Warrior fans, for the team, the people that think they want Steph to just go into Lacob's offense and say, I thought we were a package, because that was, I thought we were together. But yeah, Steph, you did your deal. You had a chance to talk to him about Dre's future. This didn't come up because I don't even think you saw it coming up. But Steiny, Dre, I'm saying he's running with them boys in La La Land, man. And maybe he's feeling himself. I appreciate what he does.
Of course he's feeling himself.
But for you to lay it out that way to get the most bread at the oldest you've been, what sense would that make? And you got benched in a game. Well, you got partially benched, but there are red flags about his body and his play.
And here's the other thing. And
that's how I'll say
that.
Hey,
Dre, and someone might be like, Steph's going to pay. You ain't Steph. You ain't Steph.
That's real talk.
Not only are you not Steph in terms of in his league and tier as a player, you aren't Steph in terms of how durable you are.
The body.
Exactly.
How shocked were you when this came out yesterday?
I was surprised because I was like, I don't get it. And then I realized, okay, he's talking about ripping up or opting out of that last player option. The last time something like this happened was with Baron Davis.
Okay.
Back in the day. Baron Davis had one more year left in his deal. I want to say at about 16, 18 million. And it was a player option. And the Warriors I don't think they wanted to extend him at that point. Oh, no, no. He had a player option with the Warriors. Anyway, he exercised his player option. He signed with the Clippers. The Warriors never thought that he would do that.
BD.
And he did it. So here's the other thing. Something also tells me Draymond he's pushing the envelope here. He's pushing the envelope.
What's in the envelope?
The envelope. What's in the envelope?
Show me how much you love me.
Here's the other thing. Some people are saying, do you really believe Draymond thinks he's worth? Yes.
There is no
absolutely, doubt. Positively. You think Draymond? What better time to go to the Warriors and say, hey, you know that player option I have? What do you say I rip that up? And you give me 4 more years, which takes me my entire career with the Golden State Warriors, and I'll be here for the rest of my career.
Yeah, okay. You wish
exactly.
That's how it worked.
Exactly.
Man.
So let's go to Griff. Griff's in Walnut Creek. What's up, Griff?
Fellas, I'm glad y'all came to me, man. I hope you can hear me. Look, I'm not a Draymond fan like that, but on mamas, if I was Draymond, I would be feeling myself too, because he has accomplished more on and off the court than most cats that we consider are greater than him, so I'm not mad at him. But what I don't want you guys to do is to continue to panic. Look, we got Bob Myers, we got Joey Lightyears, so let's say they go to Draymond and say, okay, you want to make $40 million per year for 4 years, fine. Let's give them 2 sets of 1-and-1 and have a team option each year very similar to how they did KD, and then after each season, reevaluate it.
He's not going to want that.
$40 million for the first season?
He will not want that, Griff. He will not want that. This is about years and money. This is where he thinks he can cash in and get his money for the next 3 or 4 years. He doesn't want 1-year deals because he knows he's closer to the end than the beginning. And because he knows it's closer to the end than the beginning, he wants some stability. Plain and simple. The other sign of juice in the NBA is how much money can you make late in your career. So to me, that's another thing that I think he wants. He wants to make 30, 35 million when he's 36.
Man, Steiny,
but only the big boys get to do that.
And he runs with them, talking about Bron. But I'll say this, because you said it yesterday, and I agree with it. And again, just from the standpoint of get yours, closed mouth don't get fed. Dre, I'm giving you an A+. But damn, in a crazy way, Steiny, can somebody from afar like myself say to you, I just feel like this is a bad play. It's a bad look by Dre. Or because this is in his contract, it's his prerogative, Bobby Brown. How could anybody look at it this way?
And that's why I don't look at it as this is a bad move or this is Draymond's being a jerk. No, he's got an opt-out. He can opt out in a week, which means he would be a free agent at the end of the year.
Read the room.
If he's a free agent at the end of the year, he's eligible for an extension.
Man.
He's the heart and soul of the Warriors. He can go to Bob Myers and say, you don't win titles without me. But I'll tell you right now.
Maybe disgruntled Dre, if he doesn't get it, if we had odds, I don't know where Dibs is at, what the odds would be on him getting that. Maybe we see an angry-ass Draymond Green this year for the Golden State Warriors and defense like we saw in 16.
Here's the other thing.
38%
Here's the other
from
thing.
3.
You want to come to us and get a contract extension through 37 years old. All right? But why would we do that? You've been a headache your entire career. You're never going to be as good as you were last year again.
I got 4 rings, Bob.
That's right. You do have 4 rings, but you're getting worse.
There it is, right there.
They are not paying.
They
are not extending.
That's why I'm shocked that he did it. 4, Brett. 4.
Let's go to B-Dub. B-Dub, you might want to make this bet with me. Hey, B-Dub.
What's up, B-Dub? What's up, Steiny? What's up, Guru?
It's on fire, dog. What's up, baby? We miss you.
I miss you too, boy. I wish I was up there. Hey, Steiny. Steiny, I'll make that bet with you, Steiny. What you want to bet on, man?
You know what, B-Dub? I'm not going to bet with you. You know why? Because you pay for everything for me anyway. You buy me everything I need, B-Dub.
Yeah.
So, B-Dub, you really think the Warriors are going to shell out $140 for Draymond in the next 2 months?
Nah,
Nah, they ain't gonna do that, Steiny. I just wanted to bet you because nobody else gonna try to bet you. But Draymond can't even get his body together. So
wow,
it's not gonna work. Maybe after his contract is up, then we'll talk.
Yeah.
It's gonna be lower than the 4.
Exactly.
If he don't want that, then there go the door.
Thanks, B-Dub. My man, our man.
He is a man. I need to put him on my taxes, Steiny.
Steiny, Draymond doesn't have to pick up or decline his player option until this. Right, he's got a window to do it. He can do it as early as August 3rd
next week
this year.
Yeah,
this year.
And if everything was
tell
good,
the Warriors,
Land, it could jump off. Hey, meet me at Jack London.
If Draymond Green really wants to raise the stakes on August 3rd, he would decline his player option for next year. He's not going to do that.
But that's 27-8.
Exactly. He's not going to do that. He's not going to do that. I don't think.
Now, if this were 16, Dre, and you gave me the 38% from 3, Steiny, and DPOY, and we hadn't saw the slippage or the disc issue in the back, I just don't know where the win is with this play.
The win is to become a Warrior till you're 37 and get paid $40 million like all your buddies with juice do.
Hmm.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. And listen, ask me if the Warriors could have won 4 titles without Draymond.
Could the Warriors, Steiny, have won 4 titles without Mr. Draymond?
Probably
Green?
not. Probably not. Now ask me if they can win a title without him from this point forward.
Can the Warriors win without Day-Day?
Maybe.
And I believe I'm going to say yes.
Maybe.
I'm going to say yes.
Maybe. If ever there's a time to try it, it's right now.
But they got, Steiny, this is no shade at Dre. The chef is the kitchen. And you got a 7'1". Hopefully, dude pans out. He ain't got a score to keep up with Dre, but can you control the paint? And Dre ain't leading the league in. Man, Joe Lacob, wow. I know he didn't see this coming. Myers, too.
I don't think Draymond, again, he's really never been down this road before.
And the leverage is the Jimmy thing with the team. We got the chips, but you weren't close to MVP final. The final, and I'm not saying you had to be to get this chicken, but Steiny, personally, if you look at his body, what leverage does he have?
He missed more than half the season this past year. See, this is, and you may tell me if you agree with this, because this is one way that I would look at it if I were Bob Myers. So wait a minute, Draymond. You want a 4-year extension, kicks in after this upcoming year, that's going to take you to 37 years old. We have no idea what we're going to be like in 2 or 3 years, probably. And the last time we weren't good, you quit. You quit. You acknowledged you quit.
Well, there was no Steph.
Well, who's to say Steph won't get hurt again? Who's to say?
Right.
The bottom line is, Draymond, you only play hard when we're title contenders? F out of here. I'm not paying you 5 years when you've already acknowledged you don't play hard when the stakes aren't highest. No. And listen, I'm not saying I wouldn't do it. I'm saying right now that I would, if Joe Lacob and Myers give Draymond Green a contract extension this offseason,
real quick,
I'll be shocked. Okay. Shocked, I tell you. And I will say, holy S, was I totally off base on that one.
Because I thought you were about to say you would do it if you were Lacob.
No chance.
I almost fell out my chair.
Oh my God! No way.
Can I tell you what I'm looking forward to? Yeah. And I don't want problems on the Warrior front. But with this coming out and it getting put in print, is it his next pop? When do we hear him talk after the 3rd? And I know you told me, Goo.
You want to know what I think's going to happen?
I'm listening.
First of all, let me.
Yeah.
So
I'm asking.
It was in The Athletic. Marcus Thompson, Anthony Slater, 2 of the Warriors beat writers, said, according to sources, Draymond wants an extension this year. He wants to opt out of his last year, and then he wants a max extension this year. I absolutely, positively believe that is true, because that's the way I think of Anthony Slater and Marcus Thompson.
Okay.
There's no way they make that up.
All right.
Okay? But let me tell you what's going to happen. Maybe. I think Draymond Green, when it's all said and done, is going to say, I never said... That's not right. I never said I wanted a contract extension.
Whoa.
That's what I think is going to happen. I really do.
So that'll be like that'll be the double up of what he did when he said, I'm going to LeBron's.
Exactly.
And he caught holy hell and
exactly.
He changed it.
He could, if he could theoretically come out today.
He
could come out today, do a podcast and say, just like he did with Damon. You know, this guy in the Bay talking about me wanting a contract extension. I don't want a contract extension. That was reported. That's wrong. You know, see, there's that old media again missing, getting something wrong and then trying to. That's what I see happening.
Yeah, that article, I read it. It was in depth. I'm like, he thinks he's worth that chicken. And I just want to see what happens or how he reacts, let alone play a whole 82-game season if somehow they didn't give it to him.
510, why are you guys so mad that Draymond's trying to cash out? No, I'm not mad. In fact, I totally get it. In this day and age where players are trying to exercise as much power as possible, he's never going to have more leverage than he has right now. They just won a title. When he played well, they won. When he didn't play well, they really struggled. So I do believe he does have as much leverage now as he'll ever have for the rest of his career. But it's not enough.
NRG Manifest on YouTube, Steiny, and I believe this, I said it yesterday, this has clutch written all on it. And by that, we just mean that, not that he's not thinking for himself, but the business side is telling him, let me show you how I can help. But Joe Lacob ain't falling for it. And he's not falling for it because I personally don't believe, and I don't believe I'm by myself, that Dre is worth 4 for $158.
Of course he's not.
Think about 158.
Guru and Steiny. Myers and Lacob were fully aware of Draymond's option before this became public yesterday. No way Myers and Lacob don't already have a plan. Don't have a plan for Draymond. They just ain't telling anyone. Anyone who spends money like Lacob is fully aware. Okay. Of course, they were fully aware that he had an option. But they're not going to do anything. They've got Draymond, we love you, but we got bigger priorities right now. We got what are we doing with Jordan Poole? What are we doing with Andrew Wiggins? It's like, sorry, you have to wait your turn. You just do. And not only that, Draymond is doing this about a month after Joe Lacob essentially was like, we can't keep doing this. We can't keep doing this. But now Draymond wants a max extension after a month after Joe Lacob said, we're going to probably have to cut this stuff down.
Man.
Never a dull moment with Draymond Green. Seriously.
Oh, boy.
Let's go to Angry Old Hoot in San Francisco. What's up, Angry Old Hoot?
Hey, guys. Hey, great point there on Draymond's timing. The organization saying how strapped they are for cash, and now I just said, well, I'll strap you even further. With the Warriors, it's always complicated because it's hard to say whether or not the players are as great as they are, or if the Warriors are as great as they are because of the players, or if the setting makes them that great. Will Draymond just disappear somewhere else, or will he be a cohesive piece? Now, you guys had me on a couple of weeks ago, and I was crying about the loss of GP2 and also Porter. And I left something out. There's something about those guys besides their good play and their ability, the game face. When they were on the court, they didn't look scared. They looked like they were ready for the moment. And you can kind of say that about Draymond mostly, but you know who doesn't have the game face and certainly didn't this year and kind of looked like a nervous kid throwing the ball out of bounds and missing all the time was Clay. And everybody kept saying the Warriors are going to get even better when Clay comes back. With the exception of a handful of games, it wasn't true. And then people started saying things like, oh, Clay's out of his slump when he shot 4 of 17. And then he was 4 for 19, 4 of 22. When you guys think Clay's at the end? I mean, no one. This is sacrilegious. I know
what you're
being patient. You're being patient with me, but honestly, is Clay just gonna keep? Are we gonna keep winning despite Clay or because of Clay?
Thanks, angry old hoop.
Because I think I'm throwing the yellow flag.
All right.
And I'm throwing the yellow flag because all we have is one half a season of Clay, who made 37 last year and is due 40. So Clay will be like, they took care of me. My point is, moving forward, for anybody that wants to say that, Steiny, and the team still won as he was the starting shooting guard, it's too early to say it's a wrap.
I think so, yeah.
But he feels like, I'd bet my left arm we've seen the best. And that may be true, but he didn't stay ball hogging Clay like we saw when he came back. He played it right, and he played it right to the point to where the team didn't suffer. And the fact that he got a chip and now he can not kick his feet up, have a good offseason where he's not rehabbing, I mean, that was over the top. Like, your boy is just a major straight-up liability.
Yeah, he's not. Well, I think the thing with Clay is that even though he's not who he used to be or who he once was, when he shoots the ball well, they don't lose.
Right.
Like, they don't lose if he's got it going, because that means he's got it going, and 4 out of 5 games Curry's got it going. So, like, this is, to me, the issue with Draymond and Clay to a certain extent, is that neither of them are the players they used to be, but when each of them is at their best, then the Warriors are at their best. So, but they've proven they can still be pretty good without Clay being great and without Draymond being great. Championship? No. But all you need is those guys to reach a certain level in the postseason.
Okay, but one of the guys is now saying, hey, pay me 4 for 158. That's when you say, hey, hold on. You are right. When you're good, we're good, but I can get your good through a mixture or a variety of ways. And maybe we won't hit the mark, but it'll be something close to where the team doesn't suffer. Sort of like the Niners running a new quarterback out there. It'll be different mistakes, different good times, but can we win?
Good question. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm talking about Draymond Green wanting a contract extension for the maximum allowable for a player in his position. I get why he's asking for it, but I also get why the Warriors are going to probably say, Draymond, you got to pound sand.
Man, could you imagine?
You got to pound sand. And then the question becomes, and I'll throw this at Warrior fans, because here's the thing. If we just want to bypass everything and quote-unquote cut to the chase, there's only one question. Hey, Draymond, can you play without a contract extension? When you don't get your contract extension, can we assume that you're still going to play hard? Just, if you can answer that question, it would really help us going into the year.
I can't, and I can't wait to hear them.
Hey, 5 p.m. emails from your boss, surprise visits from your in-laws, missing soccer cleats. Let Lucky California help you out with home delivery powered by Instacart. Right now, you can save $10 when you spend $50. Use promo code LUCKYCA10. Place your order at shop.luckysupermarkets.com.
If you run a small business, efficiency has never been more important. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing small business savings. Call now to get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. With no
And can somebody give Bob some credit?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Coming up in an hour at 2 o'clock, we're going to be talking to Tracy Sandler. She's the CEO of Fangirl Sports. She covers the San Francisco 49ers, and Guru and Evan were down at practice yesterday. I guess they connected with her, and she's going to come on the show.
Yeah, I'm fired up. I'm fired up for football. I'm fired up for what I thought was going to be a pennant race.
Oh, they'll be a pennant race, just without the Giants.
Dude,
what?
It is. I don't think it's ever been this ugly. Like this defense.
They missed the playoffs 5 straight years after 16.
They had lost 98 with Posey. But Steiny, this defense could be the worst Giant defense I've ever seen. I don't know what to say. And maybe because guys are in and out the lineup, but at some point somebody's got to do something, man. And they got the Cubs tonight, winners of 6 in a row. And I'm sitting here, they play Arizona. You are Arizona, But here we go tonight.
All right, we're talking about Draymond Green. He wants a contract extension for the max.
He stinks.
408. Steiny, trust me. He's getting that extension whether you like it or not. I'll bet you on that 408. Listen, here's another reason why Draymond Green is not going to get an extension this summer. So Jordan Poole is eligible for a contract extension, and he's in line to make 5 or 6 times what he's made this year. The Warriors have said to him, Jordan, we're gonna play another year.
Slow down.
Andrew Wiggins, he's eligible for an extension. He's talked to the Warriors about it, and the Warriors said, you know what? We're going to sit tight right now and play out next year.
Slow down.
So Draymond Green now says, I want a max contract extension. I've just opted out, which I don't know if you knew or not, or thought I would or wouldn't, but even if you didn't, give me the max. Okay, Draymond, we'll give you the max. Hit the pike. That's not how it works.
He has to know this. His people have to know.
I don't know that he
does. Are they saying, go buck the system? Be honest. Buck the system. I'll say this. Yesterday, Steiny, when I read that article, I thought it was 4 for 158. My guy on the text line says, I'm looking now, 5 for 164 would be, which would pay him 32.
That's because no matter what he would sign, it would kick in after this upcoming year.
All right, well, there you go.
So it would either be a 5-year something or a 4-year something.
Okay, all right.
The 4 years would just be what the extension's worth. The 5 years would be the extension plus what he's going to make.
Talk to me.
This year.
Gotcha.
Let's go to Greg. Greg's in San Jose. Hey, Greg, what's going on, man?
What's up, Steiny? What's up, Goo?
Hey.
I don't know if you guys have looked at DeAndre Ayton and Joel Embiid's number with their max contracts, but they're way better than Draymond's.
And they're younger, and they're at different. I'm cutting them off. They're at different junctures. Let me tell you this: if Dre was sitting to my left and you're right, would you say he really believes he's worth this max?
Oh, I think if Draymond,
no, seriously, this is what we need.
What's the question?
Do you
if Draymond was sitting right
really
there,
believes he's worth this max extension?
Of course he does.
And what would he say if we said, Dre, we're worried about your body? You missed let me show you what you played and what. That has to be accounted for, Draymond.
We won 4 titles with me. And you acknowledge you couldn't have won 4 without me. Pay me my money. That's the way you do it now. That's the way the big boys do it.
But
he's got the leverage.
Something like this to where they kind of, where was that ski mask you used to get that contract? Like, almost like you're paying me. Only thing I come up with is the Giants. The Crawfords, the Belts, and they
won 107 games last year,
but
and they were all up there.
It was all bad, Steiny, for 5 years.
I know.
We were like, "This is what you get for paying for the pass."
I know. And here's the other thing, and this is where look, it's a business. It's not a charity. It's a business.
That I get.
And the bottom line is, I'll pay Steph Curry at 37. I ain't paying Draymond at 37.
Man.
Can't play a full season. And yes, I know how important he is, but
you ain't scoring. I can't get 10 PPG. I appreciate Day. I do.
Here's the other thing, Draymond, that I don't think he's thinking about. If he says I want a contract extension, and they say no, and he's like, okay, all right, take a look at this Draymond you're going to get this year. Okay.
Now does
Draymond Green, would he take a chance at being traded to a mediocre team? Oh. And I guess the question is, would a mediocre team really want Draymond?
And would they give him that chicken?
A mediocre team might want Draymond if he promises to opt out that second year, and they look at him as an expiring contract. Yeah. Then if I were a bad team, I might trade for Draymond for half a season.
But now we're talking about
hey,
two
Draymond,
new teams.
Go get your money. Then you're a free agent. Go get your money.
No, it won't.
You think you're going to get 40? Of course not. Of course not. Man, I'm surprised. City Boy's in San Francisco.
Let's hear him, Steiny, our guy.
Yo. Hey, man, Draymond doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell against this extension. Absolutely none. But Matt, you said it. I mean, it makes sense why he's asking for it, because he knows there's going to be no money left when they sign Poole, Wiggins.
Right.
And I think Wiseman comes up on the table before you sign Draymond, because you've got to extend Wiseman too, I think, after next year. Not this coming season, but the second year. So, and if he threatens to opt out, I mean, God love him. That's what happens, But, no chance he gets extended. I mean, unless he wants, 4 years, $60 million.
Right.
Maybe even 4 years, $80 million. Then we'll talk, outside of that, there's no chance. I mean, they have too many priorities, and at his age, and like you said, he doesn't play, all the time. And, and you had a earlier call about Klay Thompson, and I would caution everyone to really reserve judgment on a guy who just came off of those injuries, because usually it's your second year back where you start to really look like yourself. So
I let him know that
in the past,
City Boy.
No, you're right there, City Boy. Thanks for the call.
We stopped him at the door.
Well, the other thing is, like a player like Klay, like if you have to be really realistic, they're not going to trade him.
Right.
And for the most part, probably there's not a team out there that really wants him at that money.
Okay.
So, he's not going anywhere.
He's a lifer.
So let's see if he's better this upcoming season.
And I'll tell you this about Klay. When you sit here and you want to give me, a State of the Union on why it's going to look better for him moving forward, it's all science. It's physical. I get that. I expect that, Steiny. But with Draymond, he don't have these injuries on his resume for me to say, okay, this will be healed, this will be better. This has been a fall off. It's been happening every season, and I still know his worth. But for him to come out of nowhere in the summer, not even a month or two after the chip, nobody, Captain Kirk didn't see this on that big screen on the USS Enterprise, man. And I can't wait to see the ramifications from it. Because he's going to talk, I believe, before Myers or Lakeup even say anything. They may not say a damn word.
They're not going to say a word. Myers
but he
and Lakeup
will.
aren't going to say anything.
After the third.
We'll see. And I have a feeling he's going to say it's all overblown. I didn't really.
I hadn't even thought of that till you said it.
Of course, Rob's in Palo Alto. Hey, Rob, what's going on, man?
What's going on, guys? I've half a feeling that probably Draymond just sipped a little too much bourbon and then said that. That's first off. But I was thinking when you guys brought up Klay. Of course, we want to keep in an ideal world. I think everything gets smoothed out and everybody stays.
Sure.
But I thought back to the first, when we were I think we were 28-7 in the beginning of the season. It was just Steph and Draymond, right? So gun to my head, gun to your head, it's Dre or Klay. Who do you take out of that core three? It is a question that I'm curious to hear your guys' takes on.
Yeah, it's a good one. I kind of don't want to answer it because it's a tough one. I'll give you that, Rob. It's a tough question.
But it's not one they have to answer today or tomorrow.
Well, it depends how pissed Draymond is.
And that's what I'm talking about, trusting players with 5 fouls, because I feel like that's what you're doing if you don't give them the extension and expect everything to be smooth next year. This is the guy, and that I get mad at when he's yelling at the coach or throwing a hissy fit about challenging a call or a foul. And I'm like, man, but now maybe they're saying, hey, you can do all that to us, but you ain't making us do this extension for 4 for.
Let me ask Warrior fans.
Lord.
Let me ask Warrior fans a question, because Goo, you've alluded to this a lot, and I don't know what to make of it because it's hard to pin down. But I wouldn't mind getting a feeling from Warrior fans. Do Warrior fans think Draymond's invested 100% in his team, or do they feel like he's kind of restless and? Is there something with this relationship with LeBron? Where are Warrior fans? Where are you at? Do you think there's something to all that, Goo?
Yes, and the proof is in the pudding. I don't see him, and I'm not accusing him. But now that you got other things off the court and you are what you created, a personality now, and I feel like the personality, he's better at that stuff than him on the court. I want to see the best version of Draymond Green. I want to see Draymond Green be a threat from the outside. You guys could call me silly, but I'll tell you what silly. I don't see. He's in the other lab. He ain't in the lab trying to work on the 3. He ain't, and I go to that finals. It was so apparent that Kerr had to do something, and to his credit, he did it. But to sit here and give a guy flowers for, he took it the right well, what other choice did he have? And moving forward, I'm about the body, Steiny. What do you look like? Steph has added muscle. Steph doesn't seem to be slowing down. Draymond Green, it's the exact opposite. So to answer your question, I feel like the clutch, I'm running with Bron, do what you do. But I'm judging you on the court, and that's why I said, who's the Warriors' best defender? Let me shock a couple people that don't know or don't want to take this pill. It's Wiggins. Those days of me guard 1 through 5 up there, yada yada. I can do it. I'm seeing dudes get skirt to the rack on Dre. It's not all the time, but you don't have that 2016 at showing the bosses, hey, re-up me. No, it's a different version of you.
Yep, you're right. Larry's in Oakland. What's up, Larry? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Exactly what the Guru just said there. That's why they should pay him, because he's getting older, okay? And he's maxed out his contract. Why not go for the max? Go for the money. I mean, they're paying Tiger Woods, what? They offered him $1 billion to play out of the country?
Yeah.
What the hell? Make the money. That's what I'm saying. Make the money, brother.
Yeah, no, good. Go try to make money.
Well,
you ain't going to give it to him.
He's already tried.
I can go into my boss's office and say, you know what, I want an extension right now for 4 years at big money. He'd give me the exact same response that Lacob and Myers are going to give Draymond. Real?
Yeah.
That's funny.
I can't get it too personal, but Brownie blends. Him and Dre are friends, family, almost best friends, Donnie. And on Facebook, I follow Brownie, and a lot of people come at, on the comments and, doubting Dre. And then Brownie, you know whose side Brownie's on.
Sure.
Dre is his dog. Yeah. But I wonder if we had Brownie on the phone, would somebody who's listening to you and I, or just me, because I hate getting put in this box. I'm not prejudiced. I'm not one way. I know what Dre is and what he brings, and there's good and bad. But I just want to talk to the person, man or woman, to tell me, hey, Goo, you're missing the boat. This dude is worth this money. And where the Warriors are at with who's about to get paid, who needs to get paid, how can you justify giving this man with his stats this month, this extension? That's like, I'm just invested in who can, the late, great Johnny Cochran, I don't think could do it.
Yeah, I don't think we are looking hard enough at the other side. 408. Steiny, for what Draymond has done for this organization, why wouldn't they give him an extension? Huh?
Wow.
There are a lot of fans like that, and I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just saying the Warriors ain't going to do it.
The Warriors are not. Just forget how
Warriors are not.
Okay, right.
They can't do that, and the reason they can't do that is because it would also screw up all the protocol that they've established in terms of when they do things like extend guys and sign free agents. Let's go to Matt. Matt's in Oakland. How you doing, Matt? What's going on, man?
Hey, fellas.
Hey.
Man, they won't do it. They shouldn't do it, and no one's going to do it.
Right.
First of all, it doesn't mean a ton, but let's just assume that it means a lot to Draymond. He just played right into their hands. Steiny, you said that there's no way they can keep all these people, and you said put Dre or Clay into a trade. So what you're going to get if he opts out, which would be stupid, is you get 1 year of him in a contract year, and then he's looking at what? He's 33, going to the season 13, with that body, and it breaks down, and they're going to give him that money. That's not going to happen.
Right.
And even if he did go play with LeBron, he's going to play here next year. LeBron will be, 39?
Mm-hmm.
Not this season, but the one after that. It's madness. It's if he really means it, which I don't think he does,
right,
then he's just done the Warriors a favor because he's solved the problem that they haven't figured out yet.
You know what? It's a great call, Matt. It's a great call. I mean, you want to be here, Draymond? Hey, Dre, if you don't get an extension, you want to be here or not? Because just let us know.
Well, if you don't give me the extension, you don't want me here.
We're not ready to make that commitment to you. We're not ready to make that commitment to Wiggins. We're not ready to make that commitment to Poole.
I've won 4 titles. That don't mean and that's what I wonder if Dre's looking at it like he knows who's in line.
Are you familiar? Like, are you good with grammar and the English language?
You see my text messages every night. No.
I wanted you to say yes, because you are a smart guy. I noticed you used the word one. That's past tense. You got to finish a sentence. That's past tense.
Oh, fun. Drop that one. That's past tense.
It is. It is.
Wow. Jesus.
I know I may be in the minority, but I don't think this is insignificant. Draymond Green.
That's
putting
great.
this
You
out
started
there.
the show with that.
I really don't.
And my guy Mello, that I introduced you to at the parade, he's forgiving. We talked about the other day. He said Curry. This is his verse. Curry will go speak up for
No, he
Trey.
won't.
I go, dude. This
No, he
ain't
won't.
Burger King.
I think that's a
saying
myth.
you want Steiny on fries. That ain't how this works. This dude's asking for the moon.
Do you really think
Steph?
That's Steph. Okay, so Steph's a smart guy. Poole's ready for an extension. Didn't get it. Wiggins is ready for extension. Didn't get it. Draymond's not really ready unless he activates something, which he did.
Wow.
Just let me tell you what Steph Curry's not going to do. Hey, Bob, you need to pay Draymond the max ahead of Poole and Wiggins, or, I might. He's not going to do anything. Steph Curry's going to play as hard as he's played his entire career. He's going to play as hard as he played under Steve Kerr the year after Mark Jackson got fired, and he liked Mark Jackson. Apple in Alameda. Hey, Apple, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, man, I'm doing well. Interesting discussions. The reality is you guys hit on pretty much all the points. I'm just here to kind of piggyback on what you guys are already saying. But totally agree. Look, Draymond is going to get traded. This thing is going down a crash course. I think he's either going to get traded or he's going to get an extension, but it won't be not nearly the max. It'll be an extension for a lot less, like what the other caller said. I just feel like fans need to get to grasp reality. Like you can't really just pay a player max because of what they've done in the past. These players are investments. You need to pay for what they're going to do for you in the future, just like how you would if you bought a house or any kind of asset. So I just feel like Draymond is just delusional at this point. You have to read the room. You have to understand that there's people in line. There's also younger players. It's a nucleus that's developing. You can't just sit here and expect to think that, hey, I've done a lot for this. Hey, the team already paid you for that.
Right.
The team paid you for that. That's what you got the big bucks for. So that's what I have to say about that.
Yeah, I'm with you. Draymond Green has I think he's in his, I don't know what year he's in, but he's never, if you look at the money he's made over his career, he has done a brilliant job. He has never taken a pay cut. He has gotten a raise every single season.
And I say
that
he's
been
earned
in the,
every...
He absolutely has. But what I'm saying is, you ask, why would he do this? This is why he would do it. He has managed his financial career perfectly. He went from a second-round pick, then he got a contract, then he got a bigger contract. And you know what? There's one more step, and that's getting one last big boy to take you to 37 like Steph, like LeBron. That's the next step.
But what if physically it's apparent to the naked eye that you aren't that guy anymore?
Then he's not going to get it. And that's why he's not going to get it. I mean, in a crazy way, he hasn't built up enough goodwill. He's hurt too much, and he gave up on the season that Steph wasn't there.
Well, I'll say when championships come around, sometimes there's benefit. People benefit from the euphoria of we won, and I keep going to the Giants. And maybe Lakeup, if he was one of those owners, would be like, to hell with it. Here it is, but it doesn't sound like it's going down that road. And to the caller that just called and said this is a collision or head-on crash course with the trade, the Draymond Green we know, Steiny, ain't going to take this like, oh, they didn't want me. Like, it's going to get personal. Now, maybe he takes it out on the opponents come this season, or we hear all type of stuff.
Steiny, so you don't think Draymond is going to get an extension, and you don't think Curry's going to have his back, so where do you think oh boy, I missed that. So where do you think Curry's success comes from? This is all I'm saying. All I'm saying is, if Draymond Green says he wants an extension for the max, and the Warriors, Joe Lacob and Bob Myers say, Draymond, it's not going to happen. Because it can't happen. Because we're in a situation now where we're in a holding pattern for a year.
Okay.
Bottom line, Draymond, we're in a holding pattern for 1 year. We've got to deal with Poole. We've got to deal with Wiggins. And now we may have to deal with you. All fair enough. But right now, we're in a holding pattern. So we can't do it. So now what? Steph's going to say, you got to pay Draymond the max. Joe Lacob looks at Steph and says, Steph, we're not doing anything for a year. We got to figure this out. We cannot pay all four guys. Steph Curry's not going to throw a fit.
Nah.
He's not. He's Steph Curry.
I get it.
He doesn't
but
do
this
that.
Is what look at the ESPYs. This ain't contracts, but he shared his platform.
Draymond took his platform.
But still, he shared it.
You know, if I didn't know any better, I'd almost think this is Draymond putting this out there because it's been slow news for the last 3 to 5 days.
My thing to
he's
that
got to
is,
generate content.
Yeah, but what does he get if he loses and doesn't get this extension? Because if this is about that pool that you talk about, you're right. Leave. The brand.
Maybe this is the first step because he wants to get out of here.
Oh, man.
And if the Warriors say, look, we're not giving you a contract extension right now, then Green says, you know what?
Bye-bye.
Start thinking about moving me. I don't know.
How many teams would be lined up to get Dre right now?
I don't think a lot. I think the Lakers, but just because of LeBron. I don't know who else. Maybe, team maybe that's ready to win now.
Milwaukee?
I wouldn't want him if I were Milwaukee.
Because Giannis is the ball. He does it all.
So, yeah. All right, 888-957-9570. Man, we got full phone lines. I think people want to still talk about Draymond. We'll do that for the next half hour, and then we'll head down to Santa Clara, and we'll talk to Tracy Sandler, CEO of Fangirl Sports. She covers the San Francisco 49ers. Excuse me, but Draymond Green, what's he up to? We'll talk more about it. 95.7 The Game.
I said what I said.
The faithful have high expectations for the Niners this season.
I think we're going to win 11 games. I think we're going to win a wild card.
7 The Game.
510. Coming down our road.
My area code. Bars. Both of ours. Yeah. You 510?
Goes all the way down to the South Bay.
But
Union's in the South Bay? Where's Union City? It's near Gilroy? Is that even the Bay?
It's the East Bay. Oh. Why are you doing that to me?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Because
Southeast Bay.
You're my
dude. If I had $1 for every time somebody said it's time to get off at Union City Bar, nah.
if we would have been down there, I would have needed you today. 510. Where is this thing? Oh man. You guys sound worse than all those talking head
Why'd
shows.
you read this?
I know your boss is probably making you do it. First of all, he's on vacation.
Yeah.
Dre will be on the team next year, and that's all that matters. No. You got to worry about Draymond Green's mentals, and you know it.
Now.
You know it. If it were that easy, Draymond's going to be on the team and everything's going to be fine. You're right. There probably wouldn't be a lot to talk about. But it's Draymond Green. It's Draymond Green. That's all you got to say.
It comes down to trust, man.
Interesting. Let's go to JJ in Castro Valley. Get us started here. Hey JJ, how you doing?
Hey, pretty good. Here's what I got.
Yeah.
You have to pay Draymond Green. And here's why. Lakers bought the Warriors for $400 million. Right now they're worth $7 billion.
Mm-hmm.
In 10 years, they'll be worth $14 billion. He took the team out of the East Bay where they were beloved. He is on the verge of becoming the best Bay Area sports owner, or maybe national sports owner in history. Does he want to break up the Beatles?
He doesn't want to. You don't want to. You know what? Everything you said is absolutely true. And that's why he won't do it. That's why he won't do it. You know, this idea that because Joe Lacob bought the team for $450 million and now it's worth they don't want to lose money.
Wow.
They're Joe Lacob has come out and said, we cannot continue to pay salaries like this. He said it. He made it clear to his own organization and the Warriors fan base. And you know what? I'm going to give, and I mean this, Warriors fans get it. Most of them get it, that this cannot continue. And that's why I think if push comes to shove, most knowledgeable, I shouldn't say that because it makes it sound like if you disagree, you're not. But I think most fans would be like, no, Draymond, you don't get it. You don't get it.
But you understand more now hearing you say that, why he's trying to get in line to get it. Because if he were betting on himself or he was going to the lab, not saying he's not, Steiny, I'm going to come in the best tip-top shape and I'm going to earn that. I'm going to make him, like, I wouldn't want to do that. I'd go there, hey, let me see what's popping. Closed mouth don't get fed. But he has to know that Wiggins and Poole were the names that everybody was talking about when it came to Warriors and contracts. And possibly this summer. And now, here we are. And your boy, man, he must have learned something with those clutch guys.
The other thing is, like, here's the way I look at it, is you can't, if you're going to kind of say or subscribe to Joe Lacob light years. Joe Lacob light years.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what light years ain't. Light years ain't paying a guy a max extension who's on the downside of his career and who's gotten hurt the last few years. That ain't light years. And that's why Joe Lacob ain't going to do it. Not now. Not under these circumstances.
Interesting.
Yeah. Let's go to Leroy in Oakland.
Our guy.
Yeah. What's up, Leroy?
Steiny.
Hey.
Guru. You know it's always a pleasure to be on. Look, Steiny, I'm not going to argue with you today. I'm just going to tell you, frankly, pay Draymond.
Oh,
I don't care what he wants to do, what he wants to save a little money, or does he want to win championships. I think he wants to win championships versus saving a little money.
You talking about Lacob?
I'm going to put it like, yeah.
What makes you think giving Draymond Green that exorbitant extension has anything to do with winning a title from this point on?
Donnie, I just think something so special is on the line, man. I really do, man. I think we're about to build another dynasty. Like,
you know what?
We had one, and now I think I have something so special that, and I ain't in nobody's pocket, but sometimes when something so special is cooking, I look at it like this, Steiny. You go back. 1994, 1992. You remember when the Supersonics, the Seattle Supersonics, when they were winning in 94 and they got upset by Mutombo.
Yeah.
If Draymond would have been on that team, they would have went to the finals and possibly won it. In 92, that Clyde Drexler team, Portland. If Draymond is on that team, I'll tell you what. Take Draymond off the Warriors. They're going to be just like the 94 Seattle Supersonics. They're going to be just like.
Let me ask you this, because I'm with Steiny. We know you want Dre to get paid, but my question to you is, in your bones, your heart, do you think he's getting that extension this summer?
I do, because I trust that this organization, the brass, that they're going to realize that, man, they can possibly do some stuff that's never, ever, ever been done in this league. And sometimes I ain't in nobody's pocket, but sometimes when it comes to that, hey, I personally would put the money aside and go for doing something that probably has never been done and will never be done again, guys.
Leroy, here's what I say.
Leroy and clutch.
Leroy.
That was his heart, though.
Yeah, it was his heart. Of course it was his heart.
But he said he thinks he's going to get it.
No, he's not. He's not.
He's not. And that's the other part of this.
I mean, I know you never say never.
React?
He's not getting an extension.
I hope he comes out guns blazing, DPOY, which he damn near was before he got hurt last season.
Steiny, there's still an hour and a half left in the show. There's still time for you to recant your comments on Draymond extension. No. I don't believe Draymond Green will be getting an extension this year from the Golden State Warriors for the amount of money that he's talking about, which is a maximum allowable contract for a guy in his position. I guess there's a small chance that, but maybe would he sign a 4-year deal for 60? No, he wouldn't.
Hell no. I was like, what?
And Leroy said something interesting. Steiny, the Warriors are on the verge of possibly doing something special, starting another dynasty. That's why you can't extend Draymond Green.
Yeah.
Because you do think you might be sniffing another run with a different kind of core. Only going to be 2 leftovers, I think. Steph and Clay.
Yeah.
And maybe Looney.
Not Iggy.
Well, and no. That's Fossil. Maybe Wiggins.
Listen, KD's last season, there was a dark cloud over him. And unlike Kyrie, he didn't shut all the reporters up or keep them from asking by saying one general statement. It was talked about. It was a thing. My question to you is, Matt Steinmetz, do you really think Draymond Green, I'm not saying he can't, can be so mature that if he doesn't get this extension and goes into next season at media day, at practice, this will be a thing? The dude has a podcast. If he's pissed off, you think he ain't going to his diary to where we get to read out loud his thoughts? Like, my point is, it can get messy. People saying if he doesn't get it, it's all good. This could get messy, and he has his vessel, the podcast, to make it so. Like, I don't see him being mute on his own self, which some could be like, oh, you ain't keeping it real. What's up, then they want to get extended. Like, this would be talked about, but the other half, his employer, they'll take the high road and not say anything. But it could be eggshells.
That's why I really don't know.
I don't invite that.
That's why I really don't, we got to find out where he's really coming from.
See that?
Is he serious? Because if he's serious, then it is going to be a problem when they don't do it.
Okay.
If he's just talking like he sometimes talks, and
so now this is
half
new
of it's
for you.
True and half of it's not, well, then he's going to come out and he's going to protect himself and basically say, nah, I didn't want an extension.
So on the Steiny Draymond branch tree, from him saying, I was just playing, you've given him another, and I ain't mad at you, you've given him another benefit of the doubt to where, like a child,
he'll get it out.
I want to see if you're being serious.
Yeah. That's who he is. He says something, and then we're to interpret whether he's serious or not.
That plays out in your teens.
Bill's in San Jose. What's up, Bill? How you doing, man?
I'm doing fine. How you guys doing today?
Doing well.
Not bad. Hey, so I'm listening to this conversation, and I know players talk, but agents negotiate. And I looked up the Draymond Green's agent, and his name's Chris Paul or something. But I think at this point in time, if I'm Joe Lakers, if I'm Warriors, I'm making a phone call to the agent, just like, hey man, what's going on? What are we doing here? Is this just Draymond being Draymond, or are we starting the conversation? I don't think I'm playing into it. I think Draymond's doing what Draymond does, and he's getting the whole world to talk about him. And whether or not there's any validity to it, maybe there is, maybe there isn't. But guess what? Here we are talking about Draymond Green. And I think the contract's going to get done just because I think Joe Lake is the kind of guy. He's going to want to keep the band together, and he's going to go out and he win, lose, or draw, he's going to go out with his guys. And I think Draymond Green's one of his guys.
Yeah, I don't. Thanks, Bill. I don't think Draymond Green's one of Lacob's guys.
And you don't keep it going giving this guy this amount of money with what you're getting in return. That's a part of this. 37 a year, 4? So you betting on that body. Like that they're all watching this. And they're like me, the fans. I get what they're saying. It's like a movie. They don't want it to end, and you're right. But, Steiny, this dude had to be – I don't want Dre not to get his money. I'll be shocked as hell if he does this offseason. But the fact that we're all waiting to see if this is a joke or not, that's where I get disappointed in Dre.
So, I know there's obviously going to be a segment of people or Warrior fans out there that probably think I'm making a bigger deal out of this than – it really is. And maybe I am.
I haven't read that one place.
But I don't think this is insignificant. Yeah. And I truly believe this. If the Golden State Warriors dynasty is in fact still intact, this is the kind of thing that ends it. It's the kind of thing that ends it. Go back and look at how everything disintegrates. It's always something like this, or injury. Something does not add up here with Draymond Green and the Warriors. It just doesn't. Just doesn't. I don't get it. There's something that makes me feel like he's not totally invested in this team. Maybe I'm wrong. No, go ahead. Sorry.
You stole the words out of my mouth because Dre is smart. This we know. Lacob, Joey Lightyears, they know what he is and where he is at. They didn't see this coming. And the reason I bring this up, Steiny, with what you just said, for the first time, I honestly feel like, and Dre is loved in the Bay, this sends a signal that this man has thought about life in another uniform. Because if you had not, I don't think you would play it this. Maybe you send an email or a text, but to go public and let this get out, like that lets me know you're looking at this like it ain't just Golden State or bust for me. And I could be wrong, but that's how I feel. You don't do this without being ready to let's go.
Hey, can I get something confirmed or not? Because this to me would be intriguing. If this is true, I don't know. I'm reading this text from the 650. Colin Cowherd said that Dre should be maxed and Clay should take a pay cut. That cannot be true.
I can hear him saying that.
But that can't be true because he's obviously doing a podcast with Draymond. Come on.
This is what Willard told us. I believe he said that.
If he did say that,
I believe he said that.
Then I have no doubt something's going on and it's bigger than we think.
And I'm going to say this why I know, because I have it on my DVR, but he had said something to the point of where he made the Clay contract look like bad. And that's why and I could be wrong, hearing that, Steiny, there's no doubt he took care of his boy with that one.
Let's go to David in Berkeley. Hey, David. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Hey. I hear this. I don't hate that Draymond is going after this, because here's what I think. I don't think it's a joke. I think he's stating an intention. And, that's what you do when you want something big. You put it out in the universe.
Right.
You're like, hey, this is my goal. This is what I want. He's not demanding the max, but he's saying, this is what I want. This is what I want. And I don't have a problem with that, because if Draymond's not overconfident, he's not the Draymond that we need. We need him to be overconfident. We need him to be stepping out over his shoes. That's what Draymond does. Now, at the end of the day, is he going to get the max from Laker? No, absolutely not. It's not going to happen. But I think that when it doesn't happen, I think he'll be. What I honestly think he'll say is, "Hey, I was putting it out there. I was reaching for the ultimate goal. Hey, I didn't get it. It's like the year that we didn't win a chip. We went for it, but we didn't get it. That's okay." That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, you know what, David? It's good. That's good stuff.
And I'm the only one worried about. I get what he said, and I agree. But I'm the only one worried about if he doesn't get the extension, how he will act.
Well, he's not going to get it.
Okay.
But to me, you can already skip that step.
You sure?
Yes. I'm skipping the step of.
Leroy got me thinking, what if he got it?
My question is, again, to me, the big question is that Draymond Green must answer is, when you don't get an extension, will you be able to play for us?
Wow.
Or is this part of a bigger thing where you want to maybe dip your toe in the water about not being a Warrior? Right. Let's go to Will. Will's in Pleasanton. What's going on, Will? How you doing, man?
I'm doing well, guys. And sorry to make this about me, but if this is a true story, and this is a big if, and Guru just did it, I've been told that Draymond is super smart. So much so that if he were to quit today, he'd become a coach. He'd be on TNT. He'd be in the front office. They allow him in the war room on draft day. So if he came out and said this, and we all know, he's got to know if he's smart, there's no way Lacob is doing this.
Right.
So Lacob doesn't do this. He lets him walk or he trades him. And then Draymond becomes mediocre, which some people might say he is already. But he's definitely going to become less of a player without Steph, without Clay, without all those other pieces. So then Kendrick Perkins comes down his road, and Barkley comes down his road, saying, I told you, you weren't the big dog. You were just, you were the court jester. Wow. What does that do to his stock? Where does he do now? Does he get automatically on TNT? Does he get that coaching job? Does he get to go in the front office? So either he's not that smart, which everybody keeps telling me he is, or this isn't real, or it's a big bluff.
Thanks, Will.
Wow.
Do you think, and I'll just put it this way, you think Draymond has the guts to try to play for another team? Ooh, what's that?
There's no doubt.
Because think about that for a minute. We always talk about legacy, KD's legacy. We had to go with Steph and Westbrook. He's never won it. What if Draymond's legacy is, remember those 3 years when he was 32 to 35 that he wasn't on the Warriors and he stunk? That's not a good legacy.
And I think he's so smart that it bothers him that narrative is out there.
Maybe.
I really believe that.
It's possible.
I really believe it. And if this is true, this to me, as you said it perfectly, dipping your toe in the water on what else is after there. Because let me tell you, Clutch is a thing, and I know it represents, he's part of that clique. The podcast with Cowherd, the media, the new media, he's part of that clique. So maybe the joke is on us for being so slow in this regard. He's on a couple other teams too, not named the Warriors. So everything is on the table.
Good point from the 650. For people who think Draymond is getting the max, who are you letting go? Wiggins, Poole, or Clay?
Well, you got my answer.
Joe Lacob, I'm taking the words right out of his mouth. We can't pay everybody. Conventional wisdom, and Marcus Thompson and Anthony Slater wrote about this yesterday. Warriors got 4 guys who are essentially ready for an extension or close. Draymond, Wiggins, Poole, Clay. I mean, to me, if I have to rank them, and I'm sorry, Draymond's the first one to go out of those four. Sorry.
I'm not mad at that, and I got
hate
something
to do
say.
it, but you got to move on at some point.
You said the word juice, NBA and juice. Jackson J on YouTube said it's ego. But when I read ego, I went back to juice. Isn't that the same thing?
No.
Aren't you showing how much juice you have for your ego?
Well, we're just talking. Okay. I'm not saying you're wrong right now. My feeling is
juice.
If you show you have juice, then that plays into your ego.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Now, Draymond's got a huge ego anyway.
Right.
Obviously, you have to have a huge ego to be that kind of player.
And I love him for it.
Yeah. So,
I just
think he thinks it's a strategy.
Yeah, we'll see.
Suzette's in Oakland.
Our girl.
Hey, Suzette, how you doing?
Hi guys, how are you?
All right.
Doing well.
Yeah, well, I'm on the fence with you guys too. I mean, in regards to Draymond, the next season, are we going to keep waiting for the shoe to fall, the next one? And I don't think it's like, confidence or ego. It's just getting to the point of hubris now. So I think, let him go test the waters. Call his bluff, and if he wants to go play with LeBron, let him do it. Go for it. Because I think the brass has cojones to say, hey, Draymond, go for it. Let's see what you get.
I absolutely agree with you there, Suzette, about this front office and this ownership group.
Man.
They are not.
Right.
You don't just walk over them. No matter who you are. He wouldn't let Steph Curry walk over him. He would not give Steph Curry a no-trade clause in his contract. Joe Lacob's first offer to Steph Curry was not the max. He's a businessman. Not going to get cornered by Draymond Green into paying him some exorbitant amount of money till he's 37 years old.
Now, if he was putting up numbers, it would be a different story. I'm sorry. For me, Steiny.
And you know what?
Up numbers.
And you know what? I get it. Look, Draymond played 36 games last year. I actually think the Warriors are starting to figure out how they do win without him.
Well,
like, he's becoming less integral now than he was 3 or 4 years ago.
Those few minutes.
It's just me.
Be careful. I'm just saying, I'm for real, Steiny. Be careful.
Oscar's in Stockton. Hey, Oscar, how you doing, man? Finish off this segment for us.
I'm up in Costco, man. I just turned the phone up. Man, my whole thing is this. Draymond, I know this play sports tough. All of them do like that. Angry, we got him when I'm the one. Ben Simmons.
Oscar, I got Oscar. We got
underwater.
Yeah. Turn your mic on. Both of you guys.
Well, you caught me sticking my whole
terrible connection from Oscar
with a piece of licorice, and then the mic was off. Excuse me. I'm gonna let. Wow.
Wait, was that live?
No, that was
a drop.
Sounds like a car trying to start.
Look, fellas, I apologize.
This is my buddy Dan, and
Dan Daly.
He says absolute gift for the Warriors. Bye, Draymond.
Wow.
Best thing that could happen to him. He picked a bad time to start this stuff. It also gives Lacob a chance to let everyone know that, yes, the spending's stopping right now.
Man. Then why couldn't Clutch see this? Like, you're asking a man that is not going to succumb or give you money.
Because
there's nothing popping right now with finances.
Because you're setting the table for not being happy here. I mean, that's a very distinct possibility. You're setting the table to push Lacob and Myers.
Wow. Right now. I don't like it, man.
Yeah. Let's go to Nilesh. I hope I'm saying that right. Or Nilesh in San Mateo. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
So I got a couple. This is two parts, right? So first, I do think Draymond deserves it, right? I think he does deserve it. He built that franchise. Him, Steph, Clay, they built it, right? And second, they already paid Clay, right? So Clay came off a ACL and an Achilles, right? and they gave him the extension, right?
Yep.
After those two big injuries, right? So if you think about it, Lakers got to realize I paid one All-Star, right? And now Draymond's asking for the max deal, and he deserves it. I think the offense and the defense don't run the same way without Dre on the court. We had a losing record when Dre wasn't on the court in the beginning of the season, right? I think I forgot what it was, but I know we had a losing record without Dre, right? So at the end of the day, Draymond deserves that money, and I think if Lakers wants to keep the franchise intact and keep everything going, running smoothly and everything, I think he's going to have to pay Dre.
All right. Now, Les, we got to run, but good. You made your point.
Yep.
I look at it the opposite. If Joe Lacob wants to keep this franchise up and running for life, he can't give Draymond an extension.
This is intriguing
right now. You just can't. Hey, in case you miss any of today's show, download and subscribe to Steiny and Guru on the Odyssey app. You can listen anytime, any day, all in a single tap. Find Steiny and Guru plus all content from 95.7 The Game on the Odyssey app today. We're going to take a little break, and we're going to talk San Francisco 49er football. We've got Tracy Sandler with us. She's the CEO of Fangirl Sports. That's coming up on the other side. What's going on at a 49ers training camp today? We're going to find out next.
Stein, I'm not going to argue with you today.
Steiny and Guru stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
Draymond Green.
I'm Joe Montana.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back to Steiny and Guru. Let's go right out to the phones where we're joined by Tracy Sandler. She's the CEO and founder of Fangirl Sports. She covers the San Francisco 49ers. Tracy, how you doing? Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, really appreciate it. Let me ask you this. I was down there for about 45 minutes yesterday, and I know obviously they practiced today. Is there anything you can tell from the first two practices or workouts regarding Trey Lance that may have any bearing on how he might do?
I mean, would you like an honest answer? Or do you
yes. The truth.
Not really. I mean, I think what we saw yesterday was we saw him look very confident in the pocket. He made plays from the pocket. The only run we saw was he was going to hand off to Elijah Mitchell, and he kept the ball. So I think we kind of saw his pocket presence and his ability to complete throws. Today, the offense had a little bit of a tougher day. The ball was turned over a few times, and the defense had a heck of a day. But I think with Trey Lance, the biggest thing that we can glean thus far is just that he really is ready to take over this team. He seems super confident. We talked to him today after practice, and he just seems super confident, really comfortable in this role. And so, to borrow a phrase from Kyle Shanahan, the game doesn't seem too big for him. So I think we can kind of glean that thus far in practice. Beyond that, I think it's going to be game time before we really know. But from everything I've seen the last couple of days and the off-season program, and really even the improvements we saw in Trey from his first to his second start last year, I think 49ers fans should be excited about where this team will go with him.
Tracy, I got to be honest with you. Last year this time, I was the dude. There were a few of them. Start Trey. I'm done with Jimmy. And I know who Jimmy is as a quarterback and what he's not. But I know it's out with the old, in with the new. But Tracy, are you like me? A part of me did not see Jimmy's tenure ending like this. And I kind of feel bad for him.
Well, I mean, I do kind of feel bad too. I did think Jimmy's tenure was ending after last season. I think once they made that trade, we all knew that that was probably it for Jimmy in San Francisco. And I think it was unfortunate because he did do a lot of great things here. I think he changed the culture here. He's definitely a big part of that. And he's been so important to the organization. You think what has happened in this offseason is just unfortunate in that there were so many variables that there were no way to predict. There was the shoulder surgery, which he had to have, so certainly not begrudging him that. Of course he should have the surgery. But that kind of stalled trade talks. And then after that, it was just kind of a domino of things that happened, from Russell Wilson leaving the Seahawks and going to the Broncos, from Deshaun Watson going to the Browns, and everything that's happened around that. And that changed things for Baker Mayfield and Matt Ryan. You had Carson Wentz going to the Commanders. There were just so many things that happened in this offseason that I don't think the 49ers predicted, don't think Jimmy predicted, don't think any of us predicted, that have put Jimmy, and the 49ers in this situation they're in right now. And I agree with you. I do feel bad. I've always had the utmost respect for Jimmy Garoppolo. I was a person who thought he was 100% the person who should have started last year, and I agree with that decision. So it is unfortunate. Do I think Jimmy will be fine? Absolutely. He will find a team. He will do well with that team, and he will be fine. But it is just unfortunate that this is kind of where we're at right now.
Tracy Sandler joining us on 95.7 The Game. She's the CEO and founder of Fangirl Sports. She covers the San Francisco 49ers. I don't know if you have any way of knowing this. If you don't, I'm kind of asking you for your best educated guess. The 49ers quarterback situation with Trey Lance, obviously a little bit unique. What do you think the plan will be for him in the preseason? Because I guess we wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't look like a typical starter backup preseason in terms of snaps.
Well, I think it's a really interesting question, and I'll be interested to see what the 49ers do, because you do have a situation, of course, where he hasn't had a ton of reps, and certainly not a ton of in-game reps. He did start 2 regular season games, but not a ton of in-game reps. So you want to get him those reps, but by the same token, you certainly don't want to put him in a position where he could get injured, and that would pretty much be the end of the 49ers season. And that's no disrespect to Nate Sudfeld, who I think the 49ers are excited about and think can step in and if need be, do some things, but I don't think they want him starting the entire season. So it'll be very interesting to see what they do. I think what we'll probably see is basically your typical QB1 plus. That's my best educated guess, if that makes sense. Your typical starting quarterback reps in the preseason plus maybe a few more. So I'm going to call it that, QB1 plus. I'm going to coin that right now.
Love it.
QB1 plus.
Tracy, I'm so random. I'm out at practice yesterday, and I see Jimmy Ward, and I say to myself, you know what? I expect the secondary to be much improved, but he's a baller, and I don't think he gets his just due. Can you fill me on that? And also, is he the leader of the secondary?
I think he is the leader of the secondary at this point. He's certainly the longest tenured member. He is a baller. I don't disagree, and I also do not think he gets his due. He is absolutely incredible out there. You can see him talking to the young guys and kind of coaching them up and giving them advice. So I would totally agree with that assessment, but I would say he is very much the leader. And I think also Emmanuel Mosley is starting to emerge as a leader on that secondary because he's now been there for a number of years. Miko Ryan said today that Mosley was the top of his game, and I think when you see him out there, and really when he was healthy last year, when we saw him out there, we could see that. So I think we're seeing that kind of leadership role. And then, of course, Charvarius Ward, the other Ward, who is now a member of the 49ers secondary. That's a big money corner for the 49ers, not something they've done in the past. And he's really good, and you can see it. And one of the things that his teammates and D'Amico Ryans talk about is how he's really good, and he knows he's really good, and that's a positive thing, the confidence that he has.
Tracy Sandler joining us on 95.7 The Game, founder and CEO of Fangirl Sports. She covers the San Francisco 49ers. My question is about the offensive line. Kyle Shanahan used the term musical chairs. And I guess my question is, if the offensive line is going to be a source of struggle, who would you rather have at quarterback? A guy like Trey Lance or a guy like Jimmy Garoppolo?
I just think at this point it has to be Trey Lance. And I think I understand what you're saying because, of course, if it is going to be a struggle or it's going to be musical chairs, you would want the veteran there. But at the end of the day, it is Trey's time. This is his team. At a certain point, they have to rip the Band-Aid off. And so the problem with that, too, is you could think, okay, well, next year the offensive line will be, really set, but someone could get hurt, someone could leave, someone could retire. Who knows what could happen? Like a million things could happen, and then the offensive line is musical chairs all over again. So at a certain point, you got to rip the Band-Aid off, and so I think this is Trey Lance's team, and it's time. It's Trey's time. And I say that again as someone who has such respect for Jimmy Garoppolo.
We were talking about Debo when this contract does come down, and we all expect it to. But if somehow he's not used or utilized like he was, to me, that's what made him so great. I mean, I saw cornerbacks fall down because they were tired of tackling him. How confident are you in Debo, just the receiver? Because I didn't know last year, and I told my partner he led the league in drops, and I didn't know to the end of the season because it didn't feel that way. But how confident are you with just Debo without the, bubble sweeps, the receiver aspect of him?
I'm very confident in Debo, and I think they have a pretty good receiving core, but I'm really confident in Debo's ability, and I think they will still use him the way they did last year, just probably not as much. And they won't need to use him as much that way because you have a different quarterback with a different skill set. They drafted Danny Gray. They drafted Ty Davis-Price. They got even more depth in that running back room. So I think we still will see him used somewhat as a wide back, just not as much. But I do think Debo is a wide receiver. That's what he came into this league as, and that's what made him so good in college. So I do have a lot of confidence in that. And the drops thing is kind of funny because it's a stat that we see. We actually see it a lot over the years on this team. Receivers will lead the league in drops, and there are sometimes other factors that go into that. So it doesn't give me less confidence in Debo. Right. I do agree with you. The way he was used last year was unique and is what made him special. So I'm sure that won't be abandoned entirely.
Tracy, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. And hopefully we'll have you back on again.
Fantastic. Have a great day, guys.
All right. That's Tracy Sandler. She covers the San Francisco 49ers. CEO of Fangirl Sports.
I like that. Fangirl Sports. Yeah, Steiny, we'll see what goes down. I'll just say this. She was confident in Debo, just the receiver. I don't know where I'm at on that, but I know he's not Chase. I know he's not Adams. I know he's not one of the top-tier receivers, strictly just catching the ball. But we're going to see, man. And he's got a guy we don't know. If I say, hey, is Trey Lance, is accuracy, is that a strong part of his game? Like, we don't even know that. And if it wasn't college, is it going to translate into pro? So I just can't wait because so many damn questions are going to be answered. But I'm going to tell you this. Who's going to benefit and who is it going to hurt the most that Jimmy is not the quarterback? Like, this has to – we're going to see more downfield throws. Okay. Will that benefit IU? Kittle? Will Kittle be Gronk now? Because they left – I don't know, but I feel like there's going to be an answer for both.
Well, Ayuk's got to be a guy, you would think.
Yeah?
I mean, what would you give Ayuk for his 2-year career?
Damn, it's been.
I'd give him a C.
I was going to say C+.
So, I mean, he's the one who you would figure would benefit from Trey Lance. Sometimes.
What about Kittle?
What about him?
In those 11 catch games. Right, you are talking about.
He's a better blocker than pass catcher.
I hate it.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. I won't buy that.
Sorry.
What if we start? What if we start seeing him use like Jason Witten? 12, 13 catches. You're not saying he can't do it, but the whole line, he may really need to stay in and block if this is true. Yeah. An area of.
I mean.
I don't like hearing that.
Just on a macro level, I don't like the idea of a rookie quarterback essentially and a bad offensive line.
Hello, I'm with you. Like, that's nightmare on 49ers Street.
And it's not like if that happens, we won't be able to say, well, we didn't see that coming.
Right.
Of course. That could be a problem. That's a problem.
Yeah.
As John Dickinson,
for you.
John Dickinson would say.
You see our picture?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
JD, you and I took a picture. You already forgot. He sent it out on his social. Pretty good.
I respect that.
Wait, what? He put
this piece you in here. I wish you'd have.
On what?
Yeah, my legs look all
on
stupid.
IG?
His IG, yeah.
What do you got?
It was a good pick. He said the big three. He dubbed us the big three. Oh, Warrior Days, Oracle.
He should really.
I'm snitching.
I'm looking at
it's slimming.
Put you in yeah, that shouldn't put you in a
JD, come on.
You look good.
I know, but still.
My fault.
I know.
Can you run it by me first?
You're not one of those guys.
What?
Look at the picture and then clear it before you post it.
Yes,
of
course.
Man.
Of course.
Steve Austin.
What the hell does that have
I
to do
don't
with
know.
anything?
I just thought of the $6 million man.
Yeah.
Steiny needs social media consent. That is what he said.
I mean,
Could
ideally,
you imagine if we had that?
I should have.
No for that one.
Everybody should.
But
have
you're looking good and thin, so you should have no problem. People want to know what the P stands for on Twitch.
Princeton.
Yeah.
I didn't go there. I wasn't accepted there. I didn't apply there.
Well,
I couldn't have played there. But I was in Princeton 4 months ago, and it was windy and chilly, and the bookstore was open, and I got myself a gray sweatshirt. I also got something for Mary Page.
There you go.
Yeah, she got a sweatshirt, too. There you go. How about the Giants?
Now, this is a word you don't use a lot.
Ooh.
Are you shocked that it's gotten to this point?
No.
Give me the stat that you were famous for last year. They lost 4 games. They had what was it?
Well, this is the longest losing streak in the Kapler tenure.
And this is as bad. They look as bad as the losing streak. Sometimes you're like, you know what, Steiny, it's just some bad luck. And what scares me, they're not getting Soto. I've come to grips. They're not getting, what's my boy in New York, Judge. This might continue. This platooning thing has stunted your growth.
Oh, now it's stunted your growth after 107 win season.
In left field.
I can't let you get away with that.
Dude, I'm just telling, Steiny, this could get I was telling Pops, next year ain't a given.
Why would it be? Why would next year be a given? Why would this year have been a given?
Coming off 107, give me 90, 88.
Maybe they will.
What?
Maybe they will. Maybe they'll get hot.
Yeah.
Nobody thought the Mariners would win 14 in a row.
Yeah.
I mean, the Giants at one point this year were killing it again.
Dude, and they had, what was it? The starters ERA was like top 10. The stranded runners on second, no, that went against it. I'll get my stuff right, get back to you tomorrow. But it was just like the stats don't equate to the record. Their defense is letting them down. Their
stats
pitching,
don't equate to the record, but you're not sure what the stats say.
Yeah, I know what the stats are.
What? Tell me.
Getting the runners home with 2 outs.
Okay, what's their percentage there?
I can't remember the percentage.
What's the rank in the league?
Yeah, like top 6. Okay.
Can you be more specific?
Stranded runner, their starting pitchers with stranded runners on second, they were top 6. The Giants starters, the bullpen's the problem, and then they're averaging like home runs. They're top 5 or 6 in home runs. So when they put that on the screen, Rich Aurelio was like, and I was with him, this don't equate to this record, but you're kicking the ball around, you know? And the bullpen right now is a major issue, Steiny. And guess where your boy McGee's at? With another team. And I'm like, you couldn't use him? You couldn't coach him up? Just said, bye-bye. This is ugly. Yeah.
Here we go again.
What are we doing?
Nothing but praise for Kapler last year, and now Kapler stinks. Same guy. Same manager, doing the exact same thing.
I didn't say
which
that
is
yet.
exactly what Farhan Zaidi wants him to do. It's not working out this year, and so now Kapler.
People said the Giants GM getting a pass. I'm not giving them a pass.
It's science.
Right? It's just.
I mean, they won 107 games last year.
That is.
So what are you going to do? Hold them to that standard again? Of course not.
And last year, this time, I got this from our producer Brian. 57 wins at this juncture last year, and now they're under 500. That's why I say enjoy life and make the most of.
It's baseball. Don't try to make it philosophical or about anything bigger than baseball.
Don't take things for granted.
Don't
when
tell
you
me
have
what
a good
don't.
thing going. That's why I say pick up the phone and call your dad or mom. Whoever people are funking with out there, fix it. Tomorrow is not promised, and that's what 107. We'll just skim you and get 90. No, you may not even make the play. If they don't make the playoffs.
What?
We're doing a whole show on just like
On
disappointment. Just like
nobody's going to be disappointed.
Steiny, stop it.
The point is, if they don't make the playoffs, the disappointment's already started. They've lost 7 in a row. People are starting to see the writing on the wall. People are starting to figure out maybe we're not that good. So by the time they don't make the playoffs or get eliminated, nobody's going to be surprised.
You know what? I was being cautious with my verbiage. So 107 was a fluke then, and it's nobody's fault. But it looks like it was a fluke. Everything went right and some.
I guess. But I guess what bothers me is we knew that last year.
But see, I was starting to believe, and I don't think I'm by my. See, that's why I admit stuff. I was starting to believe they got a formula. The defense first, hit the cutoff. Slater, like he's my biggest culprit. Just, you got no chance at the runner, but you just allowing them dudes to just catch another base, little leak. Then they come home to score.
I mean, I don't understand what the expectations were for this team. And I kind of mean like, I don't even understand what the expectations are with this team. They're not better than the Dodgers, and they're not better than the Padres. So at this moment in time, they're playing for third place in the NL West. They stumbled onto something last year that nobody can explain.
Right.
They're the third best team in the NL West. And until further notice, they're going to be the third best team in the NL West. So I think the fact that they somehow won the division last year is completely working against them this year because they ain't that team. They're not even close to that team.
You just hit me.
95.7 The Game breaking news. Brought to you by the Beat the Streak podcast. Get an inside edge on how to win the $5.6 million prize every day this baseball season. Listen on Odyssey or wherever you get your podcasts.
Go ahead, Evan.
I don't know. I'm excited.
Don't be.
The Golden State Warriors have signed their number 44 overall pick Ryan Rollins to a 3-year, $4.8 million rookie deal. His agents Mike Silverman and Brandon Greer of Steinberg Sports told The Athletic.
Wow.
Huh, that's interesting.
Nice little change for the young man.
For sure. In case you don't know, he played for Toledo last year.
Ryan Rollins.
I think he was a second-round pick, right? Second-round pick. Mm-hmm. So by signing him to a 3-year deal, they think they can grow him.
Man.
Clearly. Man, they must like him. Seriously.
No doubt.
Second-round pick. Let me see what it says again. 3-year, $4.8 million. I'd like to see some details. I wonder how much is guaranteed, but
he's probably going to dinner tonight, taking the family out. It ain't a Steph Curry type of chicken, but it's enough to get you some chicken.
Brian says fully guaranteed in the first 2 seasons.
Wow.
All right.
6'4", 181.
You know what? Can we put the rat on the table?
Yeah.
510 is... I think he's hitting the nail on the head with a lot of Warrior fans. I love the Warriors, but I'm tired of Draymond Green. What if that was Bob Myers texting in that?
Then you know he really ain't getting the extension.
I really know he ain't getting the extension.
I don't think you've been harder on anything since we've been doing radio. Last thing, back to the Giants. Sports. You said nobody can explain. The only nobody can explain is the 14-15 Warriors when they won it. Outside of that, when was your last nobody can explain season from any team? Here, the Bay Area, just the Warriors that first won, them winning it all. Steiny, I still haven't gotten over it. Like nobody can explain. You said that
everybody
about
got hurt that year.
What year?
The first Warrior title. Everybody. Got hurt.
Still, LeBron didn't get hurt. Hey,
but Kyrie and Love did.
I know.
You better be careful. I don't know what's your question?
Like that whole season and Mark Jackson being fired the year before, you said nobody could explain last year's Giants.
Right.
And I thought to myself, what's the last team that nobody could explain?
See, I can to me there is an explanation for the Warriors.
Well, now we see it, but that year, as soon as they won, I was like, where'd this come from? What was Mark doing or not doing? No, I didn't set you up on that.
Why did you do that?
Yeah.
By the way, we had a text thread going.
What was that?
Why did somebody put a pic of Mark Jackson on our thread?
Well, it was geared toward me.
Why?
Spadoni put it, and he made me feel like it, and I didn't like the picture. And he ain't here to defend.
But why did he do it?
Because it was happening. I think he knows, but some stuff may not be appropriate for
I'm going to explain during the break.
Yeah, okay.
Listen, I don't go after guys on a whim, but if you bring the guy's name up, I'm going to give you the reaction.
Damn!
Jackson. All right, 5 p.m. emails from your boss, surprise visits from the in-laws, missing soccer cleats. Get Lucky California to help you out with home delivery powered by Instacart. Right now, you can save $10 when you spend $50 using promo code LUCKYCA10. Place your order at shop.luckysupermarkets.com.
Are you stepping kidding me?
The faithful have high expectations for the Niners this season.
I think we're going to win 11 games.
Be happy for D, me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny Guru back. Whitey and Ray Ratto.
Yeah.
On the other side.
I heard them yesterday.
How'd they sound?
Like they always do. Great.
Well, they don't work together all that much,
Yeah.
so I don't know that they
Ray was
really...
chipper. Like happy.
Matt Jones.
Bobby McFerrin. I was going to use that.
What did he say that piqued your interest?
It wasn't what he said. It was how responsive he was and how fast. I'm like, my boy Ray on one.
Nice, quick.
Yeah.
He's quick
He
with
can be slow too. We all can.
He's quick with a joke or a lie to your smoke.
They call that witty,
But
I
there's
believe.
some place that he'd rather be. Mm-hmm.
Jay-Z. I hate us.
You like that?
Yeah, that Jay-Z?
No.
Your boy.
I don't want to say the guy's name. Might date me. Billy Joel. It's Billy Joel.
Like we ain't been dated yet. Hey, you bolted out real fast yesterday. Sometimes I like you to linger around.
I hate lingering around.
Like, the post gamer. I'm in the clubhouse with Eve. We're like, you left and I left. Then I was on the freeway, like, I could have stayed 5-10 minutes.
Why?
That's what you do.
No, it's not what you do. It's actually what you don't do. And one of the things that got under my skin a few years back was when our boss was insisting that after the show, we just sit and meet for 10 or 15 minutes, talk about what worked, what didn't work.
That's it's
No.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's like a great play.
I said, hey, coach.
It's over.
I said, hey, coach, there's a reason they have 10-minute cooling off periods after games. I don't want to talk about the game right after the game. All right? I need 10-minute cooling off period. What do you got? What do you got going today? You want
to
have one?
I'm doing what he's doing. You can't tell yet.
What is that?
Drying out. Yep, I've been.
He's
to the
done.
gym.
No, his time's over. He's loose today.
Oh, is it over?
I think so.
Yeah, I think I'm calling it at 6 days.
Oh, wow. See? Yeah, now, Steiny, I've been trying to do good. Yep.
You can still do good.
Yeah. Just why, though? What's it going to lead to?
Vodka soda.
Yeah, you never know what it'll
do
lead
the little
to.
slow dance drinks. I get to it, and I'm like, what that? I'm in the caddy driving. I'm just added how many calories for what? Ain't like we going dancing and.
No, but we
it's
we
just
get to know
shut
each
down.
other better and camaraderie.
We can do that over soda. Tea. Hey, I had green tea this morning, hot.
Why?
For the vocal cords and just it's natural. No more Red Bull, Steiny.
Yeah, okay.
No, I'm for real.
You ever been to? Oh gosh, shoot! I just remembered something that I'm not happy about. I didn't drive in today.
I refuse to offer you a ride, but if you need one, I'm here.
That means I got to walk to Bart.
I'll take you to Bart.
No, I'll walk that.
I kind of wanted you to see the car.
Problem. I've seen the car.
You ain't been in it.
No.
That's all. The people got me wanting to get you in the car. That's what it was about.
209 saying Steiny's just wrong. About what?
I think the meet and the cooling off period. Like when you play a basketball game, are you one of them dudes just get his stuff and go? Now we chill, pop one open, chop it up. What you got to do? You just
pop one open right as you're sitting on the playground.
Well, all depending on where you're from. I'm not gonna be here.
No, listen, you play pickup bass. Here's the way it works. Play pickup basketball. Did I win or lose the last?
Oh,
game?
you won.
Of course I did. I would never walk off the court a loser.
You ever guard the guy with no shirt on? You can tell.
Guarded
just had
everybody
a
under
hand.
the sun.
Like, dude, go take a shower. Oh, I'd foul you hard.
Let me tell you something.
And if you had a
That guy
watch
didn't
or
really,
ring on,
that guy didn't really bother me.
What did that do?
Because let me tell you something. I'm one of the great sweaters in the Bay Area. Your boy can sweat. You ever see Patrick Ewing at the foul line? Where the sweat's just dripping
It's
off
amazing.
him. How about Moses Malone?
It's amazing.
Like there are showers with less water pressure than what comes off Moses Malone's chin.
Little Daryl sweats like that.
I love it.
Kind of bugs me. I'm like,
I love it.
I used to be Cool Hand Luke at the free throw line. You look like Ewing. You get that from your mama. But I guess sweat is good. But dude, he
Sweat's real good.
sweats. It's like, dude, Yeah, Mike Phipps, the late great, he passed away from the
hell is he?
I grew up with him. He'd always say, "You look like you didn't even play." I like wink, like cool hand Luke, but you sweat all that stuff. Hey.
Oh, I thought he looked at your body and said, "You don't even look like you play sports."
He when it was over and I struck out and did whatever, pitched to get, dude, you look like you don't even sweat, and I was like, "That's me." Yep, but you look like, wow, Pat Ewing. That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go to Fillmore Mike. Let's talk about
our guy.
Pickup basketball. We got to get that back.
Dude, we
started
special.
that and it
special.
was just such a hit.
Yeah.
Pickup protocol.
I don't know what happened.
It was one of my
to
great ideas.
The boss might have put a cap in it. I'm just saying.
What's up, Fillmore Mike? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's poppin', man? Hey, though, Guru.
What's up, baby?
You gonna be mad at me? You gonna be mad at me, bro? I'm the brother that hoop with the shirt off, man. I gotta let the man booze breathe a little, man.
I'm not mad at it.
I don't care if I'm in the gym. I don't care if I'm outside. If it's actually, I like when it's like 60 degrees and it's kind of foggy. Get a nice little dew in. Yeah, man. Don't hate. Hey, when you outside also, right, what I do is to dry off, I just roll on the ground real quick. Whoop, whoop, whoop. And I dry off real quick.
Wow.
Thanks, Phil.
That was as nasty as, not the grass, the ground. He from the Fillmore. He ain't playing.
I'd bring a gym bag up there, especially on a hot day.
Yeah.
Bring towel, extra shirt, couple pair of socks.
You're the Jason Kidd guy. You bring your flip flops and you change out.
Absolutely.
Your shit. Oh my!
Absolutely.
I hated you guys. Like, dude.
Yeah, you hated us, but you really always were begging we'd be on your
Rutherford
team.
was that dude. Dude, are you going to the Army?
Rutherford
what
knows.
do you got in that thing?
Rutherford knows. This is a legacy game.
Whitney Houston was a great sweater.
I have no idea.
But yeah, that's just material.
I have no idea.
Shout out Whitney.
We may as well do this. All right, 10 guys at the playground. How do you divvy up the teams?
Shoot for it.
First 5 guys to make from the foul line?
No, we do
3.
We do the first 2 captains, and then you hope the dude.
What if you don't know anybody? You still do it?
Oh yeah, you got a body. You got to look at him.
Yeah.
Yep.
Problem is, here's the problem with something like that, and it's never a problem for me. It was never a problem for me. But like, here's the problem: if there's 10 guys up at the playground, and Guru and I are 2 of them.
Yeah.
I shoot for captains. I go up and I knock mine down. The problem is when Guru goes up and knocks his down, and we're both captains,
okay,
the sides are already lopsided. That's the problem. Especially then, I'll get first pick.
Okay.
So I'll take the best player available, and now, boom, my team's got the 2 best players on the court. Night.
Oh, my goodness. I was like, where is this dude going?
I was always the guy where if I was a captain, they'd say, "Can we pick first, please?" Come on, Steiny, don't pick first. Let us have the first. Okay, that's fine.
Wow, until you went to the mean streets of in Pennsylvania, where the ballers were at.
What about it?
That's when that would be different.
No, it wouldn't be different.
You wouldn't go first.
I do whatever.
You know what? I'm gonna let you have your moment. You'd go first. Steiny number
play
1.
Anywhere, man.
Dude,
play anywhere.
I got to add this. My height got me picked first when people don't know. And then when we lose and you see the other dudes over there talking, you feel compelled to go sit down and be like, man, we almost had that one. But they really lightweight blaming you. I know how to read all that stuff, Steiny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about that? Let's go to Omar. Let me see if I can find some. Omar's in Oakland. Wants to talk about Draymond Green's contract. Hey, Omar.
What's going on, brother?
Hey.
Talk to us.
Yeah.
All right, this is what I would say. Draymond is a great defender. I would give him that, but he doesn't check off the boxes in other categories. And he showed us in the finals when he only had one good game, which was Game 6. And basically, I mean, if you got somebody that could pass to Clay and Steph, I mean, they're the greatest shooting backcourt ever. It makes your life easier. So Draymond Green, I think he's doing it like you guys mentioned earlier because he knows that big contract is not coming. So I feel like the Warriors, if I was the Warriors, I would look into trading him during the season if he keeps this up. Because Kuminga, to me, is pretty nice. And also guys like Wiggins are more valuable because Wiggins could bring more to the table. Wiggins is like a jack of all trades. He could do everything. and he's the reason why that Tatum was ineffective. He really shut him down. So I think Draymond is biting off more than he could chew. And if I'm Joe Lacob and Bob Myers, I wouldn't be hesitant to move Draymond because he's just more trouble than good. And I don't think he's worth no 164 million or whatever. I wouldn't even give him 30 million. I'll give him 20, maybe 25, and that's about it.
Yeah, to me, it's got far less to do with a number than the number of years.
Yeah, no doubt.
Number of years. I mean, he's got to.
And this would be so
healthy.
easy if he was 16, Dre, and the physical part wasn't a question.
Yeah, but he's not.
Not five.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
What's going on over there?
Nothing. I'm good.
You sure?
Yeah.
Draymond is an all-defensive player, kind of nice. Isn't going to be tough to replace that. He was an all-defensive player 36 games last year.
Because he was in his bag last year at that juncture up until getting hurt.
415 Steiny, did your high school retire your jersey yet?
Yes, and he didn't go.
Don't get me started on this.
Do you regret it?
No, it wasn't. No, the jersey wasn't retired. They don't retire jerseys in my high school.
Then what was it you missed?
It was a, it was like a Hall of Fame thing or whatever.
That's word. That's even better.
He's the GMOAT.
Mary didn't like that.
I love that.
Dude, how do you not go back?
Because it's 3,000 miles away for a plaque. Come on.
But it's for your name to go up in the rafters and the kids after you.
All right, that was actually, that didn't have anything to do with my high school. That had to do with the my entire area, Berks County.
I still would have went back.
I made it into the Hall of Fame.
Wow.
But
you didn't care.
Fly back east for 2 days? Come on, Goo. And then here's the other thing. How am I lugging that plaque back to the east, to the West Coast? The thing was big, man. Thing was big.
Who'd you have get it for you?
I told you. My old high school coach.
Oh, yeah.
Accepted for me. He's passed since then, though.
Rest in peace.
Yeah. Lloyd Wolf.
Sounds like a coach.
I mean, we can talk about
back to the Niners.
My career, man.
Yeah. What happened to that bit? I think we did it too much. The pickup protocol.
Well, we just got off we
something happened though.
We kind of
there was a reason we did.
There was something. I think that was Nahegan's. It just doesn't do it for me. That pickup protocol didn't do it for me.
You know what?
Look, of course it doesn't do it for you. You're not an athlete. You never played pickup basketball.
I haven't ever asked him about his hoop days.
Who? Nahegan?
No, I know you from Chicago.
No chance.
Dude,
no chance.
He hoop. You don't get in this business without trying to play.
By the way, he's sending pics of his wherever the hell he is on vacation down in San Diego. Does that dude ever take off that Michigan pullover? He wears it every day to work.
Is this to your personal text or social
it's
media?
On Twitter. Put stuff on Twitter.
I think people got me on mute. Or I'm off. I ain't been on it like I've been in the jail, Steiny. I'm missing stuff. Timeline. Like you've been posting?
I like that shirt.
Well, this is the one that had me looking like 900 pounds with Sal. It'll never be worn again on TV.
Well, no, you can't wear that on TV.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, God, that's a terrible shirt for TV.
God, and the people that I posted it, the people I grew up with.
I cannot believe you didn't ask your boy, the expert, what works well on TV. I know exactly what works.
That was like Fonzie and Ibanez when I went in studio. They didn't give me a cushion, and then they were taller than me, but I'm 4 inches taller than dude. I'm learning, man. Stein, why didn't you tell me? I should have just went with the cowboy jersey. That wouldn't have been messed up.
Back in the day when I was working at Comcast, they actually hired a stylist to come in.
No way.
And
I don't know why I'm shocked.
And put clothes on you and show you how good stuff looks. How good. Listen. All right. Here's the rule.
I blew
here's
it.
the rule. And you know what?
Sal, give me another chance.
Bay Area.
Right.
I tell you what, Bay Area. If you're ever going to be on TV, this is for men. I can't really.
I'm so mad right now.
Okay. Here's what it is. Usually, you're only, shot from the waist up.
Right.
It's very simple.
And I was.
Very simple. You want to look great on TV, or as good as you can. Yeah. You wear either a black jacket or a dark blue jacket.
I lost, man.
All right?
Damn.
Then you wear either a white button-down shirt or a light blue button-down shirt. You know what I'm saying? Like
Why?
One of those
I get the black.
Then the tie. The tie needs to pop. The tie is the thing with the color.
Wow.
If you wear a dark jacket, a light shirt, and a tie that's got some color in it,
then it absorbs everything.
You can't look any better. You cannot wear pinstripes on TV because you get the vibration. Kind of, when it gets up top, you know.
I should have asked you.
Shirt, that shirt.
Oh my God!
That shirt
I
is on the Mount Rushmore
right.
of shirts you don't wear on TV.
Now, I'm in the lab. I need to be, but that ain't me.
You know, maybe I should be a consultant for, people who go on TV. Make them look good. I can make them look good.
I think it's too late in the game, your career.
Well, my career's over.
Yeah, but you ain't got swag to know what's these young kids are popping. Or young men, you know what I mean?
True. Shaka's in Berkeley. What's up, Shaka? How you doing, man?
All right, how y'all doing, man?
Hey.
You didn't go get your plaque, man. That was amazing.
Telling you.
I was thinking you would have been there just to be here, you know? That was big, man.
Yeah.
That's something you can always remember your whole life, man. But I want to talk about the 49ers, man.
Sure.
I talked to Bonte and Shasky the other day, and I said that the 49ers, Bosa was the best defensive end in football. And I don't think Bonte went with that. He said T.J. Watt or the guy from Cleveland. And I'm saying to myself, I want to know what y'all think about it. Also, I want y'all Super Bowl picks, too. I want to know what y'all think, who's the best DN, because I know something about DN, Minnesota being my team, because we got like 6 Hall of Famers, Dolman, Randall, Carl Eller, Jim Marshall. Not Jim Marshall. Jim Marshall's up this year.
Alan Page.
So I know some.
But he was on the interior, I think.
At you.
Alan Page was on the interior, right?
Alan Page, yeah, he's MVP. Alan Page was the MVP in football as a defensive lineman.
And then he went on to, I think he became a judge, if I'm not mistaken.
He's a judge right now.
Yeah.
He's a judge right now.
The Purple People Eaters.
Who do you think's the best? Who do you think's the best defensive end in the game right now?
I thought you was going to say defensive lineman, because if it was lineman, and it can be this guy, because he could play outside Aaron Donald.
Oh.
And JJ, you know what? I'll go with Watt.
No,
Cam Hayward from Pittsburgh.
You'll say Bosa.
No, I really believe
he's a 49.
No, I'm not that dude. Somebody asked me the other day, Guru, you a 49er fan? And I felt like you was on Twitter. I put no, but I'm from the Bay. I want my people to be happy, but I know how to judge the team accordingly.
510, great memory.
And I saw it. I know what you're
you know
about
what?
to
He's
read.
right. He's
It's
right.
got our boy Bonte in it.
He said, Steiny, that bit ended with pickup basketball when Bonte joined the show.
It. I said he might be onto something.
That is right.
Bonte,
I forgot
help me.
about that.
Our boy who's in Paris, Europe. I didn't like my trip.
To where?
I told them Europe. They were playing Tupac, who's the favorite rapper of all time, in the mall with the cuss words. We got little kids.
Yeah, but they're French. They don't understand English. So.
But I do. It's supposed to be romantic. Voo, 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 voo. It's supposed to be romantic. Like the movies, the HBO movies. The scenery was great, but your boy was let down a little bit, Steiner.
By Paris?
Yeah.
Damn, I thought Paris was incredible. I thought I was going to not like Paris.
Why? The tower
Well, I thought I wouldn't like Paris because of the stereotype that they're not into Americans and just they're.
I didn't get any of that. I
kind of arrogant. Paris.
How was the food? It was an adjustment for me.
Yeah. Trying. Tell you what, Guru, there are people out there that just love you. They love you. Hey, Goo, you just said missing posts on Twitter. Well, I just did a little quick check of your account. It's because you're following over 3,000 accounts. You can't possibly see everything from 3,000 people. So you're going like the oldest trick in the book to get followers, which is to follow everybody under the sun.
Maybe that's it. Trying to field 8 ground balls at one time. That's it, Steiny. Yeah. How much we got? That's the first time I asked it.
Yeah, how much we got here?
Got 2 minutes left. Kurt Warner coming up with Whitey and Ray at 3:30. And he talked to Trey Lance earlier today.
Oh,
wow.
Nice.
That'll be big.
Nice. I got a feeling Trey Lance is going to be, his interviews are going to be, because he's going to try to really
But he's a smart
the
smart
company
kid.
line.
Yeah, good kid, raised by both parents, Donnie. Not that if you're not a good person, but he fits the bill. And you know who he looks like to me? Everybody has a doppelganger.
Who?
Tsunami Poppy. He's got
Who's
some
that?
Oubre in him. The wife and daughter. They're saying some stuff. I'm just like a good-looking kid. That's what I'm saying.
Kelly Oubre.
Man, he had
How
him.
wrong were you on him?
I'll take a F. I'll come mow your lawn, wash your car. I was wrong. Yeah. You told me.
925 saying Guru following 5,000 people. Gutless.
How many you follow? You like skip nobody. That's the biggest arrogant. How can you be that person?
I follow like 1,000. I like to keep my ratio at 33 to
Radnich
1.
follows nobody. I go check up on him. 0. He's got an account, but it's 0 followers. Following.
Yeah.
Draymond surprise you? I did not see this.
Yes and no.
I'm excited going home just to see this play out.
Dynasty's over.
Look at you.
I mean, he could mess this thing up single-handedly. I'm being dead serious.
Or he could just want out.
Maybe. By the way, somebody's like, why the hell were you in a mall when you're in Paris?
We were shopping. And now, why are you
on,
laughing
dude.
like
Come
I had
on,
a
Goo.
tuxedo at a club or something? Like, that ain't funny.
What's the, what is
We
it?
want
The-
us-
is it, no, the Seine's the one in London.
Now I'm going to tell the wife when I get home they're making fun of
What
us
is it?
because we went to the mall.
The
Lou?
That's a museum.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Let's go have one.
All right.
Stein, I'm not going to argue with you today.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car.
Put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster.
Game KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Hang in there, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason in for Damon again today, but he's back on Monday. And Ray, I know the Giants have lost, 7 straight. I know the defense is a disaster right now. And I know you have players openly questioning what the hell is going on top of unacceptable displays of frustration in the dugout that have actually endangered the well-being of some of the players. But today, Ray, as the Giants get ready to open a homestand against the Cubs, tempted to go Harry Carey there, but I won't because you made it clear yesterday you didn't appreciate that. As the Giants get ready to open this homestand, I applaud them. I invite you to applaud them as well.
Not in 100 years.
Here's why. Buster Olney on Twitter last night. As of Wednesday night, the Giants continue to convey to other teams that they aren't sellers, and at the moment they intend to hang on to possible free agents Carlos Rodon, Jock Peterson. Given Giants' recent slide, other teams are monitoring San Francisco closely. Now, I understand that this could be posturing, and if you are going to try to get rid of everything, the last thing you do is tell everybody, hey, we're getting rid of everything. But I want to applaud the Giants for what I hope is a recognition that, you know what? As badly as we've played of late, still in this thing, you got an extra wild card team this year. Why not make a run and try to get into the postseason for the second year in a row, which would be a major accomplishment. I applaud Farhan and the Giants for their we are not sellers stance.
I don't necessarily disagree. I think you should always try to go unless you are so abjectly bad that you have no choice. The idea that going to the playoffs and getting knocked out in the first round is somehow a disgrace, I think is wrong. I wouldn't go so far as to applaud them. I think they're in that situation that I was reminded of many years ago with Jerry Reinsdorf, when the White Sox were a game and a half out at the trade deadline, and Jerry Reinsdorf just said, burn it down.
And that was a trade with the Giants, right?
Yeah.
Had a big deal with the Giants.
And ultimately, the White Sox were bad for a number of years. Once you decide to go down that path, getting back on the horse is difficult.
Who did the Giants get in that? They got like Roberto Hernandez and Danny Darwin.
Yeah, they got a couple of useful pieces.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't make a dramatic difference
for Chris Singleton, and yeah.
I mean, it was clearly a salary dump.
That was at the deadline, and that was when the deadline was earlier than it is now. So for a White Sox fan, I was like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, no, I think it's the right way to do this. I think it will be ultimately fruitless because I just don't see them being better than this. I mean, they are going to win games between now and the end of the year, but I think they're going to end up in that 75 to 78 win range. But it's not like they can suddenly restart next year and be great again. If you're gonna cut bait on this season, you're essentially cutting bait on the next three. I mean, their better play, it seems to me, is to hold on to what they have, hope they can talk Rodon into staying, and then start throwing some money around for, if not Aaron Judge or Juan Soto, then whatever else is going to be out there. Get another pitcher.
Hold on. It's Damon and Ratto, Whitey in for Damon, and we're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. But hold on. Yesterday I mentioned, Aaron Judge, you laughed at me.
Yes.
You cackled with glee.
Yes.
Now you're bringing it up.
No, I brought it up to say not him or not Soto, because I don't think they can get either of them. But there's a next tier of players out there. And you can, maybe it means getting a reliable closer. Maybe it means getting a third useful starter. They're generating runs. I don't know how they're doing it. But maybe one big hitter in the middle of the lineup makes the difference. It doesn't have to be the biggest hitter, but it's got to be somebody you can look at and go, yeah. Maybe it's C.J. Cron.
You pointed out yesterday that a lot of the numbers indicate that even though the Giants are scoring runs or had been scoring runs earlier in the year especially, that it's not sustainable, that some of the advanced numbers, and Farhan is all over those advanced numbers, suggest it's not sustainable. I would suggest this, though, and it's incredible we're on the same page here. Look, you got a shot at a postseason berth. Why not? Right now, in the wild card race, of course, there's 3 wild card teams right now. They'd be Atlanta, San Diego, St. Louis. Philadelphia, half they're 3.5 out of the wild card right now, but still, you got a shot. Remember last year, the team that won the World Series, Ray, the Atlanta Braves, they weren't over 500 until August. So you can imagine some of the conversations, in July about the Braves, like, oh, that's just, you're terrible. I don't know what happened. Acuna got hurt. And then they won the World Series, so things can change dramatically, and you've got an opportunity to address some of these concerns at the deadline.
But the key is usually they don't. They
did last year.
The big reason why it happened for Atlanta was because Alex Anthopoulos made about 5 different trades, and all of them hit. The odds of that happening very often is minuscule. I think Anthopoulos got incredibly lucky, and just as the Giants did last year. The difference is that the Giants, just petered out in the postseason. There's just a quick stay. But 107 wins is not a failure. It's misleading, clearly, because they haven't done anything near that, not just this year, but in the recent past. But if you have a chance to go for it, go for it. And if it means you get knocked out in the first round to a better team, you were there. Opting to lose rather than win is never a good play, because the only thing you get when you opt to lose is more losing.
Here's the
even the 76ers and Sam Hinkie, who invented this notion, it took them 5 or 6 blown draft choices before they lucked into it. So they had to tank for 5 years in a row.
Yeah, but the Astros tanked, and what happened? They won a World Series. Okay, maybe they had to bend the rules a little bit to get it, but they still got it.
No, but they drafted a bunch of great quality players.
Yeah.
That's also unusual. The Giants, that was going to be their plan. They were going to live off their fruitful minor league system.
Yeah, except they were going to do that without tanking.
Yeah, and I don't think, and frankly, if you tank in this market, people, they won't go to the ballpark and boo. They just won't go.
Right.
And I think the Giants believe that they ought to be drawing nearly 40,000 a game. They have to put a product on the field that will allow that, and they have to market the hell out of it, because they can't keep telling you to come to the beautiful ballpark, because the beautiful ballpark is now 22 years old.
Whoa.
And anybody who's ever seen the ballpark, they've already seen it.
It's
There's
funny
nothing
you say that.
new about it.
You're right. I still think of it as the new park, but it just isn't. Comcast Business text line, 888-957-9570. Comcast Business text line presenting the other side of the coin from, let's see here. Oh, my goodness. We've got a number of text pouring in. Paul in Honolulu. The extra wild card spot is a way for more teams to celebrate mediocrity. It's a shame. Okay, I understand what you're saying, Paul, but if you're a team like the Giants and you got a shot at the postseason, why wouldn't you make a run at it? Braves had tons of talent on their team, real big leaguers, implication there being from the 5-0 that the Giants don't have that. I don't see how trading Rodon right now puts you in a better position than if you try to make a run at a postseason spot. Who knows what happens if you get there, then maybe you can re-sign him.
But a Rodon deal is really contingent, not on how they do the rest of the year. It's about whether they believe he wants to come back.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't, if he gives them the indication, yeah, I'm okay with leaving, I think you can infer from that, if you're Farhan Zaidi, that he's probably not coming back, which means you get nothing for him. That would be the reason to move Rodon.
Don't I get some kind of conditional something?
Yeah, you get
a sandwich pick or a sandwich. I think you get a sandwich, don't you?
Yeah,
you get a sandwich.
Yeah,
filet-o-fish or something.
Yeah, tuna.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, that would be, to me, the more compelling reason to trade Rodon. But in general, I mean, in 4 days, they could be, 6 out of the wild card. Maybe that changes their mind. I mean, right now they're 3.5. So it's not like that couldn't happen.
Right. And they're playing terribly right now.
Yeah. I mean,
and there's reason to think, especially on this homestand, they should start playing better. Of course, I thought that when they had the Reds and the Tigers coming in, and it didn't work out that way.
No, I mean, they may be a bad team. It's a gamble you take, though. Unless this 3.5 game deficit turns into something bigger, and you, at that point, now you've lost 9 of 10 or 10 of 11. Maybe Farhan just gets the word, bail. And if Farhan gets told to bail, he will bail. But if I'm him, I'm basically telling every general manager that I'm talking to, now we're still in this.
Yeah, I recognize that. So the last thing you want to do is tell people, oh yeah, we're going to get rid of everybody.
Yeah.
I know that. I said that.
Yeah. So,
but I still would like to see somebody actually try to win. And I understand what the people on the text line are saying. This team isn't very good. Why do you want to make a run with a team that's not very good and achieve some kind of mediocrity? There's something to be said for reaching the postseason, and then who knows? Maybe I'm old-fashioned. I think you're just better off doing that than you are saying, this is all terrible, tear it all up.
The reason to do that is because if you tear it up with their farm system in the state that it is, you're essentially saying, we're okay with losing 100.
Yeah.
Because that farm system is still apparently 3 years away. I mean, that to me is the danger of tossing it in. It's not like a rebuild happens right away.
I think you touched on one of the absolute keys to this, that I think the Giants understand that fans here just won't have any interest in a total tank job. And I think the Giants realize, and it's apparent that Farhan is excellent at rebuilding a team without doing that. I don't think that's part of their game plan at all. They realize that would do more damage. The hole would be a lot deeper if they decided to do that. Even if you could argue, well, you get prospects, you'd be back, you'd be relevant again quicker. They don't want an extended period where they're not relevant.
Prospects are basically long shots. They're not immediate fixes. Why are you waving at those idiots?
Well, Grandy waved at me, and I was just being polite, waving back.
Oh, well, you used too many fingers.
Oh, okay. We'll get back to the Giants. I'll tell you what's wrong with the Giants. We have that coming up today, and you can't blame them for not foreseeing this. But first, coming up here, going to be talking to Kurt Warner. Kurt Warner joins us, bottom of the hour, with his scouting report on Trey Lance. Also, we'll hear what Trey Lance had to say about Debo today. That is coming up on Damon and Ratto, Whitey and for Damon, and we are sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com. The Bay Area.
Now, back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit.
Damon and Ratto and all other content from 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Download the app today, why don't you? Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason in for Damon. Kurt Warner is going to join us bottom of the hour. He spoke with Trey Lance today, but we've been talking about the Giants, Ray. Let me just say this about Soto. The Giants ain't getting Soto, but I think there's a really, really much better than 50-50 chance that he goes in division. I think the Padres are going to get Soto.
Padres and Cardinals are the two teams that people have been talking about. But the Padres are willing to be more reckless with their money, as they've shown with Tatis and Machado.
Mm-hmm.
So, and since they've gotten remarkably little out of Eric Hosmer, and Will Myers is hurt more often than he's healthy, I think they are willing to throw more at the Nationals to get them than the Cardinals are.
I think they are, and I think they have a lot to throw at them, depending again on what the Nationals actually want. Speaking of free agents, we were just talking about Rodon and what happens if he goes. Well, yeah, there is free agent draft pick compensation, but I'll save you the details. If you're not aware of them, you can look this up if you care to. What you get now if you lose a free agent, it all changed. The rules changed because of the CBA being renewed, so it's a little more complicated. It just depends on how much you paid him and whether you're in the luxury tax or not. So bottom line, the Giants would get something for Rodon if he left. Not a plum draft choice, but they would get something. On the text line, Rodon has gone after the season. This is Mad Bum all over again. Thinking with your heart and not your head. That's from the 408. I'm not thinking, Ray, I'm not coming at this from the standpoint of, hey, you never know, they could win another championship. Yay. I just think overall it's better for your fan base, for your team, for your product. If you have a chance to win something, I think that's better overall, even in terms of your program year to year, than cashing in your chips and just floundering for half of a season. Well, because I don't see how that really, you get something great for Rodon. I don't see them getting something great for Rodon, so I don't see the upside to saying, we're sellers right now.
And truthfully, if you're going to do that, then why hold on to Logan Webb so that he can be, 9-16 for the next 3 years?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the problem is when you become a seller, that unless you see no future whatsoever, and right now the Giants are still not in that situation, unless you see no future long term for this team, I mean, and it reflects itself in the standings. I mean, if they're Colorado, sell. They're not Colorado.
Nope.
And when you tear down and say we're declaring a rebuild, that means 3 to 4 years of stinking if you're lucky. And I don't know if this is the market that will tolerate that.
I agree. And I think they know that. Probably even better than you and I, if that's possible.
Although I'm sure they're a little baffled by a market that did not give them a bump from last year.
Pandemic, right? And economy. And
no, but the economy didn't turn sour at the beginning of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And the pandemic was relatively well controlled. I mean, you just never saw big crowds.
Then clearly it's monkeypox.
Okay. Because I know you're setting up what you're about to say.
I'm not.
No, you are.
Say
it. You'll feel happier if you do.
No, I'm not gonna. That thing just freaks me out, and so every so often, it just. But
that's not what that's not what you want to say.
I don't want to say anything.
Yeah, you do.
I'm not your monkey.
You want to say the phrase.
You can't grind your organ
czar.
And make me
That's
dance.
what you want to say.
I'm not your dancing monkey, sir.
You're my dancing monkey pox. You had great amusement reading those two words.
That was between you and I. I just think that's a funny term.
Not anymore.
Yeah. Monkeypox, it's so absurd. It's so terrifying that it's like, what? What is that? So anyway, you're probably right. That probably has very little, if anything, to do with the decline in Giants attendance.
It may just be that baseball's not cool around here anymore.
Yeah.
That the Warriors might have had something to do with that.
That's a great point. Mm-hmm. I think part of the problem for the Giants this year, too, part of the problem. I don't know how big a slice of the pie it is, of the problem pie, but it is a problem. We touched on it yesterday. The baseball doesn't fly as much as it used to. this was especially true earlier in the year, but still, if you look at, you have better things to do than this, but home runs per game in Major League Baseball is like 1.08. That's home runs per game, and that's down the lowest level since, I think, 2015. So you've got fewer home runs and more balls in play. Well, Ray, that's really bad for this Giants team on both fronts, right? Fewer home runs, and last year they were knocking the ball out of the park at an historic rate. So, okay, the ball doesn't travel as far. And then fewer home runs means more balls in play, and that's really bad for a team that is embarrassingly pathetic defensively.
Well, and not only that, they're just not very athletic. So balls in play means they have to leg out some stuff. And they're a station-to-station team. And that, with more balls in play, if you can't hit the ball out, you have to hit the ball on a line or on the ground to get on base. And they do have a bunch of plotters. They don't have great speed. They're not terribly athletic. I mean, Tim Kuhn of ESPN put it best the other day. He just said, they're a bunch of designated hitters who aren't hitting.
Mm-hmm. That's it. Yeah, so maybe that's what Farhan does. That would be a very Farhan-esque thing to do, as far as we think we know. What are we going to do here? How do we improve the team? People talk about these major moves. Trade Rodon, get a great prospect, go get Soto. Wouldn't it be like Farhan, the methodical one, to go out and find a better defensive outfielder, for example, that should make everything moderately better and give them a better chance to get where they want to be without dramatically changing anything?
But the Soto call would not be Farhan's. Soto call would be Greg Johnson's.
I understand that, but I'm just saying.
But it matters, because maybe Farhan Zaidi would like to have Juan Soto and could cobble up a package. But having made that trade, they are then committed to paying him more than they've ever paid anybody by light years, at a time when all they've shown is an eagerness to get the payroll down. Now, maybe Soto's worth $10,000 a game in attendance. I think that's probably high for most, because it certainly hasn't figured out that way for Ohtani, who's as entertaining as any player in the game.
Don't you think, Ray, that along those lines, I don't mean to interrupt, but let's say you bring in Soto and you're still not that good because of all the other problems. People aren't going to flock to the ballpark to see Soto if the team, other than him, is still so lackluster.
Maybe. I mean, that's that is as yet unproven. We could speculate one way or another, but since the Giants have not had a player of that vibrancy since Barry Bonds retired, and that's 15 years ago, we don't know. I mean, but we do know this: the conditions under which the Giants operate are radically different. I mean, again, their payroll, has plummeted. And part of that, I'm sure, is trying to recoup after COVID. But I wonder if also there is a different taste for spending.
We are brought to you by
offices.
Yeah, pardon me. We are brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today. Book your visit, and we've got Kurt Warner, Hall of Famer, going to join us in just a few moments here, bottom of the hour, as we wrap up these thoughts on the San Francisco Giants and where they go from here at the deadline, and why I applaud them for at least saying publicly that they don't want to be sellers. From the 510 Comcast Business text line, always open, 888-957-9570. I think hitting is down because you can't cheat anymore. Do you think the Astros were the only ones? Come on, every team was doing something like that. Maybe so, but we're not talking about that, just that. I'm talking about home runs and the ball, how far the ball travels. I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying, the essence of what you're saying, but we're talking about just the baseball doesn't travel as far, and that causes problems for the Giants at both ends of the floor, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, it's they're operating with a roster that thrived a year ago under radically different conditions. And it's one of the problems that baseball has in general, is that you can't plan year to year when the equipment is so radically different year to year. I mean, unless you have extraordinary players like, say, the Dodgers do. I mean, the Dodgers are loaded, but they built a farm system and then they went out and spent.
By the way, I think Max Muncy is a guy who's really been impacted by the different ball. And I know he's coming off a major injury, so there could be other things. But I think Belt's been affected, Crawford. You're right, though. The Dodgers, they can absorb mistakes. They are so rich and they have so many talented players that when they make a mistake on a player or a player underperforms, they can figure out a workaround. From the 408, why would Juan Soto want to go to a pitcher's park for a sub-500 team to be a platoon player?
Well, I mean, he doesn't...
Would Kapler platoon Juan Soto?
No. Kapler does what Farhan Zaidi wants him to do, and Farhan Zaidi is not platooning Juan Soto. But Soto is different than Judge in that Soto is not in control of his own playing destiny. So you could trade for him and have him for a while.
Yeah, but don't you think it's going to be hard to match offers from other teams where he would want to go? I mean, if he lets it be known that I will sign with this team and that team I won't re-sign with this team, then that team, the teams he's going to re-sign with, are going to be willing to give up more to get him.
Yeah, probably.
All right, we'll get back to this Giants conversation in just a bit here, but we also have NFL camp underway, 49ers underway, day 2 of the Trey Lance era, right? As you know, and nice enough to join us now, a Hall of Famer, NFL Hall of Famer, Super Bowl champ, 2-time MVP, Super Bowl MVP. He visited 49ers camp for NFL Network today, and he spoke with Trey Lance. Kurt Warner, nice enough to join us. Kurt, thanks so much for your time. How good of a fit do you expect Trey Lance to be for Kyle Shanahan's offense this year?
Well, I mean, I think, the verdict is still out on Trey and exactly what he will be, what he can be, and, reaching his full potential. But what I love is that I love Kyle Shanahan's offense for any quarterback because he does a great job of whether it, be established in the run game or creating easy opportunities for his quarterback. He does a great job of doing that. So whether you're a veteran guy or a young guy that's still learning the ropes, I think the offense can be a great fit for either. And I think Kyle will do a great job of creating those easy opportunities for Trey while he learns. He's got a good team around him. And then the hope is that at some point he takes that step to be able to be the guy that can carry the team, that when they need him to win games with his right arm and the other things aren't working, that he can do that. But I don't think we have to expect that right away because I do believe that that offense and Kyle Shanahan will help him out a lot.
I don't want to misinterpret, so I'm just going to ask you to explain this part of your answer. Are you suggesting that in the early going, this offense will look a lot more like the offense that Jimmy Garoppolo ran, or do you expect substantive changes right away?
No, I think it'll look very much the same. That the offense that we saw, and again, I would say most of the offenses that we've seen Kyle Shanahan run, I'm not sure it was exactly the same in Atlanta when they made that run because they were much more of a pass-first team because they didn't have the run game. But most of the time when Kyle Shanahan's been in this role, it's about running first, and it's about establishing the run, and then the pass game comes off of that. And, that's what we've seen with Jimmy Garoppolo. It's what we've seen at times in Washington, RG3, those types of things where we're going to run first, and we're going to use that aspect of things, and then we're going to create our big plays off of play action and deception that looks just like our run game. So I expect that to be very much what this offense is. That's what they want to be. What they don't want to be is a spread-out, drop-back game. And, so I think, again, what we saw with Jimmy when they could do it, which is what they wanted to do most of the time, was the play action and the run game. And so that's what I expect to continue on. I'm interested to see what changes a little bit. Again, I mentioned RG3. Does it become some more of those things because of the movement and the run game that Trey Lance can add? Probably. But I think the pass aspect of this offense will stay very, very similar to what Jimmy G did.
The great Kurt Warner with us, Hall of Famer, and he's always on the go. And yes, he is at the airport right now, which is why you may hear. But let me ask you this. And Trey Lance, I think he's going to be an excellent quarterback. This year, though, he's essentially a rookie. What do you think this year, even if Trey Lance has a really good year, Kurt, what do you think the 49ers will miss that Jimmy Garoppolo had been giving them?
Well, I mean, again, I don't want to say miss because I don't know what Trey can be yet. So, I don't want to just say, oh, well, they're going to miss this because Trey doesn't have that. I don't know exactly what Trey is. But, the things I look at with Jimmy is, the one thing I loved about Jimmy was that he never seemed to allow a mistake to affect him. That he wasn't a perfect quarterback. He wasn't a guy that didn't make mistakes, even in big games. But he always found a way to work through that and give his team a chance to win, and especially in the biggest moments, that he continued to find ways to do that. And that's a rare trait, especially for a young guy that hasn't played a lot of football, that we all make mistakes. And the great ones are the ones that have the ability to work through those and still find ways to be in games and make plays at critical times. I mean, Jimmy G is a guy that went to a Super Bowl, as you guys know, and went to a championship game in just a few years. I mean, he did a lot of really, really good things. Yes, there were imperfections. Yes, there were things that he could have got better at. If you wanted to break him down where he's stacks up in the league, I don't know, probably middle of the pack in terms of starting quarterbacks, but that's better than most of the people in the world. And he showed that on the biggest stage. So, I have to believe they're going to miss something because Jimmy G played really, really well and had them in a lot of big spots. I just don't know what specifically Trey doesn't have right now to be able to say they're going to specifically miss this. Jimmy had it and Trey did. Trey doesn't.
How many games do you, with your trained eye, have to see of Lance before you can answer that question comfortably?
I would probably say 3 or 4. Because the game and the position is really about consistency. Excuse me. Show me what you can do over and over again. Show me what it is that I can come to expect from you, and that's how I determine who you are as a quarterback. It's not what you do in one game, good or bad. It's not one critical mistake here or there. It's, I got to figure out what you consistently do well, or what are your consistent flaws. And once I can figure that out, I get a good idea of, okay, this is what you can expect, week in and week out, barring, we know it. Every quarterback has great games, that start in this league. And every quarterback has bad games. So a lot of times you have to throw those out. Or even in the midst of what people might look at as a good or bad game, you look and see the why. That's why I study the tape, to go, okay, why did that interception happen? Was that on the quarterback? Did he make the right decision and just make a bad throw? That happens sometimes. Was there something else to come? So, I would say, a good 4 games to give me an idea of what a player is, even if they're growing, is enough to go, okay, this is what I'm going to expect from this player every week. And then hopefully somewhere along the way, he continues to improve so we can eliminate some of those things, and then we can move forward.
We're catching up with Hall of Famer Kurt Warner. He was at 49er camp today, talking with Trey Lance. And Kurt, I'll never forget hearing for the first time that you were taking over as a Rams quarterback. And my brother and I were driving somewhere, and the truck broke down. We're getting a truck fixed. The tire actually had to be repaired. Anyway, I'm reading the papers like, oh my goodness, Trent Green got hurt. Isn't that terrible? In the last preseason game, who's going to play quarterback now? I don't know. I've never heard of this guy. They have no chance. And you go on and win a Super Bowl. So you obviously are uniquely qualified to talk about having an immediate impact. I don't know if Trey asked you for any advice today, but if he did, what advice would you give him?
Yeah, I think the biggest piece of advice, and I can go back to 99, is I think one of the biggest blessings for me is, yes, I played well, and yes, I played the way that I play football, but there was a part of me that, even though I had pressure on me personally to have to perform, knowing if I didn't perform, I probably, was going to disappear and not be in the league, I didn't have the pressure of going, I have to do this all by myself. You know, you looked at the team that was around me. You know, I watched Trent play those first 3 preseason games, and he was lighting it up, and we had confidence, and you could see the talent that we had with Marshall and Isaac and Torrey, that when I went into that situation, I had the personal pressure, but I didn't have necessarily an organizational pressure where, oh my gosh, you know, if I don't throw it 40 times and if I don't throw for 300 yards, we're not going to win a game. I could always step back and go, I've got plenty of guys here to help me. Lean on them when you need to lean on them. And I think that's a great situation for Trey. You know, one of the questions I asked him in our interview was, you know, you're taking over a team that went to the NFC Championship game last year. So it's not like a lot of young guys who take over a bad team because they're bad. You know, so I said, is it more pressure, you know, for you because they went to an NFC Championship, or is it less pressure? Meaning, well, I got to live up to that because this is a really good team, or is it, hey, this is the team that went to the NFC Championship game. I've got a good team around me. I don't have to worry about all of those things, and I don't have to try to do too much. So that would be my piece of advice is look around and see the players you have around you. Realize you don't have to be an MVP tomorrow. You have to play your game. You have to play smart. You have to give your team a chance to win, but you don't have to do everything. But it's a tough place to be when, you know, you find yourself, you know, on a team that gave up a bunch of draft picks to move up to get you, that take a quarterback that took them to the Super Bowl and to a championship game and said, hey, we're going to go with you. Here's the keys to the car. That's a lot of pressure externally. You know, my hope is that he can realize, hey, I know that's pressure. I know what I have to live up to in the long haul, but I don't have to do it all next year.
When then can you see that you know, how many games do you need to see him to see if he can cope with that pressure? Is that the same 4 games you were talking about earlier, or does it take longer to figure out if he's got sort of the mental, emotional makeup to handle the job?
Yeah, I don't think that's as much a number of games as it is the way the kind of season plays out. You know, because what I know is that, you know, when a season plays out well early and you're having success early, it's easier to handle those ups and downs. Whereas if all this happens and now Trey comes out and struggles for the first 4 or 5 games, that adds a whole nother level of pressure that we get to see Trey Lance under. And so, you know, a lot of it I think will depend on what those situations look like and how the season, you know, plays out and where those struggles happen in the season. You know, is your team, you know, on, you know, the cusp of falling out of contention and, you know, not even being in the playoffs, or are you a team that still has their head above water while you're going through the struggles, knowing that once you kind of turn that corner, there's still a lot ahead of us. So I don't think it's as much number of games as it is kind of what those games look like and what the season looks like and what the big picture perspective is on where this team that went to the NFC Championship game was last year is at some point in time during the season this year.
Kyler Murray spoke with the media today. We got one more for you, Kurt. Appreciate your time. Got to ask you about Kyler Murray. Addressed the fact that he's got this study clause in his contract and how people are reacting to it. And, of course, you were an outstanding, you're a great quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals. What do you think of the fact that he has that clause mandating 4 hours a week of study in his contract? And what do you think of the fact that that actually somehow was leaked to the public?
Well, I mean, I think the one thing you realize in this business is that everything that happens is going to be public. Like, I don't know how it plays out. I don't know where the leaks are all the time, but everybody's going to get their hands on everything. It just happens, you know. Like, I mean, how many times have we heard a report and everybody in the organization says, "No, that's not going to happen," and then the next day it happens, and it's like, okay, hold on a second. It's just because somebody leaks it. So that doesn't surprise me as much. You know, I mean, here's the thing, is that, you know, Kyler came out and made a statement today, great statement that, hey, I want to take ownership of me and I want to call out anybody that's being critical of my work ethic. I get it. But I think at the end of the day, we have to realize that nobody else made the clause other than his organization. And so obviously there must have been some reason why they felt they needed that clause in there. I mean, and I don't know what it was. I thought he made a good point that there's a lot of different ways to prepare for a game. And I 100% agree with that. You know, I was talking to some young kids this week about how I prepared. And I would say that I was a guy that watched less film. And again, it's a relative term. I watched a lot of film, but watched less film than some quarterbacks. And a lot of my preparation was studying what I was going to do and what our game plan was. So I don't know how you calculate that. Like if you're looking at an iPad, right, and you say, oh, Kurt didn't, watch as much film as Peyton did. Okay, but that doesn't mean that I didn't prepare more than Peyton did or as much as Peyton did. And so, I just think there's a lot of factors that go into that. As Kyler said, you don't get to where Kyler is and be successful without a work ethic that goes into it, without some sort of preparation. Obviously, it seemed like the Cardinals want a little bit different preparation. They want to see him do some other things. All right, whatever. They both agreed to it, right? They both seem to be fine with it when they signed the contract. So go do it. And that, to me, I think some of these things get blown so far out of proportion. And now we've got a quarterback that seems defensive or whatever. I don't know. He's done some great things. My hope is that he can turn the corner and be even greater and help them win in the playoffs and live up to the contract. But obviously there was something behind it, and I don't think it's really fair to respond on too much of it until you know exactly why the Cardinals wanted that clause in there and why Kyler was okay signing that clause and putting that clause in there. And that, to me, is really the news more than, what we're all going to say from the outside.
Hey, speaking of watching film, how many stars do you give the Kurt Warner film?
I thought they did a great job with the film. I look at it completely differently than a lot of people. I'm a guy that goes to movies to watch the story and to see the kind of impact that a movie or a story can have on me. And I thought our movie did a great job of being able to kind of tie in the story of me and my football career and my wife and my son and all the underdogs and how that plays out. And each of those stories connects with people in different ways. And so that's what I thought the beauty of the movie was, and the response has been incredible. So I don't know how many stars I give it, but I'm very happy with it.
Great. Kurt Warner, thank you so much for your time, sir. We appreciate it. Hope to talk to you again soon.
Sounds good. Take care, guys.
There you go. What do you think, Ray? Trey Lance getting some really good advice from Kurt Warner. That's good advice for me, and I try the same thing when I come in for Damon. Try not to do too much, and I got you, and I got Grandy and Lucas in there, and just let you guys do your thing, and that way there's less pressure on me. It's very similar to the situation that Kurt Warner was in when he took over the Rams, greatest show on turf, and very similar to what Trey Lance has before him.
Wow, you're fond of yourself.
No, I'm fond of you guys. I just let you guys carry me.
He actually didn't. I don't think he did give him that advice. He said he would give him that
You're
advice.
right. You're right.
I don't think Trey Lance is asking for anybody's advice except that of Kyle Shanahan, because as much as we have yapped about this guy from the day he got drafted, the best thing he can do is block out all the extraneous noise. Because, there were tweets today. He only completed half his passes in practice.
No.
Shut up. Don't do this again.
We're better than that, right?
We're not better than that because we're doing it again. We're doing the same stupid nonsense that we did last year, judging him on every practice, every throw. Stop it. Everybody loved him last year. He started 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
Calm the hell down. If it takes Kurt Warner 4 games to figure out at least the bare rudiments of what this guy is, it's not. You don't get to. You won't figure it out in 4. You won't figure it out in 8, and you'll turn on him the first time he has a bad game anyway.
Do you like Louis Riddick? I really like Louis Riddick a lot. I think he's very good.
He's okay, I guess.
He's okay. All right. Here's what Louis Riddick had to say on ESPN today about how good Trey Lance could be this year.
The degree to which he was a leader up there. The degree to which he was a leader up there at North Dakota State. The degree to which he threw the football beautifully up there at North Dakota State. I think we will all see this is why Kyle wanted this guy. This is why he believed he could take this football team to a whole new level. And ultimately, as much as I love Jimmy G, he will be a distant, distant memory. And San Francisco will be hoisting Super Bowl trophies again. I went so far as to say this. We love to pick dark horses, right? We love to pick long shots. I picked Trey Lance as my long shot to win the MVP this year in a manner in which, the same way I said it about Patrick Mahomes when he first burst onto the scene in 2018, that he could take this league by storm and surprise a bunch of people. It may start slow, but this kid is a unique individual in the way he is wired and the athletic ability that he possesses. Do not bet against him. I think he's going to surprise some people.
I think Trey Lance is going to be very good. I think he's going to be solid this year. Got a great tight end, really good tight ends. The offensive line a little shaky, as we discussed yesterday, but an excellent defense. He's set up for success. I'm just not sure, Ray, how many people is he going to surprise? How many people are there out there saying, oh, it's Trey Lance, he's no good? Aren't most people expecting he's going to be pretty to very good as a rookie? Where are the naysayers? I'm not seeing them. I'm not hearing from them.
Well, I don't care about any of them because they don't matter. The interesting thing that Warner said that I heard was that the offense isn't going to change much, which means early on, you're not going to see Trey Lance doing all these miraculous throw the ball down the field, like you're on fire plays, because that's not what Kyle Shanahan does. I mean, you'll get a better sense of what Kyle Shanahan thinks of him in the second half of the season, because I think Kyle Shanahan wants him to prove that he can carry the heavy end of the piano. Because up until now, the heavy end of the piano has been carried by running backs, offensive line, tight end, defensive line. That's where the strength of this team has been. And Kyle Shanahan has built the team with all those things in mind. He's hoping that Trey Lance can make him rethink the offense he runs. But in the shorter term, this is going to look a lot like last year. There is going to be Deebo Samuel carrying the ball 7 or 8 times a game. There is going to be 20-plus carries from Elijah Mitchell. It's this dynamic, shot from guns offense that people keep thinking that Trey Lance will provide. He won't be asked or expected or desired to deliver that early on.
Here's what Trey Lance said today when Kurt Warner asked him if the offense was going to look any different.
Not structurally, I don't think, but I think I can do things off schedule that maybe haven't been able to be done in the past. Man, I'm excited to make plays on schedule, off schedule, whatever it is.
There it is. That's the difference, Ray. It's not necessarily going to be Shanahan's going to design plays that he hasn't been able to design in the past because of Jimmy's limitations, but there are going to be opportunities there when things break down with Trey Lance and his arm and his legs. I think more his arm than his legs that weren't there before. That's the dimension that I think fans are excited about. More importantly, I think Kyle Shanahan is maybe not excited, but enthusiastic about.
No, he'll tolerate him. He doesn't like off schedule.
But sometimes you have no choice.
Yeah.
If things break down.
Okay, but he's not going to enjoy that early on because his offense is more about precision than it is about organized chaos.
Well, I understand your point. I think that's going to be a point of friction between them because I think Trey's natural inclination is to let plays develop a little more because he does have the ability to take a shot downfield or to make something happen with his legs. And I think Kyle will want him to get the ball out quicker. So I think that's going to be one of the things that's going to take them a while to come to terms on. I agree with you 100%. But we got Trey Lance. There's going to be times when you want him to do something that Jimmy Garoppolo just can't do, and that's going to take a little more time in the pocket.
That's going to take, and that leads right into the question marks about the offensive line.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this offensive line for 5 years, with all the players they've had, they've been run block first. And that means you're giving up something when you're trying to form a pass pocket. And, does Trey Lance make decisions quickly enough so that the pocket doesn't collapse around him? Is he going to have to bail out on plays earlier than Kyle Shanahan wants him to? Those are all things that don't get discussed because people just only imagine what a big arm. A lot of guys have had big arms and failed miserably because they were either on the wrong team, they had the wrong targets, the coach wanted something different. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts here, not just This guy has better physical gifts than the last guy.
Right, but that is a big part of this and why they made the switch. They're going to be able to take deep shots that in the past either they couldn't take or that Kyle Shanahan didn't have confidence in. We'll have to see how consistent Trey Lance can be with the deep ball, but that's another added dimension, right? And that, again, is a reason why you make this switch. Jimmy had all the intangibles other than, well, I mean, if you consider injury proneness and intangible, I don't know. But he was a leader. He just had the knack for throwing the ball the wrong team too often. He got hurt, and he could not take those shots downfield. And now that becomes a viable part of your offense. That's
Maybe
next level stuff for the 49er offense.
Maybe it becomes that.
But why wouldn't it?
Because Trey Lance might not pan out. That's why. Trey Lance has the sexiness of the unknown.
But we do know he has a very strong arm.
Well, we do know that, but can guys run downfield and be there for it? I mean, that's the second thing. Can he spot the right time to get rid of the ball? You know, can he throw in traffic? That's another part of having a strong arm. Does he have too much confidence in his arm? These are all things that you can only see on Sundays in September, October, November, and December.
And Mondays and Thursdays. Saturdays later in the year.
Stop it.
They play almost every day now. You know that.
Yeah. No, I think this is the great mystery of Trey Lance. We know very little, and he has to reveal a great deal.
Well, he revealed a little bit to Kurt Warner today. Here's Trey Lance, who says he was asked about his playmakers. Here's the playmakers he wants to get the ball to.
Just getting the ball in those guys' hands, I feel really good. No matter where it's at, Debo in the backfield, whatever it is, George end arounds, Brandon Ayuk. I mean, I could keep going on, but those guys are special people, special football players. I'm excited to just find any way I can to get them the ball.
See, Trey Lance right now, he's like a point guard with a lot of great scorers around him. And that was interesting, isn't it, that he talked about Debo out of the backfield, run the ball, or wherever. So, yeah, that's definitely part of the game plan going forward. But this is a really good situation for him. You're right. It doesn't guarantee anything. But he's got all these playmakers. This team is already primed for success. They can almost, he doesn't have to overachieve for this team to have a realistic chance to be a Super Bowl contender. It's a great situation for a young quarterback.
But he has to seize it.
Well, yeah.
But I mean that can't be overstated. Because again,
does it need to be stated? Isn't it kind of obvious? Isn't it kind of self-evident?
No, it's not necessarily self-evident because we don't know if he can seize it. Again, no resume. All we have is people telling us how his practices go. That's all we know about this guy as a pro quarterback.
And you're right, he didn't do that well today, right? Only completed
he's awful. I mean, I don't know why they drafted him.
Passes.
I mean, they should scramble to get Garoppolo back inside the building quickly. No, I mean, nobody wants to say I don't know about this guy, when in fact nobody knows. Kurt Warner doesn't know, and he's a hell of a lot smarter about quarterback play than any nitwit out there, including the two nitwits here.
I thought that was a very cogent point you made yesterday, that Debo's probably the most important person in this offense right now.
I don't think there's any question. And
for all the focus on Trey, yeah, you're
and
right.
The second most important guy is Elijah Mitchell. Because as long as Kyle Shanahan is a run-first offensive mind, the running back matters a hell of a lot.
Mm-hmm. All right, Ray, are you ready to talk Dre? What is Draymond Green's end game here? What is his play? That's next with Damon and Ratto. Whitey in for Damon. And we are brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
I'm Erin Hawksworth, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Dodgers and Rockies kick off.
Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Great day for a Whitey wedding. Yeah, our daughter just got married to Presidio. It was beautiful. Thanks for playing that, Grandy. Whitey in for Damon. Damon and Ratto streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Head to twitch.com. Pardon me, twitch.tv/957thegame and youtube.com/957thegame to watch us live, see what's going on inside the studio. Let's find out what's going on right now. We have some breaking news.
95.7 The Game breaking news. Brought to you by the Beat the Streak podcast. Get an inside edge on how to win the $5.6 million prize every day this baseball season. Listen on Odyssey or wherever you get your podcasts.
Big NFL signing to report, Ray. Seahawks wide receiver DK Metcalf is signing, according to Adam Schefter, a 3-year, $72 million extension that includes $58.2 million guaranteed. This per source, reported by Adam Schefter. Deal includes a $30 million signing bonus, the highest ever for a wide receiver. Metcalf will be a free agent again at 27 years old. So that's now the most guaranteed money for any wide receiver in the league, more than A.J. Brown's $56 million. So again, that's 3 years, $72 million for DK Metcalf, $58.2 million guaranteed per source. So how do you think this could factor into the Deebo Samuel situation? Remember, we had a report yesterday that they were close to a deal, the 49ers and Deebo, that would bring him $70 million guaranteed, which you said was low.
Well, I still think it's low, but that's
based on what he deserves, in your opinion. Yeah,
based on what he deserves. But the DK Metcalf deal, I have to believe the 49ers have known about. So I believe that whatever their offer to Samuel is, will have that already factored in. I mean, if they haven't made the offer yet, then they can always change it before they hand it to them. But I think they've known. If Metcalf's agent, who is also Samuel's agent, is doing his job.
Point. Thank you. Great point.
He's giving the 49ers a sense of this is what Metcalf's going to get. And, the 49ers can choose to believe the agent or not. But I don't think this comes as a surprise to them. They might not like the taste of it, but this is where the receiver money has been going. It's been going nothing but up. And the guarantee is interesting because that means more upfront money. And the 49ers hate upfront money. So, yeah, I mean, it probably makes it slightly more difficult, but I don't think it's, it makes it impossible to do. It's just the 49ers have had to be flexible with this all along, and they're going to have to keep being flexible.
I think it makes it maybe a little more painful for them, but I think it's going to get done. All indications are that it's going to get done. On the text line from the 408, Deebo looking to get more. He's looking to get more guaranteed, as far as we know. And to Ray's point, I think anybody with a brain in their head and eyes attached to it understands Deebo's got a great argument here. It's like, yeah, I'm playing two positions for you, so I need to be paid for that, especially given the extent to which it could damage my career, or I want out. Now, I know that he's never officially announced that. Deebo's never come out and said that. But isn't it obvious, Ray, that that's really what this dispute has boiled down to? And it looks like they're on the same page now.
Maybe they're on the same.
It's got to be.
It doesn't have to be. The whole thing here is, I would imagine that Kyle Shanahan would greatly resist the idea that his play calling hands are tied contractually. I think that would be the last thing they'd come to grips with. So the only way to make that go away is more money for Samuel.
Yeah.
And that's where you run into what Parag Marathe does, which is, now we want to give you less than what you want. And, to the extent that the wide receiver market is a path toward where Samuel's contract will be, he's got more leverage than the 49ers. Because the other thing to remember is they can't replace him.
Right.
If they start the season without him for some reason, then they're kind of screwed.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's still their best pass catcher. And, depending on how Elijah Mitchell does, he could also be their best running back.
He's not a great route runner. I mean, Ayuk in some ways is a better receiver, but he is the most dynamic force.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Ayuk is still very much a work in progress, and he's not very far along there. Because, I mean, early on last year, he was deep in the doghouse.
He was, and he's made a dramatic comeback.
So he's another guy who has to prove what he is and what he can be. But without Samuel, that becomes significantly more difficult. So I think it's a good sign for Samuel. It's not a great sign for the 49ers, but the 49ers are going to get snotty about this contract. They deserve all the grief they get.
Well, financially, it's not great for him, but bottom line, at some point, I mean, Shanahan doesn't care, right? It's like, that's fine. Let's get him in here so we can start putting our offense together again under Trey Lance.
Logically, yes. But, one of the things about the 49ers is they don't like to sign contracts before they absolutely have to. And the other thing is Kyle Shanahan has complete control over the football operation, but not over the budget. He's got a very loud voice, but there might be parameters that Jed York is trying to impose here.
Or parameters.
Yeah, parameters.
Thank you.
You do try so very hard.
I did. I think I hurt myself on that one. I pulled something, Grandy.
I mean, it's they don't like their players asking for money that makes them wince. And this is a wince contract. They should know that, but it doesn't make it any less painful for them.
We will get to Draymond, speaking of contracts. I know I mentioned Draymond, and we'll get to Draymond's situation. But since we're talking 49ers and Trey Lance, in the wake of the breaking news that DK Metcalf is signing a 3-year, $72 million extension that includes $58.2 million guaranteed. And that's now more. That's the most guaranteed money for any wide receiver in the league. Let's stick with the 49ers and football. Here's Trey Lance. We mentioned that Trey Lance was this morning speaking with Kurt Warner. Kurt Warner just joined us. You might want to check that out on the Odyssey app if you didn't get a chance to hear it. Really interesting interview. Trey Lance talking to Kurt Warner today about how much he's able to pay attention to with everything whirling around him here in camp.
Last year, again, not swimming during training camp, but knew what was going on. But, I mean, this year I can actually pay attention a lot more to defense, pay attention to fronts, defensive structures, things like that. I'm learning a whole lot, and I'm able to kind of know what's going on. And also we got Brian Greasy now as a new quarterback coach, which has been awesome. Him and Clay Kubiak have done a great job. They've been a blessing for me. It's definitely just we see football the same. So it's been a ton of fun to have those guys in the room as well.
What are your concerns, your primary concerns about Trey Lance at this point, Ray? Everything you've said, obviously you're right. We don't know if he can do these things. Those are all 100% true. We just don't know. Is there anything about what you've seen or that you know that gives you pause beyond just the fact that there's so much unknown?
No, it's the unknown. I mean, I haven't seen anything more of Trey Lance than anybody else has, except, Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
So it's knowing how complicated the position is. And knowing how much Kyle Shanahan asks of his quarterbacks. I mean, if this was just about a big arm, they could have kept Nick Mullins. Nick Mullins had a big arm. But he was erratic as hell and didn't have command of the offense and was also throwing to bad players. So
bad combination.
Yeah. I mean, it's all the things that we don't know. And all the things that we can only learn by watching him play real games against real opponents when the chips are on the felt.
Are you surprised, because I have to admit I'm a little surprised, that the backup right now is Nate Sudfeld? And I know that they love him in terms of his familiarity with the scheme, but he's never really done anything. And when you have these questions about a guy like Trey Lance, I would think you'd want to be a little more secure in the backup position, especially given that Trey Lance is, we assume, going to take more risks running the ball. So that surprises me. I think it speaks to how much confidence they have in him. Perhaps it's a matter of we don't want to have him looking over his shoulder. But are you surprised, Ray, as I am, that the 49ers don't have a better backup quarterback behind Trey Lance right now?
They have access to Jimmy Garoppolo. He's expensive.
Yeah, but that...
No, don't shake your head and don't make a face. Because if you're worried about the backup quarterback, why not have the guy who took you to a Super Bowl and a conference championship rather than one of the 18 McCowns that are still running out there? Or Josh Johnson re-signed for the 5th time. Backup quarterbacks, by and large, stink.
Are you?
So
if
I'm
I'd
not-
said that, you would have left the room. Are you? So you're suggesting that that's still a possibility?
I'm not suggesting that it's a possibility. I'm suggesting that if Trey Lance gets hurt, the only option that doesn't hurt them a lot is Garoppolo.
You mean between now and the time that you would move him? Obviously.
Well, I'm talking about ever. I mean, Garoppolo.
Well, Jimmy's
is
not
the
going to be here much longer.
Garoppolo is still the best available backup quarterback. If you're worried about the backup quarterback, if you're willing to get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo, and I'm not saying you shouldn't, Nathan Peterman is like every other backup, utterly untested. You know,
You mean
not been
Sudfeld?
considered. Or Sudfeld.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
All good.
Nathan Peterman in the mind. You know, they're. I mean, the point is made. They're all the same guy. So if Lance can't play well or he gets hurt, the 49ers are screwed. Like any team who's relying heavily on their quarterback will be screwed if they have to go to the backup. I mean, what are they going to do? Get Ryan Fitzpatrick out of retirement?
From the 650, how many teams have two amazing quarterbacks? There was a time, way back when, as 49er fans know all too well, pre-cap days, you could afford that. So that's an interesting point. I just think you have more questions about Trey Lance just because he's never done it, and I would think you'd want... You have a lot of questions about Nate Sudfeld. That's my thing. Nate Sudfeld, correct me if I'm wrong, please. Nate Sudfeld has never proven that he can be a legitimate, decent backup quarterback. Right?
No, he hasn't.
Yeah, but so I have a starter that I'm very confident about, but I don't know. And then the guy backing him up is another guy that I'm pretty sure he can do it, but I don't know because he's never done it. That strikes me as a little risky. But
it's hugely risky.
Yeah.
Of course it is. But Kyle Shanahan has chosen to roll big dice this year.
Mm-hmm.
You know, rookie quarterback off a team with Super Bowl aspirations, behind a dodgy offensive line, with a wide receiver / running back weapon that may or may not be keen on staying. You know, any other things you want to throw at him? I mean, it just, you know, Kyle Shanahan is basically, he's trying to fill an inside straight here. And maybe he does it. Maybe he's figured out what the next 5 cards in the deck are going to be. But
888-957-9570. RJ in Napa joins us 95.7 The Game. How are you, RJ?
Hey guys, I just want to throw out an awful hypothetical that I am in no way, shape, or form hoping happens, but just kind of top of mind considering that Tampa Bay's starting center went down today with a pretty serious injury.
Yeah.
So hypothetically, what happens in the next week or two if Trey Lance suffers a serious injury and for some reason, you know, Jimmy has not been traded or released yet? Do they bring Jimmy into the mix, or do they stick to their guns and go with Nate, or what is the deal? Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, RJ. I think you have the right of it, Ray. You go ahead and tackle that one. It's pretty obvious what they'd have to do then.
Well, I mean...
Jimmy, we're sorry. Please come back, right? I mean, that would have to be the move.
It's the most logical one.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's a back... He's now officially a backup quarterback. He doesn't all of a sudden become the starting quarterback again and then have the same kind of influence that he used to have in terms of his staying on the roster. I mean, he's now more disposable than he was. So, yeah, you bring him back. You play him for as long as you're comfortable playing him. And maybe if they win again with him as the backup, maybe Lance sits some more. You know, I mean, I think all that stuff is open. I mean, I think the coaches who fail the most are the guys who stick with a plan even after the plan's been blown to smithereens. And if Lance went down with an injury and they went back to Garoppolo, maybe Garoppolo wins the job back. I mean, all this is improbable, but when you don't know what you've got in your starting quarterback, all improbable things are not impossible.
Trey Lance was asked not by Kurt Warner today, but by the media, if it's awkward with Jimmy still around.
It is what it is. It's nothing weird at all. Like I said, I've never had anything I could possibly say that's bad about Jimmy. I mean, he's been a big bro to me since the day I came in. He could have made things hell for me, honestly, last year. He didn't. He helped me out with everything. So I'm super excited to see him healthy, super excited to see him throwing again, and super excited to see what he does.
I know a lot of people have suggested, look, they got to move on from Jimmy. They got to get him out of there because poor Trey Lance, he knows that Jimmy's there. But the thing is, they've made it clear, just as Kyle Shanahan made it clear last year that Jimmy is the guy now. Trey Lance was there, but once he made it clear Jimmy's the guy, the team started playing a lot better. There were a lot of reasons why, but that was one of them. He made it clear. So even though Jimmy's still there right now, it's crystal clear to everybody who the quarterback is. So that's why right now there's no awkwardness, Ray. No, because there's not. It's not like, oh, Jimmy's there. So wow, maybe he's going to be the quarterback. No, Jimmy's there right now, but everybody knows he ain't going to be the quarterback.
Well, he isn't going to be the quarterback unless Lance goes down.
Well, yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. And football, it's not just about having a plan. It's having options off the plan when something goes wrong. I mean, if Trent Williams goes down, Trey Lance is in trouble. The offense is in trouble.
You are just Mr. Sunshine today.
Well, no.
You're talking monkeypox and injuries to Trey Lance. Trent Williams has monkeypox?
I didn't say that. You said that. You're going to take the phone calls. Well, in fact, you love taking phone calls anyway, you lunatic.
That's right. Or text.
No, I mean, all I'm saying is football, because it is such carnage, is utterly unpredictable at all times. If all goes according to plan, Trey Lance will start 17 times. But the plan is disposable at any given moment. I mean, what happened to Baltimore when Lamar Jackson went down? You never know.
Mm-hmm.
And the smart coaches have have contingencies. And if Lance went down, Garoppolo, if he's still available and not on another team, is as sensible a choice as anybody.
Yeah, I know that's pretty far-fetched, though, because you got to have a number of things happen. I just think what's more logical at some point is if Sudfeld has to play, and I just hope that Kyle isn't again guilty of the scheme arrogance, where it's like, my scheme will carry the day because Sudfeld knows the scheme, so we're good. I'm a little surprised they don't have a more experienced backup given the current situation. But obviously, Kyle and John Lynch know a lot more about it than I do. Speaking of quarterbacks, I know when we had Kurt Warner on, we were talking about Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray meeting with the media today to, among other things, address this clause in his contract that requires him to spend 4 hours a week studying. First of all, Ray, what did you make of Kurt Warner's response on that? He did say, look, I don't know too much. I don't want to get too much into it. But he also suggested there must be a reason why they have that clause in there.
There's clearly a reason why they have the clause in there. The issue is not the clause in and of itself. The issue is how it got out and who put it out there. I think we can safely eliminate Murray and his agent.
Yes.
Because there is absolutely no advantage to them to have it in there. But they clearly signed the contract with that clause in it. So the question here is not, why is it in there? The question is, how did it get out? Because that's what people are reacting to.
Initially, I thought there's no way the team would want that out. But I think you convinced me that, oh, yeah, they're kind of just covering their behinds on this.
They want options on options. Again, same thing. It just, if Kyler Murray struggles at the end of last year like he did this past season, if they stink the joint out in their playoff game like they did last season, they're going to want outs. Maybe they can void some of the contract. Maybe they can move on from Kyler Murray if they're crazy. Maybe they can divert blame from the general manager and the coach and the owner. Why did you sign this guy to a $160 million guarantee if you don't think he studies hard enough? But they're the only ones who could have put it out there, unless somebody at the Players Association did it.
Which doesn't make
It doesn't make a lot of sense, either. But they're the only other people who can
look at the
see
the
contract.
Mm-hmm. Kyler Murray today talking about this notion of him not studying and how disrespectful it is.
To think that I can accomplish everything that I've accomplished in my career and not be a student of the game and not have that passion and not take this serious is almost, it's disrespectful, and it's almost a joke. To me, I'm flattered I'm honestly flattered that y'all think that at my size I can go out there and not prepare for the game and not take it serious. It's disrespectful, I feel like, to my peers, to all the great athletes and great players that are in this league. This game's too hard. To play the position that I play in this league, it's too hard.
Kyler Murray today making some great points, but this is so awkward because he signed the deal, so he was ultimately okay with it, and now because of the backlash, he apparently feels that need to come out and speak out against it publicly.
And the fact that he said y'all as though it was the media that did it.
Good point. Yes, I noticed that
and the
too.
media did nothing. They didn't leak it. I mean, they received the contract.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, "Oh, this is an interesting thing. Somebody put the contract in the hands of the guy who leaked it."
Mm-hmm.
Or not leaked it, but published it.
I'll tell you why they have this clause in his contract. But first, here's one more from Kyler Murray today saying, "I could not do the things I've done without studying film."
I don't do this often. I don't talk about myself, but today I feel like I have to. And so I'm going to list the accolades. To go 43-0 in high school in Texas, some are going to say, oh, it's high school. That's cool, but nobody else has done it. Go to college, win the Heisman, get drafted number 1 overall to the NFL, get drafted number 9 overall to MLB. Again, no one's ever done it. Offensive Rookie of the Year, 2-time Pro Bowler. And, I'm not 6'7", 230. I don't throw the ball 85 yards. I'm already behind the 8 ball. And I can't afford to take any shortcuts, no pun intended. But those things you can't accomplish if you don't take the game serious, if you don't prepare the right way. And like I said, it's laughable.
He made a short joke, Ray. That's kind of funny. Give him credit for that.
Yeah,
Actually, I didn't mean to, but
yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, it sucks for him that he got put in this position.
Well, got put in this position? I mean,
to have to defend his level of scholarship. I mean, if it was a concern, he at least acknowledged the concern to the people who were concerned about it by signing the deal.
Here's why.
So he at least has accepted that level of responsibility. But I think when he did that, he wasn't expecting this to become public.
Right.
And
Fair
I
enough.
think in most cases, that's a reasonable expectation.
Here's why the clause is in there. And Pro Football Talk had this last year, and I don't have the date, but at some point last year, Kyler Murray said he is, quote, not one of those guys that's going to sit there and kill myself watching film. And he credited his cognitive skills, quote unquote, cognitive skills with being able to make him successful on the field. So you can understand that there would be concerns about that.
It's not
given that he said that.
But it's not because he said it. It's because they had concerns that he wasn't working hard enough at that part of the game. Because just the fact that he would say something is not sufficient impetus to put that in a contract, unless they had seen signs that he wasn't.
I'm assuming what he said reflects a reality that the team was aware of.
No, but
I'm not saying the team didn't know anything. What, did you see what he tweeted? We got to get a clause in his contract. Not suggesting that, Ray.
Well, but it needs to be spelled out for the nuclear physicists in our audience. The fact is, they must have seen signs last year that he wasn't doing that part of it as much as they wanted him to. I mean, maybe he was doing a sufficient amount of study, and his failings near the end of the year weren't about him not knowing the offense.
Coming up next, Ray, I know you don't want to hear about it, but we got to talk about the LeBron conspiracy theory. We've got that coming up on Damon and Ratto.
Why do we have to do that? It's our show. We can do whatever we want.
Whitey in for Damon today. Hey, 5 p.m. emails from your boss, surprise visits from in-laws, missing soccer cleats. Let Lucky California help you out with home delivery powered by Instacart. Right now, you can save $10 when you spend $50 using promo code LUCKYCA10. Place your order at shop.luckysupermarkets.com.
49ers fans.
Web Now 1.
In Livermore, partly cloudy overnight, lows near 60 degrees.
Weather brought to you by the Hey Maine Podcast.
Hey, this is Kenny Mayne. I have a new podcast on Odyssey. It's called Hey Maine, the Kenny Mayne Talks to Famous People podcast. That's a long title, and I'm out of time for the promotion.
Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
You know, the best 49ers training camp coverage from 95.7 The Game is free on the Odyssey app. Download the app today. Holy cow!
Whitey in for Damon today. Cubs in town, so that was for you, Ray. Your protestations over whether we talk about the LeBron conspiracy theory have been somewhat successful. We're not going to talk about it yet. We're going to get to it at some point, but we're not going to talk about it yet because we have so much going on in the National Football League with today's breaking news, as we mentioned earlier. And this was reported by Adam Schefter. Seahawks wide receiver DK Metcalf signing a 3-year, $72 million extension that includes $58.2 million guaranteed. And this is all according to his source, as reported by Adam Schefter. According to sources, deal includes $30 million signing bonus, the highest ever for a wide receiver. That's now the most guaranteed money for any non-quarterback, defensive end, or left tackle ever, more than A.J. Brown's $56 million. Tory Dandy, as you pointed out, Ray, is both DK Metcalf and Deebo Samuel's agent. So what's the difference between a contract in the NFL and the numbers we hear, NFL and other sports? The guarantee means so much more in the NFL.
Oh, infinitely more, because that's the money that the elite team has to pay the player. And there are, clauses within those guarantees. So there's actually what they call true guaranteed money, which is a smaller number than the guaranteed money. But the guaranteed money is way more important than the maximum number that you see floated out there, because you can't collect on non-guaranteed money.
To your point, Ray? Yeah. I remember years ago there was a press conference, and I think you were probably there. Long time ago, Steve Young signed a contract, and there was a press conference that was actually broadcast live because it was the richest contract for any quarterback ever. And at some point someone says, "Is this thing guaranteed?" And Steve Young says, "No." So I was like, "Oh, okay." So a lot of the numbers, they're not real numbers. That's why the guarantees are so important, and they're becoming increasingly important and increasingly large.
Well, yeah. I mean,
higher, I should say.
And this has been the best year ever to be a good wide receiver. Just across the board. I mean, even a middling receiver like Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
Going to make $72 million if he hits all of his guarantees.
Wasn't he the one that signed the deal right before Debo demanded a trade, prompting some to suggest, I don't think Debo's too happy about the money Christian Kirk's getting?
I don't know that would, the one related to the other, except that Tory Dandy took note of it, and that's when he said, well, we're going to collect one way or another. And there's nothing about any of these deals that has indicated that the taste for giving lots of money to wide receivers is over, which means Deebo Samuel will get paid, or the 49ers will regret it dearly.
That's the only move. They have to pay. Deebo's that important to them. Well played, Deebo Samuel and Tory Dandy, or so it would appear, with reports suggesting that we're very close to a deal. Although, again, that was a report that came out of, it came from a Carolina Panthers beat writer. None of our beat writers, Ray, are suggesting that it's very close and that it's going to be $70 million or as much as $70 million guaranteed.
Well, the truth is the 49ers used to leak like a sieve, when Trent Baalke was running the ship. Since Kyle Shanahan came in, nothing gets out. And it is interesting that they didn't let any of this out either. That I can almost guarantee that the Panthers writer got it from somebody who knows Samuel well. Family member, relative, close friend. Because I don't even think it would have come from the agent. Because I think the 49ers like things kept in deepest secrecy, and the agent, knowing that, would say, well, there's no advantage to us blabbing this around unless we absolutely have to. So I think that's how that got out.
By the way, speaking of film study, I kind of regret what I said to Kurt Warner now, because I don't know, I didn't see that movie about him and his wife, and I said, hey, speaking of film study, how many stars did you give that movie? Did he think I was making fun of? Was that movie terrible? I don't know that it was, but
he didn't seem to think so. So
he laughed, but he said, I don't know how many stars I'd give it, but we were proud of it. If it tanked and it was universally banned, he may have thought I was taking a shot at him, and I didn't mean to do that.
I didn't take it as a shot.
But you haven't seen the movie either.
No, but which is why I didn't ask the question. I'm genuinely disinterested in that movie.
Okay, I know that.
And really all movies.
The Sean Payton movie was terrible about, that was the guy from King of Queens with Sean Payton, and they made it like this comedy, but I hope Kurt Warner didn't think I was making fun of him. But
by the way, Waddy, you made it abundantly clear that you did not watch the movie. It was very funny. It's like, what would you tell people who didn't watch the movie? Anyways, Rotten Tomatoes didn't hate it. The audience scored 98% on American Underdog.
Okay,
Kurt Warner.
Good. All right, I don't feel bad. Thank you, Lucas. You know who may feel bad here, speaking of quarterbacks? Kyle Shanahan formerly considered this guy the greatest quarterback in the history of quarterbacks. He says, no, I never really thought that, and I don't think it anymore. Kirk Cousins, you hear what's going on with Kirk Cousins and the Vikings? Kirk Cousins is his focus. He says, I'm worried about training camp, not what our new GM said, because our new GM, Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, in a story published earlier this week about team-building philosophies, Adolfo-Mensah, the new GM of the Vikings, said, quote, the one asset where you get nervous about not burning it down is quarterback. The new GM of the team, of the Vikings. The one asset where you get nervous about not burning it down is quarterback. So now all of a sudden, Kirk Cousins is getting all these questions. He's brushing off questions about the recent comments from the GM, who is saying, I'm really passionate and I love talking about this stuff. And oh look, Kurt and I are on the same page. Kirk, he knows how much I love him. But that's kind of a rookie GM move right there, Ray.
It's the move of a guy who doesn't realize that everything you say is a bad idea.
Yeah.
There's a reason why Bill Belichick doesn't talk. It's because nothing good comes from him talking, ever. And the only reason why he talks to the extent that he does is because the league makes him do it. and he does it as minimally as possible.
How true was that ever that that Kirk Cousins was the apple of Kyle Shanahan's eye?
It was very true. Wow. I mean, the fact is, because he was going to be the best quarterback on the market. And because
he knew the system, right?
Because he knew the system, because, he had the 1 year in Washington. And really until Bill Belichick called Shanahan and said, hey, are you, or no, I think Lynch called Belichick and said, would you be interested in moving Brady? And he said, well, no, but are you guys interested in Garoppolo? That's when that changed. But before that phone call happened, it was going to be Kirk Cousins.
That was part of the problem for Jimmy, is that he wasn't Kirk Cousins. And John Lynch brought him in, and Kyle really wanted Kirk Cousins.
No, because Kyle Shanahan is in charge.
Well, I know.
John Lynch cannot tell Kyle Shanahan anything about what to do with his
He
roster.
convinced him to go that way, just like he convinced him to draft Trey Lance and not Mac
You're
Jones.
just saying things now.
No, I think that's true.
No, it's not true.
I think it's true.
No, Kyle Shanahan wanted Lance. Otherwise, he would have
Once he
taken
got
someone
talked into
else.
it.
I mean, Kyle Shanahan makes every decision there that has to do with.
I know that. I agree with that. I understand
Nobody
that.
is talking him into anything other than the thing he wants to do, including Lynch.
Mm-hmm.
Lynch is not some mesmerizing magician with an eye that comes out of a top hat. Kyle Shanahan runs that joint.
But Jimmy,
so everything comes from Kyle.
The Jimmy acquisition came from John Lynch in his conversations with Belichick, and then he had to sell Shanahan on it.
No, I don't think he had to sell Shanahan on it. I think Shanahan liked the idea. I don't think if he had to sell Shanahan, Shanahan wouldn't have done it. But again, he also had no quarterback at the time.
Right.
So he just said, well, I can work with Garoppolo, and he'll be cheaper.
Well, anyway, as far as Kirk Cousins goes, Vikings decided in March to sign Cousins to a contract extension, according to ESPN. And this extension makes it likely he'll be the team's starter through at least the 2023 season. He'll get $40 million this year, $30 million next year. We were just talking about guarantees. All of that fully guaranteed. So now the GM said, the one asset where you get nervous about not burning it down is quarterback. So the new GM, his relationship with his quarterback in Minnesota, off to a rocky start, Ray. I hate to see that happen.
It's not off to a rocky start. Kirk Cousins has all the leverage there until he gets hurt or they find somebody better. And say what you want about Kirk Cousins, he's still a starting quarterback in the NFL.
And a very rich one.
Yes, he is. And the fact that he's very rich means he's not only hard to move, he's hard to replace.
Finally, we're going to get to the Warriors coming up. Are the Warriors and this future Hall of Famer a free agent match? That is next. Damon and Ratto, Whitey in for Damon. We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
We were live and local from 49ers training camp.
Hi, this is Gina. I'm from Frisco. My favorite player is Fred Warner because he is the pick.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
You know, if you're looking for all the best 49ers content from 95.7 The Game, text 49ers to 20357. That's 49ers to 20357. Make sure to hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. Whitey in for Damon today. And this is Mark Randy's selection, Ray. Every time I work with Mark Randy, he gives me a song, a recommendation of a song that his parents used to listen to, and this is his recommendation today. Songs that Mark Randy's parents used to listen to, and it's a fine selection all along the Watchtower. James Marshall Hendricks.
How old are Grandy's parents?
I don't know.
It's a shot at Whitey. I don't know if he's picked up on that, by the way.
No, it's fine. Sometimes someone takes a shot at you, just dodge it a la Matrix, and you just get back up and roll with it.
Right. You can't be mad at this, though. This is a great song.
It's a great song.
I'm not mad at anything. I just want to know why his parents are in their 80s.
I don't know that they're... I don't know how old they are. They used to listen to the song. I applaud them. They've obviously done a fine job.
They still listen.
They still listen. They've done a fine job giving their young son a sense not only of today's, hottest, freshest music, but also a sense of some of the great songs of the past. And
even now, Frank Grandy is doing acid in his rocking chair.
We can neither confirm nor deny that.
I don't think there's a Frank Grandy, right? At least not in my family.
Yeah, that's what you say.
Thank you for sharing that with us, Mark Randy. Little Jimi Hendrix. Yeah. Hey, Ray, it's time to talk about the Warriors, the Golden State Warriors. How about this? I've got a potential free agent match for you. Now, I know that the Warriors don't have a lot of wiggle room before we get back into the Draymond conversation, but if Andre Iguodala retires, they could offer, a small contract to a veteran free agent. And there's been some talk. Let's see here. Let me get my ducks in a row. An anonymous executive told Heavy.com earlier this week, quote, "It would be a nice story if he could win a ring there to end his career. Golden State has the room for him. He can make shots and they can hide up his defense, which is one of the big problems with adding him." Do you know who we're talking about?
Carmelo Anthony.
Carmelo Anthony. He's a free agent searching for a home for his 20th NBA season. At least one anonymous executive says, hey, that they would have room for him, and that would be a nice fit. So
they could hide his defense is where that ends.
I tend to agree with you.
The Golden State Warriors don't let guys, on the team whose defense must be hidden.
I think that's a tremendous point, and I was hoping it would take us a little longer to get there. But I agree with you.
I'm sorry.
I think that's the gist of it.
I mean, it sounded like a guy who's a friend of Carmelo Anthony's who would like to see him get a ring. And I don't begrudge him that. I just dismiss the notion out of hand because he's not the kind of player that Steve Kerr would want. Not because he's a bad guy, but because his attitude toward defense is much less than casual.
Although, Bielitsa was here last year. He's a bad defender, and he looked pretty good on top of that zone. Of course, Carmelo played zone at Syracuse, so I don't know. But I will say this about Carmelo Anthony. He did something that Russell Westbrook needs to do. Carmelo Anthony learned at some point, okay, I've got to be a role player if I want to keep playing. Remember, he was out of the league, and then he decided, okay, I'm going to have to come off the bench here. With Portland and with the Lakers the last 2 seasons, and he's averaged the last couple of years 13.4 points, just under 4 rebounds, and he's shooting 39.1% from the three-point line. Those are good numbers for a guy coming off the bench, and I applaud Carmelo that he had the self-awareness to realize I ain't what I used to be, and I ain't going to get the ball all the time. They're not going to run the offense through me, and I got to find a way to contribute if I want to keep playing, and he's done that. So bless. I'm not saying that's why the Warriors need to get him. I'm just saying, you know what? Good for him that we're even discussing him as a possibility here.
Although, in fairness, Russell Westbrook is not pushing 40, and his best days, while behind him, are not so far behind him that he is a Carmelo Anthony, I'll do anything and take anything stage. He's still very headstrong, and the Lakers knew that when they got him. This is one of the pitfalls of having the general manager be the best player, because he wants to make a team of super friends. It's happened in Brooklyn to obvious disarray, and it's happened in Los Angeles with the Lakers. I mean, there's a reason why you have a general manager, and the reason why the Warriors work so well is while they let players come in and discuss all this stuff all the time, Bob Myers is still the guy who makes the call. And I think Bob Myers, being a smart guy, also will talk to Steve Kerr about all these things. And Steve Kerr would look at Carmelo Anthony's defense and say, boy, I really like that guy as a guy. But I'm not going to watch him basically make me double team his guy because he's not ever going to be near him.
I agree with you. I think it's to his credit, to Carmelo's credit, that you could even have a conversation about whether he would fit with the Warriors, because he has made the changes that I just discussed. But I think there's another reason in addition to the one you cited, Ray, and I think you cited the primary reason, but there's also this. We know that the Warriors are really hoping for the young players, Moody, Kuminga, maybe Wiseman, but obviously he doesn't play he is not a wing. They really hope that they can come into their own this year, at least in terms of being viable and reliable pieces of the rotation. So if you had Carmelo, you might take some of the minutes from those guys. So that's 2 big reasons why, probably not a fit. He can't guard anybody, and the Warriors really want to give those minutes to younger players, Moody and Kuminga.
Yeah, and if they can't do this, let's just say, let's take the worst case scenario. If Kuminga and Moody can't make the next jump that they have to make, the fallback position shouldn't be Carmelo Anthony. It should be somebody along the lines of Gary Payton or Otto Porter, somebody who has shown that they can do the things that the Warriors value. And Carmelo Anthony has one thing that the Warriors would value, and it's the one thing they already have in abundance, which is shooting. So they'd want somebody who's a better fit in case they can't give those minutes to those guys.
Which brings us back to the Draymond Green situation.
Oh, good.
Yesterday when we discussed it, and it was based on what had been reported in The Athletic, Anthony Slater and Marcus Thompson, citing sources who said that Draymond Green wants and expects an extension, and he's eligible for one, I think, August 3rd. All indications, though, are that the Warriors have no plans to offer Green a maximum extension. Okay. So, based on that, the more I've thought about this, Ray, and I said yesterday, look, Draymond hasn't come out and demanded this on his podcast or anything. Let's keep that in mind. However, I find myself wondering, okay, then how was this? Where did this come from? So what's your read on that? Where did this information come from? Because the guys who reported it are rock solid. We know Slates comes on the station all the time. Both those guys are rock solid. They know what's going on. They're not going to throw stuff out there. So where did this come from that Draymond wants and expects an extension?
I think it came like most of the other stuff came. It came from Warriors management. Because the main thrust of the story was how Joe Lacob has sort of reached his sort of outer limit on what he intends to spend on this basketball team.
Which you yesterday were not buying all the way.
No, all I said was, if all of a sudden this is a thing, this is a change from what they've done before. And Lacob himself said, that's not this year's problem. So we're not at that point yet. But the way the way the story was laid out, they first postulated that all four guys, Green, Thompson, Poole, and Wiggins, all got maxed out. Their luxury tax bill and salary costs would take them to about $530 million, which Lacob dismissed as not possible. And in fact, they speculated that, even $400 million would be too rich for Lacob's blood.
Yeah, to that point, before we get any further, if I may, here is Joe Lacob. He was on with Tim Kawakami on his podcast talking about Warrior financial constraints.
It's going to be difficult. I'm not going to sit here and lie to the fan base. It's going to be really difficult to figure out what we'll do next summer. This year, we're good. We're going to run it. I would call this is running it back. Some people may think that because Peyton and a couple people are not back, there's always going to be some change. Yesterday is yesterday, and the future is the future, or today is today and future is future. So we think we're going to have a great team this year, but next summer we're going to be faced with more issues with respect to the cap and luxury tax and all that. And we'll just have to see how this goes. I mean, it's sort of a year-to-year thing. Let's see how everybody plays. Let's see if we are contending again, which we think we will. Let's see if we're going to win again. That certainly extends what we're able to do. If we don't, you have to sort of rethink things a little bit.
That was Joe Lacob to Tim Kawakami, the TK show. That was July 7th. And Joe Lacob also told Tim Kawakami that the Warriors' payroll at $400 or $500 million per season isn't feasible. And if you pay all those guys what they have coming, you pay them all max extensions, you'd be well over that.
But they also speculated that if you chose not to re-sign Poole, they'd be comfortably under Lacob's threshold. So there are a lot of ways to slice this particular bit of baloney.
I don't think they want to do that. You're right.
They may not, but
I think they're committed to the young guys.
I don't know how much, but, A, are they committed to Jordan Poole at that price point? That's a different issue than what they have with
If
Weissman,
you don't give it to him, look, as far as Poole goes, just to be clear, because, we throw stuff out, we make predictions all the time, and sometimes you say things and you're wrong, and you got to be accountable. So, for what it's worth, when Jordan Poole was a rookie, Ray, I thought, that guy, he's not an NBA player. So, I was dead wrong about him. And he has worked very hard, and he's made himself into a really good offensive player. Anyway, so look, I was wrong about him, but my point is you don't pay him that. Somebody's going to pay him. He's proven that he's good enough where someone's going to pay him that. So he's worth it on the open market.
Probably, but again, he struggled during the playoffs because he can sometimes be a ball stopper, and he was sometimes lost. And I think he is still very much a work in progress. So if it comes down to a choice, let's say between Wiggins and Poole, I think they would view Wiggins as the more proven commodity and a guy who could defend the best player on the other team, as he did in these playoffs, and thereby soften the blow if they decide to walk away from Green. Whereas you can't do that with Poole. So I'm not convinced that, as good as Poole is, that they don't believe they can find somebody as good as him.
On that note, want to welcome you to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, if that's what you call living.
Oh, Ray. That gets funnier every time I hear it. It's Damon and Ratto, Whitey in for Damon on 95.7 The Game. Here's the tell on how they feel about Poole. When Poole first got here, when they drafted him, he really struggled. As I said, one of the reasons he struggled is because they wanted him to be a catch-and-shoot guy. Why? Because they saw him as the next Clay. And eventually they had him play on the ball more. And you're right, at times he's a ball stopper, and he's not a good defender, but he's really improved dramatically. But I still think they see him as one of their core pieces of the future. We know that the Warriors really have embraced and are really excited about and really believe in the 2-timeline plan. We've got the veterans that helped us win a championship. We've got the young guys, Poole and Kuminga and hopefully Wiseman and Moody, and they're going to be our next core. You know, that's tough to do. You talked earlier about the 49ers trying to thread the needle with the quarterback situation. That's what the Warriors are trying to do, but I think they're committed to that. So I don't think Poole's going anywhere.
But this is a price point decision. I mean, because Poole is going to command a hefty number. And if Joe Lacob is indicating that all of a sudden the money is now a larger factor in basketball decisions than it used to be, Poole, they may walk from Poole for money reasons. I mean, that's what the change in the dynamic means, is that for the foreseeable future, Joe Lacob is going to say from time to time, we either can't afford to do that or I don't want to afford to do that.
Well,
and that makes Poole, if not in jeopardy, but in question.
Here's my point. I think it's been pretty clear, unless I'm misreading it, and I don't do that at this level, but it's been pretty clear that the Warriors have been looking at this and thinking, all right, at some point, they would never say this, at some point, some of the veterans are going to have to be replaced. We've got the young players, we've brought them in, we've developed them, and in some ways, a guy like Poole, what a feather in the cap for our player development staff, that he's become a star. So they've been preparing for the fact that the veterans are not going to be around forever. Obviously, Steph's a little different because he's the key to the whole thing now and into the short-term future. But I think they've looked at Draymond and maybe Clay as the guys that are going to have to be replaced at some point. So if Draymond, he's a smart guy. If he sees that, and if he has this year and then next year, he could opt out. If he can put the pressure on the Warriors this year and say, look, I want the extension. He's eligible for it, I think, August 3rd. His people could say, I'm going to need that extension or I will opt out. And he could really put the pressure on the Warriors. We don't know if he's going to do that. It's interesting that he hasn't said anything. You know, Draymond's not shy about sharing how he feels about anything since this story came out yesterday. He hadn't said anything. So that's what makes this really fascinating. I don't think it's far-fetched to say that could be what we're going to look at. And I think if it gets to that point, I think that's going to be very, very significant. As Steiny said today, I agree with him. As far as the Warriors and the dynasty and the continuation of it, very significant.
Not yet, though.
Well, I think we could be right there.
No, I don't. Not because they don't have to do anything about Poole yet, and they don't have to do anything about Wiggins yet. All these decisions.
But Draymond could force
the Armageddon. I don't think he can. I mean, if the Warriors are going to repeat, they're going to need him, period.
Okay.
And he could opt out, sure, but I think it's far more likely that he will deal with that next year because the window for winning another ring is still there now. And he's still making a significant piece of change. Do you really think he wants to go play for the Indiana Pacers for more money?
Well, his mom seems to think, she was on Twitter today, that, let's see, what did she tweet here? A lot of you are saying he shouldn't get max, but guys that hasn't won anything get bread based off potential. Hashtag man gone. That's from Draymond's mom. I do think he has a chance to put the heat on the Warriors if he says, and again, we don't know that, but it's not far-fetched. Look, I will opt out next year if you don't give me my extension now. If he puts that gun to the Warriors' head, what would you do? If that happens, what would the Warriors do? They'd obviously, oh, come on, Draymond, let's talk this over. Let's just wait and see. But if that's what he does, what would be the play for the Warriors?
The play for the Warriors is to keep him for this season and then worry about the offseason when it comes. That's the risk you run.
Mm-hmm.
It's the risk you run. I mean, they've known this day has been coming for a long time because they know when contracts end. And they have not been particularly keen on extending guys before it's time to really get serious about it. I suppose Green could just choose not to play at all, but that seems very unlike him.
I don't agree. I do agree. I don't think he would do that. He's going to play.
Which means he's going to play this coming year.
Right.
And I don't believe he would play poorly or not be fully engaged because it could potentially be his walk year.
So you would
he's not only playing for
bluff?
the Warriors, he's playing for anybody else looking to pick him up the year after.
Yeah, you would call his bluff if it came to that.
It's not a call your bluff. It's just we'll get to that when we get to that. And just be honest with him because he's not stupid. You just say, we're not ready to pull that trigger yet. We're not saying no, but let's play this out. We're not rejecting you, and we want you to play and play hard and be great because you can help us get a title that your absence would clearly jeopardize.
But he's also, as you said, he's very smart. He knows. We all know it. You can't pay everybody, or at least you're not willing to pay everybody, for which we can't blame you.
No,
so I want mine now because I think if I wait, there's a really good chance you ain't going to give it to me.
Well,
and I wouldn't blame him for that.
I wouldn't blame him either, but that's the risk he runs. I don't know how more clearly to put it. It's the Warriors are making it clear they're not committing to anything right now. Joe Lacob flat out said it. That's not this year's problem. It's next year's problem. And I think they will deal with all of that when next year comes. I don't think they've made a decision on anybody. They have working plans, but again, plans are always easily wadded up and thrown in the wastebasket.
Technically, you're correct. They haven't committed to anyone, but it's pretty clear they are committing to the young core. And
it's not clear at that they're going to.
To me, it is. And I may be wrong, but to me, it is.
The point is, there's a difference between Kuminga, Weissman, and Moody, and Poole. And the difference is that Poole can command a whole lot more money next year when the crisis comes than either of the other three. And Poole, he could also choose to leave because the one thing he knows is he's Curry's replacement. And if Curry's going to be here for 4 more years, as the contract pretty much indicates he will be, does he want to wait that long? I don't know. And if there are other teams sniffing around at him, they may make him an offer that the Warriors will have to refuse.
888-957-9570. If Draymond put the Warriors' Nikes to the fire, I need the extension or I'm going to opt out after this year, what would you do? Let's talk to Gene in Oakland on 95.7 The Game. Gene, thanks for hanging on. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing fine, thanks. I think you guys hit it, that basically Dre realizes that if he doesn't get it this year, he's never going to get it, really. They're not going to give it to him, so this whole thing is going to just fade away. They're just going to play this year, and then we'll see what happens next year. I mean, here's a guy that's, he had back problems, apparently more serious than anyone has let on at this point. He's getting older for the type of defensive play that that's had him stand out from everyone else. I mean, he's put a lot on his body, so. I think the organization is looking for hopefully another title this year, and then we see what happens afterward. But I mean, Steph waited till he only had one more year on his contract before he asked for an extension. I don't hear Clay. I don't hear Clay complaining, and he's got 2 more years on his. So I think it's a simple matter of the team saying, sorry, you have to wait till next year like everyone else, and then we'll deal with it then.
Thank you, Gene. I agree with you, and I agree with Ray. If I were the Warriors, and I think the Warriors, they have seen this coming, and I think that's one reason why Joe Lacob has gone on the TK show, and why the sources have these stories about where the Warriors are financially. They're trying to get ahead of the narrative on the fact that they do have this financial squeeze that they're facing. And I think if it came to that, I agree with Gene, I agree with you. If Draymond did that and forced Warriors' hand, it would be, we're not paying you now. And that, according to reports, they have no interest in offering an extension now. And I think that's the play. That's the smart move. Maybe he will opt out. But right now, it would be bad basketball business to extend Draymond Green, give him a max extension now. Might make him happy. You might avoid some problems this year in the locker room, but it would not be smart.
And that's why I don't think they have made any decisions, because I
think they have. I think the decision is he ain't getting an extension.
I don't think that decision's been made at all. I think, they're incredibly flexible about all of this. If they win another title and Draymond Green plays as well as he did last year, they have a much harder decision to make, because he is more than just a player. He is part of the heartbeat of that team. And maybe you swallow hard and you go, we have to sign him. I mean, he could put them in that box. He's not incapable of doing that. And I think the Warriors understand it. I don't think they've made a decision on this at all, because it would be foolish to do so.
Well, the decision is, at least right now, we ain't giving you nothing now.
Well, yeah, but now is the operative word.
And that's when, August 3rd, that's when he is eligible for the extension.
Yeah, but all that means is we're not giving you the extension today.
That's a decision, and I think we're kind of talking around each other. But I think
the fact that all I'm saying is they don't have to make any decision on anything now. And
right.
Joe Lacob has flat said it. We're fine this year.
Do you want to hear from Lucas on this conspiracy theory?
I didn't want to hear about it when he was talking about it in the room.
You need to know about it because it's kind of ridiculous, but it is something that people are talking about. So it's
name me one person who's talking about it other than Lucas, who, as I think we all know, has brain bubble.
Randy's sister's fiance, Marty, has been talking about it a lot.
Marty.
Oh my God!
I don't think that's actually his name, but just for the heck, maybe you haven't heard of it. It's kind of amusing. Haha! What are people saying, Lucas, about a LeBron conspiracy theory?
Maybe LeBron's whispering in Draymond's ear, "Hey, you're a max player, Draymond. You only got about 2 more years left. You're getting up there in age. You got to hold the Warriors' feet to the fire here. Let them know that you deserve a max deal. They're nothing without you, Draymond, and I think you need to get out ahead of this right now and tell people that you deserve a max."
Many has succumbed to that.
Yeah. And then you've got Draymond doing that, and then it's LeBron's way of undermining what the Warriors are doing. That's
exactly right.
It's what some people are suggesting.
It's not what anybody is suggesting except Lucas. Lucas is a madman about stuff
Lucas did not make that. Did you make that up, Lucas?
Lucas's long-known hatred of LeBron James is festering again because he's bored.
The streets are talking, Ray. I just listen.
Oh, the streets are talking. How about you spend some time on the street?
Yeah.
Shut up.
I don't think there's anything to that, Ray.
Draymond Green is not somebody who's prone to somebody whispering in his ear. He's an independent, intelligent human being.
But he's a very proud guy, and he knows that he's done a lot of the dirty work and heavy lifting for this franchise, while Clay's gotten all the glory and Steph has, and then, now Kevin Durant's getting all the glory.
And we know about his relationship with LeBron James. He loves that guy.
On the other hand, He's had no problem beating him, over and over again. So, Draymond Green likes a lot of guys in this league, and he beats most of them most of the time.
From the 408, Lucas makes perfect sense with LeBron and Draymond pillow talking.
Streets, Ray. You got to listen when the streets talk.
Ray, seriously, I'm not trying
I'm serious.
to convince
This is such steaming nonsense. I can't believe that you allowed yourself to make noises that formed the words that you did.
I'm not trying to suggest it's going on. I just think people should be aware of that. Something that some people are throwing around here or there.
Just because people are throwing something around doesn't mean it needs to be caught.
Right. Well, you just need to know it's like, like monkeypox. You need to know don't catch it. Just you need to know it's out there. That's all. That's all.
So the imaginary conversation that has never happened between LeBron James and Draymond Green is the equivalent of a new pandemic.
Well, in some ways, perhaps there are some similarities, but yeah, monkeypox probably worse. Monkeypox. I'm just worried about monkeypox. I apologize that it keeps coming up, but it just freaks me out. I was like, what? Monkeypox? You got to be kidding me. And every time I see something in the news about it, it's a pandemic, it's coming, and it's worse here. It's like, no, what is going on? Monkeypox? They're going to have to name a monkeypox czar. That's how bad it is.
I knew you'd get to it. I knew you would.
That's how bad it is. I apologize.
just wanted to say it.
I
just wanted to hear that rattling around in your head.
Something that is getting to me a little bit. That's all. All right? From the 5-0.
We have to ban Lucas from speaking.
Draymond and LeBron share an agent. That's an interesting bit of, dare I say, evidence? So.
No, it's not, because all of these assume that Draymond Green is a sheep who will do whatever anybody tells him to do, when in fact the opposite is quite true. He's going to do whatever he's going to do based on his own judgment.
Right, and his own judgment is, look, this is. I'm not trying to convince you or say in any way, shape, or form that there's something going on with LeBron. But Draymond is smart. I don't have a hard time thinking that he would look at this and go, wow, I don't like this, what they're doing with the young players. I've let them know that. I see where this is headed. This could be my last chance to get what I deserve. So I may have to strong arm him a little. I don't know that he'll do that. Again, it's interesting we haven't heard from him. If he did that, I wouldn't hold that against him, and that would be something that a smart person would do, frankly.
Or he just says, you know what? I'll deal with that when it comes.
That's possible, too.
Because,
we'll have to see.
Just the fact that it's been mentioned doesn't mean that is actually on the front burner. I mean, I'm sure they asked him, so what are you looking for with your next deal? He'd be an idiot to say anything other than, I'm looking for the max. I've earned it. I've helped put 4 rings on your fingers. I've got a reward coming, and he does. I mean, under normal circumstances, he'd get it. But Joe Lacob is now waving a flag of fiscal responsibility that he's never held in his hand before.
Because he's never had. Joe Lacob doesn't need me to defend him, but he's never had to pay this much before.
But he's never complained about the cost before.
Because it's never been this high.
But that's the price of winning in this system. And you can't tell me he hasn't known this. This is not a surprise to him. He's putting the word out now that money is now an object with important players as well as fringe players.
Well, it's a good problem to have because obviously they knew, hey, we don't know. The Warriors themselves were a little bit surprised that they won this year. You look at what they said and listen to the comments. That's true. So they knew it could be coming. They also knew, it could be at a point here where this is coming apart and we're going to have to bring in some new players. Good problem to have. Wow. The older veterans, the core that won a title for us in 2015, for the most part, it's still intact. That's great. But now we got some hard decisions to make. So, yeah, they saw it coming, but they weren't sure that we were going to get to this point.
No, and they still hypothesized it.
Yeah.
They run every scenario. Because that's what they do during days while the players are practicing. Bob Myers is, talking with Joe Lacob about, well, what if this happens? What if that happens? They've covered all of it. The fact that it's an issue now is solely because Lacob has told The Athletic on 2 separate occasions that he's now determined that it's an issue. And yet the Slater Thompson story also said that they can find a great deal of cap relief by just walking on Poole. That means you lose one guy.
From a basketball standpoint, you yesterday were, I don't know if you were behind it, but you certainly would have entertained it.
Oh, they're absolutely entertaining it. There's no question about that. Because right now, Andrew Wiggins is more valuable to them right now than Jordan Poole is. He proved it because they go guard Luka, go guard Jason Tatum. That's a responsibility that Steve Kerr does not, place on anybody but his best defender. And that's what Andrew Wiggins was last year. And that matters a great deal.
Wait. Wiggins was your best defender, not Draymond Green?
Did Draymond Green guard those guys? No, Wiggins did.
Right. So that, again, speaks to why the Warriors don't want to give Draymond Green an extension.
No,
I think they're correct to look at it that way.
Green does more than just play defense. That's the point. His hands are in basically the operation of that team on a lot of levels in the locker room.
But the point is
talking to young guys, walking them through problems. He has a throw weight that his numbers merely suggest.
I'm not suggesting that he's hurting you, but if a former defensive player of the year is not even the best defender on your own team anymore, then it happens. He's declining.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't happen that way.
It does. What do you mean?
I'll tell you exactly what I mean. Draymond Green may be their best all-around defender, but he's a guy who can get used by elite players, and he's never. They've never put him like on LeBron for an entire game. There's some guys that it requires
because he's essentially
greater physicality.
You're right. He's essentially a big, and Wiggins is a wing. So you're right. You're right. Yeah.
And that's where the game is going. It's going to wings, and so the Warriors use their best wing defender to deal with the other team's best player.
No, you're right. You're right. But I think it's
that's what I'm saying. I'm not willing to accept the notion that automatically means that Draymond Green is in decline.
He is. If you don't see that, you're blind. And I'm not
okay.
you. No, it's clearly. I know he had his moments last year, especially before he got hurt. But you look at what's happened with his game, and he's still a really important part of everything you do. Okay? So I'm not saying, you need to get rid of him, he's terrible. Because I know a lot of people, it's Draymond. Oh, I'm so tired of Draymond. Which I wouldn't be surprised if the Warriors are. But clearly, it's crystal clear that Draymond Green is not the player he used to be. And of course he's not.
He's not the offensive player he used to be. I'll grant you that. That much is obvious. But what he has become now is the glue that runs that team at the other end of the floor. He's the smartest player they have on the floor. He's the guy who spends as much time as any of the starters talking to the young guys about what they need to do. That's an important role in this organization.
He's an important player, but he's clearly in decline. He got benched in the finals.
Because offensively, he was useless in that game.
He was useless at both ends in that game.
But then he came back in the next game and was exemplary.
He came back in that game, actually, and played well.
Okay, and then the next game, was he or was he not exemplary?
I'm not sure what that means. So
yes, you are.
He was either exemplary or what was he? Indolent. I don't know. He was indolent, then he was exemplary.
You went to school, for God's sake. Stop hiding the fact that you've read a book.
He was indolent, and then hey, look at that, he's exemplary, right? Right? Isn't that your point?
You spend way too much time talking to Lucas. He makes you stupider.
When you're talking about Luka a minute ago, I thought you were going to say something about Lucas. Wiggins guarded Lucas. I was like, what? 888, because I got Lucas on the brain. 888-957-9570.
No, those are lesions.
Yeah. Michelle and Concord back with us on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Michelle, thanks for checking in. What's up?
Thank you. I just wanted to talk about Draymond. I think there's an easy solution to this. You just ask Draymond, if you're not going to extend him, will he still try in the upcoming season, or will he act like he did when Curry got hurt and they won 15 games? Thank you.
Thank you. It's a good point. I'm sure at some point it will come to that, right? I mean, as simple as that sounds, and it could be a matter of Draymond right now. Maybe I'm not sure what I want to do yet.
Draymond Green was awful that year. He wasn't in shape because he knew the team was going to be bad without Thompson and Curry.
He had one really good game on Christmas against the Rockets. He was excellent. But, yeah, the rest of it was like he kind of checked out.
Yeah, and he doesn't get points for that. But when the Warriors are in a competitive situation, which they were last year and which they were for all but those 2 years, he played hard, he played well.
Yeah, but I think
you rely on that.
Michelle has the right of it.
What?
Michelle has the right of it. I mean, it does. It would come down to that at some point during these talks. We're not going to extend you now. You know, not like the Warriors going to go, are you going to be okay with that? But they'll be judging that, and they'll see what his response would be. Is he going to be, okay, we'll talk in a year? Is he going to be, I'm not happy about that? Is he going to be, I'm going to opt out? I mean, that will be a crucial part of this equation.
I see no scenario in which Draymond Green would not try his hardest.
No, I agree with that.
Unless the Warriors got ravaged with injuries again and were out of the playoff race.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, he could say, look, I'm going to opt out, but I don't think he'd say, well, I don't know if I'm going to play hard. I agree with you about that.
So, I mean, I think him playing hard is a given.
Yeah, I agree.
You don't even have to raise the question with him.
James in Palo Alto, 95.7 The Game. Hey, James, what's our way out of this Warrior conundrum with Draymond?
Hi. Thanks for taking my call. I guess I would look at it from a supply and demand focus. And it's hard to measure human capital. I do think it's worthwhile thinking.
I'm sorry, James, we lost you. You faded out on us. Our apologies. We didn't do that. Bad cell
Lucas
situation.
Probably did.
He probably did.
Lucas is a vindictive little elf.
People on the text line saying, "Why would Draymond, tank it, dog it during a contract year?" That's true. Yeah, I know. I said, the caller had the right of it. Yeah, I don't think Draymond would go, I'm not going to play hard. Now, he could say, all right, we'll see, but I won't be happy about it. But no, we all agree. Draymond dogging it in a contract year, not on the table.
Yeah.
How he would, if you're not going to give him the extension, how he's going to respond to that is something you need to consider. But no, he's not going to, all right.
Nobody dogs it in a walk here.
Nobody. Larry in San Francisco, 95.7 The Game. Larry, what's up? Thanks for checking in.
Hey, I'm just out here doing Uber, trying to make some money, and I was listening to you guys. I got to tell you one thing. I think Draymond is one of the easier guys to replace on the team. He's a good player on a great team. On an average team, he's a below average player. He averages. He's a good player. But he is not the team, and it really infuriates me when you say he's the heart and soul, because the truth is he's just a good player. And he's good on the Warriors. He's a great player for us when everything is right. But when everything's wrong, he's a below average player.
Larry, thank you. Appreciate you checking in when you're working there. I don't know where Draymond is right now because so much of it hinges on his health. When he's really good, he's better than a good player. And he's more important and more valuable to you, the Warriors, than he is to any other team in the NBA. And you could imagine a team like Portland's, Dame saying, man, we'd love to have him and everything he'd add. But everything, Draymond is such a part of the fabric of everything they've built here. He's more important to you. The thing is, if he is in decline, if he's in decline, to what extent? Then if someone has to go, in a perfect world, we pay everybody, we love everybody. If somebody has to go, and if you're committed to your young core, then wow, it doesn't take long until you come to the answer that, wow, I don't want to let anybody go. But if somebody's got to, he might be the one.
Might be. But again, what if Poole gets an offer he doesn't want to refuse? What if he doesn't want to continue?
Well, you sign him so he doesn't have that opportunity, for one thing. That's
no,
the reason
but
you sign,
is he going to be happy waiting for Stephen Curry to retire? That's another open question. Is another team going to just simply throw money at him to the point where Joe Lacob hits that threshold again? I mean, there is no guarantee that they are so committed to Jordan Poole that they're going to go, we have to give him up.
That would be another way out of this.
Yeah.
I mean, if Poole kind of took care of it for you by saying, I don't want to be here.
Well, that's why I say no decisions have been made, because no decisions have to be made. Jordan Poole may make the decision for them.
He would be restricted after next year, I think.
Yeah.
In which case, restricted. Now you can avoid that by extending him, which it looks like they're interested in doing, but it takes two to tango. But even if you got to that point, you could match any offer.
Yeah, I mean, if I were him, I probably would, not accept the extension right now, because
if you were him, would you try harder on defense?
I think he tries as hard as he can. I just think he's a bad defender.
888-957-9570. Hey, good news. James is back. Hey, James. What's going on? Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back. Must have been some car issue. But I was looking at it from supply and demand. And, human capital is hard to look at from a supply side, economics-wise. But still, Draymond has something to sell himself, and someone has to be a buyer. So the Warriors probably are not a buyer at a max contract this year. The question I would have is, what team would be? What team would be willing to give Draymond a maximum contract, knowing his health issues, knowing that he fits into a system that the other team doesn't run, since they don't have Steve Kerr? And I can't think of another team. Certainly other teams would want him, but would the other teams want him for a max contract? I don't think so.
Thank you, James. I think there's two teams that come to mind, and I don't know cap-wise if this would work, so don't hold that against me. But I mentioned Portland. We know that Dame is real good friends with him, and I think it was reported a couple years ago during the play-in year when the Warriors were looking at some of these things, and there were reports. I think Chris Haynes had a report. The Warriors, they may have to move somebody if this thing falls apart, and there were suggestions that Portland would be interested if it were Draymond. So Portland, and also there's talk of a young up-and-coming team that needs that kind of leadership, Detroit. So there's two teams that some people say if Draymond were on the open market, there's two teams that would be interested, and of course you got his buddy in L.A., but I don't think they could offer the max.
I don't think they can, and the idea that you can, if Draymond left, he would only accept a max. He will accept the best offer, and
Detroit,
if the best offer is not a max,
he'd be back home in Detroit, back close to home.
I mean, it might be a 2-year big money deal. I mean, that's maybe a team says we don't want to pay you that much when you're 37, but we're okay with doing that when you're 35. Just again, moving parts lead to more moving parts, but Portland and Detroit would be two logical places.
Mm-hmm.
Detroit especially because he could serve kind of a superannuated Jimmy Butler role with them.
They've got a lot of talent.
Young.
Yeah. They need somebody to. Yeah, I don't know about
Oklahoma City. They got nothing but young guys.
Mm-hmm.
They could look at Green as what? He's a guy who can teach these guys how to win games,
and they love him there. No, just kidding.
You know what? They love him more than they loved Kevin Durant.
Yeah,
but they'd take Durant back in a heartbeat.
Yeah,
and they'd take Green if they thought he would help them.
You probably didn't see a lot of the summer league, Holmgren in the summer league. I'm really interested. What do you think of his pro prospects? You mentioned OKC, Chet Holmgren, because I don't know that I could have picked him as high as he went. Understand how good he was in college. He's just so slight.
He is slight, but I think teams look at him differently than as though he were some, Shane, who's the guy I'm thinking of?
Sean Bradley?
They don't look at him that. They see him as an agile,
much more skilled. Yeah, I know.
Good defender.
Yeah.
And you know who else is slight? Kevin Durant.
Mm-hmm.
I think they don't look at slight guys.
Aren't you the one that first called him the Slim Reaper?
No. As a matter of fact.
Okay.
But thank you for lying on that.
That was a question. It wasn't a
it can't
be a lie if it's a question.
It was. You were leading. You were leading the witness.
I'm withdrawn.
So, no, I think there is less bias against thin guys than there used to be. Now, is he going to bulk up? Yeah, he'll bulk up some. But from everything I read, the people who saw Holmgren loved him.
Yeah, he had a pretty good summer league.
Yeah, so I think, and for whatever the value is of that, he comes out of it as the most important member of the Oklahoma City roster. Not just because they took him first, but because he was the one that impressed the most people.
888-957-9570. Kale in San Jose, 95.7 The Game. Hello, Kale.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to make a couple quick points. Draymond wasn't too effective a few years ago when the Warriors had one of the worst records in the league. I mean, when Clay was out, Steph was out, and KD had left. Another point I want to make is he's going to hit the team if he's going to take all that money, because an example is Kobe Bryant. He signed a 2-year, $48 million contract at the age of 36. And the Lakers were really bad for all those years until LeBron came and won them a pseudo championship. So, I mean, it's just one of those things where he's got to think about the team as a whole. And my final point is whatever happened to players honoring their contracts? I mean, you signed a contract, honor it. KD, you signed a contract, honor it. Don't whine and complain about getting traded. Anyway, thanks for taking my call. That's the point I wanted to make.
Thank you, Kale.
He's not
Kale.
dishonoring the contract.
No, he's not necessarily dishonoring the contract.
Not necessarily. He's not dishonoring the contract. The Warriors can renegotiate his contract upward.
He is on
August 3rd. He's not.
He's eligible for that extension.
Yeah, he's not walking away from anything.
And he could say, we don't know that he would. He could say, if you don't extend me, I will opt out after next year. That's
also
his contract stipulates that.
So he's not walking out on anything.
So I think it's important to point that out, because it is, it's easy to look at this, go, why are these guys are not happy with all their money they're making? What's wrong with this guy? And to suggest, Kale, thank you for calling, but to suggest that, well, Draymond's not that good because that year when Steph was gone and Clay was hurt and Durant was gone, the team was terrible, so clearly Draymond's not that good.
No, it's just no.
I mean,
they were 15-50 on merit.
Yeah. That was the smiling each year.
That
team was really bad because they were trying to be. Remember, nothing against him, but hey, Marquise Chris, what a great story. Well, he's just been hanging out. He was their starting center. Willie Cauley-Stein was their starting center that year, right? It wasn't a great team. We can't blame Draymond.
No, it was a terrible team. It was awful.
Yeah.
It was literally and figuratively unwatchable on every level.
Yes, but it helped them get the number 2 pick in James Wiseman.
Yeah, so good for them.
Yeah. All right, so situation anyway to keep an eye on with the Warriors. What do you make of this real quick, Ray? This Anthony.
Does it have anything to do with LeBron James?
No, not
good.
directly.
Then please proceed.
NBA free agency grades for all 30 teams, so like summer, off-season moves grades. Golden State Warriors a B.
Everybody got a B.
Did they?
Yeah, there were A's, B's, and incompletes. And there were about 8 incompletes. So that tells you the value of this.
I didn't actually check that.
Oh, I went through all of them. I think one team got a C.
And those were the Timberwolves.
All right. JaMychal Green, Dante DiVincenzo. You just never know. Because I remember even before the play-in year when they got Wanamaker and they got Bazemore, and I know some people, and I was one of them going, that makes sense. Those guys can help. Yeah, they need a backup point guard. And that'll work. And they just weren't very good. So you just never know.
No,
look,
you don't.
These moves appear to make sense. We'll see.
And that's why they're going to wait on all this stuff, because the crisis hasn't happened yet. We're just imagining when it will, because we're bored out of our trees.
You can't wait for the schedule to come out.
I think it would be the most interesting thing to happen this offseason.
What?
Because
the schedule?
Well, has Kevin Durant gone anywhere?
No.
He
ain't going anywhere, at least not yet.
Has Kyrie Irving gone anywhere?
No.
Has James Harden gone anywhere?
James Harden's staying in Philly there, Ray.
Has Russell Westbrook gone anywhere?
Let me check. I have it right here somewhere. He's still with the Lakers.
In other words, there's been a lot of talk and very little action.
The big ragu, Ray. Dante DiVincenzo.
Yeah, Dante DiVincenzo signed with the Warriors.
That's not as big as the schedule.
They lost GP2. You don't seem to think that they were going to miss GP2 or Porter.
I think they can replace those guys. I mean, I think JaMychal Green is kind of an interesting signing. Not as good as the schedule, I grant you, but the schedule is stupid, but I'm just curious to see what.
Ray, where do you put the drafting of PBJ?
Patrick Baldwin Jr.
No, I thought this was a sandwich draft.
Okay, well, I'm interested in that too.
Of course you are. I mean, that's your dietary staple because you're 6 years old. But I don't think Patrick Baldwin is going to be on this team very long.
Really?
Well, I mean, I don't know, but based on what he did in college, which was not much.
Not good. A flyer, though, right? This guy was a great prospect, considered a great prospect out of high school.
Flyer,
and then it's like, well.
But how many flyers actually stick anywhere? Very few.
From the 408, and then we got to take a timeout here. Carmelo to the Dubs would be news, but I think we agree. Yeah, that's one that sounds like, oh, that'd be a nice fuzzy story. Maybe he'd get a ring, but given the Warriors' commitment to younger players and given his aversion to defense, that's not going to happen.
No, and the Warriors don't do that. The Warriors like nice and fuzzy, but they don't make it a staple of their plan.
Yeah, nice and fuzzy is great. We're not going to do it, but it's tremendous. All right, coming up, why the bless the Giants. Did you hear what they had to say? Why the Giants must not sell. That's next. It's Damon and Ratto. YD in for Damon. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com. The Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
The faithful.
is underway, and this is always one of my favorite times of the year as far as the NFL goes.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
Draymond Green wants to see how much juice he has. LeBron's got juice. Kyrie's got juice. How much juice does Draymond have?
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
Why not make a run and try to get into the postseason? I applaud Farhan and the Giants for their "we are not sellers" stand.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Follow your favorite team, shows, and podcasts now by downloading the free Odyssey app. Whitey in for Damon today. Thank goodness, as far as we know, Daniel Castano is okay. Daniel Castano of the Miami Marlins took a line drive today off the bat of former Giant Donovan Solano. Hit Castano in the head, Ray. Ball bounced up in the air. The third baseman, I believe it was the third baseman, one of the infielders on the left side, actually had to wait for it to come down on the carom off Castano's head for an out. He was down. There was no...
Joey Wendell.
I thought it was Donovan Solano hit it.
I believe it was Joey Wendell. And
Joey Wendell.
Lucas confirmed it by yelling into my ear.
Okay. Yeah, third baseman.
Like the insolent little elf that he is.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, he was okay. The pitcher, Castano, was okay. There was no visible bleeding. There was no cut. Who knows what was going on inside there. He was down, then got up, left the field on his own power. But obviously, just a terrifying scene.
Yep. No good. I can't add anything to that.
Have you been to any games where that's happened? I know a lot of people around here were there when Brandon McCarthy took that shot.
I mean, it's uncommon, but I've seen it a few times.
Mm-hmm.
Fortunately, nobody has died or.
Well, it happened in. Who was
Chris Bassett last year.
Yeah, right. But Ray Chapman was a player, right, for the Indians way back.
Well, he got hit with a fastball.
That's right. That was a pitch. Yeah.
By Carl Mays.
Mm-hmm. I remember talking to Jim Palmer once in the Oriole clubhouse when they were in Oakland one time. He was an announcer by then. But, there had been some talk of, hey, maybe aluminum bats in Major League Baseball. And Jim Palmer said, if you have aluminum bats, someone is going to get killed. He said, someone like this when Bo Jackson was playing. Someone like Bo Jackson with aluminum bat, someone will get killed, so that's not a good idea. So
yeah. Well, but then again, he was against death. And I think times have changed on that.
Oh, really? So anyway, all the best.
I think we're a far more psychotic nation now.
All the best to Daniel Castano of the Marlins. Hopefully he's going to be okay. I wanted to talk about that, but Ray actually wanted to talk about the guy on the Angels who got the game-winning hit last night.
No, the pitcher.
The pitcher, okay.
Jansen Junk.
Jansen Junk?
It's a great name.
For a pitcher?
Absolutely.
Is he a junk baller or does he throw hard?
No, nobody doesn't throw hard in baseball anymore. That's why they all last 3 innings. But, no, he's Jansen Junk.
I'm glad you told me that. I was not aware of Jansen Junk.
I mean, the secret joy in baseball is in finding guys that nobody's ever heard of. And there are more of those now than ever.
Mm-hmm.
So, Jansen Junk.
Yeah, the Angels...
The Giants could use Jansen Junk.
They could. They could use a lot right now, but bless them. Bless the Giants for at least saying publicly, hey, we're not sellers at the deadline. I give them credit if they are, in fact, committed. And we'll see. They still got a
they
few
could
days
be
to
lying
go.
through their teeth.
They could be, and they have a few more days to make up their mind.
And the other thing is, in 3 days, they could be 3 games worse off and just go, screw it.
No, not when they're playing the Cubs, Ray. Although the guy Steele pitching for the Cubs today, he's actually been pretty good lately. So you never know. Yeah, you're right. If you go into the break having lost, what would that be? Like 10 in a row?
11.
Yeah, 11 in a row. Then you have no choice.
You're not going into the break. You're going into
the deadline. Deadline. Thank you. Yeah,
the break is behind us.
Right.
Although, in fairness, the real break comes in 4 minutes.
I think you agree with me, right? You said you did anyway. It's very rare that the Giants, hey, what the heck? Why don't you try? If you're in the hunt, you might as well take a shot at it.
Yeah, I mean, because when you decide to tank, You're not tanking for that season. You're tanking for down the road.
Mm-hmm.
And the truth is, if you trade anybody for prospects, those prospects are not going to be major league ready anytime soon. So all you're doing is making yourself worse in the short term and worse in the long term.
So they're not going to get Juan Soto.
I wouldn't think so. Or Aaron Judge, or C.J. Cron, or really anybody else.
Why does your friend Tim Kirkjian think? Why is he so certain that Soto will be dealt? Because they don't. Obviously, the Nationals don't have to trade him.
They don't have to trade him, but they also don't want to get stuck with him and have to deal with somebody asking for $400 million. Because, among other things, the Lerners are trying to sell the team. And lading the new owner with a $400 million ball player is no way to make that sale happen. So that's why they stripped this down for parts. They won the World Series 2 years ago, and now they are the worst team in baseball. That's by design.
And
So
the Giants, it's pretty clear they don't want to resort to that, stripping it down at any point.
That's what they say. But like I said, circumstances can change. And I could easily see if they continue to be this morose and uninvolved, through the weekend, it may very well be that Greg Johnson goes down to Farhan Zaidi and says, so, what are you going to do about this? And you've got only a few hours to answer. So, who knows?
Mm-hmm. Are you trading Rodon at the deadline?
I think there's a greater chance of him getting moved than anybody else. One, there is a market for him. Two, there seems to be a minimal indication that he wants to come back, unless he's just a red ass who gets angry anytime he throws a pitch and misses the strike zone. But, who knows how happy he is here.
Yeah.
Because it's not an interesting team.
Keep them, make a run at it for whatever that's worth at the third wild card slot. It's there. Why not take a shot at it?
Well, and, are you going to make yourself better by bailing out? No.
Right.
You make yourself worse.
Right.
So,
yeah.
I realize worse than this seems unfathomable, but...
Even if you get knocked out of the playoffs in the first round, just to reach the postseason again, a second year in a row, that would be an accomplishment.
Well, it would not be a failure. How much of an accomplishment is eye of the beholder stuff, but I know the guy who normally sits in that chair would find it unconscionable.
Well, which would he find unconscionable?
Them going for it.
Really?
So if you're not going to win it all, then you shouldn't. Just his frame of mind.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to strip this down for parts because he's angry at the team for being dull.
Mm-hmm. I just don't think that puts you on a better path than you're on now.
No, it guarantees you'll be dull for the next 3 years.
And then no one's going to come to your ballpark.
Yeah, because let's be honest, Carlos Rodon is not getting you a package of great prospects.
Yeah. So Soto ain't coming through that door, but you know who is coming through that door? Dan Devone and Alan Stiles, Ray.
What kept them? They could have come an hour ago.
They are next. Thanks for listening. Stick around for Devone and Stiles right here on 95.7 The Game.
The faithful have high expectations for the Niners this season.
I think we're going to win 11 games. I think we're going to win a wild card. And I think we're going to go to the NFC Championship and pull it out and be Super Bowl champions.
I think we're going to go playoffs. We'll probably be bounced out of the conference.
Yeah, I think we go to the NFC Championship.
I think we'll make the playoffs. And I think we really have, some really good players, some playmakers on offense. And I think we can make something happen this year.
It's the start of a new era. On 95.7 The Game.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too. If you feel symptoms, even if they're mild, you should test fast. Test positive and at high risk.